This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Marfa Continent, late winter of the 323rd year of the new civil calendar, Duming County, Chris County, Uganda Province, Northern Kingdom. Duming County is a standard mountainous county. Agriculture depends entirely on the flat land around the river valley. Every year, under the attacks of various beasts and monsters in the mountains, it can barely maintain the normal life of some people. The largest source of income in Duming County is the mines. Most of the young and strong men, as long as they have a little strength, will work in the mines distributed around. Duming County is also the only county in Chris County that has no towns nearby. There is only a lonely city standing in the valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The mountains are basically all mines, and roads extend from the city gate to the mountains. At the entrance of the Bianchi mine, Dole got up from the ground painfully, looked at the backs of Odo and the others who had robbed him of the 3 Marfa copper coins, and exhaled lightly, without regret or resentment, because there were still 2 Marfa copper coins left in his pocket, and these 2 copper coins were enough for him to live for a day. His ragged clothes were all covered with dirt, and at this moment he looked like a dirt monkey. Every morning he would come to the Bianchi mine to smash rocks, from morning till night. Because of his thinness, he could only earn 5 Marfa copper coins, which was basically only 1/5 of the income of an adult. After a day of eating dust in the mine, he would be robbed of 3 copper coins when he came back at night. It was simply impossible for Dole not to feel resentful. However, he was alone, while Odo had several gangsters under his command, and he was the son of Sam, a small manager of the mine. If he fought back and beat Odo, he would lose his job, and he still relied on these copper coins to survive. Sighing and brushing the dirt off his clothes, Dole rubbed his arm, that was a little painful from being kicked, and walked towards his nest with heavy steps. The home was left by his father, who was also a miner. He got pneumoconiosis 2 years ago, and died painfully. After his father's death, his mother disappeared one night, leaving him alone. He barely survived by living in the mine every day. Now 2 years have passed. The lively and happy Dole has long died, leaving only the barely living and numb Dole. He is 12 years old this year. According to reason, he is at the right age to go to school, but there is no school for him to go to. The Bianchi mine is still some distance away from the city. On the way, you can pass a market. Miners buy some food here after get off work every day, and then go home. This market is also the largest market near the Bianchi mine. Because Dole was robbed by Otto, he came back a little late. There was no one on the road. It was quiet. Only when he passed the market could he feel the hustle and bustle. As soon as he entered the market, a man came towards him, patted his shoulder, and said in a low and tired voice, "Don't think too much, go back and have a good rest, you still have to work tomorrow." Dole looked at the man, didn't say anything, just nodded. This is his partner who works with him. His name is Duedu Elimu. He is 30 years old this year. He has 2 sons aged 4 or 5, and his family depends on his job to support them. Dole left, and Duolai dragged his tired steps to the stall he often came to, carefully took out a copper coin, handed it to the ant selling rice, and said 3 rice balls. The ant looked at Duolai without much expression, took the copper coins, put them in the drawer of the counter, and then quickly wrapped 3 vegetable balls and handed them to Duolai. Duolai lowered his head, stretched out his hands to take the vegetable balls, and said, "Thank you." His hands were shaking at this time, because he was hungry. The ant didn't say anything because he was very busy, and had other people to serve. Duolai walked out of the stall with the vegetable balls, tremblingly opened the vegetable balls, then took one and took a quick bite. The vegetable balls didn't have much nutrition, but it was the only most affordable thing Duolai could buy. He had to eat 2 of the 3 vegetable balls to feel a little full, and there was still one left, which was prepared for a dog he picked up these 2 days. Duolai felt like he was crazy these days. He was almost hungry, and about to starve to death, but he was still in the mood to sympathize with a dog. But it was strange. When Dole saw the dog for the first time, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. He wanted to feed him and keep him alive, even if he only had 1 meal a day. He wanted him to live. Only by living can there be hope. This is what his father often said before he died. Dole lived in the slums of Duming City, not far from the city gate. When he entered the city gate, he could see a lot of low, dilapidated, and even dilapidated houses on the left side of the avenue. This is the famous slum. Garbage, sewage, and dirt can be seen everywhere on the ground. It looks dirty. No one cares about this place. There are poor people who are hungry everywhere. Even thieves rarely come here. Near the avenue, you can see women standing at the door and posing. These women are not beautiful, but they are easy to feed. They are often only 5 copper coins a night, which is very cheap. Those women often stretched out their white thighs to Dole, but Dole would not even look at them. He himself could not even get enough to eat, let alone help others. He could only watch from the door and satisfy his eyes. When he got home and opened the door, a dog with 3 stripes of gray, yellow and black came out happily, licked Dole's hand, and wagged its tail. Dole threw the vegetable ball to him. "Odo, go and eat it." He named the dog Odo, and he was quite excited. He didn't know what Odo's expression would be when he heard this. Odo glanced at the vegetable ball, seemed to hesitate for a moment, then picked it up in one bite, limped to the room, wagging his tail while walking. The room was dim, and there was no light. Dole lay down directly when he felt like walking to his bed. He felt a sense of sleepiness. In less than a second, he snored. Not long after, Odo came from the corner limping. This time, he didn't wag his tail. His eyes were full of scrutiny and solemnity. Looking at the sleeping Dole, the dog's face was full of complex emotions. "I never thought that my hellhound ball survived on a few vegetable balls. This world is really amazing. This kid only eats so little a day, and he wants to share some with me. This demon dog is really touched. Forget it, I stay here for a while, and leave after I recover 10% of my strength. This kid is destined to be with me, so I can give him some benefits." The hellhound turned his head, looked around the room, and shook his head. A small room, a bed, and no usable furniture in the house. This is Dole's home, and there are thieves visiting from time to time, which is also difficult for this child. After living here for a few days, although it was a little uncomfortable, Odo felt that he couldn't leave yet, and he still owed this child something. "Yes, without those broken vegetable balls, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to survive." He was a little annoyed. If it weren't for that bitch, how could he lose to the 3-tailed fox and almost die? Damn it, how could he make such a low-level mistake? If it weren't for Dole picking him up, I'm afraid he would really die. When thinking of this, the hellhound's face was filled with complex emotions. Seeing Dole sleeping soundly, the hellhound Odo opened his mouth and sprayed a colorful light, flying towards Dole's brain. This light was very small, only the size of a thumb, and after touching Dole's forehead, it quickly disappeared. Dole didn't know what was going on these days. He had the same dream every day. In his dream, he dreamed that he turned into a gentleman wearing strange clothes. He could use a kind of flame with every move he made, burning every evil creature he could see. This feeling was very strong and strange, but also very powerful. Chapter 2. When he woke up in the morning, the feeling would slowly fade away, but strangely, he felt very energetic and his strength would increase a little bit. Before, Dole felt sore all over when he woke up every morning, as if he was dead. He didn't have this feeling at all. How should I put it? It was just relaxed and pleasant, as if his whole body was full of strength. When did it start? It seemed to be from the 3rd day after picking up Otto. Dole thought about it, and thought that it might be that he did good things and God rewarded him. Thinking of this, Dole got up from the bed and checked his body, but found no major problems. At this time, Otto crawled over from the corner and licked Dole's palm and cheek. With this idea, Dole liked Odo more, and it seemed that his resentment towards Odo, outside who robbed him of his money, was reduced a lot. He touched Odo's dog head, scratched it casually, smiled, and said, "Stay at home, I'm going to work." He didn't care whether Odo understood or not, and went outside to wash up. In the middle of the slum, there is a half-meter wide waterway. The water from the mountain flows down from it, passes through the slum, and flows to the Duming River outside the city. Dole washed his face, wiped it with his sleeve, and walked out of the city. After passing the market, he went to that store to buy 3 vegetable dumplings, and then ate them all in one breath, and then went to the mine. When we arrived at the mine, Dudu had just arrived. After seeing Dole, he shouted, "We won't smash stones today." The leader said that we should go to the river to screen small stones today. We dug some colored ores today, and they asked us to screen those stones. Dole nodded and followed Dudu. No matter what he did, as long as he had a meal, his goal was just to stay alive. The mine was very large, with a flat land at the entrance, which was full of various stones. The work outside was to break and crush the ores one by one, pick out the parts with ores, and put them together, and throw the other broken stones on the ground, and someone would take away all the broken stones. The wages of miners working in the open space outside were not high, while the wages of miners in the mountains were a little higher, about 5 times that of miners outside. However, it was also very dangerous. People died almost every day due to various reasons, and the deaths were miserable. However, there were still many people willing to go to the mines, because the wages were high, the pensions were also high, and even if they died that day, the wives and children left behind could be well taken care of, which was the main reason why they were willing. Those who worked on the flat land outside, except for the elderly and the weak, were people who only had one labor force at home, and those who lived alone, such as Dole himself. Dole followed Duadu, and some other people, and soon came to the river. Dole saw that there were many small stones piled up by the river. These small stones were different from the stones seen in the open space. These stones were more gray, more dense, and looked very heavy. Duadu introduced it to Dole, and Dole realized that they needed to make these small stones smaller. There were some golden small stones among the small stones. They needed to filter out the golden part and ignore the others. Dole nodded, and the two occupied a small section of the river and started to work. The work content was still swinging a sledgehammer to smash the stones. The difference was that today they did not need to distinguish them with the naked eye, but used a sieve to filter the stones. Dole had also seen this kind of golden stone. This was real gold, but he was not greedy. In the mine, gold ore was not very common. The most common ones were iron ore, tin ore, and copper ore. Iron ore was the most common. Gold ore only appeared occasionally, and the quantity was not large. Some people wanted to take these gold mines for themselves, but the end was generally miserable. The mine had an alchemical product that could detect whether a person had metal on him, and it worked every time. As long as you passed by the door, it was easy to tell, so no one dared to do it. Moreover, miners had no human rights. If they were caught on the spot, they would be immediately demoted to slaves and hung at the door for 3 days, to warn future generations. In 3 days, those who were lucky enough not to die would basically become useless people, and they would die miserably in the future, so generally speaking, no one dared to do this. Dole had been in this city for so many years, and had seen many things. He had long been numb. What he had to do now was to survive, as much as possible. So no matter what ore he had, he just had to finish his work honestly, and not cause trouble. Duadu and Dole have been working together for a long time, and Duadu naturally knows what kind of person Dole is. After seeing his expression, he grinned and said, "Get to work. Today's money is a lot. You can give me the other copper coins that exceed 5 Marfa copper coins, and I will take them out for you. Let that bastard Odo take 3. Hearing this, Dole's eyes lit up, and he became lively from numbness. "Thank you, Uncle Duadu. This is probably the best news he has heard today." Dole is immediately full of energy, and he feels that his whole body is full of strength. There are many stones, which need to be smashed into blocks with a hammer, but the gold mine is different. He needs to smash them into smaller pieces. Dole has been smashing stones for several months, and has long been strong. At that moment, he picked up a sledgehammer and started looking for a place to smash the stones. The advantage of small stones is that one person can complete the work. For large stones, a sledgehammer and an iron bar are needed to split them first. After splitting them into small stones, they are slowly broken into pieces, which takes a long time. But small stones don't need to be smashed. They can be put on the hard ground and smashed directly. However, after smashing for a while, the two of them smashed and selected them at the same time. They cooperated well. Soon, there were more small yellow metal pieces on the river bank. They were all gold. There are supervisors near the miners, but as long as you work hard, the supervisors will not pay attention to you. Only those who are lazy and unwilling to work hard will be taken care of by the supervisors. At the least, they will be scolded a few times, and at the worst, the whip in their hands will come in handy. The whips are made of beef tendons soaked in water. One whip will ensure that the skin and flesh are torn apart, and the taste is very sour and refreshing, so few people challenge the majesty of the supervisors. About 2 hours after the start of work, the supervisor came to the two people, took the gold away expressionlessly, and then said 2 small rice balls. Because of the heavy physical activities, the miners usually eat a lot. Generally, the mines will arrange for food to be delivered, but there is a requirement that they must finish eating quickly, otherwise they will be taken away. Almost all the miners are very satisfied with this point, which is why Dole likes to be in the Bianchi mine. After eating voraciously, Dole felt strong again and started working with Duadu. The process of smashing stones is nothing new. After sweating over and over again, everyone's body is bronzed and their muscles are bulging in the sun. Even the thinnest people will become like this after working in the river for a month, and Dole is no exception. The process of working is very boring. Only when selecting stones and seeing those orange particles will you feel a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 3. Beside the still somewhat cold river water in late winter, Dole did not feel much coldness. He was steaming all over. While sifting, he stared closely at the yellow-orange stones, fearing that he would miss a piece. As he sifted, Dole soon discovered a very strange phenomenon, that is, some shiny small stones always appeared in the last sifted ore. Generally speaking, gold has a high density and cannot be washed away by the river water, so it will be left to the end. But what are these shiny stones? After drying for a while, he poured out a lot of shiny small stones. Once again, he really couldn't help it, took a piece in his hand and looked at it. The stone is completely white, with some translucent cubic small crystals, very beautiful. Holding it in his hand, there seems to be a faint coolness permeating out. Feeling this coolness, Dole's mind feels much clearer, and he also feels that this stone seems to be familiar, but he doesn't know where the familiarity comes from. Feeling this, Dole knew that these shiny little stones were not simple, and seemed to be extraordinary things. Because this thing was not metal, the mind would definitely not want it. When Dole picked up the gold ore, he put these shiny stones in his pocket, and prepared to take them back. He always felt that the smell of these stones was very familiar, but he didn't know where the familiarity was. With doubts, Dole continued to work. When the sun slowly passed over the top of the mountain and the sky began to darken, he had already collected a bag of shiny little stones. Off work. Go to the manager to collect money, and really got 2 more copper coins. Dole looked around nervously. Odo was not there. He should have gone to rob others and couldn't take care of this. He quickly handed the extra 2 copper coins to Uncle Dudu. The two exchanged glances, and soon came to the entrance of the mine. Dole passed by the instrument nervously. As expected, the instrument did not sound. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he ran into Otto and his group just after he came out. Seeing Dole coming out, Otto walked out with a sinister look, and without saying a word, he pushed Dole down, and then several people searched Dole savagely. Dole did not resist, because resistance was futile, but just looked calmly at Otto, who was high above him. Otto arrogantly commanded his men, looking at Dole, with a mocking mouth. Why, you are not convinced. If you are not convinced, hit me. Damn bastard. Paw. The child who pushed Dole down, and took the lead in robbing, was only 14 years old. He was big-headed, and was Otto's #1 thug. After spitting on Dole, the group left. Seeing them leave, Dole touched his pocket, and found that he still had 2 copper coins left. He was relieved. Today, he could let Odajuo eat 2 vegetable dumplings, and he still had 1 copper coin left, which he had to save. Thinking of this, Dole felt happy, and he didn't feel much resentment even when he was pushed and insulted. He wiped off the sputum on his body, and walked into the city, as if no one was around. There were dozens of cases like Dole's every day at the gate of the mine, and no one cared. When he came to the market, Uncle Dudu was already waiting for him. The two of them traded quietly, and then left tacitly. He spent 2 copper coins to buy 6 vegetable dumplings. Dole ate 4 of them immediately, then put 2 in his arms, and followed the crowd back to the city. At this time, the sun was setting, the evening mist was red, and the sky in the west was very beautiful. Back at the den, as soon as Dole entered the door, Odo poked his head out from inside, his dog face full of doubts. Dole saw Odo like this, and didn't care much. He put the rice ball in a worn-out bowl, threw it to him, touched the dog's head, and then lay on his bed. He ate 4 rice balls in one breath today, but he didn't feel very tired. He could still be awake for a while, so he took out all the small stones in his pocket and poured them on the ground. At this time, he found that Odo was a little wrong, because Odo didn't eat the rice balls at all, but followed him over, staring at the small stones in his hand. Dole smiled slightly, put all the small stones on the ground, picked up a piece, shook it at Odo, and smiled. Why, you also like this kind of small stone? Hell, Wolf Odo thought so at this time. It was really a ghost that he could encounter magic crystals here, but he didn't dare to say it. Instead, he gently licked Dole's hand, rubbed it a few more times, and deliberately licked the stone into his mouth. Dole was shocked to see Odo like this. He was anxious. He rushed over and prepared to hold Odo down, pry open his mouth and dig out the stone. He actually ate stones. This dog didn't want to live. He finally found a living thing to live with. Dole didn't want him to die like this. But Odo obviously didn't want him to succeed. He ran left and right, and Dole couldn't catch him. Instead, he found an opportunity, and ate a few more stones on the ground. He was very happy. I haven't seen magic crystals for a long time. Although they are magic crystal residues, with these magic crystals, my injuries will heal quickly. Odo naturally wouldn't tell Dole about this. He dodged Dole's claws, and secretly ate the magic crystals until he finished eating all the magic crystals. Then he licked his face and ran to Dole's side, rubbing his thighs and licking his hands. His tail wagged more happily, as if asking if there were any more stones. Dole was stunned at this time. This guy really ate them. And he ate them all? Nothing? But seeing that Odo was still alive and kicking, nothing happened, and he was even more energetic, he didn't care about his stones. As long as the dog was okay, it was fine. After carefully touching Odo to make sure he was okay, Dole was surprised. Can the stone be eaten? With a belly full of doubts, Dole fell asleep quickly. Midnight. Odo got up from the ground, staggered over, lowered his head, looked at Dole, and pointed a ray of light, flew to Dole's forehead. Then he quietly opened the door and walked out of the door. He knew where Dole worked. There were inferior magic crystals in it. It must be a miniature magic crystal mine. He quickly sucked up all the magic crystals so that his strength could be restored. The hellhound was good at hiding, tracking, and hunting. Soon, he tracked Dole's scent and quietly entered the mine. In the dark night, the gray-black figure of the hellhound was like an unmanned place, and was not discovered by any guard. He came to the river where Dole last appeared. Just by sniffing a little, he determined several other smells, so he followed the source of the smell and tracked it up the mountain. The whole process was silent. There were a lot of stones in the mine, and they were all raw ores. All the broken stones were piled together. In the middle of the night, no one could tell which of these ores were ores and which were waste stones. They were just piled together, and no one was watching. There was no one around in the middle of the night, which made it much easier for Otto to commit the crime. The main purpose of his coming here tonight was to see where the mineral veins were, not to absorb them directly. There was still a long time to come, so there was no need to rush. Chapter 4. Duming County is just a small county town. The strongest in it is only level 1, and the Hellhound itself is level 7. Although it is seriously injured now, it is still not something that a level 1 knight, warrior, or wizard can deal with. Here, he can slowly recover from his injuries and not be in a hurry. The only thing that can make him a little anxious now is that the magic crystal must not be discovered too early by others, otherwise he will have nothing to do. If the location can be determined tonight, they will absorb all the magic crystals of the ore they can dig tomorrow, so that they can't detect it. Magic crystals are a collection of energy between heaven and earth. For higher organisms, they can be directly absorbed, which is of great significance to his recovery. The magic crystals in the afternoon were not enough for him to fill his teeth, but with that little magic crystal, he recovered a little bit. The Hellhound leaped in the mountains, and soon arrived near the mining site from the river. With his mental power, he could easily feel the subtle fluctuations of magic energy hidden in the mountains. He turned around and looked around for a long time before choosing several places. He stood there motionless, but his mental power had already penetrated deep into the ground, detecting some impurity magic crystals on the surface and absorbing all the elements inside. He was a level 7 creature. Although his strength has dropped to about level 1 now, this ability is still a piece of cake. He had been tossing for most of the night, and he hadn't finished yet. But it was almost dawn, so he didn't dare to toss. He could only pray that they didn't find out too early, so that he could absorb for a few more days. As he walked out, the Hellhound was still very excited. This night's tossing was enough to make up for 3 months of recovery outside. It was really a profit. That guy Dole was really a lucky star. No, a super lucky star. It didn't take too much time to return by the original route. When he crossed the city wall and quietly returned to the room, Dole hadn't even woken up yet. Looking at Dole sleeping soundly, the Hellhound Odo was lying in his dirty doghouse, slowly refining the elemental power. He wondered if he should help Dole do something. What future can the mind have? His qualifications are still good, or guide him to enter the professional world? Odo hesitated when he thought of this. The professional world is good. You can pursue the truth, gain powerful power, and dominate everything, but it is a world full of terror, fighting, and conspiracy. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Just like yourself, you may die at any time and anywhere. If you bring it to this road, it is very likely to cause immeasurable consequences. The human race is a very hard-working and talented race. Most of the human race are qualified, but only a few can become high-ranking professionals, and very few can become respected warriors and feared wizards. This is the result of the human race's top leaders. The world is like this, and never changes according to human will. If Dole can become a professional, his life will be much better. Odo is no longer the Hellhound he used to be. He has learned to think like a human and think about more problems. After dying once, he finally understands what the old predecessor said before. This world is a world where big fish eat small fish. At this time, he saw Dole's body shaking and pretended to sleep. He was about to wake up. After a while, Dole woke up, washed up, and went out. Another day began. Dole felt that he was full of strength today. His muscles seemed to have grown bigger, and he had endless strength all over his body, which was unimaginable before. Dole's biggest wish was the same as that of most young people, that is, to become a warrior, or a knight, holding a sharp long-handled sword, a thick shield, riding a tall and mighty white horse, looking very majestic. Of course, this is just a thought. Only the children of rich people and nobles can become such people. It is impossible for him, and it is unlikely for the people around him, and even a child like Odo is unlikely to become a high-ranking knight. Dole usually doesn't think about these things, because when he left the city, he saw 2 knights at the gate of the city, and he felt a little envious. Knights are different from ordinary soldiers. Knights have special powers, while soldiers are just like ordinary people, they just have some fighting skills. Whether they are knights, warriors, or wizards, they are all high-ranking people, and Dole can't reach them. The 2 knights wore white and bright silver full-body armor, wrapped themselves tightly, and rode on very tall horses, as if waiting for someone. Dole just looked at them a few more times, then retracted his eyes, full of envy. At this time, a large number of people had begun to walk out of the city gate. They went out of the city gate, and flocked to the surrounding mines to start a day's work. Passing by the market, Dole spent a copper coin, and bought 3 vegetable balls. He ate while walking, and soon saw Brother Duodu. The 2 smiled at each other, and easily stepped into the mine. Today was the same as usual, decomposing the ore and screening the gold, which made Dole very happy, because it proved that he had 2 more copper coins in his account. However, as his strength increased, he began to have another emotion in his mind, that is, why was he robbed by Otto and others? Why did they rob him? Although those people had taken martial arts classes for a few days, they were not as strong as himself. As long as they were caught by surprise, they could easily be defeated. He was robbed every day, hungry like the dog Otto. Why? Is it because their father is in charge? Dole had some strange emotions in his mind, and this emotion slowly fermented in his heart. Breaking stones and screening gold mines. A morning passed quickly, but Dole found that there were fewer white and shiny small stones today. After a morning, there were only 3 or 4 small stones, which was far less than yesterday. A small stone was about the size of a little fingernail. How many were there in 3 or 4? However, he felt that these small stones were getting closer and closer, as if they had some great use. This feeling was very wonderful and magical. When he thought of Otto eating hundreds of these stones yesterday afternoon, he felt a little strange. Is Otto not an ordinary dog? Thinking of this, Dole felt that there were many more fantasies in his head. The books he had read, and the stories he had heard. One magical idea after another emerged from his mind. His hands were not slow, and he completed his work according to his usual progress. When he got off work, there were only a dozen white crystal ores in his pocket. He had many things in his mind, but he still gave the extra 2 copper coins to Duodu as agreed, and asked him to take them out, otherwise Otto would come to rob again. Otto didn't just rob himself, but there were also several children who were alone and helpless like himself. He would rob them, and it was like this every day. Whoever resisted, he would beat them. Those children didn't dare to resist too much, fearing that they would be injured. If they didn't come to work the next day, it would not be a matter of injury, but they would starve to death. Someone once resisted and was beaten half to death, and then he didn't go to work for a few days and starved to death. This is a typical example. Chapter 5. And Odo did a good job. He never robbed everything every time. He always left a few copper coins to live on. Otherwise, if others didn't punish him, the people in the mine would punish him. When Dole arrived at the gate of the mine, he saw Odo robbing others. He looked up and saw himself, so he rushed up aggressively. Dole saw this and thought it was not good. Normally, he would stand still and let Odo rob, but today, he didn't know what happened. He was extremely resistant to Odo. Seeing Odo rushing over, Dole's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Should I give him a hard time? But there were 5 people on the other side, and he was definitely not their opponent. At this time, he saw that only Odo rushed up, and his 4 companions were still robbing others. His eyes narrowed, and suddenly revealed a hint of danger. Let's settle the new and old grudges today. Thinking of this, he saw Odo coming over and relaxed his body. He seemed to be trembling and waiting for the robbery, but his feet made an H-shaped shape, ready to exert force at any time. Otto rushed towards Dole, shouting, "Good Dole, you've learned to hide money." You obviously had 2 more copper coins yesterday, give them to me. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Dole's collar with his left hand, and slapped Dole's face with his right hand as usual. Dole was ready to resist, but he didn't give him a chance. Although he was tired after a day's work, he still had some strength. Seeing Otto's posture, he didn't take him seriously at all. He had a ruthless look in his heart, squatted down lightly, and let Dole's left hand go, and then he took advantage of the situation with his long-planned right fist, from bottom to top, and hit Otto's face straight from the middle. This time, he almost used his greatest strength, and he had planned for a long time. There were almost no accidents, and everything happened according to the script. With this punch, Otto hit directly, as if he had put his face close to him. Otto never thought that Dole would resist, and he didn't even react. His eyes blurred, and he saw a fist falling on his face, and then he was hit hard on the face. This punch hit the center, and his eyes went black. The huge force directly brought him backwards. Bang! Otto fell to the ground, and never got up again. The people around were shocked when they saw this. Otto was beaten? Dole saw Otto being knocked over, and immediately went up and stepped on him, stepping on Otto's face 3 or 4 times. Soon, Otto's face was red and blue. Dole finished his hand, and saw that others had not reacted yet, so he quickly left the place. This happened in a flash. Otto's companions were still beating others, but Otto himself had already fallen to the ground. They didn't react at all. When they saw this side, Dole had already slipped away, and got into the crowd. Quietly slipped back to the market. Uncle Duadu had been waiting for a while. The uncle didn't know what happened yet, and he went home after handing the copper coins to Dole. Today was the same as yesterday. Dole bought 6 vegetable dumplings in one go, and ate 4 of them himself. This feeling was so happy. He knew that if he wanted to keep the money every day, he must think of a way to give Otto a hard one, so that he wouldn't dare to trouble himself. If Otto was beaten today, he would definitely come to retaliate tomorrow, or ask his father to retaliate against him. Alas, it was still hasty today, but beating Otto was really comfortable, and the previous revenge was partly avenged. He entered the city somewhat complacently, and returned to his own nest. Opening the door, the dog Otto stuck his head out, stretched out his tongue without dignity, licked Dole's hand, and wagged his tail, without any dignity of a hellhound. At this time, Dole lowered his head, and held the hellhound in front of him. Seeing that this guy was indeed fine, he was relieved. The shiny stone was indeed fine to eat. Standing at the door, Dole thought about it, took out the magic crystal from his pocket, put it in his hand, and prepared to give it to Otto. He liked this thing so much, so he gave more. But this time, he saw that Otto seemed to be disgusted, and turned his head away directly. Dole blinked his eyes, not knowing what was going on. He was like a starving ghost yesterday. Why was he like this today? He was a little confused, but at this time, Otto suddenly bit his clothes and asked him to come to the doghouse. Otto was very strong, and Dole couldn't resist him, and was dragged to the doghouse by him. Dole then saw that there were several books with ripped appearances next to the doghouse. Books were rare in Duming City. Only nobles or wealthy people could read them. For Dole and his friends, they would only study for 3 years at most, and then be sent back. Dole was literate, so he could tell what was written on it. What happened to this dog? How did it bring the book? Could it be that his previous owner was a studious person? Faced with Otto's abnormality, Dole was puzzled. Where did this book come from? Dole pointed at the book and said to Otto. Otto was sitting in front of the simple and shabby doghouse at this time. He could only pretend that he didn't understand. Like other dogs, he squatted on the ground honestly, sticking out his tongue and panting. He looked a little silly. He felt a little ashamed of this, so he lowered his head and lay on the ground. Dole did not expect Otto to answer. It would be strange if he could answer. He just felt a little puzzled. He picked up a book and took a look at it. Otto was a little surprised to see the book he picked up. This book was not any other book, but the one he wanted Dole to read the most, the Warrior Enlightenment book, The Legendary Road of the Magic Warrior Nalyui. This book is not only an autobiography of a legendary figure, but also a warrior basic introduction book. It records in detail the legendary figure Nalyui's process of practicing physical skills, meditation, martial arts and magic from scratch. It contains basic magic explanations and basic martial arts, which is very suitable for zero-based entry. However, this is the basic introduction of the magic warrior, covering both magicians and warriors. Generally speaking, when a person is at a low level, he can practice both, but when he reaches a high level, he can only choose one to strengthen. After all, human energy is limited. In the current human occupation system, At a low level, you can only choose one, either a warrior, a wizard, or something else. This introductory book of Nalu was left behind hundreds of years ago. At that time, magic warriors were everywhere, unlike now, where either magicians or warriors were very rare. These books were not stolen. They were the worst human books among the books he had collected over the past few hundred years, but now it seems that they are the best books for Dole. Dole had already seen this book at this time. Among all the books, this book was a little more brilliant. He could vaguely recognize a few words on the cover of the book. He only went to enlightenment for 3 years, and he could not recognize many words. If he wanted to know them completely, he had to buy a dictionary. Thinking of this, he felt a little strange in his heart. Did this dog become a high-level magic beast? Why would it steal books? Opening the first page, Dole only recognized half of the words, so it was difficult to read. However, judging from the context, it seemed to be introducing a person's great achievements and history. This person was called Chi, and he seemed to be very powerful and great. I only remembered that when my parents were still alive, there was a person named Nalu in the textbooks I studied in school who was very powerful. Could it be him? If it was him, this book would be very interesting. Dole did not read other books. Anyway, they were all placed here, and he could not escape, so he would read this one first. Chapter 6. 5 pages in a row, all introducing the great achievements of this man called Nalu, and the more he talked, the more exaggerated he became. In the end, this man was simply a savior. At this time, Dole finally remembered that this was the human race's demon god Nalu. And what about this book? He turned it over and looked at the title, and his mind suddenly buzzed. This book is an enlightenment book that circulated in the world hundreds of years ago. Whether it is a warrior or a magician, they had a common name a long time ago, that is, superpowered people, but now generally no one calls them that. Warriors are called warriors, knights are called knights, and wizards are called wizards. Only when they are together, they are called superpowered people. When he was still in school, the teacher didn't brag about this kind of thing. Seeing this book, Dole knew that he had picked up a treasure. He turned his head and looked at Otto, but saw that he had quietly finished eating the vegetable ball, and was sitting there quietly, looking at him. At this time, Otto got up, came to Dole, laid down, and continued to lick his hand. At this moment, Otto the dog was really thinking, I am a great abyss demon dog, but I have to try hard to imitate a real dog and try hard to please a human. If other demon dogs know about it, where will the dog face be? But looking at Dole like this, it seems that he knows what this book is, and the effect is not bad. Looking at his shocked little eyes and his shocked expression, it is really cool. Otto the dog was very happy, as if he was happy because he had done something extraordinary, and his pair of dog eyes were curved into crescents. But it was almost dark at this time, and the weather was extremely dark. Although Dole had endless questions in his mind, he couldn't do anything at this time. As for taking the book outside, he didn't dare to do it. If he was seen by those nobles or warriors, he would probably be killed immediately. Thinking of this, he shuddered. Where did this dog get this book from? This book has not been seen for hundreds of years. Who would have it now? Could it be from a noble family in Dormont City? In Dormont City, those who are qualified and capable of practicing martial arts are nobles and wealthy families. The families that can collect books from hundreds of years ago are only the City Lord Link's family and the Deputy City Lord Orn's family. Only they have a long heritage and may collect such books. But neither the City Lord's family nor the Orn family has high-level wizards, only warriors. Now think about it, this book has another source. The weather gradually darkened, and then nothing could be seen in the room. Dole extinguished the thought of continuing to read. As for the lights, there were few in the whole slum. Even if there were, they would not be used for reading, but for work. He remembered that Aunt Annie had an oil lamp at home, but it was used to sew clothes for the nobles at night, and she would not bear to use it at other times. The poor people in the slums were very poor. Most people could not afford clothes, let alone buy oil lamps to read at night. This was something that ordinary people could not imagine. In their opinion, working was what they should do, and reading was something that only the nobles and the rich could do. They were not worthy of it. When Dole thought of this, he felt a little strange in his heart. Why could they do it, but he couldn't? This was unfair. As soon as he thought of this, Dole's mind became active. He got up and came to the head of the bed, which was in front of Otto's doghouse, and hugged the other books he had stolen to his chest, and then put them under his pillow. These books, no matter where Otto stole them from, he had to finish reading them, and he had to read them carefully. With this thought in mind, he soon fell into a deep sleep. In the dark night, Otto's eyes emitted a bright light. Watching Dole fall asleep, he slowly stood up, his tail stopped wagging, and his body was straight. Looking outside, it was just getting dark and there were still people walking around. He suppressed his mood and sat down slowly. Magic crystals are good things, full of various energy elements. As long as there are enough energy elements, he can recover quickly. However, the magic crystals in the mine that Dole went to were only a little bit, and it was estimated that he could absorb them all in 3 to 5 days, but it was better than nothing. After a day, he felt that his injuries had improved a lot, and he was no longer the same as before. This was all thanks to the trip to the magic crystal mine last night. It would be great if there was a small magic crystal mine. Thinking of this, Odo looked outside, hoping that time would pass quickly. An hour passed, and around 10 o'clock in the evening, Odo slowly stood up and came to Dole, and as usual, he gave him a magic aura, then retreated to the door and looked outside. The slums at this time were dead silent, except for some drunkards. No one was around. Seeing this, he quietly opened the door, then quickly slipped out, and soon reached the outskirts of the city. The mine was unchanged from yesterday, with only some traces of work done during the day. Odo came here and found that there were some changes between today and yesterday, and the mine had been mined a little. There was no one in the mine at night. It was quiet, with only the sounds of some insects. In the quiet mountains, there were only stones as company. Odo did not relax his vigilance. He carefully walked around, and when he was sure that there was no one, he relaxed. He released his mental power, went deep underground, and started a day's work. Absorbing ore. No, it was absorbing the subtle energy elements in the veins. If he was in the city, he could only swallow the magic crystal ore into his stomach and then absorb it slowly. Otherwise, the magic fluctuations would easily attract other people, but here, he could absorb it openly without anyone. Soon, another night passed, and when it was almost dawn, he quietly slipped back to the city. After a night of absorption, he felt that his injuries had recovered a little, and he was very happy. Quietly slipping back to his doghouse, the dog Odo breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he knew that there was no decent power in this city, at most only level 1. With his current level 2 strength, he could come and go freely. But it is better to be safe than sorry. This is a proverb of the human race, and he deeply understands this truth. He pretended to lie down, and after about half an hour, Dole woke up. Just like yesterday, Dole repeated all the previous actions, met up with Uncle Duadu at the market, and then walked to the mine. He still remembered what happened yesterday, so he quietly observed the surroundings at the door, and didn't find Otto, so he was relieved. Uncle Duadu saw that Dole was acting strange. When he entered the river, he couldn't help asking Dole, "Why are you sneaking around?" Dole shrugged and said, "I beat Otto yesterday." Duadu was startled and looked around vigilantly. There was no Otto, and his father. He breathed a sigh of relief and said to Dole in shock, "What happened to you? Why did you beat Otto?" Dole said, "I'm hungry. I need to eat a full meal to have the strength to work. 2 vegetable balls are not enough for one night. I also want to eat meat. Otto robbed my money. It was okay before, but not now." Chapter 7. Duadu sighed and said, "Then you should be careful. Odo is a petty kid. Be careful that he will find someone to beat you up. His father is Sam's manager, and can invite martial arts instructors. Be careful." Dole also sighed at this time and said, "I will be careful. If he comes, I will run away. At worst, I will not work here anymore." The Bianchi mine is one of the average-sized mines in Duming City, but the treatment here is good, and 2 meals are provided. Most people will not think of leaving, but if someone keeps making trouble, Dole will have to leave. Today's task is still to wash the gold ore. In addition to the gold ore, they also found another precious metal, which is silver ore. However, according to the regulations, the 2 of them honestly sorted out this ore without hiding it. They put it on the river bank and waited for people to collect it. During the morning meal, the supervisor came to collect the ore. Although there was 1 more ore, the supervisor did not say anything and took it all away. Someone would deal with it later. However, at this time, Dole found that there was only half of the vegetable ball left for him. There were originally 2, but now there was only 1 left. His face suddenly darkened. It turned out that Lime was waiting for him here. Manager Lime really protected his son. Seeing this, Duadu also sighed, but he did not share his vegetable ball with Dole, but ate his own. Dole did not care, and took out the extra vegetable ball he bought in the morning. "Fortunately, I was prepared. I bought an extra copper coin vegetable ball when I came just now." Vegetable balls are different from rice balls. Rice balls are mostly dough, which has a lot of energy in them for human consumption, while vegetable balls are mostly vegetables. There is no energy, but they can fill you up. If you have to do physical activities, you will get hungry very quickly. Dole even wondered if he would starve to death if he continued like this. If it is like this at noon and in the afternoon, he will have to consider whether to continue working here. If you don't eat enough, how can you still have the strength to work? Over time you will lose. This is what the master who taught them the basic martial arts said. If you want to have strength, you must eat enough and eat meat. If you don't eat enough and don't eat meat, you will have no future in this life. Although Dole was born in the slums, there is a rule in the Northern Kingdom that before the age of 10, you must undergo 3 months of martial arts training and 3 years of cultural course training. Therefore, Dole can master a little martial arts skills and some writing side and continue to work. Dole and Duodu are partners, but the difference in their wages is 3 times. Dole is still a child, and his daily workload is limited. Moreover, most of the time he helps Duodu, and does not need to use too much strength. Seeing this, Duodu is also a little depressed. If Dole is taken away, it will be a problem who will partner with him. At noon and in the afternoon, as expected by Dole, the supplies were reduced. How could he work without eating enough? In the afternoon, Dole was stared at by the supervisor. If he dared to stop, he would be whipped immediately. Looking at the supervisor who was staring at him, Dole knew that he could not stay in this place. However, the magical thing was that he did not eat much and still did not lose much strength. It was really strange. He did not give the supervisor a chance to whip him for a whole day. The mine rarely deducted the workers' wages, even if there was a conflict with the manager, because it would cause resistance from other workers, and the manager would not work. For the mine owner, the manager is not important, and the mine relies on these workers. In the afternoon, the two went to change the money together. After receiving the money, Duodu and Dole smiled at each other and walked out together. However, when they went out, Dole touched a wooden stick at the door and took it in his hand. At the door of the mine, Otto had a gauze on his face, wrapping his entire nose. He looked a little miserable. Not only his nose, but also the face near his nose was blue. Next to him, 4 young gangsters stood with sticks in their hands, staring at the door. They didn't dare to stand directly at the gate, so they stood not far from the gate. At this time, one of them shouted, "Boss Otto, it's Dole, he's out." Otto naturally saw Dole, with a fierce expression. He didn't pay attention yesterday and was punched. Today, he was hungry all day. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant at night. When the people around saw this, they all avoided him. For adults, this was just a fight between children, and they just watched the fun, but when it came to matters of management, no one wanted to intervene, and they didn't even want to watch, and left quickly. Dodo stood beside Dole's side, and said, "Dole, be careful." At this moment, he saw the stick behind Dole, and didn't say anything. He knew that after today, he might not see Dole again. He was like this, and it was estimated that today would not be very good. Dole nodded, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't say anything. The two walked out of the door, and Uncle Dodo quickly left Dole, while Dole walked forward with the flow of people as if nothing had happened. Odo was already standing at the door with 4 big hands, just waiting for Dole to come out, and the sticks in their hands slapped up and down on their palms, slowly approaching. Normally, Dole would have walked slowly at this time, waiting for them to come up and rob, and then they would leave to rob others after robbing, but today Dole was determined not to let them succeed, so he would not wait for them to come. As soon as he left the mine, Dole deliberately stood on the outside of the crowd, and suddenly ran forward along the crowd, at a very fast speed. Chase. Odo was so angry when he saw this, his nose hurt, his face turned red, he waved his hand, and ran over immediately. However, Dole was on the other side of the crowd, and they had to pass through the crowd to catch up with Dole. Dole worked all year round, and although he trained his upper body, he was also very fast at running. When he ran out, he was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, running all the way along the road out of the mountain. From the mine, it takes about 7 or 8 miles to reach the gate of Duming City. There are scattered markets in front of the gate. Dole ran and looked back. At the beginning, he could still see Otto's fierce eyes, but later, Otto's speed could not catch up with him. They had no horses, and could not catch up at all. Seeing this, Dole stopped by the roadside, crouched, put his hands on his knees, panted hard, and calmed down. He thought that today's things were over, so what about tomorrow? Sighing in his heart, Dole walked along the official road to the market alone after taking a breath. This time, he bought 3 more copper coins worth of rice balls, because he could not go to work tomorrow. Back home, the hellhound Otto stuck his head out from inside, looked around, and licked Dole's palms vigorously. When Dole came in, it waited for Dole to feed it honestly. Although rice balls are not the staple food of hellhounds, it has become accustomed to eating them in the past few days. Yeah, not bad, 3 vegetable dumplings today. Is Dole rich? Chapter 8. Otto soon felt something was wrong, because Dole seemed to be in a bad mood after he came back. He didn't know what happened, so he could only stand in front of Dole, shaking his tail to express his doubts. Dole looked at Otto. The boy's face was full of vicissitudes of life in his 40s, sighed, and said to Otto, "Eat it, eat today, there will be nothing to eat tomorrow. Damn Otto, I must punish you." The hellhound Otto immediately understood that this might be caused by Dole offending the boy who often robbed him. Did he lose his job? The hellhound immediately thought of paying attention. He quickly ran to Dole's bed, dug open the pillow and tattered old clothes with his claws, found the book that Dole read yesterday, and held it in front of him. As long as this little thing can learn a little bit of the above things and become a warrior, he will not have to worry about food and clothing. Dole also complained a few words, and did not think that Otto could help him. At this moment, he felt that Otto was abnormal. He actually came with the book he read yesterday. What does this mean? This book is indeed a good book. If he can practice successfully, he will definitely have a promising future. But he can't eat now, and is about to starve to death. Is it useful to read this book? He ran all the way here today. It was not dark yet, and he could still read a few pictures. Dole didn't care about Otto's abnormality. He took the book from Otto's mouth, walked to the bed, lay down lazily, adjusted a more comfortable posture, and continued to read yesterday's content. Now Yui, as a legendary magic warrior, has a lot of introductions in the front, including abilities, achievements, ways of thinking, contributions to the human race, and the final achievements. Even after hundreds of years, Dole has heard of this name. After seeing his historical achievements, he is actually a little enthusiastic. Human God of War, Legendary Magician, Legendary Magic Warrior, these titles are added to one person. This is unimaginable. You know, in the modern world, it is a great thing for an empire to have such a strong man. In the entire Northern Kingdom, only the legendary magician Aojia has this title. He bears the most important power of the Northern Kingdom. I don't know how many people's idols, dream lovers, or objects of pursuit. Dole's heart surged, but it was just a surge of heart. Whether it was Now Yui or the legendary magician Aojia, they were all unattainable existences. Just look at them. Turning over a new page, a line of words appeared on the book, Elementary Body Refining Technique. Below was a row of words, introducing the origin, creator and historical changes of elementary body refining technique, but these words had begun to blur. Dole didn't know more words, and now he was even more blind. Directly bypassed these words and looked down. The first item, fighting posture. There was a picture in the book, named one, which showed a person sitting cross-legged on the bed, with his hands clasped in front of his chest and his feet in a strange position, curled up on the ground, which looked very strange. After carefully looking at the posture, Dole got up from the bed and gestured carefully. He could barely do it, but his legs were very sore and numb, and he couldn't keep it for a long time. He played with it for a while, and continued to look down. Below the picture was an introduction to the effects of this posture. It can calm the mind, heart, strength, adjust the body posture, adjust the bone development, etc., and prepare for the next posture at the same time. When Dole saw this, he immediately became interested. He looked at the introduction below. This was a posture that needed to be maintained for a long time, so he did it according to the requirements. The movements are not difficult, and you can do them with a little effort, but it is difficult to maintain them. After doing it for a while, Dole felt his legs were numb, as if his legs would be useless if he didn't move them, so he relaxed. After writing down all the key points, he picked up the book again and looked at the next posture. The next posture is a standing posture, with the front and back feet separated, in an H-shaped shape, with both hands one in front and one behind. The front hand is a palm, the back hand is a fist, and the elbows are hanging, as if standing on the ground ready to hit someone, but this posture has many key points, with a slightly arched back and the fists and palms seeming to be about to be released, which is a very interesting movement. Dole took a few glances, wrote down the key points, then put down the book, got up from the bed, and followed it again. The movements are not difficult, and the key points are also very simple, but there is only one thing, that is, it is difficult to persist. Just like sitting, standing for 3 to 5 minutes, you will feel sore shoulders and thighs. But this aroused Dole's interest even more. He had been working in the mines for the past few years, practicing hammering every day, and his body had developed very well. Standing in this position could actually make him tired, which obviously had benefits. He stood for a while, sat for a while, and soon it was dark. The people in the slums were very quiet. After dark, except for some people talking in a low voice, no sound could be heard. This place was very poor, so poor that even rats and stray dogs would not come here, let alone thieves, who would probably starve to death in the slums. The people in the slums were very numb, and few people communicated with each other. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when Dole was practicing vigorously, Odo, who was sitting in the doghouse admiring Dole's boxing, suddenly turned his head and stood up from the ground. Dole was also startled by Otto. Seeing Otto looking out the door, Dole became alert and asked subconsciously, "Is there anyone?" Otto nodded his chin lightly and raised it again. He was not afraid of someone coming. After absorbing the mineral veins for 2 days, his strength has now recovered to about level 2. As long as it is not above level 2, he can make the other party come and never return. Dole was stunned by Otto's humane appearance. He carefully came to the door, pricked up his ears, and listened to the movement outside. Soon, he heard the sound of several footsteps, which were approaching him quickly. Dole didn't know if the owner of these footsteps was coming to him, because he had offended Otto, that bastard, during the day. If he came, it would be troublesome. He looked at the dog Otto and looked at the window door, and he immediately paid attention in his heart. Quietly came to the window and opened it. Dole jumped out quietly first, and then signaled the dog Otto to jump out. Otto naturally followed suit and jumped out. Then the man and the dog stood under the window, with their ears erect, listening to the noise outside together. They looked very funny. The owner of those footsteps soon came to Dole's door. After less than a second, Dole heard the sound of the door being kicked open. Then, a light and fire lit up. Someone lit a torch. Then, an angry voice sounded. "No one, that guy ran away." It was Otto's voice. Dole was slightly startled. It seemed that he couldn't stay here. Perhaps the sound of kicking the door was too loud. On the dark streets in the slums, the sound of doors opening one after another sounded, and everyone looked over here. Dole's home was very simple. There was only one small room with a table and a bed. Everything was clear at a glance. Otto didn't find Dole, and he didn't want to cause trouble. The situation in the slums was complicated. If he made trouble for Dole, no one would stop him. If he made trouble here, it would probably be very troublesome. Chapter 9. Son of a bitch, this dog runs fast. Odo came fast and left fast, slamming the door hard, without even looking at it, and walked away directly. He felt extremely aggrieved, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His twisted expression made the wound on his face hurt. He lowered his head to hide his true emotions. The group blew out the torches, and walked out of the slums in disgrace. At this time, people around started to talk, speculating what happened here, who did Dole offend, and was actually found in the middle of the night. In the dark night, a series of discussions came. Dole and Odo still hid under the window, and did not come out. They waited for a long time until the surrounding discussions disappeared, and then they went out, and came to the front of the gate. At this time, the gate was completely broken, and could no longer be used. Even if it was repaired, it was estimated that it would attract Odo's prying in the future. This place was unusable. Dole looked at Otto at his feet side, and said, "We have to move to another place." Otto didn't say anything at this time. He opened his mouth, whimpered, and then stopped moving. There was little in the slums, but there were many empty houses. There were many empty houses around Dole. They were all dead homeless people or houses of neighbors, who had moved to other places. Although it was dark, it was not difficult for Dole, who had lived here since childhood, to find a new place to live. There was a difference between occupied houses and unoccupied houses, and it was easy to tell them apart. After tidying up the bed and books, Dole didn't have any furniture, so he took them and left, and soon found a new place to live. As for the place he had just abandoned, although he had lived there for 7 or 8 years, Dole did not hesitate when he moved away. After moving, he thought that Otto hated him so much that he was afraid that the matter at the Bianchi mine would be completely over tomorrow, and he could not go there again. If he could not go to the mine, it would mean that he had no source of income. Dole felt that he had fallen into hell all of a sudden. He only had 3 copper coins on him. Even if he died tomorrow, he would starve to death the day after tomorrow. "Otto, you will die in my hands sooner or later." Dole was ruthless in his heart. He now valued the book The Legendary Journey of the Nalyi Magic Warrior in his hand more. As long as he could become a warrior, he would kill Otto first. The new place he lived in was almost exactly the same as the previous one, but it was full of dust. In the case of Duming County surrounded by mines, it was normal to have dust. In the middle of the night, Dole was not so particular. He just made a bed on the shabby wooden board, prepared a doghouse for Otto, and prepared to practice sitting posture. Although the things from hundreds of years ago are now obsolete, at least this is the only martial arts knowledge that he can learn at present, so he must practice it well, Dole thought in his heart. Soon a night passed. The next morning, Dole woke up from his sleep and found that his legs were sore and numb, as if his blood circulation was blocked. Last night, he kept the posture all night to compete, and now he felt that his legs were not his own. He wailed in pain, then laid his legs flat and hammered them hard with his hands. After a long time, he got rid of the soreness and numbness. Feeling that he was fine again, Dole looked at where Otto was, and was suddenly shocked. Otto was gone. At this moment, the gate opened, and Otto's sneaky head poked in from outside. Seeing Dole wake up, he immediately came over and licked his face. Feeling Otto's enthusiasm for him, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't run around, it would be fine. He touched the dog's head and said, "Stay at home and don't run around. Be careful not to become dog meat on someone's table." He was going to change a mine today, and he had to apply for a job in advance. There were mines all around Duming County, and there were many workers. Every morning, people working in the mines would go out of the city gate and pour into the major mines like a tide. The mines would only dislike the small number of people, not the large number of people. Although Duming County was a little poorer, it had a large population, all of whom came from various places to make a living, and the wages in the mines were very stable, so the miners had no problems with their lives. Of course, except for poor children, like Dole, who had no parents, they were easily bullied by some people. Dole came to the city gate, looked at the job openings around, picked one at random, and ran to the job opening location to apply. With his several years of experience in the Bianchi mine, the manager easily approved his application, and Dole found a job again, and went to work happily. The name of this mine is Silkworm Pupa. Dole was led by a gentle-looking manager, who arranged a partner for him and then left. The new partner was a middle-aged man with an older face, with muscles bulging on his exposed arms, and looked very strong. After the manager assigned the tasks, he left. In this way, a new day began again. The new partner didn't like to talk, but only liked to work. Dole had no choice but to work with him. Fortunately, although he didn't sleep properly all night, he was very energetic. At the end of the day, he could keep up with the energetic middle-aged man Obu, which made Obu look at him with admiration. However, there was no food in the Silkworm Pupa mine. Dole was hungry all day and almost fainted when he got off work. Although there was no food, the salary of Silkworm Pupa was 3 copper coins more than Bianchi, plus his original salary was 6 copper coins a day, so he could earn 9 copper coins a day, 4 copper coins more than in the Bianchi mine, which was still very cost-effective, but he had to bring his own food at noon and in the afternoon. Back to the market, after a full meal, I felt a little full. I didn't dare to stay outside for a long time, for fear of being found by Otto. I brought food to the dog Otto, and quickly returned to the nest. Nalyu's legendary journey ended at the second posture, and then it was basic boxing. The basic boxing technique has been fixed for thousands of years. Dole had learned it a long time ago. There was nothing to learn. He flipped through the content, and found nothing new or introduced. So he skipped it, and read the next one. The legendary magic warrior Nalyu practiced both magic and martial arts. Dole flipped to the back, and saw 3 big words at first glance: meditation. He was immediately excited. This was something that only wizards could learn. He looked down carefully, but he was a little discouraged. He didn't know many words. How could he learn it? With a sigh, Dole skipped this paragraph again. What he thought in his heart was to save money quickly and buy a book. Now he earns 9 copper coins a day. He can save about 2 copper coins a day. A dictionary costs about 50 copper coins. He can save enough in a month. Thinking of this, he felt a little helpless. But after flipping over, it was martial arts again. This time it was a real boxing technique. Dole was immediately refreshed. Cross-boxing technique, a low-level boxing technique. He first took a rough look at it. This boxing style has a total of 12 moves, most of which are extended versions of the basic boxing techniques. Most of the boxing techniques are defensive, and only 1 or 2 are purely offensive moves. The core purpose of this boxing style is cross-block, hand cross-block, elbow cross-block, shoulder elbow cross-block, elbow back cross-block, leg cross-block, and foot cross block. It seems that the defense is taken to the extreme, and the two offensive boxing techniques are cross punch and cross cannon punch, which look quite powerful. Chapter 10. Seeing this, Dole was refreshed. He had practiced basic boxing. Although he could not learn this cross boxing at first sight, he could figure out the main idea of the person who designed it. Although it was a boxing method based on blocking, as long as it was a boxing method, it could not be learned outside without spending money. He felt that he had picked up a treasure. Thinking of this, he carefully read the boxing method and wrote down the boxing method, key points of the action, precautions, etc. He read it very seriously, and gestured while writing. Odo lay in the doghouse, watching Dole gesture, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally led this kid on the right path. As long as he was willing to practice, plus he used magic to regulate him at night, it should not take long for him to enter the apprentice level. As long as he could enter the apprentice level, he would be able to find a proper job, and would not have to work in the mine. He strolled around the mines at night these few days. Seeing the environment of the mines, he sighed slightly in his heart. This is just a place to survive, not a place to make money. Moreover, Dole is still young, and the salary is just enough for one person to spend. He can't even afford to get sick. How can such a life be possible? As his savior, Odo felt that it was necessary to improve his life. Fortunately, Dole was not the kind of person who could not help himself. He knew how to make progress. He spent a little time thinking about it, and this guy got on the right track. Not bad. I will go and look for other places tonight to see if there are any small veins of magic crystal or in other places. It feels so good to suck it. I feel like I'm almost addicted. Ah, this kind of life is really good. Changing to a mine is not as distressing as Dole thought. On the contrary, the salary is more. In addition, his health is getting better. As long as the salary can keep up, life will be better than before. I don't feel as scared as before. As for the damn Otto, Dole thought that as long as he avoided him, he didn't have to be afraid at all. Now he was afraid that someone would tell on him and reveal his whereabouts. With Otto's vindictive character, he was afraid that he would not get any benefit. However, soon, 5 or 6 days passed, and Otto did not find Dole. Instead, Dole's cross-fist technique went from being unskilled at the beginning to being proficient now. Life seemed to be developing in a good direction. On February 1st, Dole was awakened by the sound of raindrops falling on the tarpaulin. Hearing this sound, he jumped out of bed and went to the window to look out. It was still a dark morning. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky and fell on the ground, forming puddles. The water overflowed in places with many puddles and flowed into the small canal. The sound of gurgling water poured into his ears. It's raining, damn it, I can't go to work today. Rain means that I can't work for 2 or 3 days. If I have to live off my savings, I need at least 10 copper coins a day, and when Dole thought of this, he wailed in his heart. He finally saved up 13 copper coins, but now they are gone. God is against him. Thinking of this, he looked sad and felt that he had worked in vain these days. In the past, he could bear the rain, but now he needs to eat a lot every day to learn boxing. How can he bear this? Sighing, Dole lay back on the bed, thinking about what to do on a rainy day. He can't just sit and eat. If he really has to lie down for 3 or 5 days, he will not be able to buy his dictionary. It's really tangled. Thinking of this, Dole sat cross-legged on the bed until dawn. He was used to the sitting posture now, and the numbness in his legs gradually faded away. After sitting for a while, he felt his whole body relaxed, which was very beneficial for rest. After practicing for a long time, Dole didn't feel how sleepy he was at all, and his whole body was full of strength. The only drawback was that he got hungry easily. You need food to grow your body, and you also need food to learn boxing. You don't have enough money to eat. If you take a break for 3 or 5 days without a salary, Dole feels like he's going crazy. This thought lasted until dawn. At this moment, a series of clanging sounds startled him. It was the sound of iron forging in the blacksmith shop, which was particularly loud in the early morning. Dole's mind immediately became lively. He could go to the blacksmith shop. With his current physique, he would definitely be able to apply for a small job. He had applied for a job before, but people dismissed him with just a few words on the grounds that he was not in good health. Now it would definitely work. Blacksmith shops are also a specialty of Duming City. There are 2 types of blacksmith shops in Duming City, one for forging ore, and the other for forging various ironware. The blacksmith shop for forging ore is called an official shop, which means that only officials can open it. They collect ore from major mines, refine ore themselves, and smelt iron ore into iron ingots. This is a unique business. Of course, the original ore does not have to be smelted in Duming County. After winter every year, various caravans will come from outside to collect ore and take it to other places for smelting. It's just that in Duming County, private smelting is not allowed. There are many second-type blacksmith shops, which forge various weapons, farm tools, repair carriages, and forge various miscellaneous blacksmith shops. There are several of them on the edge of the slums, and they often recruit laborers. The wages of laborers are very low, only 3 copper coins a day, but they are provided with meals all day, which is definitely a good job for Dole. Thinking of this, he put on his ragged clothes, said hello to Otto, pushed open the door, and rushed into the cold rain. Dormant is not big. It relies on the mines. People in the whole city live well. Except for people in the slums, people in other places have a decent life. After leaving the slums, walk a little further along the street, and you will reach the ordinary residential and commercial areas of Dormant. The area here is the largest in Dormant. Early in the morning, waves of ding-dong sounds came from all over, embellishing the early morning of Dormant. Usually at this time, it is the time for workers in the mine to go to work. People come and go, and it is very lively. But today it rained heavily, and there was no one on the street. Only a few blacksmiths were still forging iron under the shed. Dole is also an old hand here. Sometimes he often comes here to visit. He knows which one is cheap, which one is expensive, and which one has more work or less work. He is not deliberately going to learn any skills, but just doing odd jobs for a few days. Of course, he only chooses the one that pays the most. Soon, he came to the door of Lauka's blacksmith shop in the rain. At this moment, he was completely soaked, with water all over his hair and clothes, and hurried to the stove. The blacksmith also knew Dole, and while he was burning the fire, he joked, "It's you, kid, why are you here today? Why don't you go to the mine? It's raining so hard, how can I go? I came here today to ask if you need a handyman, paid by the day. I work for a few days." He turned up his sleeves, revealing his strong shoulders and arms. The blacksmith was stunned for a moment, and was about to make a mockery, but when he saw Dole's exposed arm, he thought there was something, so he smiled honestly and said, "Wait, I go ask Brother Ha." After that, he put down the bellows and walked to the back. The Lauka blacksmith shop is divided into 2 parts, the front stall and the back workshop. The back workshop is in the back, mainly for secondary processing and purification of the purchased iron ingots, usually not outside, and the front stall in the front is the place where iron is officially forged. Chapter 11. It didn't take long for the blacksmith to go in. He quickly came out, followed by a burly middle-aged man in linen clothes. His skin was shiny black, even his face was black. He was obviously a blacksmith, but his clothes were very decent. It was obvious that he didn't do much ironwork. Dole, who was warming himself by the stove, saw this man and immediately stood up, lowered his head and said, "Brother Ha, hello, I want to apply for a job as a laborer." Brother Ha came close to Dole and looked him up and down. He suddenly reached out and patted Dole's shoulder. Dole knew what he was doing, so he didn't dodge at all. He stepped hard to meet Brother Ha's big hand. Bump! Dole's feet shook, and his whole body was shrunk down, but his body was still straight. Ha Gu pinched Dole's shoulder and said with a smile, "Boy, you are great. You have worked in the mine for 2 years. Now, you can work with Varek. Do whatever he asks you to do. For copper coins a day is okay?" "Yes," and he gave you an extra copper coin. Dole immediately patted his chest and said, okay, thank you, Ha Gu, thank you, Ha Gu." Ha Gu looked at Dole's young face, thought for a while, and said, "If you don't want to be a laborer, you can be an apprentice. It depends on whether you have good eyesight. Can you be an apprentice?" Dole's eyes lit up, and he agreed immediately. Although blacksmith apprentices do not have wages, they are different from laborers. They can learn skills from the master and become formal blacksmiths in the future. Formal blacksmiths, even naturalized blacksmiths registered with the Blacksmiths Union, earn monthly income in silver coins instead of copper coins. It is definitely a soaring thing. If you can be a blacksmith apprentice, then the dictionary thing can be postponed to the future. Don't rush. Ha Gu was just talking casually. He could see that Dole didn't want to waste a day eating, so he worked as a handyman. However, the blacksmith shop also needed people. If Dole wanted to be a blacksmith in the future, he could do it with his current physique. Of course, physique is physique. Whether you can eat this bowl of rice still depends on talent and hard work. It has little to do with physique. But physique is the foundation. Without physique, you can't do it. Varek was the blacksmith who just talked to Dole. Seeing Hagu agreed, he also smiled honestly. Virik was a second-level blacksmith who could forge second-level ironware. Now he didn't have a handyman to help him, so he was very happy. Hagu said a few words, then left the forge and went to the back, while Dole stayed next to Virik. Virik looked at Dole and said in a muffled voice, "This is your first time as a handyman. Let me be clear. If you mess up, I will beat you up." Dole naturally nodded hurriedly, indicating that he would do it well. Virik is a second-level blacksmith, responsible for a forge alone. Next to the forge are mold styles, iron felt, and ice water for quenching. There are not enough laborers these 2 days, so they are all assigned to the third-level blacksmiths. As a result, Virik, a second-level blacksmith, has no laborers available. He is very worried. Just when Dole arrived, he is very relieved. Virik has already lit the fire in the forge, and he is waiting for it to burn vigorously, and then he will start to prepare for the work. At the other forges, there are laborers, and they have already started to forge, and Virik is also quite anxious. After the matter was settled, Virik arranged work for Dole. The first thing was to light the fire, add carbon to the forge, and then pull the bellows to make it burn more vigorously, while Virik went to prepare the mold and iron ingots. As a member of Duming City, Dole has some experience in iron ore processing. The newly mined iron ore needs to be screened, then sanded, and then processed into pig iron through a blacksmith furnace. The pig iron is then smelted to remove more impurities and become rough iron, and then refined again to become usable steel. To get higher grade steel, more processing and some means are required, and finally it can become a usable steel ingot. Among them, fire plays a big role. In Duming City, in addition to the charcoal fire used by civilians, the most powerful is the large magic fire used by the officials themselves. That is the fire that only wizards can use, and civilians can't touch it at all. For ordinary people, wizards are sacred beings, and they can't touch it at ordinary times, let alone magic fire. It is said that it is a flame that is 10 times more powerful than charcoal fire. Charcoal fire can melt steel, so isn't the magic fire even more terrifying? Dole was burning the fire while thinking wildly in his mind. Soon, he burned the fire vigorously. Compared with working in the mine, pulling the bellows is actually a very easy thing. Virik, who was standing there busy, saw that Dole was very diligent in making the fire burn brightly, and he was secretly happy. He had already brought the iron ingot over, and when he saw the flames burn brightly, he asked Dole to get the crucible to prepare to melt the steel ingot. The work was not difficult, but tedious. Virik wanted this and that, and he had to take care of the flames from time to time, and he couldn't let the fire go down. After a while, he was roasted red by the flames, and his whole body was steaming. Dole pulled the bellows vigorously, making the fire red, and the iron ingot in the crucible was quickly melted. At this time, Virik had already prepared the mold. Dole was not just simply burning the fire, he was also observing the surroundings, and was very curious about all the blacksmith's craftsmanship. The mold is a sandbox. The sand inside is very fine and firm. After it is fixed, a wide broadsword prop is put into it. After pressing a mark in the sand, the broadsword is taken away, and the sandbox is closed again, leaving only one end of the sandbox exposed and placed on the ground. The next process is unremarkable. The ordinary iron ingot is melted into water, and then poured into the mold. With a burst of smoke, after all the molten iron is poured in, wait for a while, open the mold, and the black broadsword embryo will be exposed. At this time, it is time to start forging. 2 people cooperate. One person burns the fire and adds carbon, and the other person beats the embryo. A morning passes quickly, and a 9-forged broadsword is freshly baked. The next step is polishing. Dole saw that during the forging process, Virik was not simply hammering on the broadsword, but had a pattern, switching between the big hammer and the small hammer, and being able to detect the broadsword's appearance and center of gravity at any time, all of which were very particular. After forging a sword, Dole felt that he had learned a lot. After taking a break, Virik called Dole and prepared to eat something. At this time, Virik really accepted Dole. The young man was very strong and capable, not bad. It was mealtime at this time. On the way in, he met many people coming out with food. Dole saw what they were eating. It was fragrant rice and small pieces of meat. His eyes were suddenly straight. Seeing Dole's appearance, Virik laughed and said, "Work hard. If you do well, you can eat this every day." Along the way, many people greeted Virik, and many people saw the little boy Dole and gave friendly greetings. This made Dole feel that the blacksmith group was still very loving. Chapter 12. Back Kitchen. The kitchen of Lauka's blacksmith shop is a separate large room. After entering, you will see a long table with several basins on it. There are 2 large basins with white flour rice balls and rice, 2 small plates with large bowls, and the rest are a few pots with vegetables and meat dishes. However, at this time, Dole saw that some dishes were for the workers, and some were for the masters. There were special labels. He looked at it, and burst into tears. There were no meat dishes, only vegetables and rice balls. But it was good to have rice. After eating rice balls for several years, I almost forgot what rice tasted like. When did I start to forget it? It seems to be when my parents died. Thinking of this, he felt a little sad. He wondered if his parents in heaven were doing well. Is it good there? Oh, feeling Dole's low mood, Virek patted his shoulder and said, "Don't think too much. You will have the strength to work only if you are full. Come on, eat." He brought 2 bowls to Dole, and went to the front to get rice. There was only one chef watching in the kitchen. When he saw Dole coming, he smiled and said, "A newcomer is here. Why do you look familiar?" Dory raised his head and said, "I live in the slums. I live next door. I used to come here often." The chef suddenly remembered something and nodded. Without saying anything, he pointed to the big pot of meat and said, "You are here for the first time. You can get some meat." Dole was immediately grateful. He practiced martial arts, and it was time to eat meat. He had been eating vegetables recently, and the nutrition was not enough. There is enough rice and rice balls. Eat as much as you can. Don't worry about not being full. Virek filled his bowl, and handed the rice spoon to Dole. The place to eat is very casual, you can eat anywhere, but most blacksmiths take it to the forge. And you can also look after the fire to prevent the temperature from dropping too low, otherwise it will take time to light the fire later. After a delicious meal, Dole felt very happy. Eating and drinking well is the life of a human being. He decided not to go to the mine and work here. Every copper coin less a day is a copper coin less. But being able to eat is the most important thing for Dole now. This is related to whether he can be a qualified soldier in the future. If he can be a soldier, who would be willing to be a miner? Thinking of this, his mind became active. While eating, he tried to test Virek's tone. Virek was not the boss, and he couldn't say anything. He could only tell him some daily things. After all, there were many blacksmith shops in Duming City, and they were in short supply of small workers every day. He could only say that as long as Dole came every day, he would have food every day, that was for sure. Hearing this, Dole was very excited. He became more and more energetic when working in the afternoon, which made Virek very happy. Virek sighed, "The children in the slums are easy to feed, they work so hard when they are given a meal." Duming County is located in the central and northern part of the Northern Kingdom. It is geographically biased to the north. Although the weather is getting warmer in late winter, it is still cold. The rain fell for 3 consecutive days. On the 3rd day, the temperature had dropped to an extreme, and it felt like winter was coming. On the morning of the 3rd day, Dole was awakened by the cold. The quilt he was covered with was like no quilt. He shivered all over. Looking at the bright sky outside, he rubbed his hands, said hello to Otto, and walked out directly. It was still warm in the blacksmith shop. As for Otto, there was no need to worry about it. His fur was so thick that the temperature had almost no effect on him. Otto looked at Dole's departing back, and felt a little funny. What a weak human being. He had a very comfortable life these 2 days. He went to look for mineral veins a few nights ago, and actually found 2 other mineral veins. Although it was raining, what did it matter? After absorbing the magic crystals, he could also eat some wild game in the mountains. TSK. This day was not bad. Compared with Dole, his life was much more refreshing. However, he also saw that Dole found a job in the blacksmith shop, and he treated him at night, which was considered to be a makeshift. Dog Otto thought a lot these days, and through Dole, he also got some understanding of the entire human race, and even the entire Northern Kingdom. The rain stopped today, and the temperature in the early morning was very low. There were even some white things on the ground. Dole walked out of the slums, and came to the blacksmith shop along the small canal without washing his face. At this time, the blacksmith shop had just opened, and the workers began to clean and light a fire. Everyone greeted each other, and Dole also began to prepare. When the flame of the forge rose, he felt a little bit of warm air from the outside, entering his body little by little. His body gradually warmed up. While pulling the bellows, he looked around. He was looking for Virek, but Virek hadn't come yet at this time today. At this time, Hoggut came out and shouted to Dole from a distance, "Dole, Virek is sick and won't come today. You follow Prado today." Dole was stunned. Prado, doesn't he have a laborer? Prado is also a second-level blacksmith. There are 2 laborers alone, who are older than Dole, Eric and Yudo. If he is included, wouldn't there be 3 laborers? Dole was a little dazed. Seeing Dole in a daze, Hagu shouted again, "Go when I tell you to go. Are you afraid of not getting food or wages? Why are you in a daze?" After being scolded, Dole nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, Hagu, I go right away." He put down the bellows, scooped some water from the pool next to him, and poured it on the newly red flame. With a burst of smoke, the flame gradually went out. After doing all this, Dole came to Prado's forge. Prado looked at Dole and smiled. "Although you are small, you are very strong. You can pull the bellows today. I have a lot of work today. Eric and Yudo are too busy." Dole didn't care who he followed. It was just that he had been with Virik for 2 days, and had developed feelings for him. He was a little uncomfortable without him. After hearing this, he nodded and smiled naively. "I'm just looking for a living, as long as Boss Prado doesn't despise me." Eric and Yudo beside him laughed at the same time. "We are all looking for a living here." Prado nodded and said, "Today's task of our blacksmith shop is to forge 11 steel swords. The guards of the city lord require it. We have 4 second-level blacksmiths, for each, and I have 3. However, I am forging for the captain of the city lord, which requires more precision and may take a little longer, so I trouble you 3 to help today. Dole, the fire is ready. It must be big enough, you understand? No matter what level the blacksmith is, he can only make 1 ironware in a noon, or about 3 per day. Moreover, the higher the level, the more refined the forging, but in fact the slower it is. A second-level blacksmith can easily make 3 to 4 second-level ironware a day, and even 5 if some processes are reduced. However, for third-level ironware, no matter what kind of weapon it is, it will not exceed 3 at most. If you want to make 4, you have to work overtime. So when Prado said that, Dole knew that he might need to work hard today. Sure enough, from the beginning of the forging, no one stopped. Dole's hand holding the handle of the bellows almost never stopped, and it took a whole day. Chapter 13. There are many processes for a second-level blacksmith to forge fine ironware. The number of forgings is relatively high, and the shape of the ironware must be kept unchanged, which is relatively difficult. Prado has good skills, but he is exhausted after a day. Dole did not expect to become a blacksmith. You know, although the monthly salary of a junior apprentice is only commission, if he can forge some farm tools and tools without grades, he will have copper coins and silver coins in his account. The amount every month is not small, which is many times better than being a laborer or working in a mine. Moreover, after becoming a first-level blacksmith, he can forge weapons and armor, and the salary will be higher. However, Dole always thinks that he can become a warrior, so he keeps this idea in his heart. However, he is still willing to learn as long as there is a chance in the blacksmith shop. Dole was exhausted after a day of clanging. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that he finished forging 3 broadswords. The third-level blacksmiths and laborers in the entire blacksmith shop were exhausted for a whole day. However, Hago was very clear about the 3 meals a day, and everyone could eat meat, which made Dole very happy. After the forging was completed, Prado breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was polishing, which did not require these small workers. Yudo and Eric were already tired and their faces were red, while Dole was not affected at all, just a little out of breath. Prado thought Dole was very good and had the potential to become a blacksmith. He was thinking about whether to dig Dole from Virik. After dinner in the evening, Hago called all the small workers together and started to distribute money. All the small workers who participated in today's work got an extra copper coin, and everyone was very happy. When leaving, Brother Ha asked Dole to stay. Dole was a little confused, but he stayed to see what Brother Ha would say. Brother Ha was not the owner of the blacksmith shop, but the manager. After everyone left, he took out another copper coin and handed it to Dole, saying with a slightly tempting tone, "Dole, do you want to be a blacksmith, a real blacksmith?" Dole was a little stunned and a little unbelievable. It has only been a few days, and Brother Ha thinks so highly of him. Brother Ha showed a rare smile on his dark face and said, "The most basic thing to become a blacksmith is to have strength. Look at Yudo and Eric. Although they are older than you, they are. If they are not as strong as you, I would not recommend them to become blacksmiths. You are different. You have the potential to become a blacksmith." Dole lowered his head, just thought for a while, and said, "Okay, then I will be an apprentice." Being an apprentice is different from being a laborer. Apprentices do not get paid. Only when they make ironware and sell it, they will get a little share. This is the rule of the blacksmith shop. In this way, apprentices can be prevented from being lazy and learn faster. If they can learn to make ironware as soon as possible, the income will be much better than being a laborer. In Duming City, there are many apprentices like Dole. After Hagu confirmed it, he patted Dole on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Don't worry, apprentices have nothing to do most of the time. If the master needs you to do odd jobs, you can go, and you will be paid a certain amount of money." He could see that Dole was really here for the money, otherwise he would not have come to the more tiring blacksmith shop. In comparison, although the mine looked tiring, it was more comfortable and easier than the blacksmith shop. Hearing this, Dole blushed. Hagu obviously saw what he was thinking, so he spoke frankly. He thought for a while and said, "Actually, I just want to buy a dictionary. After buying the dictionary, I will have no shortage of money. Then you can ask me to do anything." Hagu was a little surprised. He looked at Dole as if he saw Dole for the first time. "You want to learn to write?" Dole shook his head. "I just want to learn to read." Hagu smiled immediately, patted his shoulder, and said, "Wait." He turned and went to the backyard. Dole was puzzled. What was Hagu going to do? After a while, Hagu came out from the backyard with a thick book in his hand. He smiled and said, "No need to buy it. I have an unused book here. You can take it. I've agreed that I won't pay you." Dole was stunned. He hurriedly thanked him. His purpose was the dictionary. If he didn't want to pay, he didn't want to pay. What's the big deal? When he becomes a soldier in the future, the money will come easily. There's no need to rush. At this moment, he was moved to tears. Although blacksmiths are usually dull, it can be seen that they are just not good at expressing their feelings. Whether it is Virek, Hagu, or Prado, in Dole's eyes, they are not dull at all. They are cold on the outside and warm on the inside. "Thank you, Hagu, thank you, Hagu. I will work hard to become a real blacksmith." Dole held the book in his arms, and cherished it very much. Hagu smiled faintly and said, "I invested in you because I saw that you work very hard. If you were like Uduo and the others, I would not do this. Keep working hard. The future belongs to you young people." Dole was grateful. Back in the slums, Dole walked along with a brisk pace. During the day, the weather was clear, the temperature rose, and it was a little warm at night. Not long after Dole entered the slums, he was still happy, and the dog Otto came out from the shadows, and came to his side. Just when Dole was wondering, the dog Otto bit his clothes and pulled him hard. The dog Otto was very strong. With Dole's current strength, he was pulled to the side by him. He immediately knew that the dog Otto might have discovered something and warned him. Dole didn't know why, so he could only follow the dog Otto. They came to the slums, and found a shadow to hide. Soon, in the dark, they saw several people wandering around in the slums. They seemed to be wandering around without a purpose, but in fact most of their eyes were on Dole's room. "Damn it, they come here again. This Odo is not a dog. How many days have passed, and he is still staring at me. He comes to me as soon as the weather clears up. It's really a dog. Fortunately, it's Odo, otherwise I would be in trouble today." He touched Odo's head with some fear. He suddenly remembered that the book was still at home. If these people could come here, they must have found his home. What about the book? When he thought of this, he suddenly became anxious and became agitated. At this time, his hand was bitten by Odo, which was quite painful. He turned his head impatiently, and prepared to see what happened to Odo. After this look, he was stunned. This dog was really a spirit. He actually brought the book out in a bag. "Okay, that's nice of you. It's not in vain that I picked you up." In the shadows, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the book was still there, it was fine. There were many rotten houses in the slums. The beds were no longer needed. Just find a place to live, and let the dog Otto find it. He secretly glanced at those people, and walked around them. The slums didn't look big, but in fact, they looked big once you walked in. With Otto watching where he lived, Dole didn't dare to go back at all. He quickly found a small house that no one lived in and hid in it. Chapter 14. Today was really exciting. So many things happened during the day, and Odo was chasing him when he came back at night. Dole felt that things happened one after another recently, and the rhythm of life was a bit chaotic. This was not a good sign. He had to become an apprentice quickly, and learn to make simple tools so that he could have money. Then, he could buy a house in the civilian area. With patrols in the slums, Odo would not dare to be so presumptuous. When Dole thought of this, he felt that his future must be very bright, definitely better than when his parents were there. But the future is the future, and now he has to do the things in front of him well. There is no bed in the new place, only a hard bedboard. Dole also has no candles. He has a dictionary but cannot read books. Oh, it's so sad. In the afternoon, Dole couldn't find a place to keep warm, so he could only call the dog Odo over and prepare to hold it to sleep all night. Not to mention, the dog Odo was still quite warm. Dog Odo felt like he had no desire to live the whole night. I am a hellhound, a level 7 creature, not your pillow, Dog Odo roared in his heart. Awooh! After a night, although he was holding Dog Odo, his back was still against the wall, which was a bit cold, so when he woke up, he felt stiff all over. Looking at the dawn, Dole struggled to get up and said to Dog Odo, "Forget it, let's all go to the blacksmith shop today. You be fine if you behave." Dog Odo wanted to take a step back to indicate that he would not go, then he lay on the ground and lazily put his head on his paws. With such a humane expression, Dole knew that this was a protest. Can this guy really understand what he said? He was a little confused, but this guy was really spiritual. Forget it, if he doesn't want to go, then he won't go. Dole prepared a little, then took the book and quietly left the new house. Although he knew that Otto's people were unlikely to be outside, it was better to be safe than sorry. A new day began again. Today, Virek also came early. He just didn't look very good, but he could still work. When he saw Dole coming here, he immediately pulled the corner of his mouth and cracked his signature silly smile. He knew that Dole's status was different, so he didn't use Dole, but seeing Dole still quickly started to pack things and light the fire, he nodded in his heart. The children in the slums were precocious and diligent, which he liked very much. As an apprentice, Dole's tasks were different from before, and he had a lot more freedom. He could observe the methods of blacksmiths making ironware, and could freely choose which master to follow. He chose Virek. Now he was no longer Virek's handyman, but Virek's helper and apprentice. Virek also had a good impression of Dole, and did not refuse. On the outermost side of the blacksmith shop, on the left side, are various tools for daily life, such as kitchen knives, hoes, etc. A young man named Lin Rui is watching over them. If there are customers, he will introduce them. On the right side are various weapons, the most common of which are swords, great swords for fighting, rapiers for fighting swordsmen in the warrior profession, broadswords for riding, as well as spears, shields and other weapons. In the city of Duming, the most abundant thing may be various weapons. Of course, most of these weapons are not sold domestically. Many caravans will come to collect them every year, and then sell them to other places. Therefore, most of the time, blacksmiths will accumulate various weapons and store them, and then sell them when the caravans come. The people in this world are tough and ordinary children are required to practice basic martial arts, so ordinary people sometimes carry weapons. So the sales of weapons are much higher than the sales of ordinary tools. Dole is now an apprentice. When the task is not very tight, he can learn to make some small things with Virek, such as kitchen knives, scissors with a little more difficulty, hoes, sickles, and ordinary axe for chopping wood. The first thing he learned was a kitchen knife. Don't think that kitchen knives are easy, but in fact they are not easy. Although there is a mold, Dole completely messed up the first time he got started. He used a small hammer, but even so, the mold he just made was broken into 2 halves after a few hammers. At this time Virek began to laugh at him, and then taught him many tricks. Blacksmiths also have martial arts, and hammering is one of them. Dole was surprised when he heard this. A blacksmith actually had to learn martial arts, but then he saw Virek's skills in using the hammer, which more or less had some shadows of hammering, and then he believed it. No wonder no one dared to cause trouble in the blacksmith shop. These blacksmiths looked honest, but they were not easy to deal with. At noon, after a break, Virek called Dole to the side of Tiefen and said, "You are the apprentice that Brother Ha specifically asked for, so I won't hide anything from you. There are 3 hammering methods in our blacksmith shop, 2 basic hammering methods, and 1 low-level hammering method. These are what you will learn in the future. The basic hammering method is very simple. I usually use it when forging weapons. You must have observed it carefully. I won't say more here. Watch carefully, and I will demonstrate it now." He picked up a small hammer, and used a clamp to pick up a scrap sword blank, and started to hit it. His movements were very interesting. He jumped up lightly, without leaving the ground, and then dropped the hammer heavily. The force on the sword blank was not very strong. After doing this 3 times, he changed his movements. He still jumped up lightly, without leaving the ground, lowered his waist, and rounded his shoulders. After using his arm to the extreme, he bent his elbows, and hit the sword blank heavily. The sword blank shook heavily. After doing this 3 times, he changed his movements again, but they were basically the same, with only changes in strength. The last change was to tap lightly, but the movement was very urgent and fast. The tapping on the sword blank was like pearls falling on a jade plate, ding-dong-dong, but very rhythmic. After 7 movements, Virek stopped and asked Dole, "Do you understand?" Dole was a little stunned. He touched his scalp and said, "I've got it." Virek smiled and said, "This is called the light and heavy basic hammer method. There are 7 variations. You can see that there is no particular requirement. It is used for forging, not for hitting people. Just try it more. Pay more attention to how I do it. Also, weigh the embryo more often to feel the changes in the center, and make the thickness uniform. Only in this way can you make good things. Try more. I estimate that it will take at least 1 month for you to make an ordinary kitchen knife." Dole was a little discouraged. If he could only make a kitchen knife in a month, when would he be able to become a real blacksmith? However, he also knew that it was not easy to become a blacksmith. It can be seen from the fact that Virek is almost 30 years old, and is only a second-level blacksmith. "I will try hard." He encouraged himself, and then carefully recalled the movements of Virek, and was a little confused in his heart. These movements did not seem difficult, but it was probably not easy to master them. After all, making weapons requires thousands of hammers, and can't be sloppy at all. If the force is not right after a few hammers, the embryo will be scrapped directly. If you want to eat this bowl of rice, you have to think hard about these things. Dole is still clear about this. Just work honestly. It's good to be full now. Why bother to be picky? Virek laughed when he saw Dole's look. At this time, Brother Hawk came over from the side, and brought someone with him, and said to Virek, "Virek, business is here. This customer wants to make a sword. You do whatever he asks. The man is in your hands." Virek shouted loudly, agreed to this matter, and then observed the person who came. Chapter 15. Observing the user of a weapon is the first factor for a blacksmith to forge a weapon for a customer. Height, arm length, waist, shoulder and hip proportions are used to judge the characteristics of the weapon used. Tailoring is something that a blacksmith must learn. Virek carefully looked at the visitor. He was wearing a black suit, exposing his entire body. It was easy to observe his body shape. He had long legs, long arms, and sharp eyes. He was a little confused in his heart. Could this person be an assassin? With this body shape, narrow rapiers and fighting swords can really exert their maximum power. Long legs are conducive to agility and quick movements. Long arms can thrust. Sharp eyes can observe the weaknesses of others and hit the target with one strike. This person is either an assassin or a swordsman who has lived in the duel field for a long time. Virek first observed and came to such a conclusion. This person's appearance is also very ordinary, which also meets one of the 3 elements of an assassin. He smiled naively. "Sir, what kind of sword do you need? Can you please tell me in detail?" The man in black nodded calmly. His eyes lingered on the 2 men for a moment, and then said, "Are you good at sword fighting or stabbing?" "I want to see both. We are better at sword fighting. I have a style that I made before. Please refer to it first, and then decide." The man in black nodded, "Okay." Virek gave Dole a look, then reached out and touched his eyes, meaning to pay attention, and then took the man in black outside to see what those swords looked like. Dole nodded gently, then watched carefully from the side to see how Virek did it, and observed his details. Although he had only been doing it for a few days, he had learned to read people's expressions. He quickly realized intuitively that this man in black might not be simple. His figure, arms, and legs were all very slender. He had only seen such a figure around those nobles passing by on the roadside. They were sword fighters raised by the nobles, who were used for sword fighting for fun. Such people were generally very powerful. They licked blood from their swords every day. They had to be very powerful. Such people were much more powerful than the guards and managers in the mines. Dole was a little jealous. The style of the sword was very simple. It was a round iron stick with a sharp sword tip in front, which was very convenient for stabbing, but it had no other functions. This style of sword had only one function, which was stabbing. The main function of the sword body was to block. Its function was to fight between the nobles, and it would not easily hurt people's lives. After looking at many swords, the man in black finally chose a long-handled 2-handed sword style, and then retailored it according to his height, arm length, etc. This was not difficult for the blacksmith, and it was his specialty. After determining the style, appearance and main functions, the men in black left the stage and waited, while Dole and Virek began to play. One of them set the fire, and the other went to the back to get the materials, and soon they started working. This time, Virek did not forge it alone, but explained to Dole how to do it while forging it. Since the opponent's strength was unknown, it looked very strong. Virek could only make a second-level fighting sword at most, so he had to show all his skills. Virek worked very hard, and all the details were in place. The advanced warriors had already had a preliminary contact with Fighting Spirit and needed Fighting Spirit to bless them, so they had high requirements for the material of the fighting sword itself. Virek and Dole communicated and introduced it in detail, especially the relationship between the various professions. Warrior apprentices are those who can skillfully use a martial art, cultivate body flexibility, and reach a certain level of physical strength. They are called primary warrior apprentices. Primary warriors mainly focus on bones, fascia, and internal organs, and strengthen their bodies again. When they reach the intermediate warrior apprentice, they strengthen their bones and internal organs. When they reach the advanced warrior apprentice, they begin to contact the fighting spirit method, introduce fighting spirit seeds, and strengthen their bodies. Here, they mainly strengthen the tendons, bones, and muscles, and have strong strength. The strength of advanced warriors is about 3 times that of ordinary people. Therefore, when forging weapons, they should be as strong as possible, otherwise it will be a blow to their reputation if they break when used by others. Dole nodded. He knew how powerful advanced warriors were. The squadron leaders guarding the city gate were all intermediate warrior apprentices, and the captains were all advanced warrior apprentices. They were very powerful. When blacksmiths forged weapons, they folded and forged as many times as possible to make up for some minor problems in the forging process with the number of forgings. Moreover, the flexibility and strength of weapons forged multiple times will be greatly improved. This forging technique itself is an advanced forging skill. 1 to 9 forgings is a first-level blacksmith, 9 to 18 forgings is a second-level blacksmith, 18 to 27 forgings is a third-level blacksmith, 27 forgings and above is a fourth-level blacksmith, but in a small city like theirs, there are basically no fourth-level blacksmiths. 3 levels is the limit, and the real fourth-level blacksmiths are no longer here. Dole has now learned the hammer method, which is considered to be a martial art. His status has changed from a civilian to an apprentice warrior and an apprentice blacksmith. Virek used the best materials, and after a while of clanging, he quickly made the appearance of a fighting sword. The man in black was not in a hurry. While observing where the two were forging swords, he looked around boredly. Virek's skills were undoubtedly good, but while doing it, he had to teach the child how to forge it, which made him a little curious. So he focused on Dole. After observing for a while, he found that the little guy had a good figure, long legs and arms, and it can be seen that he often exercises and has enough strength. He is a good candidate for practicing sword fighting. However, he just felt that for a child like this who came out to work early, his family could not afford the cost of learning martial arts. Even if he was taught, he would not have much future if no one taught him the fighting skills in the future. Learning martial arts is very expensive. The food and drink are different from ordinary people. These thoughts flashed through his mind. It took about 3 hours, and a fresh, hot sword was produced. After testing, the man in black nodded with satisfaction, then paid the money and left. He also gave Virek some extra tips, a silver coin. This silver coin naturally fell into Virek's pocket. This is also a major source of income for them as blacksmiths. This scene made Dole a little jealous. That was a silver coin, but he had never touched a silver coin. Seeing Dole's gaze, Virek was a little amused, took out the silver coin from his pocket, and said, "Here, let me feel it for you." Dole smiled awkwardly, did not respond, but went to the furnace by himself. Virek laughed, put the silver coin away, looked at Dole's back and said, "Little guy, practice hard, and when you can make some small things, you won't be short of money." Dole nodded fiercely. As an apprentice, in addition to helping the blacksmith who taught him, he could also use some scraps to practice. Whether the things he made were good or bad, they could not be considered his own, but the assets of the blacksmith shop. After all, coal was needed to burn fire, and there was a limit on the time to use the iron furnace every day, and it was impossible to use it unlimitedly. Chapter 16. The best time to use the furnace is when the blacksmith has just finished using it, and the furnace is still hot. You can use the fire to make some ordinary farm tools that can be made with ordinary iron blocks. Dole naturally needs to use the furnace just now. Soon, the blacksmith's shed was jingling. While resting, Virek instructed Dole and nodded quickly. This kid is very good. It depends on how much comprehension he has. The highest level blacksmith in Mondo City is only level 3. Because from level 2 to level 3 blacksmith, the blacksmith needs to have a certain foundation of fighting spirit. After having the foundation of fighting spirit, he needs to use fighting spirit to draw various array patterns on the weapon. Being able to use fighting spirit to attach array patterns to weapons is the main criterion for whether the Shackles blacksmith can be promoted. But most of the blacksmiths in Mondo City are only level 2. A big part of the reason is that everything is easy to reach, but fighting skills are hard to find. Fighting skills in any blacksmith shop are clearly marked with a price, at least 20 gold coins, and that's the lowest level. After working for so many years, Varric has only saved 10 gold coins. On the one hand, he has to subsidize the family, and accumulating 20 gold coins is simply a long way off. He didn't tell Dole about this, for fear of undermining his confidence. But this child has a good thing, that is, he is used to hard times. As long as he can survive, he is very happy and contented. He is a good child. Soon, it was time for dinner. Although Dole worked hard in the blacksmith shop, the amount of activities was very large, comparable to being in the mine. After a morning, his arms and waist were sore, but there was one good thing, that there was enough food and meat to eat. Dole hadn't eaten meat for a long time, so he didn't feel anything if he was a little bit tired. Anyway, he was very happy after a day. When he had time, he would go forging iron and practice basic hammering techniques. He had a lot of fun, and it also strengthened his body. Soon, a day passed, and it was time to get off work again. Turn off the furnace, turn off the fire, and pack up the tools. After a day of hard work, Dole can bring back a small hammer that he can use today. In the words of Varric, to use the tools well, you must be familiar with them. When he first started forging, he would sleep with a small hammer in his arms at night, and it was closer than his wife. After saying goodbye to Varric, other blacksmiths, apprentices, and Haggu, Dole stood at the door of the blacksmith shop, waved goodbye to them, turned around and looked at the slightly dark city, watching the sunset gradually go down, and felt a sense of loneliness in his heart for no reason. The blacksmith shop was very lively, but he was alone when he went back at night. On the not-so-quiet avenue, his expression gradually changed from joy and happiness to indifference. This is him alone at night. Looking at the dark road, he muttered to himself, "That bastard should not come tonight. If he comes, I will hit him to death with a small hammer." He tightened his clothes and tucked the small hammer into his wide sleeves. Stepping into the avenue, Dole's lonely figure quickly disappeared on the roadside. The slums were not far from here. Walking into the slums, a familiar and friendly feeling arose spontaneously. Walking through the canal, Dole soon saw his new home. As he walked, he quietly observed the surroundings. There were no suspicious people. After arriving at the door, he quickly opened the door, then entered and closed the door, 3 actions in one go. At this time, the dog Otto had already been waiting at the door. As soon as Dole came in, the dog Otto circled around him. Dole stroked the dog's head and played with it for a while, before he took the food out of his body, and put it in front of Otto. The food in the blacksmith shop was much richer than outside. He wrapped it in paper, and it was still a little warm. Otto opened the oil paper package in a few seconds, and finished eating it quickly. After eating, he bit the oil paper package with his mouth and took it outside. Dole was amazed. Otto was really smart. After finishing this, he closed the door, then took out a candle from his arms, and prepared to read carefully. He read the story book of Nalyi carefully. While reading, he looked up the dictionary and recognized the words in it. This was a very slow process. There were too many words he didn't know, and sometimes he didn't know the words in the dictionary, so he had to look them up. This caused him to read very slowly, very slowly. However, Dole still read with relish. The only sounds in the room were breathing, and the sound of turning pages. He also discovered a phenomenon, that is, when he was reading, the dog Otto would not bother him at all, lying there very quietly, with a pair of eyes that seemed to be full of wisdom. Dole felt that he was like a fool, and he actually thought that a dog could be intelligent, which was simply a ghost. He was quickly attracted by Nalyi's story and immersed in it. This is a very great person, also very powerful, and most importantly, very smart. From a small family son, he started learning martial arts, and then learned witchcraft. He was very good at using his brain and made rapid progress. Then he walked out of the manor and entered the world, step by step. Dole watched for a while, and the candle burned out quickly. He sighed, then put down the book and started practicing the fighting posture. He found that this standing posture was actually effective. At least after practicing for a few days, he felt light all over and his movements were coordinated, so he planned to practice it for a while every day before going to bed. After reading Nalyi's biography today, I became very interested in this fighting posture, because Nalyi had laid a good foundation with this fighting posture. In order to deal with Otto, the bastard, Dole had to seize every opportunity to improve his ability. In this way, he practiced several movements back and forth until his legs were numb and his arms were tired, and then he rested and soon fell into a deep sleep. The hellhound dog Odo got up from the ground and saw Dole, who was already asleep. His two drooping ears quickly folded up and stood straight, and at the same time, all the dog's states were folded. He glanced at Dole, and a light spurted out of his mouth, fell on Dole's body, and soon disappeared. The door opened automatically at this time, and the dog Odo quietly slipped out. In the exploration of the past few nights, he has roughly determined that deeper in the iron mines of Duming County, there is a small magic crystal vein that has not been discovered by people or demons. As long as he occupies it and absorbs it, the injuries on his body will be almost healed. In recent days, the injury has been slowly getting better, and has recovered to about 1,000th of its original state, but it is still too slow. Duming County is too remote, and the resources are too depleted. If it were in the demon realm, such an injury would recover in 3 months at most. Of course, the premise is that he must survive on the spot. With the strength of the creatures in the demon realm, even if he can survive, he will probably be eaten by any creature he encounters, not to mention being picked up and raised by someone, which may not be possible. Thinking of this, his gratitude to Dole became deeper and deeper. It was also thanks to Dole that when he was about to die, he reluctantly gave him a vegetable ball. Who would have thought that the dignified hellhound actually survived on a human vegetable ball? Sometimes, life is so funny. He quickly left Duming City, and ran along the woods beside the official road. He soon entered the mountains of the mine, and continued to move forward. As long as he found the mineral vein, he would not be far from recovery. Dog Odo was very confident about this. The next morning, Dole woke up from his sleep. After a night's rest, he felt energetic and full of energy. He reached out and grabbed the small hammer, and smashed it in the air a few times, feeling very energetic. Another happy day began. Wash up and go to work. Chapter 17. Soon they came to the blacksmith's shop, to the forge of Varik, lit a fire, and prepared various tools. At this time, everyone began to arrive slowly. Dole greeted them one by one, and then passed the message behind them to prepare for breakfast. Dole was used to coming early, but others complained that this little guy came too early. On the way, he was kicked several times and heard a few laughs, but Dole also knew that these people were just talking about him verbally, with a smile on their faces, just playing around. The whole blacksmith shop was like a big family, very warm. In the past few days, he also knew the true details of this blacksmith shop. Supervisor Harley was responsible for all management matters, staffing, etc. of Lauku's blacksmith shop. There was a third-level blacksmith, who sat in the hall at the back and rarely took action. There were 3 second-level blacksmiths, Varik, Santos, and Molai. There were 5 first-level blacksmiths. Dole only remembered a few names, such as Ike and Batty. Each blacksmith had helpers and apprentices. In total, there were more than 30 people in the entire blacksmith shop. In Duming City, Lauku's blacksmith shop was considered medium-sized, and the blacksmith shop had an official background. When those second-level blacksmiths were free, they were making and repairing various military products, and so was Varik. Dole saw many standard weapons. After dinner, Varik sat on an iron stool, picking his teeth while watching Dole busy. He hadn't seen such a diligent young man for a long time. Dole, I have nothing to do this morning. I want to test your basic hammering skills, he said with a smile. Dole turned around, his eyes suddenly lit up, and said, I've only practiced for a few days, but I feel it. Can I show you? Varik nodded and said, try making a hoe first. Dole nodded. The steps of casting are just a few steps, and Dole completed them meticulously. Soon, he opened the mold and took out a piece of iron plate. With the pliers in his left hand, he took out the red-hot iron plate and placed it on the iron felt. After fixing it, Dole turned around and took out the number 2 hammer from the tool table next to him. He weighed it in his hand and began to beat the iron plate. At the beginning, he could only use the smallest number 1 hammer, which weighed only 2.5 kilograms. Now he can use the number 2 hammer, a 5-kilogram hammer, and his strength has increased greatly. I used the number 2 hammer all the time yesterday, so I used it directly today. I don't know what happened recently. As long as I wake up from a good sleep, my whole body is full of strength and I feel energetic. The number 2 hammer is already handy. Bang. After hitting the iron plate with a hammer, a piece of it dented. Dole lowered his head, looked at the depth, and continued forging. There is no fixed action for the basic hammering method. There are only a few types of movements over and over again, which are suitable for different scenes. Dole has practiced it for a long time in the past few days, and only the familiarity with the material in his hand remains. Ding ding dang dang, the iron plate cools and heats up again. Dole quickly flattens the iron plate and prepares to fold it for the second forging. Ordinary farm tools are generally forged twice or 3 times, depending on the material itself. This is waste material, so 3 forgings are enough. Virek watched from the side without any guidance. When he saw Dole preparing for the second forging, he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad, you got started so quickly. Ordinary farm tools are not very particular. As long as the material is hammered evenly and made into shape, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's forged twice or 3 times. It depends on yourself. If it's waste material, it's best to forge it more than 3 times." He raised his head, took Dole's fire tongs, took out the iron plate and looked at it, pointed out a few places, then put it down and said, "These places have flaws, uneven thickness, use a small force, hit in multiple layers, and start from the surroundings." Dole nodded and said nothing. He had learned a lot in the past 2 days, and knew what he meant. From the second forging, the hardness of the material began to increase. This was the time to test strength. Dole had 2 years of experience in the mine, so he had strength. In addition, he had been training in the warrior profession, so he had no shortage of strength. Virek watched Dole forging and gave instructions. Soon, a hoe embryo was freshly baked. After quenching, the hoe was formed. Although there were some minor flaws, it was enough for Dole. This hoe was also the first time Dole completed a farm tool. He carefully recalled the process just now, and had a clearer understanding of forging. When he was about to play the second round, Supervisor Harley came in from outside, with vigorous steps. Behind him, there were 5 soldiers in military uniforms, each holding a lot of iron in their hands. Supervisor Harley said a few words to the soldiers, and they each took the things in their hands and walked towards several second-level blacksmiths, including Virek. Virek seemed to have been used to it. When he saw the man coming forward, he greeted him respectfully, took the weapons in their hands, and bowed his head and said, "Virek is at your service." The soldier nodded and said politely, "As soon as possible." Virek nodded. He lowered his head and saw that the weapons in his hands were all swords, 2 broadswords, 2 war swords, and a rapier. There were many notches, scratches, and traces of breakage on these swords, and they were obviously unusable. He carefully pulled them out, turned around and said to Dole, "Go to the back and apply for some fine steel, about 10 kilograms." Dole nodded, and went to the back to prepare materials. Repairing a weapon is different from reforging a weapon. Dole already has experience. As soon as Virek said it, he understood what was going on. In addition to Virek, Santos and Molai also received tasks at this time. For a while, the whole blacksmith shop was clanging. Dole is Virek's apprentice. He is only responsible for this side. Following Virek, he helps and learns at the same time. His expression is meticulous and very serious, because he knows that this is his job, at least temporarily. As long as he becomes a first-level blacksmith, he can survive independently, and doesn't have to look at other people's faces. This is the basis of survival. No matter what he can do in the future, at least his task now is to concentrate on learning. Virek was holding a number 3 hammer, which weighed a full 10 kilograms, and was a full size larger than the one in Dole's hand. When the hammer hit him, sparks flew everywhere, but in Virek's hand, the 20-gene hammer was as light as a feather. Ding ding dang dang whirring. A morning passed quickly. Virek only repaired a rapier, and continued to repair after dinner. Dole was learning on the side. Occasionally, when Virek needed him, he asked him to use a small hammer to assist in forging. Sometimes he hit hard, sometimes he hit lightly, and sometimes he asked him to hit more lightly like raindrops. These changes made Dole learn a lot. After just 1 day, he felt that he had grown a lot. I don't know what happened recently. He felt that he was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and his strength had no limit, as if as long as he could eat enough, he would have endless strength. Forging weapons is also a process of understanding weapons. It took 2 days to repair the 5 swords. When Dole took the last repaired broadsword in his hand, he thought of the basic swordsmanship and wielded it in the blacksmith shop. The broadsword was heavy, and Dole could not hold it steadily. He just played with it casually, as if he was drunk, which made Virek laugh. Chapter 18. Virek looked at Dole, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was not easy to repair these swords. Sitting on the stool next to him, he felt a little relieved. Dole was a good seedling, willing to endure hardships and learn. As long as he chose this line of work in the future, he would definitely be more promising than himself. At noon, Director Harley walked out with heavy steps. He first went to the other two blacksmith shops, and finally came to Vierick. He gathered the swords together, and instructed the other apprentices to put them at the door. After finishing all this, Harley breathed a sigh of relief, took out the momentum of a butler, stood next to Vierick, looked at Dole, and smiled. "Are you interested in becoming our contracted blacksmith?" Dole scratched his head. "I haven't become a first-level blacksmith yet. I'm just an apprentice now. Isn't it too early for Harley?" Harley still smiled. "As long as you are willing to endure hardships and work hard, it will be a matter of time before you become a first-level blacksmith. I saw the hoe you made. It's very good." Vierick stood up from the stool, gave Dole a thumbs up, and said, "Dole is the most talented child I have ever seen. It's only been a few days, and you can make farm tools. I'm sure you will be good in the future." Dole stood aside shyly. Harley nodded and said, "The advancement of blacksmiths and warriors is the same. The process of forging iron tools, is also to forge oneself. Exercise well, and strive to surpass the primary warrior as soon as possible, so that forging iron will be easier." Harley could see that Dole had practiced martial arts skills, so he said casually. Dole responded with a smile, but he felt a chill in his heart. He was just casually playing with the sword, but they actually saw through it. It is not so easy to train martial arts. At least he is just starting now. With the advantage of blacksmithing, he can train the muscles of the whole body and move towards the primary warrior step by step. However, there is still a long way to go. Vierick patted his shoulder and said, "The big and small hammer method is also a kind of martial arts. It can train muscles and bones. The fire of the stove can also train your skin well. Exercise well." Dole nodded. He could feel it naturally. Vierick has the strength of a senior warrior apprentice. Dole had heard him say that he only needed a book of fighting spirit to improve himself. However, the book of fighting spirit is too expensive. The lowest entry-level fighting spirit book costs 20 gold coins. That's 20 gold coins. Harley encouraged Dole a few words, and stood outside. Soon, a military carriage came over, followed by a team of soldiers. Several soldiers came over and negotiated with Harley, took away the weapons, paid the gold coins, and soon disappeared at the end of the road. Seeing this, Dole was more motivated. It would be great if he could forge a sword someday. Then, he could start training as a wizard. The records about wizards in Naui all required a large amount of medicinal materials and auxiliary materials. With his current financial ability, he could not afford any of those things. He could only start basic physical training. In the afternoon, Dole had nothing to do. He started to practice with waste materials and made some small tools. He was already quite good, but he was not skilled enough, so he sold them at a low price. There were people who bought these low-priced things. After all, there were many poor people outside the city who could not afford fine products and could only buy these ordinary ones. Therefore, Dole was not afraid that no one would buy his things. 20 days passed slowly and quickly. Dole had forged a lot of farm tools these days, and the quality was getting better and better. He also had copper coins in his hands, and his life was basically guaranteed. With the forging day by day, Dole's skin, which was originally dark, became even darker, but under the skin, the muscles bulged, and had already reached a certain scale, although it was only a few days. After get off work, Dole said hello to Vierick and several other familiar blacksmiths, picked up the clothes placed beside him, and walked towards the slums. He was in a good mood because he got paid today, with 20 copper coins. He had to go home and read books quickly. Although he had a dictionary a long time ago, the words in it were a big problem. He could only learn dozens of new words a day, and it would probably take some time for him to read normally. Thinking of the things recorded in the Naui legendary Magic Warrior Road, Dole was a little excited. Whether he became a warrior or a wizard, as long as he entered the level, he would have a bright future. An ordinary first-level warrior could find a job and settle his salary with silver coins every month. As long as he could become a warrior, there was nothing to say. There were only a few wizards in the entire Duming city. They were all legendary figures. Although wizards had no combat power at the beginning, they relied on their wisdom, various alchemy and medicine to be more powerful than warriors. Thinking of the future, Dole, who was walking on the road, almost screamed and was very excited. Soon, he came to the entrance of the slums. When he looked up, he saw a few people standing there, as if they were looking at him. After seeing who they were, his face froze, and the heat in his heart was suddenly poured with a layer of ice water, which chilled his body. Damn it, it's Otto. I haven't seen this guy for many days. How come I met him again? Otto also saw Dole at this time. When he saw him, he remembered his miserable situation that day, and his face immediately twisted. Catch him, damn pariah, dare to resist, I will break his legs. People on both sides heard this, although they were confused for a while, but soon someone remembered that this was the kid who often robbed money in the Bianchi mine. Where can you run to? Dare to hit our big brother Otto. Someone immediately rushed over. The others also remembered who Dole was, picked up their weapons, and rushed towards Dole. Dole was shocked at this time. Damn Otto. Is it over? He put on the clothes in his hand in shock, and turned and ran away. He did not go to where he lived these days, but turned and ran to other places in the slum. The roads in the slum are complicated, and there are garbage dumps everywhere, which is very suitable for running away. Otto saw this, observed Dole's clothes, and was immediately furious. Go after him. He must have made money, otherwise he can't afford such good clothes. When the others heard this, they immediately became motivated. Robbing a poor person is not a psychological burden for them at all. Even the police station and the sheriff are unwilling to come here. The number of poor people who die every day is more than the number of murders in the city in a year. No one cares about killing a poor person. And the other party is money, which is what they value. Moreover, this kind of thing has been done more than once or twice, and they have long been accustomed to it. After such a long period of training, Dole's strength and agility are no longer what they used to be. He ran at full speed, and quickly rushed into the slums, and into a small alley. The alley was full of water and mud. Walking all the way, his feet were all covered with mud. Dole ran while complaining. He did not stop at all. After walking out of the alley, he ran to another alley. He knew that there was mud and water on his feet, and he would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of the other party. He could only run forward with all his strength, preparing to find a dry road. However, no matter how fast he ran, Otto was still chasing him closely. Otto's physical fitness was not bad, and with the instructors hired by his father, and his usual training, he was actually better than Dole. Dole looked back and saw that Otto was chasing him closely, so he could only run desperately. He quickly ran out of the alley, and entered a main avenue in the slums. When he looked up, he saw that there were people here, so he ran to where there were many people. Chapter 19. Otto caught up, and took a look at the entrance of the alley, and saw Dole running fast in the crowd. He was crouching, and looming in the crowd. Seeing that he was about to disappear, he immediately waved his hand in exasperation. Catch up, and kill this little bastard for me. This was not the first time that Dole escaped from his hands. Otto wanted to kill him immediately. There were only 3 of them, who caught up, and immediately went to the crowd. There was chaos all the way. Dole was short, and ran around in the crowd. At first, Otto could see his whole body, but in the end, he could only see a few shadows. He was anxious that this kid would run away again, so he racked his brains to think. Soon he thought of the road conditions ahead, and came up with a plan, saying, you two go over there, and he must turn over there. Although the terrain of the slums is complicated, they have been rampant here for several years, and have memorized it by heart. The two nodded and ran out separately. Otto didn't stop, chasing him relentlessly. When the people around saw him coming, their faces changed, and they quickly got out of the way. Dole ran back and forth in the crowd for a few times, and he could no longer see the figure behind him. After passing the main road, he quickly got into a small alley, stopped to breathe heavily, and secretly looked around at the entrance of the alley for a few times. Seeing that no one was coming, he was relieved. This Otto is really a dog. It has been so long, and he still won't let me go. When I find a chance, I must give him a hard one to make him remember it. Dole took a few breaths, then crouched and ran forward. When he was about to run to the entrance of the alley, he heard a burst of thin and fragmented footsteps in front of him, and his face suddenly changed. Caught up, he subconsciously touched the small hammer on his waist, and then his face became a little fierce. When he came to the entrance of the alley, he secretly looked forward, and sure enough, he saw 2 people next to Otto running from a distance, checking the alleys on both sides of the road while running. Dole retracted his gaze, and felt relieved. There were only 2 people, not Otto, so it was okay. These people were just Otto's subordinates, and they were all children from ordinary families, similar to himself. Moreover, he had become powerful now, so he didn't have to be afraid of them. Thinking of this, he took out the hammer, took a deep breath, leaned against the wall, slowly crouched down, squatted on the ground, and waited quietly for them to come. There's no one in this alley. No. There's no one here either. The 2 of them had been looking for him all the way, and they had begun to be careless. The kid had been running for so long, who knew where he had run to, and now he was just doing it to complete Otto's instructions. If there hadn't been Otto in the past few years, they wouldn't have had such a happy life. They were also just messing around, and their parents had long since stopped caring about them. Soon, they came to the alley next to Dole. Dole had calmed down at this time, took a deep breath, and listened quietly to the footsteps. The two people came slowly. Their footsteps approached little by little, and the sound gradually became clearer. They walked to the entrance of Dole's alley. Dole crouched down, suddenly jumped out from below, and hit one of them directly on the knee with a hammer. After hitting the iron ingots for so long, he had already mastered the power and angle of the hammer, and even for the sake of accuracy, he even retracted a little power. The two did not react at all. They only saw a black shadow rushing out of the box. Crack. Ah! One person fell down hugging his knees, while the other was still in a daze. However, while he was in a daze, Dole was not. He killed one person and swung his hammer directly, hitting the other person's chest from below. The man only saw Dole's figure at this time. The two looked at each other. The man was a little flustered, while Dole had no expression on his face, and was even a little cold. The man hurriedly put his hands on his chest. Dole hit him with a hammer, making a thump. The man looked painful and fell backwards directly. Dole did not expect it to be so easy. He was relentless and moved his feet. He swung the hammer and continued to hit the man in front of him, regardless of where he hit him. Dong dong dong. After 3 hammer strikes in a row, the man laid down directly without moving, and I don't know how many ribs were broken on his chest. Dole stood up from the ground and looked at the man he had knocked down first, panting. The man didn't care about the pain at this moment, and looked at Dole with shock and fear. Don't kill me, I don't know anything. Dole glanced at the man's leg. His knee was broken by himself, and the bones were exposed. He looked miserable, but Dole didn't sympathize with him at all. I don't know how many people these two people have harmed. Even if they were beaten to death, it would not be too much. His leg was broken, and it was useless. Dole didn't get entangled, and ran away directly. The man was relieved immediately, and then he thought of something. His face was desperate, and he even forgot the pain. Otto found the entrance of the alley, and saw the two people, and his face changed immediately. Who hurt you? He squatted down hurriedly, and looked at the man lying on the ground. The man endured the pain. His face was a little desperate. It was Dole. He attacked us. He is very powerful, boss. My leg. Otto checked the other man. He was not dead, but just unconscious. Several ribs were broken on his chest, blood seeped through his clothes, and one hand was smashed, with several broken metacarpal bones. He looked at the wound carefully, which was obviously caused by a hammer. That kid, is he so powerful now? Looking at the injuries of the two, Otto's face sank. These two were just gangsters, but they were quite strong and had followed him for several years, but now. The man naturally saw Otto's expression, and many words were on his lips, but he swallowed them hard. It's over. Otto thought for a while, and said, don't worry, it will be fine. I call other brothers to get you out first. That little bastard really pissed me off. He turned and left. The man saw Otto's expression, and his heart sank, then lower and lower, sinking to the bottom of the valley, with a cold heart. Otto naturally went to call people, but he himself did not come back. After leaving dozens of copper coins, he never cared about them again. There are too many fools like this in the slums. As long as they are given enough food, some of them will work hard for you. Otto was unwilling to lose 2 of his men. As he walked out, he walked to the city gate. When he came to the city gate, he looked up and his eyes lit up. He looked among the city guards guarding the city gate, and saw Captain Feller sitting behind the city guards. Once, he drank with Feller and his father by chance. His father also invited Feller to a bar at night, so they were familiar with each other. He walked over immediately. The city guard stopped him. Otto pointed at Feller behind him, and said cautiously, I'm looking for Lord Feller. We know each other. The city guard glanced at Otto, and sneered in his heart. Others didn't know him, but he knew him. He was just a gangster. But knowing the captain was another matter. He turned around and said, Captain Ferrer, someone is looking for you. Ferrer raised his head and took a look. When he saw Otto, he frowned. He knew Ferrer's father, Sam, a manager of the Bianchi mine. He could collect a lot of money from him every month, but he didn't see his son often. He nodded and said, call him over. He is Sam's son. The city guards around heard Karen, and immediately knew him by heart. The city guard who stopped Ferrer patted Otto's shoulder and said, it turns out to be Sam's son. Go. Ferrer let out a breath, thanked the city guard, stood in front of Ferrer, and said shyly, Sir, can I have a word with you? Dole didn't know that his actions had caused some trouble. He didn't know how long he had been hiding. After not finding anyone following him, he bought some food and returned to his old nest. When he ran just now, he lost all the food. Now he had money to buy something good for the dog Odo. Chapter 20. It was already dark, and Dole forgot to bring a candle, so he could only practice the basic boxing skills for a while, then practice the basic boxing skills and basic hammer skills, and then go to sleep. After Dole fell asleep, Odo quickly got up from the ground. He slowly came to Dole, and a colorful light flew to Dole's forehead, and soon disappeared. Dole slept more soundly. Dog Odo stretched lazily, then rushed out the door, and quickly disappeared in the slums. Its speed became faster and faster, and its movements became more and more secretive. If you don't look carefully, you can't see its shadow at all. Dog Odo quickly came to the depths of the mine, and sat on a peak. The huge power penetrated into the mountain and extracted the magic power in the mountain. With the increase of power, he no longer cared much about the creatures around him. There was almost no danger in this place. On the contrary, in this place where he often went, there were no birds or beasts, and no creatures dared to approach. The mountain was quiet, without even the sound of insects, only the sound of wind blowing over the peaks, and the rustling of leaves. When Dole woke up in the morning, he opened his eyes, and felt his mind was sharp and full of strength. He touched his skin, which was rough and tough, and the muscles under the skin bulged. That was strength. The physical training was basically completed, and he was very close to the intermediate warrior apprentice. He was only 12 years old now, and he was not in a hurry, but he felt a sense of urgency in his heart, which came from the surrounding environment and from Otto. He went out carefully, and came to the blacksmith shop carefully. Dole was relieved. As long as he came to the blacksmith shop, everything would be easy. No matter how presumptuous Otto was, he would not dare to be presumptuous in the blacksmith shop. After all, he was just a small figure. The blacksmith shop had complicated relationships, and anyone he pulled out could cure him to death. As usual, I packed up the tools and lit the stove. After finishing all this, breakfast was just ready and Vurik came. After breakfast, we started working early. There was nothing to do in the blacksmith shop these days. Vurik was idle from morning to night. Dole had a lot of time to make various farm tools, hoes, sickles, kitchen knives, small hammers, and hone his skills. He has become proficient, and can use the number 2 hammer with great vigor, but he is still not strong enough to pick up the number 3 hammer, which is the symbol of a first-level blacksmith. Dole's rapid progress has attracted everyone's attention, and even the other apprentices and first-level blacksmiths are very surprised. After dinner, Vurik patted his stomach and sat on his work to rest. He watched Dole busying around and laughed. "You can forge more now. You have reached the 8th forging at most. Have you ever thought about the 9th forging?" Dole lit the fire and laughed. "Of course I thought about it. The 9th forging can make swords. Being able to forge weapons means that you have the strength of a first-level blacksmith. As long as you pass the blacksmith certificate, you can officially take up the job." He has thought about it for a long time. Vurik leaned forward slightly and said in a slightly tempting tone, "Do you want to try? Use my share of the ore?" Before he had the strength of a first-level blacksmith, he could only use waste materials, but waste materials were very limited. They were hard and low in toughness. They could be used to forge farm tools and other tools, but they could not be used to forge weapons. Vurik had a daily practice quota. If he didn't practice, he could give it to Dole. Hearing this, Dole became restless. Recently, his strength has greatly increased, and he can lift a number 3 hammer, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Try it?" Vurik chuckled and said, "Then go get it. Let's do a rapier fight. It will be easier this way." Just finished breakfast in the morning, it was still early, and there was nothing to do. Vurik was also looking for fun. Dole, who has a strong learning ability, will sooner or later become a first-level blacksmith. Let's give it a try. When they heard that Dole was going to fight with swords, the blacksmiths and apprentices who had nothing to do gathered around him. Santos lay outside Vurik and said, "Vurik, do you want to be lazy? Dole is only 12 years old, and has only been here for 2 months. Moray nodded beside him, and said in a muffled voice, "Yes, it took me more than half a year to master the tricks of the first level." Santos said, "This guy must want to see Dole make a fool of himself." The surroundings immediately echoed. Vurik chuckled and said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do this morning, let's give it a try." Dole has already reached the 8th level of forging, and he is still using waste materials. If he is using raw ore, he should be able to reach the 9th level of forging if he is careful. Moray's eyes widened immediately. "What do you mean by the 8th level of forging? Is that possible?" Several first-level blacksmiths were also shocked at this time. They calculated that Dole had only been here for more than a month and a half. Even if he worked in the mine before and had some strength, this speed was still amazing. Virex smiled mysteriously and said, "This guy has a good talent. You underestimated him." At this time, Dole had taken out the raw ore from the back with a bucket. The iron ore had been ground into iron sand, and the purple-red iron sand looked like rapeseed grains one by one. Dole didn't expect that there were so many people outside, and he didn't think much about it. He weighed the ore he needed, and then poured it into the crucible little by little, and then ran to the bellows to prepare for heating. At this time, Ganmo, a young worker next to him, came quickly from the side, snatched the bellows from Dole, and said with a smile, "I do it, I do it." Seeing him like this, Dole realized that these people were just here to watch the fun. Everyone is very free today. Dole nodded and said, "Thank you, Ganmo." Ganmo is a little older than him, but he didn't come a few months earlier, so he is still a little thin and not as strong as Dole. Dole took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body, stretched out his hand to weigh the number 2 hammer, which felt a little light, and then picked up the number 3 hammer, holding it in his hand, which was heavy. He will use it today. He weighed it and put it down, and hurried to make the mold. He was already familiar with these things, and soon carefully made the mold of the war sword and put it aside. The blacksmiths around didn't talk much either. They were usually dull, and didn't like to talk. They rarely chatted during breaks. In the words of the slums, they couldn't even fart even after 3 sticks. Ganmo pulled the bellows, and soon the fire burned the crucible red. The iron sand inside began to melt slowly, and turned into a pile of red high-temperature liquid, and even Dole's face turned red. When the color inside turned red and white, Dole picked up the fire tongs, lifted the entire crucible, and quickly ran to the mold to pour the liquid into it. A burst of choking smoke spread out, and all the liquid in the crucible flowed into the mold. Dole packed up the crucible and put it aside. After waiting for a while, he knocked the mold open, revealing the slightly cooled black sword body inside. This is the newly formed mold. The sword body needs to be folded and forged repeatedly for 9 times to make a first-level sword. Now is just the beginning. Dole held the pliers in one hand, placed the battle sword mold on the felt, and picked up the number 3 iron hammer with the other hand. He adjusted his posture and hammered it with the basic hammering method. After one hammer, a small pit appeared on the mold. Dole looked at the depth and knew how much strength he should use, and then slowly began to hammer. Time passed slowly. 1 forging, 2 forging, 3 forging, and even 4 forging were not difficult, and soon it was the 5th forging. At the beginning of the 5th forging, the material had already hardened and began to slowly become tough. This was the time to test the blacksmith's endurance. Dole hammered down one by one, sweat and hammer flew together, the strength did not decrease at all, and even the speed did not change. Chapter 21. As the hammer hammered down, Virex beside him nodded, and Santos and Molai also nodded. At this point, if Dole didn't make any mistakes, the sword would have been made. This little guy also used the basic hammering method well, although it was only a month. Too fast. When it came to the 8th forging, Dole's forehead was full of sweat, but his eyes were always firm and his expression was stable. Virex and the other 2 second-level blacksmiths saw this, and breathed a sigh of relief. This little guy was a first-level blacksmith. He only needed to take the blacksmith certificate exam, and he could work with the certificate. When Dole pulled out the iron sword and put it into the ice water for quenching, there was a round of applause. Congratulations. Dole, you are the most talented child I have ever seen. Dole, you have only been here for a month and a half, and you have surpassed me in half a year. That's enough. I treat you to a drink when you get your salary next month. This is the voice of a first-level blacksmith. That's right, we need a drink. Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Dole came from the slums, and didn't have much money, so it was just a joke. Dole wiped the sweat from his head, and his face was covered with black stains. He didn't care at all, and said in high spirits, no problem, the premise is that I have a salary. Just then, a voice came from the side, yes, sign the contract with me next. The voice of Boss Harley came from outside. Hearing Boss Harley's voice, all the blacksmiths laughed. Boss Harley, you picked up a treasure. Dole was promoted to the first-level blacksmith in 1 month, and there is hope for the 3rd level in the future. Molay's unique voice immediately resonated with everyone around him. That's right, Boss Harley wants to treat us. Santos also joked. Harley's serious face also showed an expression at this time, looking at Dole with a hint of tenderness, saying, it is necessary to treat you, but not now. Okay, it's time to eat lunch, and there is work in the afternoon. I've been waiting for the boss to say this. Let's eat. Dole touched his head, looked at Harley, and was a little at a loss. Harley waved to him. Seeing that Dole was not ready to move, Virek kicked him and said, "Hurry up." Dole woke up as if from a dream and walked towards Harley. The process of signing the contract was uneventful. From then on, Dole was a member of the old blacksmith shop, with a monthly salary of 7 silver coins, until he was promoted to a second-level blacksmith. Dole could take a 10% commission on all the output in between. Although it was very low, it was the market price. From 0 income to 10 Marfa silver coins every month, Dole was stunned at the time. 7 silver coins, that is, 700 Marfa copper coins. If it had been a few months ago, it would definitely be a huge sum of money. No, it would be an astronomical figure. So when Dole came out, his steps were all frivolous. It was so magical. He felt that blacksmithing was not difficult. As long as he was a little more serious, he could do it well. He just didn't expect that he would get out of poverty in such a short time. It was so surprising. Harley put the contract away and walked out from behind Dole. Seeing Dole was absent-minded, Harley was also a little emotional. Over the years, he had seen many people, but Dole was more real than others. This boy from the slums was really amazing. He patted Dole on the shoulder and said, "Don't be stunned. Level 1 blacksmith is just the starting point. When you reach level 3 or above, you can be considered to have truly entered this business. Don't look at the number of people in the blacksmith shop. In the entire blacksmith industry, you are only considered to be a beginner. Dole is no longer the rookie before." Hearing this, his heart suddenly became heavy. Yes, after becoming a level 1 blacksmith, the next step is to become a level 2 blacksmith. After becoming a level 2 blacksmith, you have to save money to buy fighting spirit. It is not so easy to save 20 gold coins. Only by practicing fighting spirit can you have the opportunity to become a level 3 blacksmith. Only a level 3 blacksmith will be respected, just like the treasurer of the old blacksmith shop, who never shows up. He does nothing for a year, but he still gets dividends of dozens of gold coins. This is the weight of a level 3 blacksmith. If he can reach the level 3 blacksmith, then the resources of the wizard may be enough, and he may be able to run. Thinking of this, his frivolous steps stabilized again, and he nodded to Harley, saying seriously, "I will study hard." Harley patted his shoulder and said, "Well, that's it. Study hard, at least be worthy of the salary I give you every month." After that, he laughed and left. Walking out from the back, and coming to the canteen, all the blacksmiths stood up and saluted him. Dole was moved and bowed to everyone according to the etiquette recorded in the Nalyi legend. These people all have families, but they are all simple-minded and have no evil intentions. He really wants to stay here forever. Looking at Dole's incongruous etiquette, Harley wanted to laugh, but he didn't laugh. After all, he came from the slums and knew nothing. Because Dole had just entered the first-level blacksmith and his foundation was not stable, he was not directly assigned a forge in the afternoon, but continued to follow Virek and continue to learn. Of course, if there was something, Harley said that he could use the unused forge next to him. Even so, Dole felt full of energy and his life was finally on the right track. Soon after the meal, everyone came out from the back with laughter. Dole and Virek saw the figure of a man in black in front of their forge. Dole looked at it, and keenly felt that this man in black was the swordsman last time. Virek also found him, so he walked up and asked him. The man in black looked at Dole, and looked at his changes. He was a little strange. This little guy has a good talent. How long has it been? And he has trained all these muscles. He just looked at it without saying anything, took out his sword and handed it to Virek. Virek took it in his hand with some doubts, and saw the sword. At this time, the sword was covered with scars, all kinds of gaps and tiny cracks. He was a little surprised. This guy's opponent was quite powerful. The man in black didn't say much, took out a small black bundle from behind, and slowly untied it. Virek and Dole's eyes were involuntarily attracted by his small bundle. At this time, the small bundle was opened, revealing the things inside. The two blinked. Black copper, a material with very high hardness and toughness, belongs to the third-level material and is very valuable. Virek explained to Dole, then looked at the man in black and said, "Do you want to integrate black copper into it?" The man in black nodded and said, "Yes, can you do it?" Virek nodded and said, "Yes, please wait." Dole knew what he should do at this time: light a fire and prepare various tools. Dole is already a first-level blacksmith, so the process of forging after fusing the materials is completed by the cooperation of two people, one person with one hammer, and they cooperate tacitly. The man in black was watching from the side, a little shocked. This kid has only been here for a short time, but he can actually cooperate with a second-level blacksmith. This strength must have some skills. Generally speaking, it is difficult to improve one's ability in a short time if it is not a warrior inheritance. This requires medicine, a lot of meat, and training methods. Could it be that this little guy has some talent? If he has the talent to become a warrior, isn't it a waste to stay here? How much money does a blacksmith make in a year? Chapter 22. Thinking of this, he watched them forging iron while he said softly, I am a swordsman, serving the deputy city Lord Odom. My name is Kadia. You two have good skills. When Dole heard Kadia's name, he didn't react, but Virek was a little surprised. He immediately raised his head and looked at the man in black, saying, Are you the star swordsman Kadia? Kadia nodded humbly. His attitude was not arrogant, but he said calmly, Yes, star swordsman is the name given to me by my friends. Dole is a good guy. He has reached the threshold of the first-level blacksmith so quickly. Although Virek was surprised, he was not surprised. The two were not at the same level, but he often heard people talk about him. He glanced at Dole and smiled. Dole has good talent and is very sharp. He is now a first-level blacksmith. After a period of precipitation, when he has the strength of a mid-level warrior, he can find a way to enter the second-level blacksmith. He could see that Kadia had a good impression of Dole, so he mentioned it. Dole didn't know what the two were talking about. This Kadia looked very powerful, but what did it have to do with him? Virek came back to his senses, and the two continued to forge iron. It took an afternoon to reshape the sword. It was exactly the same size as the previous sword, and even the center of gravity did not change, but the weight became a little bigger. After quenching and polishing, Kadia took the sword from Dole and played with it a few times, very satisfied. He looked at Dole and smiled, Little guy, you are very good. If you have time, you can come to me. As he said, he flipped his wrist and popped out a business card and handed it to Dole. Dole was a little confused, but it was always bad to refuse others, so he wiped his dirty hands on his clothes and carefully took the business card. Seeing his behavior, Kadia was more satisfied, put away his sword, paid the money, and turned to leave. Because it was just a modification, and he brought his own materials, it took an afternoon, and the money was handed over to the back, and the two still had 3 silver coins left. Virek waved his hand, and gave Dole a silver coin. Looking at the silver coin in his hand, Dole was moved and almost burst into tears. He finally saw the silver coin. After work, he walked around outside, and bought a set of clothes, and a bundle of candles on the way. A bundle of candles is 12, 1 copper coin each, very cheap, and an ordinary linen dress is about 30 copper coins. Dole spent more than 40 Marfa copper coins in one go. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel bad. Along the way, Dole was afraid of meeting the damn Otto, but today he was lucky and didn't meet the guy. Back at the thatched cottage, Dole was in high spirits. With his efforts during this period, he had already learned most of the words. Tonight, there were candles. He would work hard to learn all the words he didn't understand, and then he could learn the part about wizards. According to the Nalyi book, wizards can greatly improve their mental strength and perception, and it is very convenient to do anything, although wizard apprentices have almost no combat power. But they are also wizards, mysterious wizards. Compared with warriors, wizards are very rare in daily life and can hardly be seen, but the power of wizards is obvious to all, and it runs through the entire history of the human race. The most powerful human in history is wizards, who can destroy cities with a wave of their hands. It is very terrifying, like a god. If warriors are what every normal person pursues, then wizards are what everyone yearns for. Opening the door, Odo the dog lay on the ground motionless. Dole walked over, touched his dog head, and put down the food for him. There was leftover fat meat in the kitchen today, which was very rich. Odo the dog looked at the rich meal and thought, I don't eat these things for a long time, but he didn't refuse. He ate everything, and honestly did his duty as a dog. But he soon saw that Dole brought a bundle of candles today, and even changed his clothes. He blinked his eyes immediately. Did this guy get rich? When he thought of Dole's current strength, he should have made money from blacksmithing. It was late, and the flickering lights in the dark little room became the only light. Dole fixed the candles, and then opened Nalyu's book. He didn't plan to exercise today. It was important to read the book first. While reading the book and looking up the dictionary, Dole studied very seriously. Soon, he looked up all the words he didn't understand, but there weren't many left. The wizard part of Nalyu is very simple, and there is only one technique in the description. In fact, the introduction of warriors and wizards in this book is only the basics, up to the first level of each profession, and there is no higher level. Whether it is a warrior or a wizard, the most basic one is only one technique. The warrior's introduction is more detailed: how to exercise the muscles, bones, and skin, how to exercise the 5 internal organs, etc., while the wizard has only one technique. The name of this technique is also very simple, called the basic meditation method. After studying for 2 hours, Dole finally finished reading all the contents of this meditation method, and it seems that it is not too difficult. This basic meditation method is very simple. When you are calm and peaceful, imagine that there is something in your mind. This thing can be an object or an animal. The more detailed the imagination, the better. There is no fixed routine. If you advance through meditation, you will naturally feel that there is nothing special. It means that when you have enough skills, you will naturally advance. It seems a bit tricky, which makes Dole have no idea, but this is Nalyu's wizard enlightenment method. After reading it, Dole looked around and found the things he was most familiar with, ready to start practicing this meditation method. He thought about it, and it seemed that he had nothing to think about. After thinking for a long time, he turned around accidentally, and heard the metal sound of copper coins colliding in his pocket. He was stunned. Yes, I have the deepest impression of copper coins. It is better to imagine Marfa copper coins. Anyway, there is no requirement in the book. Do it when you think of it. He sat cross-legged, calmed down, and had no distracting thoughts. This part is also included in the warrior's practice, so it is easy for him to enter the scene of concentration and then outline the copper coin in his mind. He has long been familiar with what the copper coin looks like. The line's texture and every detail on it are clear, so it is easy for him to outline the general appearance. But the problem came at this time. When outlining the specific image, he felt that he was unable to do it. However, he did not lose heart. He kept the general appearance unchanged and tried his best to outline the details, slowly increasing them. As mentioned above in the meditation method, this process takes a long time and cannot be completed in one go, so he only needs to complete it step by step. As for being slow, that is what it should be. If he can outline a copper coin all at once, it can only mean that he is not a normal person. As he practiced, he gradually couldn't support his spirit, and soon became tired, and then fell asleep. At the other end of the room, Dog Odo had been observing Dole. He noticed when he saw him practicing meditation. He was a little surprised to see him fall down. This guy had practiced for 3 hours for the first time. It was incredible. This guy's talent as a wizard was much stronger than that of a warrior. Seeing Dole fall asleep, he spit out a colorful light as usual, covering him, and then rushed out. Dole had wasted several hours, and he had to go quickly. Chapter 23. Philo was lying on a wooden chair, fanning himself lazily. Although it was not summer yet, the sun had already shown its power. There were no trees around, and the sun was shining directly down on the city gate, which was still a bit hot. "Sir, Otto is here." A city guard came to Philo and called him quietly. Philo raised his eyelids, saw Otto standing in the distance, and waved. Otto hurried over, lowered his head, and said, "Sir Philo, I brought the portrait." He raised his hand, and held a scroll in his hand. This was specially made by someone. He described it himself, and then someone else drew it. It was 90% similar to Dole. Philo shook the scroll, took a look, and then handed it to the city guard next to him. They naturally knew what it meant. Feller pondered for a moment and said, "I can help you find the person, but I may not be able to find him. After all, not everyone comes out every day. I will notify you after I find him." Odo nodded and said respectfully, "Then trouble you, sir. This is a small gift from me." He felt in his arms, took out a purse, and handed it to Feller. Feller smiled and said, "You are sensible. Your father and I know each other, and we are old acquaintances. This money is for the hard work of the brothers." He waved his hand, and threw the purse to the deputy captain next to him, and everyone was immediately happy. After receiving the money, you have to do things for others. This is a routine. Of course, this money is not all for these city guards. Half of it must be divided to the squadron leader, otherwise it will be difficult for him to be a small captain. Odo left quickly. In his mind, the lackey could only go to the mine and find Feller at the door. Having lost 2 capable men at once, and paid a large sum of money, Otto hated Dole to the bone. If he caught the guy, he would kill him to relieve his hatred. He hadn't seen him for dozens of days, and Otto couldn't bear it anymore. As the weather got warmer, the work at Lauku's blacksmith shop gradually increased. The use of daily farm tools, weapons, and various knives and ironware increased greatly, and Dole was always busy at the forging furnace. Soon after becoming a first-level blacksmith, he had his own forging furnace, but there was a shortage of small workers. Unless he wanted to refine something or the work was tight, he usually worked for Varik and only occasionally. At this time, he already had his own exclusive weapon, a short narrow sword, which was light and easy to carry. He no longer needed to carry a hammer when he went back at night. As the weather got warmer, the loss of weapons in the barracks outside the city defense, the police station, and the military station increased greatly. Lauka's blacksmith shop received orders almost every day, and soldiers from all walks of life came every day. However, Dole soon discovered that after the city guards came once, someone inexplicably paid attention to him and asked other blacksmiths about his news, so he felt something was wrong. He didn't seem to have offended the city guards, did he? The city guards left quickly, and soon, Harley called him to the back and asked, "Dole, you didn't offend that adult, did you?" Dole was a little puzzled. "Brother Ha, I haven't been out of the city for a while." Harley was a little puzzled and said, "Someone just told me that a captain was looking for you, and now he has found you." Dole thought about it, and realized that he didn't have any enemies. If there was an enemy, it would be Odo, but what was the relationship between Odo and the city guards? He thought about it, and told his story again. Harley thought about it, and understood a little bit. He patted Dole on the shoulder and said, "I know, don't worry, you are the contracted blacksmith of our Lauka blacksmith shop, nothing will happen." The background of Lauka blacksmith shop is the military office, which is the lineage of the city lord and has an official background. The city guards are also under the jurisdiction of the military office. If a small captain wants to make trouble, he has to look at his face, even if he is a squadron leader. Sending Dole away, Harley prepared to count the inventory. There have been a lot of things recently, and the amount of raw ore has become small. He has to prepare a batch of goods. As the weather warms up, the military office is preparing to train soldiers and dispatch all the troops to clear the road to the county city. The loss of weapons, armor, bows and arrows must be very huge. Things in this regard must be prepared, otherwise it will be easy to be in a hurry. Only the old blacksmith shop has such a channel, because it is backed by the city lord. Other ordinary blacksmith shops are not aware of it at all. Dormont City is rich in mining resources, and is the most important city in the empire. There are a large number of troops stationed outside the city. They are directly under the empire's army, but they are under the jurisdiction of the military office. Only the industry of the city lord Link family, which has a relationship with the military office, can have such convenient resource tilt. The person Harley is going to meet is the third son of Link, Saint Link. The old blacksmith shop is under the jurisdiction of this third son. In addition to the old blacksmith shop, there are 3 other blacksmith shops belonging to the Link family, all of which are medium-sized or above. There is also a large blacksmith shop with 3 third-level blacksmiths in charge. There is even a 4th-level blacksmith, a senior blacksmith, who can forge 4th-level weapons. After finding out what Harley said, Dole felt relieved, but at the same time he also felt a strong sense of crisis. This damn Odo actually had a relationship with the city guards. This was a big deal. Although he was in the slums, Dole also knew that the police station and the military station were the 2 major public security departments in Duming City. The military station was responsible for the army and the city gate guards, and the police station was responsible for public security and patrols. Although it was just the guards of the city gates, it had a lot of power. If he wanted to leave the city, he had to go through the city guards, which was a problem. Duming City was backed by mountains, and had only 2 city gates. The direction close to the mountains was completely closed. One of the 2 city gates was closed all year round, and only one was open. Therefore, Dole knew that he was in big trouble, and it would be difficult for him to get out in the future. So even though he got the promise from Harley, he was not happy at all. Damn it, this damn Odo. This was the first time Dole was angry with someone. The afternoon was very busy, and Dole was not happy at all. He was very depressed. After finishing his work, he left the blacksmith shop and quietly returned to his little house. For an afternoon, the shadow of Otto loomed over his heart. Facing the blow from the official power, Dole didn't know what to do. Irritable. He stood in the house, practiced boxing for a while, practiced basic swordsmanship for a while, then forced himself to calm down, and finally practiced meditation. He had practiced meditation for 3 days, and he had completely visualized a copper coin, and the details were exactly the same. According to the book, this was the end. After all, his visualization was the simplest, but Dole knew that this could not reflect the strength of his mental power. He couldn't even feel the improvement of his mental power. According to the book, this was actually the end. Visualizing an object was the first step of meditation. Is this the end? Dole thought it was definitely not the case. After thinking about it, he decided to visualize the second copper coin. This method was also inspired by Nalyu's book, but it was just a concept, and Dole was ready to implement it. The difficulty of visualizing one object is completely different from that of visualizing 2 objects or 3 objects. It increases exponentially. Dole thought about it carefully and felt that if he could visualize the second copper coin, his mental power would definitely be greatly improved. Although he was a little irritated, he quickly found a way to calm down and began to visualize the second one. A copper coin is very small and can be easily outlined with mental power. With Dole's current mental power, it is easy to visualize it. However, the second copper coin does not have the remaining mental power of the previous one, so it can only be outlined bit by bit, instead of visualizing the general outline first and then slowly outlining it like the first copper coin. This is not very realistic, and the difficulty has increased a lot. Chapter 24. Contemplating the first copper coin, the mental power is concentrated, but to visualize the second copper coin, the mental power needs to be divided into 2 parts, which is difficult to do. For a whole night, Dole had to maintain the first copper coin and visualize the second copper coin, which made him feel very tired. This is equivalent to forcibly dividing the mental power into 2 parts. But Dole knew that this idea was right, because he had visualized a corner of the second coin. Soon, he was mentally exhausted and fell asleep quickly. Dog Odo's ears stood up and looked at him. Dole, this guy, has been visualizing for longer and longer. This talent is indeed much stronger than a warrior. It seems that he can develop into a wizard in the future. Wizards are much stronger than warriors, at least in terms of saving lives. As a member of the Hellhound race, Dog Odo has a very clear understanding of the abilities of human mages. He left quickly left the city, and went to the mountains. His speed was more than twice as fast as before, like a phantom. Its strength was slowly recovering, so it was very happy. Dole is really a lucky star. Do you have a person named Dole here? At the door of Lauka's blacksmith shop, several city guards stood at the door aggressively, including Feller. The one in charge of reception was Harley's confidant, Fairy, who was in charge of selling goods. He frowned and said, Yes. What do you want to see him for? Feller stood up and said arrogantly, We suspect he is related to an attack case, and we want to call him over for questioning. He stood at the door, releasing his momentum, and his eyes swept across the entire blacksmith shop. Through the gap, Dole had already seen Feller at the door, and also saw Odo standing behind Feller. He was looking for him, and found him. He stood behind Varric, and did not stand out. His heart was cold. This guy is so fast, he just found him yesterday, and he came to the door today? Fairy was taken away by Feller's momentum, and took a few steps back. He knew the details of his own blacksmith shop, and asked curiously, I want to ask what happened. If it is a public security incident, or an injury incident, it is the police station's business. What does it have to do with your city guards? Feller was pushed back, and suddenly became a little impatient. He pulled Fairy aside and said, Do we city guards need to report to the police station when we arrest people? Get out of here, obstructing law enforcement. Can you take responsibility for this? Fairy was taken to the side, his feet were unstable, and he bumped into the shelf next to him. A bunch of things fell down, making a jingling sound. Such a huge movement, all the blacksmiths stopped their actions and looked over. At this time, someone had already gone in to find Harley. The surrounding blacksmiths gathered around, and more than a dozen people stood aside. Filer's strength was only that of an intermediate warrior. He could not take advantage of a second-level blacksmith. Seeing the people around him, he dared not act presumptuously. However, his tone did not change, and he still shouted, I'm only looking for Dole. If you hand over the person, everything will be fine. If you don't hand him over, even if you have more people, we are not afraid. Behind him, all the city guards stood up to support their captain. Fairy got up from the ground. He was not angry. He was just an ordinary person. He was a little weak in momentum, but he was not afraid of Filer. In these blacksmith shops around, everyone knew that this was the property of the Link family. Filer was looking for trouble in his own territory, which was simply ungrateful. He was about to speak when a deep voice came from behind. What are you doing? Go back to work. Hearing this, Santos, Mole, and others left the door and returned to their posts. Harley came from behind and just glanced at Farrer. Farrer also saw Harley, and his face changed immediately. Why you? Harley didn't look at him, but waved to Dole, who was hiding behind Virek, and said, "Dole, come here." Seeing Harley come out, Dole breathed a sigh of relief and walked out from behind Virek. He glanced at Farrer, then looked at Otto behind him, and narrowed his eyes. This guy is really haunting. He came behind Harley and said, "Brother Ha." Harley nodded, raised his round face slightly, looked at Feller with some arrogance, as if looking down on him, and said, "Feller, do the Link family know that you are here?" Feller's face turned a little ugly, and said, "I just want to find Dole to verify some things, and there is no other intention?" He did not dare to look at Harley, and then turned his eyes to Dole. Harley is a member of the Link family, and the City Lord's mansion. He is also a member of the City Lord's mansion. He came here to cause trouble, which is simply making himself uncomfortable. He now regrets that he came here in a hurry without figuring out the matter. If he had thought about it a little, he would not be so embarrassed now. He didn't know how to step down now. If Harley turned around and said something in front of the adults, he would have to teach him a lesson. Harley snorted, glanced at Otto behind him, and said, "I knew the purpose of your coming yesterday. It's just a few gangsters. You, Captain Feller, don't have this kind of vision?" Feller looked uneasy. "What is a gangster?" "A gangster can give me money. Can you give me money?" But he didn't dare to say this. Besides, the blacksmiths around him put a lot of pressure on him. The surging blood in his body warned him not to move. He considered it for a while, and said confidently, "No matter who it is, if they hurt others, they have violated the laws of the Empire. I just came to ask a question. I didn't violate that Imperial law." When Harley heard this, he knew that Feller was going to do it on his own. He stepped aside and said sarcastically, "Then ask, and leave quickly after you're done." Feller looked at Harley for the first time, his eyes full of fear. He took a deep breath and turned to Dole. This is a very young boy. His eyes seem calm, but he is actually very scared. He looked at the boy fiercely and said fiercely, "But did you hit someone?" Dole glanced at Harley, the manager. The blacksmiths around him also gave him enough support. He also said in a deep voice, "No." Behind Feller, Otto's face became quite ugly. How dare this damn Dole say such a thing? He is really a mud-legged man. Feller snorted and said, "I have a witness here. He saw you hurt someone? Why don't you admit it?" After Dole said this, he calmed down. He said easily, "Since I beat someone, there must be a wounded person. Where is the wounded person? Why should I admit it if there is no wounded person? Who is this person? I don't know him." Otto was so sad that he wanted to vomit blood. He immediately said, "Why not? You hurt my 2 men?" Dole snorted coldly and looked at Otto. His eyes were almost narrowed into a line. He immediately asked back, "Then I beat them. Why didn't I beat you?" Otto was stagnant for a moment. The 2 men were abandoned by him. I don't know if they have starved to death in the past few days. If they were brought here, he also saw the strength of Harley. Feller obviously knew the other party, and his momentum was slightly insufficient. He was already frightened. At this time, he didn't know what to say. Feller looked at Dole with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that this guy dared to speak like this in front of him and others. This was a quibble. He immediately looked at Dole and said, "Little guy, be careful when you speak. Be careful not to say the wrong thing and lose your head." This was a blatant threat. Dole's face turned pale. Harley looked a little uneasy. "Someone threatened me in front of me." He immediately said, Okay, go back to where you came from. If the adults blame you later, don't blame me for not reminding you that spring is coming now." Hearing the word spring is coming, Feller's face suddenly straightened. He naturally knew the meaning of these 4 words. He suddenly laughed and said, "Then I take my leave." After that, he turned around and left without any hesitation, and didn't even look at Dole. Chapter 25. Feller led his men away, coming in aggressively and leaving aggressively, as if nothing had happened here. Harley stood at the door, looking at the direction where Feller left, feeling a little puzzled. Dole had offended that little gangster, and that guy was really capable of bribing the city guards. He thought about it, turned around and looked at Dole, who was a little nervous, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about this matter for now. Just stay here, no one can help you. I know you live in the slums. If possible, you can move here and live nearby. You have 20 silver coins a month now, enough to rent a better house. Although Duming City is just an ordinary small city, it is backed by a mine, and the per capita living standard is not low. Anyone can live in the slums for free, which is the best choice for most poor people with unstable incomes. However, it is hard to say where ordinary civilians live outside the slums. The rent for rented houses is not low, with the lowest being more than 3 or 4 silver coins a month. In slightly better places, the monthly rent is even dozens of silver coins. This is an ordinary single room. If you rent a whole courtyard, it will be even more expensive. In the past, he dared not even think about renting a house. Now, he can think about it, but he doesn't want to rent a single room with multiple people living in it. Safety is guaranteed, but he still has many shameful wizard experiments to do in the future. He can only rent a single courtyard or a small courtyard, which is not affordable for him. So he said awkwardly, "I don't want to rent now, otherwise, I just sleep on the floor outside." He pointed to the outside of the blacksmith shop. Harley's mouth twitched. How stingy is this kid? He already has 20 silver coins a month, and he still doesn't want to rent a house. He waved his hand and said, "It's up to you, as long as you are not afraid of the cold." It's been more than a month since the beginning of spring, and it's still quite cold at night. In addition, this is a mountainous area, and it's 3 or 4 degrees lower than outside. It's impossible to have no house to block the wind. Dole glanced at the side of the forge. It was open on all sides, without any shelter. Without a stove, it would definitely be very cold at night. Forget it. Let's go back to the slums, and save money honestly until the mental power is improved to the apprentice stage. According to the legendary road of Nalyui, as long as the wizard enters the apprentice stage, he can refine many medicines. As long as he can refine one at random, he can change his current destiny and embark on the road of legend. No, on the road of not lacking money. Nalyui is a great man. Although Dole believes that he can't become a person like Nalyui, it is easy to get rid of the current situation. Damn Odo, damn the city guard. Dole remembered Feller deeply. This bastard who took others lightly for some money would get his comeuppance sooner or later. There was a lot of work to do that day, and it was very boring. Dole still completed it seriously, and at the same time learned how to forge various weapons. This was his current source of income, and there was no need to slack off on work because of other people's difficulties. Soon, the day passed, and it was time to get off work. Before leaving, Byrek told Dole that he was now a contracted blacksmith, a first-level blacksmith, and his status had changed. He was no longer a pauper, so he asked him to adjust his mentality and learn forging well. Odo was just a gangster, nothing more. Dole shrugged. He walked out of the blacksmith shop and headed for the slums, but soon found something wrong, as if someone was watching him. He quickly walked into the slums and hid himself in the slums' interconnected passages. After he left, Otto's men chased him, but Dole had disappeared. Standing at the intersection, Otto threw his hat hard on the ground. "This damn bastard, he ran pretty fast, but he still lives in the slums. I continue to look for him tomorrow." The little gangsters next to him also nodded viciously. They had heard about the boss looking for trouble today, and he didn't even give face to the city guard. Dole was really making a scene. He is just one person. We can't deal with him in the blacksmith shop. We can deal with him outside as long as we catch him. Yes, catch him, break his legs, and throw him into the mountains to feed the wild beasts. When Odo heard this, his anger gradually dissipated. He spent a lot of money this time, but he couldn't do anything to Dole. His heart was bleeding. However, Lord Feller lost face this time. He has already remembered Dole. As long as Dole leaves the city in the future, he will find a way to continue to embarrass him. Tomorrow you keep an eye on him. One day you will catch him. We have inquired about it. His monthly income is 20 silver coins. As long as we can catch him, it will be enough for the brothers to eat and drink. Odo encouraged himself and looked around. No one dared to look at them in the slums. The surroundings were in a mess. It was getting dark. He was ready to go back. He just wanted to drink with a few big shots and go over to build relationships. He has grown up. His father has paved the way for him. This relationship should not be wasted. Back in the room, Dole breathed a sigh of relief and touched the dog Odo's head, his face a little heavy. After playing with the dog Odo's head for a while and tickling him for a while, Dole sat on the bed and began to practice meditation. As for basic boxing and standing, it was enough to practice basic hammering after working hard in the blacksmith shop all day. There was no need to practice more at night. People always have to learn to rest. He quickly entered a meditative state and then visualized the second copper coin. Perhaps because of the excessive emotional fluctuations today, his mental power increased slightly. The second copper coin increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, which means that his mental power has increased slightly. However, this speed is short-term, and it becomes slower and slower as time goes by, and then slowly stops. Soon, Dole felt sleepy and fell asleep quickly. Dog Odo raised his head and sprayed a colorful light on Dole, then shook his body and left leisurely from the gate. Dole looked wrong when he came back today. I guess something happened. This guy is a taciturn person. He never tells me anything, and never talks to himself. Well, I will follow him to the blacksmith shop tomorrow. This guy has me to help him regulate his body every day. He should live a comfortable life in the blacksmith shop. It's a pity that this guy is too poor. If he has the help of alchemical drugs, he should reach the intermediate level of warrior apprentice soon. It's still too slow now, but for ordinary people, this speed is already quite fast. Dog Odo is only responsible for the big trend. He is too lazy to care about small things. After all, Dole needs to grow up and needs enough experience, not to live under his wings. Soon he came to the old position in the mountain yesterday. He changed his place, and continued to absorb the energy from the ground. Although it is just a small vein, it is enough for me to absorb for many days. So far, I have gradually recovered 10% of my strength. Dog Odo is not in a hurry at all. Take it slowly. Dole has not been comfortable these days. Not only is he tired at work during the day, but he also has to fight wits and courage with Odo's men at night. The slums are indeed a no man's land. Even patrolling soldiers and sheriffs don't go there. Odo is simply lawless there. It's very annoying. Although Odo is hateful, as long as you enter the slums, it's Odo's world. For 3 consecutive days, they have no chance to catch him. Dole's second copper coin has already visualized a rough prototype. Now he just needs to add details to it. But despite this, he hasn't felt much improvement in his mental strength. Chapter 26. According to the book, the improvement of mental power is a slow and subtle process. It will not directly bring enough intuitive performance. Only when it reaches a certain level, it will burst out instantly. The sign of the entry-level wizard apprentice is to strengthen the 5 senses. Dole can feel that he is more sensitive, but there is not enough improvement. He knows that this is because his mental power is still too weak. He did not lose heart. After get off work every day, he still competes with Otto, but Otto has been a little rampant recently and dares to monitor the door of Lauku's blacksmith shop. Time slowly came to February, the weather gradually warmed up, and the trees on the street began to sprout slowly. In mid-February, Mondo City has an important festival called the Spring Festival, which means that spring has arrived, the busy farming season is about to begin, and the things accumulated in winter need to be started, and so on. Even the blacksmith shop began to get busy. There are many orders and repairs every day. Dole and several first-level blacksmiths are exhausted. Dole was tired after a day's work, so he relaxed a little after get off work. When he reached the entrance of the slum, he suddenly woke up. At this time, Otto's lackeys had surrounded him and rushed towards him together with Otto. Dole was a little panicked. He just looked around and then spotted a small path and rushed straight to it. At the entrance of the small path, a man stood up with a grin, holding an iron pipe in his hand. When he saw Dole coming, he waved a stick in his hand, seeming to be very disdainful. Street thugs, although Dole was a little flustered, his heart was not confused. He was just a small thug. Although he was young now, he did not eat in vain in the blacksmith shop for the past 2 months. He quickly reached the entrance of the alley, and the gangster hit him with a stick. Dole took a step forward, bent his elbow to block the iron rod, and it hit his arm with a bang. After all, the gangster was not a professional, so his strength was not great. Dole raised his foot and kicked out. The huge force kicked the man directly more than 4 meters away, and he turned around and ran. Now he could beat 1 or 2 people, but it would be a bit bad if a group of people surrounded him. The people around were stunned when they saw this. This guy had great strength. Even Odo in the distance was a little surprised. What did this kid eat recently? He noticed at this time that Odo had grown a little taller. He used to look thin and small, but now he looked a little strong. His heart sank, and he hurriedly shouted coldly, "Chase him, and make sure to catch him." The entrance of the slum suddenly became chaotic. As several people poured in and ran, the muddy ground suddenly splashed with cement and splashed on the walls on both sides. Odo is not really stupid. They have been fighting wits and courage for the past few days, and have already found the way to the slum. Dole goes home from the blacksmith shop every day. They have already set up a point and blocked the road, but they didn't expect that the interception would not work. Dole was running and looking back at the same time. He also felt that it was getting difficult. Although these people might not be his opponents individually, there were many people on the other side. He just counted them, and found that this guy had 20 men for some reason. It was simply a ghost. Is there a mine at home? Dole naturally didn't know that this guy promised that as long as Dole was caught, he would get silver coins into his account. In fact, the money came from Dole himself. Running through the alley, Dole quickly jumped up inside, but he found that no matter where he went today, Otto's people would always block him nearby, and he became more and more angry. This bastard really thought that I, Dole, was easy to bully. He came out of an alley, but did not rush out directly, but waited at the intersection, took out the dagger from his waist, and held it in his hand. Soon, he heard several footsteps coming from a distance, running and shouting. Not here? Old Third, are you there? No. Then it's still in that alley. Chase it quickly. Dole analyzed the direction of the sound and looked around. Basically, no one in the slums is willing to cause trouble or fight. Their income is quite low. Once they get sick, they will face the crisis of unemployment, inability to afford treatment, and even death. The people here are numb, and basically no one cares about other people's affairs. They chased here for a long time, and there was no ripple in the slums at all, and there was not even anyone cursing loudly. This is a place without hope. Soon, 2 footsteps came from a distance, and soon arrived at the entrance of the alley, and then Odo's voice sounded from a distance. Damn it, where did you run to? Haven't you found it yet? He ran and panted, and seemed to be exhausted. Dole's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it Odo himself? But at the same time, his heart tightened, because there were 2 people. He didn't know the strength of the other one, but an ordinary gangster was at most stronger than an ordinary person. Recently, watching The Legend of Nalu, he is no longer afraid of ordinary people, because he is no longer ordinary. The sound came quickly, and reached the entrance of the alley. Dole squatted down, and took the dagger in his hand. When the footsteps approached and reached the entrance of the alley, he quickly rushed out from below, and slashed along the ground 30 centimeters. Because he was angry, he slashed at anyone he saw after the sword was out, accurately and fiercely. The iron sword slashed through the 2 calves of a person, and the sharp blade separated the pants, and cut into the flesh. Only a few resistances appeared and disappeared quickly. The blade quickly touched the bone, and then carved deeply into it. A scream sounded immediately, and then a person fell to the ground. Dole had no time to see who it was, and then he raised his head, and killed another person with the sword. The man was stunned at this time. The person next to him fell down, and he didn't know what happened. When Dole stood up from the ground with the sword, he saw what was going on. He was shocked. Dole was not startled. He had been worried and frightened for the past few days. He raised his sword and stabbed straight ahead. Although the man was afraid, he still raised his hand to block Dole's sword. With a scream, his arm was pierced by Dole's sword, and all his movements stopped abruptly. Dole drew out his sword, and blood flowed from the sword. He saw that the man was not Otto at this time, and then he lowered his head. The man on the ground must be Otto. Otto was holding his knees, and screaming on the ground. My legs, my legs. Dole glanced at Otto, turned around and came in front of him. With a flash of twist in his eyes, he kicked Otto's face with a strong kick. With a burst of resistance, Dole stopped, and Otto rolled over several times on the ground, and then the scream stopped abruptly, and he fainted. After doing all this, he looked back at the person whose arm he had pierced. It was a teenager, about 18 or 19 years old, who was standing there leaning against the wall, looking at him in horror. A sword pierced his arm, but he didn't cry out a word. He was in pain and shock, and didn't say a word. Seeing this, Dole turned away with a blank expression. There are too many people like this in Duming City, and they are simply countless. They live with capable people, work as their thugs, and work for them. Their lives are worthless. His goal has been achieved. He just glanced at Odo's miserable condition. This guy's 2 legs were crippled. He cut several tendons by himself. Unless he seeks help from the wizard's advanced alchemy medicine, he will never be able to stand up again. Feeling extremely happy, Dole quickly disappeared in the slums. Although he was angry in his heart, he didn't have any murderous intentions. After all, it was not a life-and-death feud. This time, he made an enemy, but Dole was not afraid at all. Instead, he was a little excited. After crippling Odo, this guy would definitely not dare to provoke him in the future, and he could be more relaxed next time. Chapter 27. After defeating Otto, Dole was extremely happy, and even in a good mood. He quietly returned to his place, and touched Otto's head several times, which made Otto a little dissatisfied. He got up and scratched Dole, leaving claw marks all over his clothes. The man and the dog immediately started playing. Otto liked Dole very much, and didn't mind playing with him. With his sensitive nose, he could naturally smell the blood on Dole. Did the child see blood today? But from his expression and demeanor, it seemed that the result was not bad, as long as he didn't suffer any loss. After playing for a while, Dole began to meditate and visualize. There was a commotion in the slum. After Dole left, someone soon found the unconscious Otto and another injured person. Seeing Otto's miserable appearance, everyone was stunned. That Dole actually dared to resist, he actually dared to cripple Otto's leg. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss. Something big was going to happen. At night, next to Rose Avenue, in a house that looked a bit historic, Otto's father, Sam, the manager of the Bianchi mine, looked at Otto on the bed with a gloomy face. Otto's leg was crippled. Next to Otto, a man who looked like a doctor diagnosed the disease, shrugged to Sam, frowned and said, "A few tendons are broken, it's not a big deal, they can be connected, but I'm only a second-level doctor, even if I connect them, it's impossible for him to recover to his previous state, you need to find another way." Sam clenched his fist tightly, frowned, and said, "Then who should I look for?" The doctor smiled and said, "The best medicine for healing broken tendons is the water of life from the church. But we in the Northern Kingdom don't have such a thing from the church. The next one is the alchemical medicine of the Supernatural Society, the tendon healing potion, which is specially used to treat broken tendons. The tendon healing potion is a second-level potion, and is very expensive. You must be mentally prepared." Sam was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of the tendon healing potion. As the manager of the Bianchi mine, he had not come into contact with many things. However, things related to the Superpower Society must be of high value, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Then how much is a bottle? As long as I can cure Otto's leg, I am willing to pay any price." The doctor stood up and said while packing up, "About a dozen gold coins." Sam's eyes widened. "I only earn 50 silver coins a month, 10 gold coins this?" The doctor curled his lips and said, "Anyway, I can't do anything. If you don't want to buy it, in a few days, when Otto's muscles atrophy, I'm afraid that even if you spend money, it won't be cured." Sam's fist gradually loosened, and then clenched again, his eyes full of resentment. "That damn bastard, I must kill you. Okay, I contact you now." Sam has 2 sons. The eldest son went to the army, and only came back once every few months. In addition, soldiers are in danger of dying at any time these days, so the second son is the one who can carry on the family line, so he has always spoiled him, but he didn't expect to fall for a lackey. After seeing the doctor off, he stood in the yard and quickly thought of many ways to contact an acquaintance. As long as he knew where that person was, everything would be easy. A damn orphan, a commoner, you can do whatever you want. Sam's face was not very good when he thought of Otto being killed by such a person. In a small house in a small courtyard next to the Rose Manor, where the deputy city Lord Orne's family lived, a guard walked in from the outside and soon came to the backyard. The backyard was a flat land. Carta, dressed in black, was holding a sword and a sword stake. His body was straight, his arms were like swords, and the tip of the sword was facing the sky. The guard came to the yard and saw Carta. He could feel the huge power aroused by him from a distance. He was in awe. He came to a distance, bowed slightly, and said, "Lord Carta, something happened to the child you asked me to pay attention to yesterday." He told what happened yesterday. Kadia's face was calm. He stopped standing and stood with his sword. He touched his chest and took out a silver coin. He said, "I know. Thank you for your hard work." The guard took the silver coin and punched it in the chest. He said, "It is my blessing to serve you." Kadia said, "Keep an eye on it and report to me if there is any situation." The guard nodded. Although Kadia was just a swordsman raised by the Orne family, his inheritance was very rare. I don't know how many people wanted to stuff their descendants into his door, but Lord Kadia didn't like it. It seems that the child caught the Lord's eye. He left quickly. Kadia stood in the yard with a different look. This child, someone actually targeted him. But the worse his life was, the better he could plan. The child had good talent and was worth cultivating, but the specific result was hard to say. Dole was just a seedling he found casually. He would wait and see. Odo Sam, just a nobody. To Carta, the father and son were just maggots on the roadside, and could be crushed to death at will. He didn't care much, but continued to stand there, then gently spread his legs, looked straight ahead, and then slowly stabbed out with a sword. His body was like a sword, his shape was like a sword, and his hand was like a sword. This was Carta's strongest sword that made him famous in Dorman City, and it was just such an ordinary stab. But if there were masters watching, in this simple stab, he changed several very subtle movements in the middle, and could deal with dozens of changes of the opponent, and it was not just a simple sword. One night passed. Dole went out refreshed, and went straight to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he entered the blacksmith shop, He saw Harley the blacksmith with his back to him, directing others to move something, which was a pile of iron boxes. The iron boxes were very heavy, and even an adult blacksmith had a hard time moving them. Dole was a little surprised. Are these all raw ores? There were hundreds of boxes placed at the door of the backyard. Obviously, they were all going to be moved in. Dole came behind Harley, the manager, bowed slightly, and said, "Brother Ha." Harley turned his head, glanced at Dole, his face sank slightly, and said, "I heard about what happened to you yesterday. Someone may come to see you today." Dory was stunned, and his slightly happy mood suddenly stopped. He asked carefully, "What's going on?" Harley thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, "The father of the man you beat went to find someone from the police station. Someone from the police station will come to see you today, but it doesn't matter. I will protect you." Dory's heart jumped, and slowly became cold, and he was a little panicked. The city guards are different from the police station. The police station is responsible for public security, and specializes in dealing with fights. If the police station came, he would be a little scared. The police station in Duming City is notorious. If a person who has no money and no power goes in, he will be skinned alive. This is recognized. If the other party is rich and powerful, won't he be unable to get out? His expression changed. Harley looked at Dole's side and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. I have already asked about that person. He is a small manager of the Bianchi mine. Leon doesn't dare to come here." Dole nodded, "Thank you, Brother Ha." He thought about it, and took out 10 silver coins from his arms with some entanglement, and handed them to Harley with heartache. Harley saw this and said unhappily, "Brother Ha, do you need these silver coins? Go away, go and play, don't disturb my work. I may be very busy in the near future, and you have to work hard." Chapter 28. Hagus scolded him, but Dole felt happy. After the Chinese New Year, Dole was 13 years old, and his height and weight increased significantly. He held the number 3 hammer in his hand, and it didn't seem very heavy now, and his strength increased greatly. With vigorous blood and energy, Dole felt that his whole body was full of strength. After Hagus said this, he felt that this place was like a home. Soon, everyone came. After breakfast, as expected, everyone started to get busy. Several carriages from the military office came, carrying various weapons, all of which needed maintenance, and some needed to be recast. The number was very large. Dole then understood what Manager Harley meant by being busy. The number was indeed a lot, but with such a large number, his commission must be very rich, and everyone was the same, working very hard. Virik was also very happy, because the more goods, the closer to the fighting skills, and the closer to the third-level blacksmith. Except for Virek, Santos and Morai were the same, working honestly and not slacking off for a moment. Dole was worried all day, and no one from the so-called police station came to cause trouble. It was not until the morning of the third day that someone from the police station came. They did not come to Dole, but directly to Hagu. Others did not know the details of Lauku's blacksmith shop, but the police station naturally knew. Dole did not know what they said. The police station left quickly, and seemed a little ashamed. When leaving, the man glanced at Dole, as if he wanted to remember him in his heart. That look made Dole a little scared, and his hand shook, and a piece of the sword blank was accidentally broken. The police officer was shocked when he saw this and left directly. Soon, Brother Ha came out from behind with a gloomy face. Dole had messed up the work and simply quit. He came to Brother Ha and said, "Brother Ha, what's going on?" Harley pondered for a moment and said, "How can it be like this? They want me to hand you over. I said you are a contracted blacksmith, which is naturally impossible. Moreover, the incident happened in the slums. Don't they know who would go to the slums? Otto is just looking for death." Dole breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Ha was on his side, there was no doubt about that. Brother Ha left, but Dole's heart was not at peace at all. Since they couldn't do it head-on, they would probably come to sneak. He knew who was in the police station better than anyone else. He didn't understand why Otto had a relationship with both the police station and the city guards. Is the world of the rich like this? He raised his head and glanced outside the blacksmith shop. At this moment, he felt that except for the blacksmith shop, it seemed that the whole world was an enemy. The police station came, which meant that he didn't even dare to wander around the city. If he was found and taken away, he would be helpless. What a shit. Dole's eyes went dark, and he felt that his future was bleak. He now urgently wanted to advance to the wizard apprentice, and then learn the method of refining potions to improve his survival rate. If a warrior is a head-on confrontation, then a wizard is a synonym for mystery. If becoming a blacksmith is to support oneself, then becoming a formal warrior or wizard is the foundation of life. Dole felt alert. When he got off work in the afternoon, he did not leave the blacksmith shop directly. He waited until dark before he quietly slipped out the back door. In the dim room, Sam paced, and soon, the door creaked open, and Carmen walked out. Sam glanced at Carmen's face, his heart sank, and said, "Mr. Carmen, how is it?" Carmen groaned for a moment, and said, "Not for the time being, you know. I'm just a small detective. Lauka's blacksmith shop is the property of the Link family, and it belongs to the city lord's mansion. It's not easy for me to go in and ask for someone, and it's not easy to see Harley." Sam groaned for a moment. He looked at Carmen and said, "What do you mean?" "He took his money, so he must do things for him." Carmen thought for a moment and said, "This matter still needs the help of the sheriff. Don't you know my boss, Dis? We can find him." Sam's face darkened. Finding the sheriff was another huge expense, but in order to avenge his second son, this little money was nothing. At most, he could work for the sheriff in the future and smuggle some minerals to make up for some loopholes. "Then I trouble you, Lord Carmen." He took out a gold coin from his arms and handed it to Carmen. Carmen took the gold coin and left with satisfaction. He had already checked the details of Dole. He was just a kid from the slums. As long as he could get the money, it didn't matter if he offended Harley. He could find a way to make up for it afterwards. Dole was just a small figure. He left the room quickly. Sam sat in the room and left quickly. He had been contacting acquaintances these days, wanting to buy alchemical drugs through the Power Institute, but he still hadn't been able to contact anyone. The Ability Institute is a place that is more difficult to enter than the City Lord's mansion. He needs some time, but when he thinks of Otto's injury, Sam becomes a little impatient. That little beast must die, he is determined in his heart. Walking on the dark streets, Dole tried to walk in the dark, downplay himself, and reduce other people's attention to him. He did not go to the slums, but followed the streets to the city. He was going to the pharmacy. When he got off work today, Brother Ha paid half a month's salary and commission, a full 30 silver coins, heavy. With these silver coins, he went to the pharmacy to buy some medicinal materials he needed. These medicinal materials are very common, and can be bought in ordinary medicinal material stores. After walking for about 10 minutes, he came to the door of a pharmacy called Future. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he walked in. The pharmacy was not big, and all the herbs and finished medicines were displayed. Dole easily saw the raw materials of the medicines he wanted, and the prices below. He paused and thought, these medicines don't seem expensive. The main ingredient of the first-level spiritual power potion, the awakening grass, was only 2 silver coins a plant, and most of the others were between 50 copper coins and 1 silver coin. He calculated that if he bought all the raw materials for the spiritual power alchemy potion, he could buy about 5 copies. After seeing this, he immediately had an idea. If possible, he needed to buy all these things back today. He didn't have the utensils, so he couldn't make the finished alchemy potion directly, but he could eat it directly, but it would lose most of the medicinal properties. But now it's too late, and what he needs now is to advance as quickly as possible. Dole read Nalyu's book very deeply, and knew some principles of traveling in the world, so he did not go directly to buy what he needed, but bought a lot of herbs and mixed them together. He spent all his 30 silver coins in one breath and left with satisfaction. However, because of this, he only bought 3 spiritual alchemy potions, and used the rest of his money to buy other herbs. After leaving the pharmacy, Dole bought a hooded coat on the way, wrapped his head, and walked towards the slums in a low-key manner. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he returned to his residence. As usual, he played with the dog Odo when he came back. This was also a relaxing process to calm his mind. Taking out the medicine bag from behind, Dole took out the herbs he needed, put them on the ground, and then put them in his mouth one by one in order, chewed them, and swallowed them. Chapter 29. How should I describe this process? It was a bit uncomfortable, just like eating grass. My mouth, throat, and stomach were all extremely uncomfortable. Swallowing hard, he felt a cool breath in his stomach soon. Dole quickly closed his eyes. Here it comes. Dog Odo got up from the ground at this time and stood in front of Dole, looking at the herbs on the ground, with a surprised look on his dog face. He could feel Dole's urgency, but he didn't know where this urgency came from. Did this little guy encounter any trouble? The potions in potion science are naturally best when they are refined, but they can also be eaten raw. Dole obviously does not have the conditions for refining, so he can only eat them raw, but why doesn't he wait for a while and get a set of alchemy tools? It seems that something happened. He took a look. What Dole had just eaten was the lowest level primary mental power potion, which can increase a little bit of weak mental power, which can be ignored. Forget it, I won't go out tonight, just watch this little guy. Dog Odo crawled back again, only looking over here from time to time. His strength had recovered to level 3. There was nothing to say about taking care of a junior magic apprentice. Just do whatever you want, as long as you don't kill yourself. What is the concept of level 3? In the entire Duming city, he is a godlike existence, and no creature can threaten him at all. Dole had already entered the sea of consciousness at this time. With the addition of cool air, Dole's second copper coin was outlined at a speed visible to the naked eye. As it was filled up step by step, the copper coin quickly took shape and was completed. At this time, the cool breath had not yet died. Feeling this, Dole began to outline the third copper coin in one go. With the success of the second copper coin, Dole clearly felt that he was different. He didn't know what it was, but he felt that he was unusually sober and quick thinking. He outlined the third copper coin very quickly. Almost as soon as he thought of something, it appeared on the third coin. After a while, the third copper coin was also completely outlined. The 3 copper coins rose and fell in the sea of consciousness, very cheerful. When he was about to outline the 4th copper coin, the cool breath disappeared. Obviously, the power brought by the drug was gone. He breathed a sigh of relief and began to consolidate the results, trying his best to improve the 2 copper coins he had just outlined. At this time, he knew that he had entered the junior wizard apprenticeship. The sharp 5 senses and quick thinking were the most obvious signs. He opened his eyes. After being promoted to wizard apprentice, Dole finally understood why Nalyu said that wizards are the true meaning of the profession. After being promoted to wizard apprentice, although there was no improvement in strength, his 5 senses became more acute and his perception became stronger. Even the wind, sunshine, and colors that he had not paid attention to before were so vivid in his eyes at this moment, and every move of the world was full of wonderful rhythm. His hearing, eyesight, smell, feeling, and touch were greatly enhanced. He could even sense the gaze of Dog Odo falling on him. This was a very wonderful thing, as if he was dozens of times more sensitive than before. Dog Odo also noticed Dole's abnormality at this time. After a little awareness, he knew that this little guy had been promoted to a magic apprentice. Although the time was a little slow, he finally entered. Of course, his combat power has not improved, and he can't even perform many witchcrafts, but it's a good start after all. When wizards are apprentices, their combat power is pitifully low. They rely on various auxiliary tools, such as alchemical products, such as various alchemical potions. Their own offensive ability is very low, but whoever underestimates the wizard apprentice will inevitably be in trouble, especially those wealthy wizard apprentices who have endless means. All kinds of alchemical items alone can kill a large group of high-level warrior apprentices. The keen perception brings a stronger exploration of the outside world, and also greatly strengthens the control of oneself. After feeling himself, Dole felt that he should be about to reach the great perfection of the primary warrior. He clenched his fist, and the power bursting in his muscles has reached the limit of his body. The blood and chi flowed through his blood vessels and filled his fingertips. This feeling is very wonderful. It seems that I have to move to a new house. It is extremely unsafe to live here. Moreover, after becoming a wizard apprentice, I need to have my own laboratory to refine various alchemical products of my own. Only wizard apprentices with alchemical products can have combat effectiveness and save their lives. Otherwise, a simple wizard apprentice cannot beat a warrior by relying on melee alone. Therefore, many wizards will learn warrior professions or other professions at the primary stage to make up for the shortcomings of combat, but they will abandon them after becoming formal wizards. Formal wizards can control the free energy between heaven and earth without alchemical products and release powerful witchcraft. Powerful wizards can even destroy the world and wipe out a mountain at will. It is definitely not comparable to the warrior profession. But the weak wizard apprentice can't do anything. This is the embarrassment of the wizard profession. Moreover, it is difficult for wizards to advance, which is many times more difficult than warriors. Therefore, Dole did not dare to put all his bets on wizards. The warrior profession also needs to be promoted. I don't know how long it has been. He finally felt a little tired and fell asleep. The next morning, he went out in a happy spirit and quietly came to the blacksmith shop. He was not relaxed at all, because as soon as he arrived at the blacksmith shop, he found someone looking at him from a distance. He didn't look back. Although it was just an intuition, this intuition was very strong. He deliberately turned his body and glanced at it with his peripheral vision. There was indeed someone there looking at this side, and his heart sank. This damn Odo father and son are really like sticky candy, and they are still entangled. The experiment must be carried out as soon as possible. With the help of alchemical potions, there is a sense of security. Although staying in the blacksmith shop is safe, it is hard to guarantee that one day it will fall into the hands of others. He is just an ordinary person, a very ordinary person, and he dare not put his fate here. After reading the book Legend of Nalu, his eyes were no longer on Duming City, but on the vast world outside. He didn't want to die in this corner without paying attention. In the field of wizards, there are too many ways to kill a person silently. The best ones are various poisons, plant poisons, heavy metal poisons, acidic and alkaline poisons, and even colorless and odorless poisons. There are too many, and most of the methods of junior wizard apprentices also come from this aspect. In addition to poisons, you can also refine some small things, such as bombs, such as hidden weapons. There is no way. The junior apprentice is so shabby. Only when you become a senior apprentice can you use materials, and use some powerful witchcraft. The intermediate apprentice and the junior apprentice are not much different in essence. Chapter 30. Because the apprentice wizard's spiritual power is small, it cannot leave the body. Only when it reaches a high level, it can only extend to things that can be touched by the body, so the combat power of the apprentice wizard is pitifully low. However, the focus of wizards is not on the body in combat, so it is normal for junior and intermediate apprentices to have no combat power. The focus of wizards is to understand nature and discover laws, and combat is just a side effect. After thinking about these things, Dole relaxed and began to pack up tools. After everything was ready, breakfast began. Butler Harley was not here this morning. Dole and others had dinner and worked separately. These tasks had been assigned yesterday. A team of detectives and city guards walked into the blacksmith shop from the door in a menacing manner. The leader was Sheriff Dis, who was also the person in charge of this area. He glanced at all the blacksmiths, and then looked at Dole, who was helping Virik. He pointed at Dole and said expressionlessly, "Catch him." All the people in the blacksmith shop stopped their work immediately, not knowing what had happened. Virik even blocked the entrance to the forge and shouted, "Sheriff, please wait a moment. If you have anything to say, wait until our Harley comes back." The detectives and city guards ignored Virik's obstruction and surrounded Dole from all directions. Dole didn't know what had happened at this time. This must be someone hired by Odo and his son. This was to kill him. When he saw the sheriff and Farrer, his heart sank. He shouted loudly, "May I ask, Sheriff, what have I done wrong?" Dis snorted coldly and said, "You are suspected of injuring and maiming others. This is enough. Okay, stop talking and take me away." Dole was anxious. What if he was caught? He immediately rushed out from the side and went far away. In the police station, as long as you go in, it is still what they say. This is a bloody fact summed up by who knows how many people. But his hiding was in vain. He was soon surrounded by 4 or 5 detectives in a small encirclement. A detective punched him in the head. Dole's head tilted and hit his shoulder, which immediately knocked him staggering. Then others rushed up, grabbing his arms and pressing his legs, and quickly subdued Dole and handcuffed him. The surrounding blacksmiths all surrounded him at this time, surrounding the detectives and city guards in the middle. They knew Feller. After all, it was not the first time he came. This guy came to cause trouble for Dole. Brother Haw was not here, and there was no one in charge. They could only express their protest in this way. They knew Dis, who was the person in charge of the security in this area and a detective with extraordinary skills. They only dared to surround him, and did not dare to go too far. Dis snorted coldly, and pushed away the 2 first-level blacksmiths, who were blocking the road. "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? We are just performing official duties. If this kid is fine, we will naturally let him go. What are you afraid of?" The blacksmiths wanted to say something else, but they were obviously not confident enough in front of Dis. They still have to make a living here, and it is obviously irrational to offend Dis. The salesman Fei Rui was also panicked at this time. Seeing this situation, he immediately ran out to find Harley. Dole was taken away quickly. The police station is located in the city center, right next to the city government building. There is a separate office area and a 5-story building. The basement of the police station is a prison, where various criminals are held. Enter the first floor, then the basement, and walk in from the door. There are cells one by one. Walking in from the gate, Dole was terrified, his face was ashen, and his mind was thinking about various things. Coming here, he basically lost all his resistance. He always heard how dark it was here before. After really coming here, Dole found that he was scared and at a loss. The basement is very large, with 3 floors. Walking along the way, you can see many cells. Seeing new people coming in, those criminals stood at the door. Some of them whistled and said some creepy words. Dole was quickly taken to a separate room, which was full of fine hay, and even feces in some places. There were dark brown bloodstains everywhere, and the air was full of stench. His hands were chained, and he was thrown in quickly. Then the iron door slammed shut, and a big iron chain was hung on the door and locked. The 2 detectives said nothing and walked away. Dis did not come in. It was obvious that arresting him was not a big deal. Dole was in a state of confusion. He did not know whether Hagu would come to save him. Now he could only count on Hagu. Soon, he heard a noise outside and looked outside. When he saw who it was, his face turned pale. The people who came were Carmen, Dis, and Ferrer. Standing behind Dis were Sam and Otto in a wheelchair. "Bring him out to me, take him to the interrogation room," Dis said to the 2 police officers next to him, then smiled and said to Sam next to him, "This kid looks very stubborn. He will be obedient after a beating. We will make a confession later, and as long as he signs and seals it, he can be sentenced." Sam looked at Dole with anger. "It's better to kill this kid directly. I want to watch him die." Otto sat in a wheelchair, his face twisted, looking at Dole with a ferocious expression. "Haha, you kid have come to this day. I will beat him to death with my own hands later." "Why do you want to kill him?" "Beating him to death will not relieve the hatred in my heart. Beat him for a few more days." Feller and Carmen added fuel to the fire. Dole's mind went blank when he heard this. The police and the gangsters are one family. This is the real police and the gangsters. He has already thought about the future he is about to face. "Brother Ha, please show up quickly. If you don't show up, I'm done." The 2 detectives quickly opened the door and brought Dole out. Dole resisted a few times, and with his junior warrior strength, he made the 2 detectives unable to stand steadily. At this time, Carmen came forward with a stick in his hand and hit Dole's chest with a stick. Dole fell down in pain, and was then carried by 2 people to the interrogation room. There was a cross in the interrogation room, and Dole was quickly tied to the cross. Dis and others stood in front of the cross, waved to let the 2 police officers leave, and he took out a thorny whip from the side and handed it to Sam next to him, smiling coldly. "He is yours, remember, don't beat him to death." Sam took the whip, grinned, and said, "I know the limit. I did a lot of such things in the Bianchi mine." Dis nodded. "You have half an hour. If I guess correctly, Harley from the old co-blacksmith shop will come soon. This guy is a contracted blacksmith of the blacksmith shop. They will not give up. Who cares if he is a contracted blacksmith? I will not be at ease until this guy is dead." Sam's mentality is obviously distorted. His son is useless. Shouldn't he be angry? Otto is even more excited at this time. "This damn bastard," he yelled at Dole. Dole's chest hurts, and he can't speak. Carmen's stick almost knocked him unconscious. Listening to their conversation, he has predicted the next fate, and there is despair in front of him. Dis finished speaking and left quickly. Only Otto and his son and Carmen were left in the torture room. Carmen, holding a cigarette in her mouth, looked at Dole and smiled slightly. "This kid thought that I could do nothing because he had the protection of the old Corvo blacksmith shop. Although the old Corvo blacksmith shop is the property of the city lord, you are just a small blacksmith." Sam held the whip in his hand and swung it a few times, making a snapping sound. The anger in his heart quickly accumulated. "This damn bastard made me spend 3 gold coins. It's really damn. Thank you, Captain Carmen and Captain Ferrer. After this incident, where will you go?" He showed a strange look. Carmen raised his eyebrows and laughed. "You are sensible. Then I will leave. Remember, you can only use the whip, and you are not allowed to use anything else." He was afraid that the 2 men would beat Dole to death, and he would have a hard time reporting. After all, Harley at the old Corvo blacksmith shop also needed to be dealt with. "I just followed to see if Sheriff Dis has a good idea." Feller chuckled, not caring at all. A kid living in the slums, after all this frown, already looked a bit incompetent. Dole gritted his teeth and stared at Otto and his son. When he thought about what was going to happen to him next, and what he read in the book, he secretly swore in his heart that if he could get out, he would definitely kill the father and son. Chapter 31. Sure, we leave in a minute." Sam winked at Otto, who took out some silver coins from his arms, and gave some to everyone. Several people smiled in tacit understanding, put away the silver coins, turned around and left here together. In the empty cell, only Sam, Otto in a wheelchair, and Dole tied to the cross were left. Dole looked desperate at this time. After Dis left, Sam grinned, came to Dole, waved the whip, and hit him hard. Snap. Dole screamed immediately, but the next moment, he clenched his teeth to prevent himself from making a sound. His skin was burning and painful, and his clothes were directly torn by the barbs, and a shallow blood mark appeared on his skin. Dole did not scream, but clenched his teeth. He knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. Sam snorted coldly. Scream. Scream as hard as you can, damn pariah. You dared to break my son's leg. If I don't beat you to death today, I will make you feel pain every day tomorrow. He raised his hand. Snap. Dole's face was distorted, 2 blood marks on his body, and waves of severe pain rushed to his mind. He stretched his body hard to resist the pain, but it was useless, and the pain on his skin remained unabated. Snap, snap, snap. Come on, son, you also hit him twice. This pariah deserves to die. Snap, snap, snap. Soon, Dole's face and body were all covered with layers of thick blood, and there was no good skin on his body. I don't know how long it took. Dole's face was distorted, his skin was red, and suddenly he tilted his head and fainted. Seeing this, Sam's face changed. He threw the whip aside, said, "You're lucky," and pushed Otto out of the cell. Under Dole's feet, drops of blood flowed along the cross, and soon merged into a patch on the ground. As the sky gradually darkened, Otto came to the door and looked out. It had been an hour since dark, and according to the time, Dole should be back. He shook his body, walked out of the door slowly, and walked towards the old blacksmith shop. When he came to the door of the blacksmith shop, Otto found that it had been closed for a long time, and there was no trace of Dole inside. His face suddenly changed. Dole was not here. Could something have happened? Standing at the door of the old blacksmith shop, Otto felt it a little and became angry. The strength of level 3 was enough for him to sweep the whole city in an instant. He realized at this time that Dole was actually in the basement of the police station. What was that place? Otto knew it best. Dole was in a bad mood these days, so it turned out to be like this. Dole has his mark on his body. He usually doesn't care about it. The mark will only be triggered when he encounters a life and death crisis. Now it is obvious that he is not dead. Dog Otto's heart sank slightly, and he walked slowly towards the police station. His slow figure quickly disappeared in the shadows. At the door of the underground prison of the police station, a shadow swaggered in. The shadow walked through the door and passed the gate. Strangely, no one noticed his existence. He quickly came to the place where Dole was imprisoned. Seeing the injuries on Dole's body at a glance, Dog Otto was a little annoyed. How could he become like this after not seeing him for a day? It was really damnable. He showed up, and his figure gradually changed into a tall man. He came to the door of the torture room and pushed it gently. The door seemed to be like tofu, melting into a mud-like thing. He walked in slowly, glanced at Dole, and felt a little bit reluctant. He looked around. This was a standard torture room, with a cross in the middle and 2 tables on both sides. There were all kinds of things on the tables: whips, sticks, scissors, knives of various sizes, and strange torture instruments were all placed on them. One of the whips with barbs was covered with bloodstains. Just a little distinguishing, you can find that the bloodstains are exactly the same as those on Dole. Dog Otto shook his head and didn't care too much. How can you grow without going through hardships? Just treat this beating as the price of growth. He blew gently, and the rope on Dole fell off automatically. He stretched out his hand and held Dole in his arms. The human form transformed by the dog Otto was about 2 meters tall, while Otto was only about 1.6 meters tall. He held him in his arms, as if he was holding nothing. He paused, and the 2 of them turned into a shadow and disappeared into the torture chamber. What? The person is missing. Dis was furious. How could the person who was just imprisoned last night disappear just like that? Even if that kid had great abilities, how could he escape from the underground prison through the heavy guards? He had seen the scene, so he was extremely surprised. This was beyond his understanding. The door turned into muddy water, and the rope fell off automatically. There was no trace of a person. Sweat flowed from Dis's forehead. He knew that this matter was serious. No matter who saved Dole, he had the ability to kill him quietly. As long as that guy grew up a little, he would be in big trouble. Damn Sam, what kind of trouble did he get himself into? Small courtyard. Kadia listened to the guard's words with interest. You mean he was taken away by the police station, beaten up, and then disappeared inexplicably? Yes, sir. This matter is very strange. We investigated Nadola. He has no background and is very clean, but his disappearance is very magical. The guard also felt a little strange at this time. Was Nadola silenced or did he really disappear? Kadia sighed and said, this may be a cover for the police station. The person has been dealt with by them. Forget it, don't follow. The guard nodded and said goodbye. Kadia shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. The good seedlings that he finally met were gone just like that. Harley sat in the police station with an extremely gloomy face. Behind him, Ferry also looked unhappy. Dole was brought here yesterday, and they immediately started looking for connections, but he disappeared this morning. It's just nonsense. Opposite him, Inspector Moreno looked at Harley with some embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Lord Moreno, Dole is a contracted blacksmith in our blacksmith shop. He is very talented. He is already a first-class blacksmith at the age of 13. I think you understand what this means. I don't care whether Dole is really missing or has been dealt with by someone. I want to see him alive or dead. Moreno laughed and said in an official tone, Harley, I understand your feelings. Regarding this matter, I have asked the two parties involved, Dis and Carmen, and also asked the guards last night. He is indeed missing. He suddenly disappeared. He is just a pariah. We don't have to do anything for him, don't you think? That Dole, who crippled Sam's son Odo, the manager of the Bianchi mine, was wrong in the first place. We just asked him to come back and do some investigations. We just wanted him to pay some money, that's all, and we didn't want to do anything to him. Anyway, the person has disappeared, so Moreno will naturally say whatever he wants. Harley stared at Moreno, hiding his anger, and said seriously, I don't care what mine he is or what manager he is, he can't lose my people. Dole was the person he had the most confidence in for so many years, no one else, and he just disappeared quietly. How could Harley not be angry? And that Carmen, Ferrer, and Dis simply didn't take him, Harley, seriously. I am now filing a formal complaint here. Carmen and Dis must give me an explanation, otherwise, someone from the third young master will naturally come to ask you. Moreno's face changed. We will act in accordance with the regulations. Your complaint has been accepted by me. Moreno's formulaic answer. Seeing that he couldn't get anything here, Harley sighed in his heart and got up to leave. Now he could only hope that the Dolagy people will have their own luck and not die prematurely, but he doesn't have much hope. Chapter 32. The darkest place in the world is not the complicated underground world, the so-called killer union, the mafia, but the police station. Harley knows this better than anyone else. His heart has turned cold. Walking out of the door, Ferry whispered, Brother Ha, this matter? Brother Ha sighed and said as he walked, there is no way. They are now refusing to admit it, and we can't find anyone. What else can we do? Ferry lowered his head and stopped talking. In his heart, he mourned for Dole. Dole was very hard-working and learned things very quickly. He was already a hot commodity in the blacksmith shop. Unexpectedly, he was gone suddenly. Alas, back to the blacksmith shop, Brother Ha said nothing and walked directly to the back. Other blacksmiths surrounded Ferry and asked questions one after another. Ferry shook his head, the person is gone. The soft wind, the crisp bird song, the rustling of leaves, after Dole regained consciousness, he felt such a scene. As soon as he moved, he felt a tearing pain all over his body, which rushed to his brain. His head felt numb, and he lost consciousness and passed out. This was the third time he woke up and fell into a coma again. It was not until dark that Dole opened his eyes and tried hard not to faint. The first thing he did was to check where he was. He found that he was no longer in a cell, but outside, and not in the city. There was no wind in the city, and there were no trees around. He couldn't stand up, or even turn over. It hurt to twist his neck. He could only open his eyes and look in front of him. It was a leaf that blocked the black sky, and occasionally a few stars could be seen. It was a bit cold on the mountain, and the wind blew, making my whole body dry and painful. It was night now. Why was he here? Who brought him out? Dole suddenly felt a little cold in his heart. Did they beat him up and bring him out to silence him? When he thought of this, his heart was filled with despair, and at the same time, a sense of resentment rose inexplicably. It was hatred and resentment. He hated Otto and the police station at this moment, and he wanted to destroy them all. At this moment, he felt a rustling sound coming from a distance, as if something was coming. Turning his head with difficulty, he only saw a pair of green eyes in the dark night. His pupils suddenly shrank. What is this? Is this a wolf, or? He felt a chill in his heart. Watching the other party approaching little by little, Dole struggled to twist his body, and waves of severe pain rushed to his mind, but he was about to die, and he might be eaten by this guy, so who cares if he hurts or not? Dog Odo saw Dole's struggle. He didn't turn into a human form, and felt a little funny. He quickly came to Dole. Dole also saw Dog Odo at this time. One person and one dog, you look at me, I look at you. What's going on? Am I dazzled? How can this be my own dog? Dole pets the dog every day, and he knows the smell of dog odor very well. Is this still his own dog? At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his heart accelerated, and he felt cold all over. Dole, you're awake. Damn, the dog spoke. Dole rolled his eyes, and fainted again. Dog Odo was speechless. This guy has a really poor psychological quality. He blew out a mouthful of colorful light, and Dole woke up again. The man and the dog looked at each other again. Dog Odo sat in front of Dole and sighed, "Don't be surprised, I am Dog Odo, but you can call me Ball, the Hellhound Ball from now on." Dole blinked his eyes, his head was buzzing. How could a dog talk? What kind of dog is this? What kind of monster did he encounter? However, he had read the legend of Nalyu, which had many other creatures that could talk. Although he was a little shocked, he had calmed down now. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't say anything. He felt uncomfortable all over. Dog Odo sighed, sprayed a mouthful of colorful light on him, and then turned and left. Dole felt very uncomfortable all over, but his whole body was in pain, and he couldn't even move. Soon, Odo the dog came back with a bag on his back. In the starlight, Dole saw that the bag was exactly the one he bought at the pharmacy. In it were the gifts he had brought back from the shabby house. He had bought many other herbs for cover, and it seemed that he was wise to use them so soon. His mouth twitched, but then he was stunned again. Because Odo the dog actually began to change, turning into a burly middle-aged man with a rigid and square face, a pair of eyes full of strange and weird light. He was 2 meters tall, with a muscular body, high bulges, and an endless sense of power. Dole's mouth grew into an O shape, pulling the wound on his face. It hurt. Dog Odo, also known as Ball, put the two people's things aside and took out all the herbs, including some herbs that Dole didn't recognize. He made them into a paste, and applied it to Dole's body. He felt that he was no longer in pain. There were streams of cool air on his skin, which felt very comfortable. The pain was gone, and Dole relaxed. He soon fell into a deep sleep again. I don't know how long it took. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright. He struggled for a while, and found that he could get up, but his body was still in pain. Slowly climbing up, Dole did not find the dog Odo. He looked around and found that this was a hilltop. He was on the top of the hill, surrounded by tall trees, very lush. Where is this? Dole endured the pain and lowered his head to take a look at his body. His clothes were torn and his whole body was covered with blood scabs. The slightest movement would cause the injury. The medicines attached to the skin had dried up at this time. He ignored those things and tried hard to stand up. Failed. His legs were so painful that he dared not bend them. There were bloodstains all around his knees. He sighed, and his stomach began to growl. At this moment, a voice came from a distance. Ball's dog form came from a distance. In his mouth, he held a bloody creature. It looked like a fiery red beast, as big as a big dog. It should be very heavy, but Odo the dog held it in his mouth as if it had no weight. Dole had never been out of the city, nor had he studied, so he naturally didn't know this kind of thing. Ball held the thing in front of him, and put it on the ground. A low voice sounded, "Eat it raw these days. Don't go back until your injury is healed. You are injured now. Don't practice martial arts, just practice meditation. When you are injured, practicing meditation is very effective." Dole glanced at the bloody unknown beast, then looked at Odo the dog. He swallowed hard and spit, and his voice sounded hoarse. "Ball? What kind of creature are you?" Ball's dog face rarely showed a smile, and said, "Hellhound, a 7th level creature in the demon world." Dole's eyes widened, and he was horrified. "Level 7. Then how did I pick you up? If it's level 7, you can slap the whole city with one slap." Ball lowered his head slightly, with a helpless expression in his eyes. "I had a fight with another powerful Hydra at that time, and both of us were injured. I was very close to the end of my life. I used all my means to escape from the demon world and ran to this shitty place. If I hadn't met you, if you didn't have a ridiculous vegetable ball and water in your hand, I probably wouldn't be here." Dole was stunned. "Don't look at me like that. Level 7 creatures will die too. You saved me, I owe you a life, and I should save you." Chapter 33. Ball lay on the ground, looking at Dole with a serious look. "You are quite smart, kid. I gave you Nalyu's book, and you are quite sensible. You have lived up to my efforts. As long as you finish reading this book, it is not a problem to become an extraordinary creature. Moreover, the story of Nalyu in it is also very interesting, enough for you to live outside in the future, provided that you don't do anything stupid. Dole's doubts were finally answered. He fell silent. After understanding the facts, he was no longer afraid of Ball. He used to think that this guy was weird, but it turned out to be an intelligent creature. He looked into the distance. From the gap in the woods, he could see the city and the mountains in the distance. Go down this mountain and cross 2 mountains to reach Duming City. He let out a long breath, which affected the wound on his chest, and he frowned in pain. He raised his head and asked, "If I want revenge, can you help me?" Bear nodded, "Of course, but I won't do it. At most, I can give you technical support. I know a little about your human wizard system and warrior system, and I can guide you." Dole closed his eyes, and then opened them again. His face, covered with brown blood, was full of heaviness and twisted color. "Okay, I leave it to you for the next few days." He endured the pain, picked up the unknown beast beside him, put it to his mouth, and a bloody smell immediately hit his face. He resisted the urge to vomit, and bit it hard. This hatred is irreconcilable. "Odo, Sam, Carmen, Ferrer, Dis, the 5 of you wait for me." As a person from the slums, Dole has always been a person who prefers to mind his own business. However, despite this, he is still targeted again and again. Now some people even want to kill him. Dole feels that his anger has burned through all his rationality. Damn retreating, fucking tolerance, I've had enough. He didn't know if Harley was still looking for him, but it didn't matter anymore. After escaping death, he just wanted to become stronger and kill people. Looking at Dole eating meat in big mouthfuls, while eating, he held back his vomiting. Ball nodded in his heart. Only those who endured the pain, ignored some living conditions, and tried to survive were worthy of being strong. He liked Dole because of this. This was a strong child. After experiencing life and death, he estimated that this child would never be weak in his heart, would never give in, and become cold. Growing up in the slums, he was originally indifferent. Whether it was cold or indifferent, it was a necessary quality to become a strong person. After Dole finished eating the meat, he looked at Ball lying on the ground, reached out to wipe the blood from his mouth, swallowed all the desire to vomit, and then closed his eyes, calmed down, and prepared to meditate. Now he couldn't do anything, he could only meditate. After entering meditation, the waves of pain from all parts of his body slowly eased, and then disappeared. In his world, only 3 bronze coins remained. These 3 coins have been constructed, and the patterns are clearly visible. He began to construct the 4th coin. The moment he began to construct, the 4th coin was built at a speed visible to the naked eye, the outline appeared, and the details were filled in. In less than an hour, the 4th coin appeared. Dole didn't expect it to be so easy. He had been suffering and enduring every moment of the day, but he didn't expect that the improvement in mental power would be so great. After visualizing the 4th coin, Dole has successfully stood at the level of a junior wizard apprentice. According to the wizard standard, the mental power of an intermediate apprentice is at least 7 to 9 times that of a junior apprentice. So he needs to visualize at least 21 Marfa copper coins to touch the threshold of an intermediate apprentice. Too slow. After consolidating for a while, Dole began to attack the 5th one. Time passed slowly. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Dole's injuries were very serious. 80% of his skin was torn, and there was no good part on his face, neck, and body. He looked very miserable, so his injuries healed very slowly. Even if Ball applied medicine to him every day, he would not be able to stand up for 10 days or half a month. The next day, Dole took a portion of spiritual power herbs and continued to meditate. These days, he could not do anything but meditate. He also discovered a situation these days, that is, Ball took him to a different position every day, but always near this mountain. When he slept at night, Dole could feel a mysterious force concentrating on Ball, and he didn't know what it was. Thinking of Ball's predecessor as a 7th-level terrifying creature, Dole felt relieved again. Such a life could be killed by a casual slap, so it was normal to make a little noise. The spiritual power herbs can only be taken once every 3 days. When Dole finished taking the 3rd dose, he was finally able to stand up. These days, he almost vomited from eating raw meat. Now that he can move, he makes a fire and grills meat by himself. Salt and other things are brought by Ball from the foot of the mountain. As for where he got it from, Dole did not ask. It's just like the Book of Nalui. Who knows where it came from? Who cares? It's fine as long as it's there. In the past, Dole felt that eating meat was an incomparable luxury. He would drool every day when he walked through the market. Now that he eats meat every day, he doesn't like it very much. He needs other substances to replenish his body. After all, humans are not complete carnivores, and cannot rely entirely on meat to survive. More than 10 days later, his wounds had completely healed and he could move. Most of his injuries were superficial, but his muscles and bones were not a big problem. After the superficial injuries healed, there was no big problem. His mental power also made great progress, increasing to 12 copper coins, not far from 20 copper coins. When there were mental herbs, the improvement was very fast, and without mental herbs, the improvement was very slow. Dole was now eager to improve, so he was ready to go down the mountain. He was now covered with scars and cuts, and looked very hungry and creepy. With this ghost look, no one would recognize him. He told Ball that he was going down the mountain. Ball did not speak, but raised his hand, and some things flew out of his hand. They were some utensils and pots. Dole was startled. Ball had space equipment. Ball shook his head and said, "There are no wild animals on this mountain, and there are many medicinal herbs. When you can make a potion that changes your appearance, go down the mountain. Just stay here for a few days." Dole was shocked. This guy must have read the book The Legend of Nalyi, because in the book, Nalyi hid in the early days with a potion that can change his face, and another thing called hallucinogenic potion. He thought about it, nodded, and said, "Okay, what are you doing these days?" Ball pointed to the ground and said, "There is a small magic crystal mine in the mountain here. I am absorbing the power inside to recover." Dole's eyes widened immediately, showing an incredible look. "Magic crystal mine? How is this possible?" Ball's dog face showed a smile. "Have you forgotten the white crystals you gave me? Those are also magic crystals." Dole was stunned. "Those are magic crystals." A standard magic crystal can be directly exchanged for a lot of gold coins, but he thought that those broken magic crystals are at most magic crystal slag. For extraordinary wizards and warriors of a certain level, magic crystals are the source of power. A magic crystal mine is very important to any force or family, no matter how big or small. If they know there is a magic crystal mine here, they will definitely flock to it. Chapter 34. Oh my god, I'm sitting on a mountain of treasures now. Dole is only a wizard apprentice now, so he can't use magic crystals, but this doesn't stop him from dreaming. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, closed his eyes, suppressed this thought, and after opening his eyes, he said, "I will find something to eat by myself these days. You don't have to worry about me." After that, he went into the mountain to find medicinal herbs. Since Ball said there were no wild beasts here, there must be no beasts. With such a great god, what dared to stay nearby? This place is far away from Duming City, and has reached a deserted place. Once you leave the top of the mountain, you will be surrounded by grass and trees, and you can see all kinds of plants everywhere. He needs to distinguish various medicinal herbs from them. However, he soon found that it was difficult to walk in the mountains, at least for him, who was unarmed. There were also many medicinal herbs on the ground. He only walked a few dozen steps, and found many herbs recorded in the elementary magic potion. Ball gave him many books, including elementary magic rune learning, elementary potion learning, elementary material learning, and Nalyu's biography. These are all very valuable things. He hasn't read magic rune learning because he doesn't understand it very well, but he has read potion learning all the time, and is very clear about some low-level medicinal materials recorded in it. His goal is to become a real warrior or wizard. Whether it is a warrior without a background or a wizard without a background, learning to identify medicinal materials is very important, because no matter what profession it is, a large supply of medicinal materials is needed to quickly advance. Why do those big families have many geniuses? On the one hand, the big families are passed down from generation to generation, and each generation selects talented people. This is the case from generation to generation. The talents of the descendants are naturally similar, or even stronger than ordinary people. On the other hand, the family is wealthy, and there is no shortage of skills since childhood, which has been passed down for thousands of years. In addition, various medicinal herbs are used to lay a good foundation, so the improvement speed is naturally very fast. Unlike Dole, he is alone and has no one to talk to. It is a miserable thing. Dole held the book of potion learning in his hand. He walked, observed the surroundings, flipped through the book, and looked for herbs that he could use. It was difficult to walk on the mountain. There was no road, and there were branches and vines everywhere. Dole spent a long time to walk a section and harvested some herbs, but he was still far away from what he wanted. However, he was not discouraged. There was no worry about food here. Although it was a bit cold, it was still within the controllable range. With Ball, the environment on the mountain changed because of his presence. He hardly felt the problem of cold and heat. That was a level 7 creature. A level 1 wizard could walk sideways in Duming City, not to mention Ball, who was level 7. Dole was not happy when he thought about how he used to play with him every day. He was playing with fire. He was thinking wildly while walking. It took several days for Dole to clear a road down the mountain. From the road to both sides, he collected various herbs and filled several large bags. This place is far away from the city in the mountains. Even hunters don't come here. It's very safe. He thought that if all these herbs were brought to the city, they could probably be sold for a lot of silver coins. After several days of hard work, Dole finally collected enough herbs and returned to the mountain, looking around. At this time, Ball had moved to another place and lay down. A mysterious power flowed through his body. He couldn't see or feel it, but he had a sense of it. Ball raised his head and glanced at Dole. The man and the dog understood each other tacitly. Dole didn't deliberately pay attention to Ball, and began to tinker with the bottles and jars, sorting them into different categories. Water, there is fire on the mountain. Dole can drill wood to make fire, so he has no shortage of materials, and low-level medicinal materials do not need too high-end materials. The first thing he refined was not a disguise medicine, but a trauma medicine. This medicine is very simple, and just right for his own injuries. Without a unit of measurement, Dole could only rely on his hands to judge the proportion of medicinal materials. He squatted on the ground, took all the medicinal materials for trauma, and then grabbed them one by one to judge the weight. Another advantage of high mental power is that you are very sensitive to everything, including weight. Soon, he made 3 portions of trauma medicine, then took out one, brought a big pot, put all the medicinal materials into the pot, made water, made fire, and then a wisp of cooking smoke began to bloom in the forest. That's right, it was boiling, the most primitive refining method. After boiling for about an hour, Dole dispersed the fire, looked into the pot, and smelled it. It tasted good, with a zen fishy smell. Use a small wooden stick to remove the large wood residues of the herbs, and continue to cook on low heat until the water is dried up and the dark brown stuff underneath is exposed. That is the medicinal mud. Dole found some grass and fanned the pot to cool it down. It quickly cooled down. He dug a piece of medicinal mud with his hands and rubbed it on his body. Suddenly, a cool breath penetrated through the skin and into the body, which was very comfortable. It's done. It's not difficult. This is the effect of the medicine recorded in the book. It's true. Dole was very excited. At this time, Ball walked slowly from a distance. He was still in dog form. Seeing the medicine in Dole's pot, he also found it interesting. This guy succeeded in one try? This is just the most basic prototype of magic potion. In the most ancient times, humans had no tools and relied on this method to refine medicine. Now this method has long been outdated, but our conditions are a bit poor, so we can just make do with it. Dole did not despise it, nodded happily, and said, "Well, I know, let's practice first. This medicine can also remove scars. I see if I can restore my original appearance." Dole's body was full of scars from healed wounds, which was very ugly. Bear snorted, seeming very disdainful. Whether it is the warrior system or the wizard system, as long as you practice to a high level, the scars on your body will slowly disappear. Don't worry, as long as you continue to practice, you will look the same as before, and you will only be more handsome. He then looked into the distance and said, "Be careful when you look for medicine recently. Magic crystal slag has been found at Bianchi Minerals. It is estimated that people from the Northern Kingdom Supernatural Association will come here in a few days." Dole was stunned, and then his heart sank. He nodded and said, "I have found all the herbs. Now all that's left is to make them. But the hallucinogenic potion is not easy to make. It needs a lot of help." Bear nodded and said, "Don't worry about that. You can make the disguise first. You can go back to the city to make the hallucinogenic potion. If it doesn't work, find a job and take your time. There is no rush for revenge." Dole's face was not good. How could he not be anxious? He wished that those people would die immediately. Bear quickly disappeared in the jungle, and no one knew where he went. Dole watched Ball disappear, took off his tattered clothes, dug out all the medicinal mud, smeared it on himself, and then changed into a set of clothes. As soon as Ball left, the mountain was still very cold. That guy was an automatic temperature adjusting machine, and it was very useful. In the following days, he only made 2 kinds of medicine, one for healing and the other for disguise. The disguise medicine is also an ointment type. It is not applied on the face to change the appearance, but to change the thickness and color of the skin. It changes a person from the appearance, not the essence. His medicine residue is white and gray, very close to the skin. Dole tried several times, but the color of the medicine residue was not right. Soon, the herbs were used up. He sighed. He knew it would not be easy, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. Nalyu himself tried several times before he succeeded. So Dole was not discouraged and looked for medicine again. These are all low-level medicinal herbs, which are easy to find. In addition to the special herbs, Dole also found a lot of other herbs. When he was going down the mountain, he took them to the pharmacy to sell. This was also an income. Before, he used all his money to buy spiritual herbs, and the extra money was also looted by them when he entered the police station. Now he has no money on him. Chapter 35. Without money, there is no way to live. Although you can live in the slums, you can't eat. You still need money. These herbs are the little capital for his comeback. 2 days passed quickly. Ball came back every night and went out during the day. It was better during the day. Now the weather was hot, and the mountain was actually cool, but at night, if Ball didn't come back, Dole had to make a fire, otherwise he would freeze to death on the mountain. Soon, on the 4th day, Ball suddenly stood up, looked in the direction of Duming City, and said, "They have crossed the mountain in front and are coming this way. Let's leave." Dole knew the horror of the superpower society. If the police station is the most powerful official force, then the superpower society is completely above the police station, and even at the same level as the city lord's mansion. No professional dared to offend the superpower society. As the only recognized official wizard organization in the Northern Kingdom, they have endless means. As long as they are targeted, almost no one will survive. The horror of the supernatural society can stop a child from crying. Dole hurriedly moved and equipped all his things in his backpack. However, the traces of life in the past few days could not be eliminated, so he could only try his best to erase his own breath and reduce the traces of himself. These were all small tricks, but Dole did not hold much hope. After all, the other party was the supernatural society, and the wizard's detection ability was very terrifying. The slightest clue could not escape the other party's eyes. Fortunately, he burned the blood stains, blood scabs, and other residues on his body these days, and there was almost no residue. He knew that many witchcrafts could curse based on the residues. Who knew if the wizards in Duming City had this technology? He didn't dare to take the risk. While packing up, he looked around vigilantly. At this moment, Dole found that there seemed to be several more figures in the distant mountains, and then several almost indistinguishable things flew up from their hands and flew around. Bar urged Dole. Dole sighed, and came to Bar's side. Dole's eyes flashed, and the surrounding scenery quickly retreated backwards. He didn't know how Bar moved him. Anyway, he didn't see him move, and the two had already come to a corner at the bottom of the mountain. On the left side of the corner was a wide road. Dole was extremely shocked. He looked around and found that this was the main official road to Duming City, because there were many flags on both sides of the road, with the logo of Duming City painted on them. It was a flag in the shape of 3 mountain tops. This logo is not only the logo of Duming City, but also the logo of the Link family. The Link family has a rare hereditary earldom, and is also a hereditary city lord. This city could almost be said to belong to the Link family. At this time, he saw that Ball's body gradually became smaller, and turned into a dirty ordinary dog. "Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and change your appearance, and go into the city." Ball was a little speechless. This guy was making a fuss. Dole suddenly realized, and then quickly took out the ointment wrapped in leaves from his bag and began to apply it on his face, then pulled and tugged, and finally smoothed the ointment on his face. He didn't know what he looked like, but he was still a person, as long as he was completely different from before. Ball glanced at Dole's new outfit, and said unhappily, "Your chin fell off. Can you help it?" Dole himself couldn't see what he looked like, and was a little speechless. "I can't see it, so can't you remind me? Can you be more reliable?" He rubbed his chin, trying to make it as round as possible, and then looked at Ball. Ball rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, it's not too ugly. Just go back and buy a mirror to fix this image." Dole naturally knew this truth. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then let's go." In this way, 1 man and 1 dog followed the official road and slowly climbed up the mountain. The city of Duming is located at a very high place, surrounded by mountains in all directions. The valleys of these mountains merge into a long valley, not far from the gate of Duming City, which leads to the plain outside in a crooked way. It is nearly 50 kilometers long and very long. Although the geographical location of Duming City is bad, it is very important to the entire Chris County, because it is a city that can make money. At least a quarter of the annual taxes of Chris County come from Duming City: minerals, ironware, these are the big ones. The place where Ball landed was not far from the city. Soon, they saw the outline of the city in the distance, the mining roads leading to all directions at the city gate, and many carriages moving in an orderly manner. The carriages were full of minerals. The finished minerals would be transported to the designated location, and the waste slag would be pulled to fill the river. It is spring now, and the ores accumulated in various mines for a winter have begun to be sorted out, waiting for the imperial convoy to come in from outside. Metal minerals are generally only sold to the empire, and rarely sold to private individuals, unless the title is high enough. In the city of Duming, only Count Link, Viscount Orn and Viscount Lake have a share. Dole walked and looked around, and he soon came to the city gate. On both sides of the city gate were heavily armed guards on duty. Dole used to respect these people, but now he only felt resentment when he saw them. After a quick scan, he didn't find Feller. That guy didn't seem to be on duty today. Dole's eyes were slightly cold. Entering the city, a noisy atmosphere hit him. After living in the mountains for several days, Dole had already gotten used to being alone. Once he entered the city, he was still a little uncomfortable. He was urged by the people behind him to slowly enter the city. He had a bundle on his waist, which was full of various medicines. Passing the slums and the commercial avenue, Dole soon saw the old blacksmith shop and saw Fairy soliciting customers at the door. Fairy was still warmly entertaining customers as before, and there seemed to be no change. He stood on tiptoe and looked inside and saw those old acquaintances. Virek, Santos, Mole, and those first-level blacksmiths and apprentices. After seeing for a few seconds, he sighed and continued to move forward. His goal was the pharmacy. Soon, he came to the pharmacy where he bought medicine last time. The door was written with Future Pharmacy, and he walked in slowly. There were a lot of people at the entrance of the pharmacy, all queuing to buy medicine. After entering the pharmacy, there were also many assistants inside. On the left side of the pharmacy, there were 2 stools where several doctors sat, and on the right side was the place to buy finished medicines. Directly opposite the entrance was where the shopkeeper was. This was not the first time that Dole came here. He looked at the price of the medicines he had on the wall, and then went directly to the shopkeeper, took out the bag, and said, "Boss, these are the medicines I picked. Please help me take a look." Dole's bag was bulging, and there were quite a few of them. The boss just glanced at it, and then became serious, because he saw a branch of medicinal herbs exposed outside the bag, which seemed to be high-quality medicine. He looked at Dole for a few times. This guy did come from outside. There were some dirt stains on his body, and his clothes were not clean, but he was not a regular herbal farmer. He should be from the town outside. Only in the mountains outside could you find high-quality medicinal herbs. He lowered his head and looked at the dog next to Dole. He immediately understood that this should be the descendant of a hunter. He waved to the side, asking another person to take his place, and then said to Dole, "Come to the back with me." Dole hesitated for a moment, then waved to Ball, and followed the shopkeeper to the back. There was an aisle at the back, and there were small rooms on both sides of the national road. There were people in these small rooms. Dole just glanced and saw that they were all doctors. This pharmacy assumed the responsibility of doctors. Chapter 36. Coming to the last room, as soon as he entered, Dole saw several rows of tall medicine cabinets with various medicinal materials written on them. There was a big table with stools on both sides of the table. The shopkeeper extended his hand to Dole enthusiastically, smiling, and said, "Please sit down and let me see what you have." Dole couldn't tell the depth of the boss, so he disguised himself as a dull child. He took off the bundle, put it on the table, and then opened it by himself. Some of these medicinal materials were dug by him at the beginning, without the correct technique, and looked very poor, but some of them were dug later, which required a lot of skills, and some of them were of high quality, because ordinary hunters or herbal farmers could not touch them at all. When Dole opened the bundle, the boss sat opposite him, and looked at them one by one. He tried his best to keep a calm expression, but when he saw some medicinal materials were damaged, the corners of his mouth twitched. The medicines this young man made were really good, but his technique was too poor. Some of the herbs were second level, and some were even third level, which made his eyes light up. First level herbs cost only 1 copper coin. After all, they were only for ordinary people, and could not be too expensive, while herbs above second level were expensive, with dozens of copper coins per pound, and third level herbs were directly sold in silver coins, and the older they were, the more expensive they were. He saw that there was a red herb in it, which was the blood true grass, which could improve chi in blood, and was useful for first level warriors. But the herb was bad, and the medicinal power was greatly reduced, and the boss was simply heartbroken. He looked at Dole with a bad face and said, Did you pick this, or did your family pick it? Dole had been watching the boss's gaze. With his keenness, he could naturally see what the boss saw. He laughed and said, "Boss, you want to say that my collection method is too bad, and I destroyed the herbs, right?" He picked up the blood grass from the inside and said, "This is the first time I have seen this herb. My method is a bit rough, but I won't do that next time I see it." The boss was surprised that this guy actually knew this herb. "Do you know the herbs?" Dole had already thought of the wording, and said, "My family has been herbal farmers for generations, and I know some herbs. If my father hadn't died too early, and didn't teach me many things, I could do better." The boss nodded and said, "I know." He counted all the herbs and said, "I will give you a total of 3 gold coins for these herbs, okay?" Dole nodded. Many of these herbs were collected in places that people dared not go to. They were rarely seen on the market. 3 gold coins were already a lot. It's just like what I guessed. If I can find other herbs in the future, I will come to you again. 3 gold coins are not expensive for ordinary herbal farmers. They go up the mountain to collect herbs, and some even risk their lives to collect them. They also have to buy equipment, which is very expensive. They can sell gold coins, but they have to buy other things when they go back, and the income is still silver coins. The greater the investment, the greater the income, and these herbs are worth the price. With Ball by his side, Dole's concept of money has become more about whether it is enough, rather than whether it is too much. No matter how much money, if it is for refining medicine or doing experiments, it is not enough. 3 gold coins seem to be a lot, which is more than what he earned in his lifetime a few months ago. But if he buys a set of experimental equipment and rents a better house, it will be spent quickly. The money is still not enough. He suddenly thought of something and said, "I want to learn how to make common ointments. I want to buy a batch of beakers, droppers, filters, alcohol lamps, etc. Do you have any?" The boss sneered, "You look down on us. We have all the things you want. They are all worthless. I give you 1 gold coin for a complete set of equipment for refining common medicines." The quality of the medicinal materials provided by Dole is very good. He wants to cooperate for a long time, so he quoted a low price, but it is still profitable. 3 gold coins minus 1 gold coin, only 2 gold coins are left, but fortunately, there is still a surplus. Dole heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, then I go pick some other herbs, and we settle the bill later." The boss nodded and said, "Okay, let me ask you one more question. Do you want to be a doctor?" Dole shook his head. He lifted his sleeves, revealing the hideous scars underneath, and said, "Going up the mountain to pick herbs, it's inevitable to have scars. I use them all myself. My father once saved a doctor, and got several prescriptions from him, all for my own use." The boss saw Dole's arm, and was startled. He naturally knew that they were all scratches, even the skin was scraped off. This horrible injury, this boy just lightly ignored it. His character is simply amazing. "There are not many young people with such good hearts now," he said. "Wait a minute. I give you a small thing. It's not worth much." The two walked out of the last room, and came to the hall. Dole went to find the medicine he needed, and the boss returned to the counter. A moment later, Dole chose the medicine and came to the counter. The boss gave him a book. This is a complete book of medicinal materials. After counting the bills, Dole still had 50 silver coins left. After thanking the boss, Dole carried a big box, and left the pharmacy quickly with the honest-looking Ball. A man and a dog walked on the street, very bored. Dole now has 50 silver coins on him, which seems a lot, but if he really spends it, it is actually not a big deal. He just earned 3 gold coins, which sounds a lot, and it is very likely that a poor man cannot earn money in his lifetime, but he spent it very quickly. A set of medical equipment and a dozen spiritual herbs cost a full 2.5 gold coins, which is simply robbing money. It's a pity that he was not born in a wealthy family. A man and a dog wandered on the street, bought a set of hooded clothes, some other things, some food, salt, seasoning, machete, and spent about 6 silver coins, and slowly came to the slums. He planned to stay here for 1 night, and go out tomorrow. Recently, he did not plan to live in the city, but to stay outside the city. Ball had picked out a good address for him. It was deep in the Bianchi mine, where there had been magic crystal slag before, and there must be more goods inside. The previous hill was targeted by the Supernatural Society, and it was probably a death wish to go there again. Change the hill, stay outside, and you can find medicine to practice on the hill, which is inconvenient in the city. Disguise ointment alone is not enough. If you want to kill Odo and his son, you need poison or hidden magic potion. He needs to make them outside, and then come back for revenge. He told himself again and again, don't worry, don't worry. Duming Mountain is surrounded by mountains, with only one valley leading to the outside. The walls of Duming City are tall and wide, which are to prevent attacks from wild beasts and other creatures from the mountains. This kind of thing happened many times every year many years ago, but it is much less now. There are many powerful creatures in the mountains, flying in the sky and crawling on the ground. Although Duming City is the world of humans, the mountains are still the world of wild beasts and other creatures. Those powerful beasts, or intelligent creatures, are collectively called magic beasts. Logically speaking, Ball is also a magic beast, and is also a very terrifying existence, but when Dole took a look at Ball, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, remembering that he had been petting the dog before. Chapter 37. The next morning, the man and the dog quickly disguised themselves and left the city, then walked along the road of the Bianchi mine. They entered the mountains from the ravine next to the mine, and quickly disappeared into the vast forest. There are many roads to the mountains, which are all made by hunters, herbal farmers, and even some adventurers. All they have to do is to go to places where people can't go, collect things that others can't collect, and hunt prey that others have never hunted. As soon as they entered the mountains, Ball restored his original appearance and led the way. Although he was still in the form of a dog, he was more than 2 meters tall, with shiny hair, and looked very mighty, not the sickly image before. The disguised form is to prevent people from being spotted and robbed, causing unnecessary trouble, that's all. Dole took out a hatchet from his arms, and followed Ball forward. Harley impatiently came to the police station again. Even in a dress, his strong body gave people an impression of being fierce and unprovoked. Seeing Harley coming, the police officer at the door quickly notified Dis. Harley came to Dis's office regardless, sat down by himself, looked at Dis sitting opposite him, and said in a low but powerful voice, "Where is my man?" Dis's face was a little ugly. He was the one who took the man away. Now the man is gone. It's understandable that the other party came to find him, but how could he know where he went? He said impatiently, "I don't know, my men are also looking for him." Harley's mouth twitched slightly, snorted coldly, and said, "I have asked some people, and know what happened that day. You can touch anyone, but you can't touch my people. I will give you another 3 days. If you still can't find the person, or you are still going to drag it on like this, you can't do your position as the sheriff. You should know that there are so many people watching you in this position." Dis's face was extremely gloomy. Harley was really targeting him. He had no idea where the damned little beast had gone. If he knew, he would have to say it. He had been under a lot of pressure these days. He was just a poor man. He could have died, but for this poor man, Harley used far more connections than he could have imagined. Damn, who is that guy? Damn Sam, damn Otto, damn Harley, damn Feller, why don't they die? He forced out an ugly smile, slightly restrained his expression, and stood up a little restrained. "I will, please rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Harley heard this, and did not speak. He just sat there, and looked at the other party. He sat there for an hour. Dis felt helpless. At this moment, a person hurriedly walked in from outside, saw the situation inside, came to Dis's ear, and whispered a few words. Dis's face was serious at first, but then it changed, and he said, "Really?" The man nodded with a serious and excited expression, and said, "The chief is now calling all the police inspectors to a meeting to discuss this matter. If it is true, then our dormant city will probably be more popular." Dis couldn't calm down for a long time. The Superpower Society has discovered a magic crystal mine, which is a big event, and the crystal mine is on an uninhabited mountain. If it is occupied by someone first, it will be a big deal. However, with the means of the Superpower Society, no one dares to occupy it privately, that is courting death. "I know you go first, I will come later." He sent the man away calmly, then squeezed out a little ugly smile, and said to Harley, "Please sit down first, I have something to go out." After that, he quickly slipped away. Dole naturally didn't know that after the Ability Club discovered the magic crystal mine, they mobilized all the forces of the police station, the Public Security Administration Department, and the Military Department to lay out all the mountains around the magic crystal mine and plan roads. They planned to open roads directly from the mountains. At the same time, they sent a message to the Chris County branch that the magic crystal mine was discovered here. Although it looks like a small vein at present, a small vein is still a vein. As soon as the news of the discovery of the magic crystal mine came out, except for the Ability Club, all other families were shocked and cooperated with the Ability Club to develop this vein. The Ability Club is powerful, but they are just a group of weak mages. If they want to mine ore, they still need a huge amount of manpower, ordinary manpower. Opening roads in the mountains, building bridges, and paving the ground all require a lot of manpower and material resources. Almost all families want to get a share of this matter. At this time, Dole and Ball had come to the mountains, away from the previous veins, and prepared to settle down on another mountain. The weather was bad today. As soon as they arrived in the mountains, a cold wind blew from the mountains, and the air temperature dropped sharply. There was a little more fog in the mountains, and then it slowly turned into clouds. It was about to rain. One person and one dog followed the valley, and found a cliff and walked forward. Soon it started to rain. However, they soon found a shallow cave on the cliff next to them, which could shelter them from the wind and rain. This was the first rain since the beginning of spring. The forests below the mountain had long been lush and green, and the places on the mountain with low temperatures had long been green, but there had been no rain. This rain brought a coolness to the dry climate. Ball was not satisfied with this place, as it was too low, but it was raining now, so it was difficult for Dole to move around, so he could only stay here for a while. The cave was not deep, and there was still a few dozen meters to go inside. It was not big, but it was big enough for Dole to move around. After cleaning up the inside, a man and a dog sat at the entrance of the cave, boredly looking at the rain dripping at the door. Soon, Dole could not sit still anymore, and stood on the ground to practice boxing and swordsmanship. He had no sword in his hand, so he could use the hatchet as a sword. Ball looked at Dole, lowered his head, and turned his gaze to the outside. Dole practiced for a while, felt tired, and then walked into the cave, opened the bag in the box, and then lit a candle, ready to read a book, and then study potion science. Now that the tools are there, and there are some medicinal materials, all that is left is practice. The conditions are a little worse now, but there are conditions after all. After a while, he stood up the box and took out all kinds of things. Alcohol, alcohol lamp, beaker, ordinary medicine pot, all these are needed. When refining medicine at the beginning, it was very rough, and it was only later that it gradually became more refined. The pot is still necessary. In order to bring these things up, he suffered a lot along the way. He looked and saw that there was still a lack of firewood. It's raining now. Forget it, let's meditate tomorrow. 2 days passed quickly. Dole and Ball walked around the surrounding mountains, and finally found a place to live on the hill next to them. This is completely a mountainous area, surrounded by mountains that can't be seen at a glance. It is rare to find a place to rest. There is a large protruding stone on the top of the mountain, and below it is a whole piece of rocky flat land, which is concave inward, about 5 meters away. If the two sides are blocked by stones, it is just a natural nest. Dole is ready to settle down here. According to Ball, ordinary monsters will not come where he is, but they are afraid that the people of the supernatural society will expand the search range. They now know that someone has been on the mountain. Dole was also afraid, but it was useless to be afraid at this time. At worst, Bar could take him out of Duming City, and come back for revenge after a few decades. The Superpower Society was the official magic organization of the Empire. The branch of the Superpower Society in Duming City was not in the city, but in a mountain outside the city. A road led to it from the north of the city. Chapter 38. The manager of the Ability Club is a formal wizard, who has 6 senior apprentices, more than a dozen mid-level apprentices, and countless low-level apprentices. At this time, the 6 senior apprentices sat in the meeting with the formal wizard to discuss the current situation. The magic crystal mine must be owned by the Ability Club. Even if the city lord with the title of Earl, the deputy city lord with the title of Viscount, the Link family, the Orn family, etc. want to intervene, they have to look at the face of the Ability Club. This is the privilege of the Empire, and the privilege of the Ability Club. With the magic crystal mine, the strength of the Domin Ability Club here will be greatly improved. You said that someone stayed there, and it was not a short time, but there was no trace of anyone being excavated at the scene? The formal wizard Mossad sat at the top of the conference table, holding his chin with both hands, and asked softly. The person who answered this question was the senior wizard apprentice Mike. Yes, teacher, there are traces of burning and many animal carcasses. Judging from the teeth marks, there should be 2 creatures. One is a human and the other is a canine-like creature. We initially suspect that they are just hunters. Based on the initial information we have obtained, we cannot determine how they got there. Maybe they just strayed in, or maybe they are wizard apprentices. After all, in addition to the hunter profession, wizard apprentices can also recapture monsters. Mike just finished speaking, and Tina, who was sitting below Mike, said, "There is another doubt. We searched all around, and there was no road leading to the mountain. In other words, they got to the mountain through other means. To do this, unless they are formal warriors, formal wizards, or have the strength of senior wizard apprentices and special alchemical equipment. They put a stack of photos in front of Mossad. Mossad flipped the photos, looked at the traces of those things, and thought carefully. The conference room was silent, and no one dared to speak. After a long time, Mossad said, "How did the people at the Bianchi mine ask about it? How long has the magic crystal slag appeared?" Bianchi, who was in charge of this matter, said, "I have asked, and they said it has been almost a month, but at the beginning everyone thought it was just a simple shiny little stone, and didn't know it was magic crystal slag, so naturally no one cared about those things, and no one asked about it. Only some people took it out, because it was beautiful. Those miners were all poor people, and it was impossible for them to recognize magic crystals. Once the magic crystal ore is taken out, it will be hard to say, it will definitely attract the attention of wandering wizards, so it is reasonable for someone to investigate on the mountain." Mossad gently put down his arm, his eyes full of wisdom, and said solemnly, "The matter of the magic crystal mine is our top priority at the moment. We don't have enough manpower in the Superpower Club. Since the Link family, the Orn family, and the Lake family want to have a share, then give them some things to do. Those who need to build roads should build roads, and those who need to build bridges should build bridges. When the time comes, deduct it from the income. Just go back and tell them." "Yes, teacher." Mossad usually doesn't like to manage things. He listens to some reports regularly. The matter of the magic crystal mine is too important, so he came out to stabilize the situation. These 6 apprentices are from various families and forces. They go to discuss the early matters themselves. He only needs to stabilize the overall situation. At this time, Baichi suddenly spoke up and said, "Teacher, a small village outside the city of Dormont was massacred. Our people went to check and found that all of them were poisoned by the virus. We suspect that there are wandering magic potion wizards who came to the city of Dormont." Mossad's eyes became serious, and he said, "What are you waiting for? Quickly organize people to catch them. These black wizards, who endanger ordinary people, should be punished as they deserve." "Yes, teacher." The 6 people nodded together. It was obviously not the first time for them to deal with black wizards. 6 people are usually responsible for 6 different directions. Baichi is responsible for the strange cases that the police station cannot handle, which are related to wizards. The people of a small village died in one go. This matter is quite serious. Because of the magic crystal mine, the whole people of Duming City were mobilized. The military families originally needed to open up the road to the outside, and now they had to divide half of their troops to maintain order. The whole Duming City looked a little messy. At this time, Dole was carefully separating the liquid medicine. Because the conditions were a little difficult, it was not easy to do these things, but he still followed the rules and completed the steps without any mistakes. After searching for a few days in the mountains, he found all the drugs he needed and prepared the hallucinogenic potion. The steps of making hallucinogenic potion are much more than those of healing potion and disguise ointment. First, boil it, filter the liquid, separate it, and then dry it into a very fine powder. The color cannot be wrong, and these medicinal materials must be separated one by one, which is very troublesome. Fortunately, there are a lot of psychedelic grass, the main material of hallucinogenic potion, on the mountain, so Dole can waste it. Otherwise, it would cost a huge amount of silver coins just to buy herbs and extract powder at the foot of the mountain. After the powder is extracted, it is dissolved, synthesized, and proportioned. Although there is a proportion in the book, the efficacy of each powder is different. He still needs to find a suitable proportion to prepare the correct hallucinogenic potion. Hallucinogenic potions are also a very important potion on the road of wizards. Its biggest function is hallucination. There are 2 uses. One is external. A little bit can make people dizzy and fall into a dream or illusion. The other is internal, taking it by yourself, and improving mental power by resisting the illusion of the potion. For a qualified wizard, hallucinogenic potions are sometimes better than simple mental potions. Mental potions can directly improve mental power, but there is a limit to improving mental power, while hallucinogenic potions can break the original mental power limit in various ways and continue to improve upward. The 2 complement each other. In the wizard apprentice stage, these 2 potions are essential skills for all potion apprentices. The liquid medicine, mixed, stirred, and as a blue smoke came out, Dole was suddenly happy in his heart. It was done. After 10 days, he finally practiced the hallucinogenic potion. In his hand was a 300 milliliters beaker, which was not full. According to the normal measurement of 10 milliliters per tube, these hallucinogenic drugs could be distributed to at least 20 tubes, which was enough for him to use for many days. After finishing, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, his mental power has increased to the level of 18 copper coins, which is not far from the intermediate level, and he can proceed with the next plan. Enter the city to kill people. Originally, he and Ball guessed that after discovering a magic crystal mine, the superpowers would definitely search the nearby mountains, but strangely, they did not search on a large scale, but only searched on a small scale. Seeing that there was nothing else, they gave up the search, which made Dole feel relieved. But they also set up a lot of warning equipment nearby, and Dole did not dare to get close except Ball. Bale had also made some gains recently. In a mountain farther away, he found a small piece of magic crystal ore, but it was occupied by a firefinch bird with the strength of a first-level wizard. However, in Bale's hands, the firefinch bird with the strength of a first-level wizard was not worth mentioning at all. It was quickly occupied by Bale. The firefinch bird, which was usually domineering, became its follower and guarded that place. The firefinch bird did not know the existence of Dole, and Dole had never thought of moving there. Even if he wanted to move there, he would at least wait until his revenge was taken. As soon as the hallucinogenic potion was successful, Dole rested for a night. The next morning, he called Bale and prepared to return to the city of Duming. At this time, spring had completely arrived. Coming down from the mountain, all kinds of trees in the mountain had grown tender green leaves, and the flowers and plants on the mountain were blooming, attracting all kinds of creatures in the mountain that rely on nectar for food, such as bees, butterflies, mosquitoes, and some small birds. Chapter 39. Back on the wide road, Dole had already made up to look like Lin Rue, carrying a big bag on his back and a hatchet on his waist. His sturdy figure didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. Soon, he arrived at the city gate. At this moment, Ball shook his pants and glanced at the city wall. Dole glanced at Ball, then followed his gaze, and found several large notices posted on the city wall. Many people were reading them at the moment, and some people read them out loud to let those who didn't know what happened. Dole just glanced at it, and quickly read the content above, and his heart was chilled. The notice said that 2 black wizards had wandered to the vicinity of Duming City, and committed a very tragic poisoning case, poisoning a village with more than 30 people. Now the people have been caught, and tomorrow morning, they will be burned at the gate of the city. I hope everyone will be informed that if they encounter wandering wizards in the future, they should report them in time to avoid causing large-scale casualties. Killing more than 30 people in one breath, this wandering wizard is quite powerful. However, when thinking of the wizard's methods, Dole fell silent again. He could have killed so many ordinary people in one breath simply by using poison or other means. But why did he do it this way? To what extent have these people's minds been twisted? Or are they practicing some black magic now? The wizard profession is simply unmatched in creating terror and panic. Black wizard. Dole has learned a new word. The name of black wizard is also mentioned many times in Nalyu's biography. They are a group of lunatics who will do anything to achieve their goals. They have seriously violated ethics and morality. They can be described as pure magic. If you encounter a black wizard, Nalyu's advice is to kill him immediately. If you can't kill him, don't contact him easily. Black wizard? Dole's face darkened. He turned his head and looked around the city gate. He didn't see Feller today. I wonder what happened to Feller, or was he transferred to other places? At the city gate, there were many soldiers and carriages, as well as many migrant workers. They started to build roads in the mountains along the vicinity of the Bianchi mine. They were very lively. Dole knew that this might be the preparation for the development of the magic crystal mine by the Superpower Association. He saw that there were all kinds of people among these people, even prisoners. Dole's disguise was the same as last time. He wore a hood and carried a big bag. His 2 dark and thick arms were exposed. At a glance, they were all caused by frequent sun exposure. It was easy to tell where he came from. His arms were full of scars, looking hideous and terrifying. Even those gangsters were unwilling to come and provoke him. Walking into the future pharmacy, the sharp-eyed boss had already seen him. Seeing the bulging backpack behind him, he immediately greeted others and hurried over to welcome him to the back. Entering the warehouse, Dole put down the bag and said, "Thank you for the book, boss. I found a lot of good medicinal materials this time. Please give me a price." Slowly opening the bag, the boss's eyes lit up. "My name is Maldi. You can call me Laomi. The quality of your medicinal materials is really good. You have been to many places that no one has been to." "Not only are there places that no one has been to, but there is no one at all, right?" He smiled and said, "It's okay. My ball is very smart and can always take me to good places. My name is Lin Rue." He touched Ball's head next to him. Only then did Lamy look at the dog next to Dole. It was just a dirty dog, obviously not a good breed, a very ordinary mountain dog, but the eyes were very bright and beautiful. Lamy nodded, stopped talking, and concentrated on looking at the medicinal herbs collected by Dole. The quantity this time was more than the last time, and the quality was better. Lamy was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Although there were many herbal farmers supplying them, the quantity could be more than Dole, but the quality was definitely not enough. This guy used second-level and third-level medicinal herbs at once, which was very powerful. Combined with the scars on his body, Lamy knew that this little guy probably suffered a lot. You know, it has been more than 10 days since the last time. There are 16 kinds of medicinal materials in total, all of which are level 2 and 3, and of good quality. I give you 15 gold coins. Lenrue, what do you need? Dole nodded, took out a list, put it in front of Lamy, and said, I need the things on it. Lamy just took a look, his eyes shrank slightly, and then he stopped talking. He shouted a few words loudly, and a man came in from outside. He gave a few instructions, and handed the note to the man. The man looked at Dole, said nothing more, and immediately prepared to go. This room is very quiet, and neither of them spoke. The silence is a little scary. After a long time, Lamy spoke first, saying, Lenrue, I can probably guess what you want to do with these materials and medicinal materials, but I want to advise you, remember not to hurt human lives and don't become a dark wizard. Dole was startled, raised his eyes, stared at Lamy, thought for a moment and said, I didn't intend to hide it from you. Becoming a dark wizard is not my goal. He knew that no matter how he disguised himself, Lamy, the old doctor, would see some clues. He said it so directly, and Dole felt relieved. Lamy sat down and sighed, I have seen many wild wizards like you. The decline of wizards in the Northern Kingdom is not because they are not qualified, but because the Abilities Society controls a lot of resources, and the black wizards are rampant, so the wizard group is notorious among ordinary people, but there are still many people who want to become wizards in private. In Duming City, there are actually many underground wizards. If you want to take this path, it is easy to meet them. Dory heard this and immediately relaxed. His eyes lit up. Are there many wizard apprentices? In order to dispel Dole's concerns, Lamy nodded calmly and said, there are all kinds of wizards from major families and individual people, especially from major families. The number of wizards is the largest. Generally speaking, they will join the Ability Society, but there are also some unknown wizard apprentices. If it is not necessary, I suggest you not to expose yourself. It is easy to disguise yourself as a warrior with your clothes. He looked at Dole's skin and muscles, and the hatchet on his waist. Dole nodded, and was relieved at this time. He looked at Lamy with his eyes, and said, Thank you, our business can be long-term cooperation. So far, I have no plan to contact others. Lamy showed a surprised look, so he smiled and said, Then you are good, I don't want to lose you as a source of supply. Of course, if you have any medicine to sell, you can also come to me. I also have many wizards to supply here. Of course, poison is not accepted. Dole looked at Lamy and understood that this old guy was old and clever. I am afraid that he relied on a lot of wizards to be his suppliers. However, at present, he has nothing else to sell except healing ointment, mental potion, and hallucinogenic potion, and these three things cannot be sold. He nodded and said, I am learning slowly. If there is something good, I will come to you. Lamy also breathed a sigh of relief. He regretted it as soon as he said it just now. If this guy suddenly got angry, he would have to expose himself. He smiled and said, Then we will have a happy cooperation. The two had nothing to say, and the atmosphere became quiet again. Soon, the apprentice came in with a big box and placed it in front of Dole. Dole opened the box, took a look, and nodded. Chapter 40. After coming out of the pharmacy, Dole was not in a hurry to leave. He had been wandering in the mountains for the past few days, and his clothes were torn again. He needed to buy a few sets of clothes as backup. After knowing that there were still many wild wizards in Duming City, Dole had a new understanding of the control of the supernatural society. They recognized wild wizards, but not black wizards. Once discovered, they would be sentenced to death. This was Dole's current concept of the supernatural society. Of course, it was one thing for them to care, and it was another thing for him to appear in front of them and commit suicide. He should still stay away from them as much as possible. After staying in the slum for one night, he came to the city gate early the next morning and walked out of the city. At this time, he saw a small group of people coming from the crowd in the distance. They were sweating and pushing a large cart full of stones, coming to the city. Behind the cart, Feller sat in the front of the car with an excited look on his face, commanding the disciples beside him. Seeing this, Dole narrowed his eyes, then turned around and walked out of the city without looking back. He quickly disappeared into the mountains. This transaction brought him about 15 gold coins, but he spent 14 gold coins on other medicinal materials and some auxiliary medicinal materials he needed. He spent another 50 silver coins on clothes, seasonings, alcohol, etc., and only had 50 silver coins left. 15 gold coins seemed a lot, but for a wizard, it was still too little. They walked all the way, over mountains and ridges, until the afternoon, when they returned to the cave where they lived and continued to start their plan to refine medicine. Although the hallucinogenic potion has been successful, and there is some stock in hand, he needs to prepare a few more for backup. The next is the ordinary poison, the medicine to be applied on the body to hide the breath, and the spiritual power herbs. Refining the real primary spiritual power potion is the top priority. Recently, reading Nalyu's biography has inspired him a lot. It is no longer like the ordinary years with a passion. He needs a very thorough plan before he can act silently. Soon, 10 days passed in a flash. Dole held a test tube in each hand, a black test tube on the left and a green test tube on the right. He shook it gently. After about a minute, he poured the liquid in the 2 test tubes into the glass container at the same time. The 2 liquids mixed and quickly formed a dark green liquid. The liquid did not move at all, there was no smoke, no foam, as if it was blending into each other. Seeing this, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. It was successful. The black one is poison, which can cause a huge load on the heart and cause it to burst. The green one is a hallucinogen, which can produce hallucinations. He mixed the 2 together and gave the poison to people, which would give them the illusion that they had taken hallucinogens and scared themselves to death. The next step is to do experiments to verify his guess and then change the dosage. There are many creatures in the mountains. He needs to catch some creatures to do experiments to verify how much dosage is needed, whether his ratio is correct, and whether it can work. All of this requires experiments on creatures. This is a long process. Dole has another new course, self-cultivation of hunters. The book appeared at his door the next day, along with a bow and some materials for making traps. When he saw these things, he swallowed back his wish to ask Lord Ball to help catch some small animals. Dole grew up in the slums. Before he was 10 years old, he had almost never left the city. After he was 10 years old, he had to work to earn money, but he never thought that one day he would need to hunt for a living, although he did rely on some tricks to get a lot of food during this period. For wizards, they don't need to hunt, they just need to refine some things that prey want to eat and attract them. So Dole just glanced at the book, flipped through it a few times, put it down, and refined some new things again. Potions that can attract small wild animals, wild animal bait. Therefore, he had to go back to the city again, and buy some things that were not available on the mountain. It took 2 days to go back and forth. Time slowly came to summer. It was not hot in the mountain, but it was very cool on the top of the mountain. Dole hid in the cave with his bare chest, and there was no sweat at all. He picked up a small green bottle, drank the liquid inside, then closed his eyes, and entered the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, 26 copper coins were neatly arranged in a row, which looked quite spectacular. At this moment, an external cool force poured into the sea of consciousness. Dole hurriedly mobilized his mental power, and incorporated this force into his reminder, forming the 27th copper coin. This is a standard first-level mental potion. Unlike the previous simple herbal medicine, his liquid medicine is more effective, about 5 times stronger. At the beginning, 1 bottle of potion can increase 2 copper coins, but later, 1 bottle can only increase half. Now, after drinking a bottle, you can only slightly feel the influx of cool air. Dole did not take the hallucinogenic drug. That thing is too dangerous. It is not too late to drink it when you break through. Soon, the effect of the drug ended. The 27th copper coin only increased a little bit, and the outline could almost be seen clearly. At this time, he felt that his mental power was a little strange, and a wonderful rhythm flashed through his mind. At the same time, the 27th coin increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the 28th, 29th, and 30th copper coins in one breath. Dole was shocked. The breakthrough made no sense. He had prepared the hallucinogenic drug and was ready to take it at any time, but he didn't expect that he would naturally enter the intermediate level of wizard apprentice without taking it. Dole was silent for a moment, then opened his eyes. Ball's dog head appeared in front of him, seeming a little confused and a little relieved. "You have broken through," he said in an affirmative tone. Dole nodded and said, "Yes, I am now an intermediate wizard apprentice. Bear hummed and said, It's okay. According to your current progress, you can become a senior wizard apprentice by the end of the year. If you are lucky, you can become a first-level wizard before you are 15. Dole's mouth twitched. So slow? Bear sat down and snorted. You have good talent, which is already very good. You should know that some people can't become a first-level wizard in their entire lives. And I mean that if you are lucky, you can only enter the first level. If you are unlucky, you will be a high-level wizard all your life. Level apprentice. Dole frowned. So difficult? Bear's face was full of expressions, as if he was disdainful, nostalgic, or even sneering. Becoming level 1 is the first leap of life. Only when you formally come into contact with this huge world can you be qualified to enter a more advanced stage. Below level 1, in fact, they are all the same, all ants, all cannon fodder. If you can't become level 1, your life is short, and decades will pass in a flash. Only when you become level 1 can you have the opportunity to live forever. Dole stared at his pocket. These things were not in Nalu's biography. Intermediate wizard apprentices are useless. In addition to being more sensitive than primary ones, they are more sensitive to the outside world, and they are helpful in debugging potions and making alchemy. There is almost no improvement in combat effectiveness. But it will be good when you reach the advanced level. The mental power of advanced wizard apprentices can be extended to the things they touch, and they can use some props to achieve the effect of magic. You humans call it zero-level magic, but it is actually far from real magic. Chapter 41. Dole was somewhat speechless. The intermediate wizard apprentice was indeed useless, with no improvement in combat power at all. However, as his mental power improved, he became more sensitive in refining medicine, and he had a more accurate grasp of the quality of the liquid medicine and the medicine itself. The refined liquid medicine was more accurate. This was true. Now that he had entered the intermediate wizard apprenticeship, he should be more accurate. He looked at Ball with a somewhat indifferent expression, and said, I'm now at the intermediate level. It's time to go back. Bear made a casual expression and said, It's up to you, but I personally suggest that you go back after you reach the advanced level. The magic crystal mine has been discovered in Duming City, and now a large number of wizard apprentices have poured in. The situation is not optimistic if you go back now. Dole shook his head and said, Let's go back first. Bear nodded and said, It's up to you. He patted his head, shook his hair, stretched his waist, and said, Then go back. Dole was a little stunned. Are you going back with me too? Bear rolled his eyes at him and said, There is no magic crystal mine, and I have nothing to do here, so I might as well go back with you. Dole was a little happy and said, Then go back. The gate of Duming City was more heavily guarded. The city guards and the city garrison patrols patrol back and forth at the gate. It was very strict. Dole carried a huge bag, a hunting bow, and a dog, a standard hunter image. At this time, a separate road was built from the city gate to the mountain on the right. Carts loaded with rocks and soil came down the mountain, dumped these things into the ravine below, and then returned to the mountain. Horses, various strange camels, and people all went into battle together, and the battle was in full swing. Dole was speechless. In Ball's eyes, it was just a small vein, but in the eyes of the forces in Duming City, it seemed like a sweet cake. They would mine it as soon as they found it, and they were unwilling to wait for a moment. This is the difference. Soon, he followed the crowd into the city. Future pharmacy. In the innermost room, Laomi's mouth cracked, counting the herbs collected by Dole, not to mention how happy he was. Not bad, not bad, the herbs this time are even better. All of them are counted for 20 gold coins. What do you need? Since knowing that Dole is a wild wizard, Laomi has completely relaxed. As long as they cooperate for a long time in the future, there will be many such transactions. Dory also relaxed and said with a smile, I need some primary strength potions. Do you have any? Laomi nodded and said, There aren't many goods, but there are some. But the strength potions are very expensive. One bottle costs 2 gold coins. Dory had exposed his identity as a primary wizard, so he naturally didn't intend to continue to conceal it. The two of them were trading alone, and he was not afraid of a third party knowing, so he took out 10 bottles from his arms. All of them were green bottles. Looking at these bottles, Laomi was stunned. He glanced at Dory and said strangely, Are you sure you want to sell the primary mental power potion? Dory nodded and let out a sigh of relief. This thing is not very useful to me. It's better to change it for other more useful potions. Laomi got a lot of information from this sentence. Primary mental power potions are not very useful, so Lin Rui in front of him must have reached the stage of intermediate wizard apprentice. How long has it been? He really wanted to know what kind of meditation the other party practiced. What good meditation method can a wild wizard have? He thought about it and didn't ask. If he asked, he would offend people. He picked up a bottle of primary mental potion, took a look, and had an idea in mind. The market for mental potion is far less than that for strength potion, but those nobles are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. But the price is higher than that for strength potion. Are you sure you want to replace all of these with strength potion? Dole naturally shook his head. I want 5 bottles of strength potion and 5 bottles of agility potion. These are primary potions. Although there are not many goods in the market, there will definitely be a lot. Dole was also testing his tone to see how many wizard apprentices this guy cooperated with. You know, apart from the Superpower Association, only those wild wizard apprentices can provide these things. Ordinary doctors do not have super high mental power assistants. Although they can also make medicine, the failure rate is amazingly high, which is not worth the loss. Laomi nodded directly and said, okay, a batch of goods just came in. I get it for you. After that, he stood up and walked out. Dole understood a little. He was afraid that Laomi was doing these things, but other guys and subordinates didn't know it all. Wild wizard apprentices need to keep secrets, and can't let others know their identities. How did he recognize him? Did he trick him? Dole's mouth twitched slightly. This old man has many tricks. After a while, Laomi brought in a small box. He opened the box, let Dole take a look, and then handed the box to him. Dole didn't look at it carefully, put the box away, and said, count the money. I don't plan to go out recently, so I won't buy anything else. Laomi was shocked. You don't collect herbs? That's not a long-term solution. Laomi sighed. He thought this was a long-term supplier. But he didn't lose heart. Instead, he said directly, if I ask you to refine spiritual potion, is it okay? Dole smiled and said, it depends on the reward. Who would have trouble with money? Laomi laughed immediately. A long-term supplier was found. Not long after, Dole walked out of the future pharmacy with only a small bag left on him. He looked around and walked directly to the slums. He stayed in the pharmacy for a long time. It was late, and he was ready to rest for a night. The night passed quickly. The next morning, before dawn, Dole walked out of the room. He was alone, without anything, and entered the city. He turned left and right, and soon came to the door of a large family. He stood at the corner and waited quietly. Not long after, a bald middle-aged man came out. It was Harley. Harley walked out of the house, and prepared to go to the police station to ask if Dole had been found after such a long time. That child had a miserable life. He had used many connections in the past few days, but he still couldn't find Dole. He came out of the house, closed the door, and was about to leave. At this time, he saw a person wrapped tightly at the corner, and greeted him stealthily. Brother Ha, it's me. Hearing this voice, Harley's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked around and saw no one, and then walked over quickly. When he came to Dole, he saw that this was a completely unfamiliar face, but the voice was right. He blinked. Dole looked at Harley, sighed, and said, Brother Ha, it's me, Dole. I can't expose myself now. Can you help me? I want to continue working for you. Harley hesitated for a moment and said, what happened? Why did you suddenly disappear? Dole sighed and turned up his sleeves. There were scars on the skin under his sleeves, like a few ugly centipedes crawling. Dole lifted his clothes. His chest and back were all like this. Harley's face was extremely gloomy, and he understood it all at once. Who did it? Dole shook his head, his eyes firm. Brother Ha, I will avenge my revenge myself. Now I just want to find a job. Anyway, they can't find me. Chapter 42. Hagu swallowed his saliva. He looked at Dole with a gloomy face. After seeing these wounds, he knew how Dole suffered in the police station. He wanted to ask, how did you escape? But he found that he couldn't open his mouth. This child is really unlucky. He thought for a while and said, if that's the case, then I won't ask. You can come to me. It's to give face to Hagu. I help you find a job. He turned around and said, in addition to Lauku's blacksmith shop, I also manage 2 other blacksmith shops. One is at the intersection. You should have seen it. It's Mondo's blacksmith shop. Do you want revenge? Hagu asked casually. Dole looked directly at Hagu. The previous expression of laughter on his face was no longer found. He just nodded silently without answering the question, and then said, I will come to see you in a few days. I just want to talk to you for a few days. Harley nodded. He was very satisfied that Dole could find him. This child has a good character. Now he has finally found him. As long as he is fine, it's fine. He finally let go of the worry for so long. Okay, then you pay attention to safety. Come to me anytime if you have any problems. After Harley said this, he realized that he had said something wrong. Dole was able to escape from the police station. What can he do to help? He was a little self-deprecating in his heart. Dole nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Hagu. What happened today? You know and I know." Dole saluted Hagu and turned around and left with Ball. Dis, Carmen, Ferrer, Otto and his son, these 5 people must die. Dole endured several hours of beatings. If it weren't for Ball, he would definitely have died without a burial place. Who knows where he would have been thrown into a stinking ditch, and maybe no one would even know about it. Dole's heart was already filled with anger and endless resentment for seeing such a miserable death. He would be a coward if he didn't take revenge. There is great terror between life and death, but there is also a great decision. After Dole experienced this, his character gradually became cold and indifferent. Dole did not go back, but found a place to eat near the city gate. While eating, he looked at the city gate inadvertently. Whether it is Otto or Sam, they will come back from the Bianchi mine every day. Sam comes back earlier, and Otto comes back later because he wants to play. This is their usual practice. Dole needs to follow them and get their home addresses. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Almost 4 months have passed. Now everything is ready, just waiting to kill. Not long after, Sam and Otto walked in from outside at the same time. The father and son, one in front and one behind, and several people together, sat in the carriage of the Bianchi mine and slowly entered the city. They talked and laughed, which formed a sharp contrast with Dole's gloomy face. Dole ate the rest of the meal into his mouth, wiped his mouth slowly, and then paid the bill. For copper coins, quite cheap. The carriage was very slow, and he followed it carelessly, and soon arrived at the eastern district of Duming City. In the southern district of Duming City, the southwest is the slums, the southeast is the ordinary residence, the middle is the city lord's mansion and office hall, the northwest is the noble area, and the northeast is the rich area, divided into different categories. The main commercial street is near the south gate of the city, extending all the way to the center of the city. Duming City is a mountain city, not big. Although the population is not small, there are only 3 streets in the commercial area, that's all. The middle Duming Avenue, the east and west are Link Avenue, and Ole Avenue, each controlled by different forces. Doman Avenue leads all the way to the city lord's mansion, while Link Avenue and Aole Avenue are a little longer, leading all the way to the city wall in the north of the city. There are many people in the city, and the carriage is very slow, but Otto and his son got off quickly. They called a carriage themselves, and then walked to the southeast of the city. Dole followed quietly behind. In fact, if he could wait for a while, until he was promoted to a high-level situation, it would be easier. At that time, he could directly mark with magic potions, and then he could directly sense it, without such hard tracking, but he couldn't wait until that time. The East District is very large, with ordinary houses everywhere. The carriage quickly turned around and entered a small alley slightly to the north. The carriage drove in, and they quickly stopped at the door of a large house. Dole followed carefully behind and watched from a distance. When the two walked in, he pretended to wander around and strolled around nearby. The first rule of Nalyu is to pay attention to safety. If you want to kill someone, you must find out the other person's position, the traffic around, the direction where the enemy may appear, and arrange a retreat as much as possible. However, Dole knew that it had been almost half a year since the incident, and Otto and his son should relax their vigilance. In order not to attract other people's attention, Dole did not stay for a long time, and he decided to come again tomorrow. Anyway, I have been waiting for half a year, so I don't mind waiting a few more days. Although, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. It took Dole a few days to investigate the situation of Sam's family. There are 5 people in Sam's family: Sam himself, Sam's son Otto, Sam's wife, a very fierce woman, and 2 slaves without civilian status. The slaves were bought from the market, and Sam only spent 50 silver coins. Human life was so cheap. Otto also had an elder brother, who was a soldier, and was not at home. Dole didn't think too much about it. No matter what they were, he would kill these 2 bastards first. If his eldest son wanted to avenge his father and brother, he didn't mind killing one more. After confirming this information, Dole investigated Sam's 2 neighbors. Coincidentally, one of the neighbors was away, which gave Dole a lot of room for manipulation. Sam's 2 slaves would go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables every morning, and at this time, Sam and Otto would go out, leaving only Sam's shrewish wife at home. This was almost every day. The structure of his house was also very simple, with 4 large houses, a living room, a small yard, and a bathroom in the small yard. Behind the house was a warehouse, where some daily necessities were stored. After confirming these, Dole was ready to act. On the first day of July, just after dawn, Sam and Odo walked out of the house together. A carriage arrived at the door and took them to the main street. Then, they would transfer to the special car of Bianchi mine, which was the right of the manager. At this time, the 2 slaves also went out to buy groceries together. Everything was as planned. After seeing all this on the wall, Dole quietly climbed over the wall to the bottom of Odo's yard wall and took a look at the living room in the distance. At this time, Sam's wife, a plump-looking woman, was sitting lazily at the door of the living room, ready to enjoy the morning sunshine. Even in July, the mountain city of Duming still doesn't have much heat, and it's still a little cold in the morning. Dole quietly crouched from the yard and turned to the kitchen next to it. He looked at the layout of the kitchen and didn't act rashly, then turned around and went to the warehouse behind. Next to the warehouse, there was a corner of the wall, covered with something with a tarpaulin. There was a lot of dust on it, and it didn't seem to be turned over often. He came here quietly, lifted the tarpaulin, and got in. He needed to wait here until night. There were almost no people coming here, and even few footsteps passed by. This was all scouted before, and they stayed there for a whole day. Time soon came to the evening, and Otto and Sam came back together. Dole ran to the back of the kitchen according to the previous time node, and looked at this side secretly. At this time, the 2 slaves had prepared the meal. The dishes were very rich, with 7 or 8 kinds. They needed to take them out of the kitchen one by one, and take them to the living room, which took a little time. The 2 slaves quickly carried the dishes out of the kitchen. At this time, while they were out at the same time, Dole, who had been observing for a long time, quietly slipped in from the back of the kitchen, took out 2 small bottles, uncorked them, and poured all the transparent liquid inside into several dishes. Chapter 43. He poured it very seriously. The liquid medicine evenly fell on each dish, and his expression was also very calm. After pouring it, he put the small bottle on his body, quietly slipped out of the kitchen through the back door, and went outside. He saw that soon the 2 slaves took out all the remaining dishes. In the evening, the Odo family was laughing and talking in the dining room, and the 2 slaves were serving beside them. At this time, Dole was watching quietly on the side, until they had almost finished eating the dishes. Then he quietly climbed out along the courtyard wall, and came to the wall next door. He looked at the luxurious dining room of the Odo family from a distance, and then jumped down the wall without looking back, flipped over to the next door, and soon he disappeared in the ordinary area. As he walked, he took off his gloves and put them in his pocket. Dole returned to the slums with an extremely calm expression. Although it was the first time to kill someone, and he had not personally contacted him, the truth was that he had indeed killed someone. The 3 people would not live for more than half an hour. The amount he used was very large, enough to make the hearts of 2 cows burst. Dole originally wanted to watch the 2 people die, but with 2 slaves around, he gave up the idea. They were dead. Back in the slums, Dole didn't meditate all night and slept very peacefully. The next morning, he waited at the entrance of the alley, and soon, Director Harley came out of his house. Seeing Dole, Harley was still a little uncomfortable. This was a different face, but it was indeed Dole, exactly the same face as yesterday. He stood in front of Dole, with thousands of doubts in his heart. Have you finished your work? You will know soon. Dole smiled, without saying directly, I need a job now. Harley shrugged. He didn't want to care what Dole did. He waved his hand and said, come with me. There are a lot of jobs for various tools in the city these days. The blacksmith shop has been working overtime for several shifts, and is almost overwhelmed. You came at the right time. Oh, by the way, do you have the strength of an intermediate warrior now? Dole nodded. After using the strength potion and agility potion, it should be almost there. He was busy with reconnaissance these days, and forgot about it. Harley nodded with relief and said, blacksmiths have high requirements for strength. The stronger the strength, the greater the power, and the easier it is to forge. You are using the 3rd hammer now. When you can use the 4th hammer, you can easily forge the 2nd level ironware. If you have the opportunity, you can buy some potions from the Supernatural Society, although it will be very expensive. The potions on the market are basically produced by the Supernatural Society. Only people with a sharp eye like Laomi can see the wild wizards hidden among ordinary people, and get some of the supply. Dole nodded, I will. Harley glanced at him and teased, your disguise is good. Dole did not respond, and said, I want to rent a house. Does Brother Ha have any connections? Harley chuckled and said, then you asked the right person. I have 10 properties, and can rent one to you. How about 10 silver coins a month? Dole's eyes lit up. Okay, deal? He thought to himself, this guy is really rich. The two walked through the street, and soon came to the end of Duming Avenue, near the city gate. There was a large blacksmith shop called Mondo Blacksmith Shop. As soon as Harley walked into the blacksmith shop, the blacksmiths and helpers around him began to greet him. Obviously, he was still very prestigious as the manager. They came to the back and entered a room. They saw an old man in his 50s or 60s. He was very burly and full of energy. He sat there like a small furnace. Hongjun, this is a first-level blacksmith. You help me take care of him these days, Harley said bluntly. Hongjun glanced at Dole's outfit and blinked. A first-level blacksmith. I have seen his strength. He also refines good things. He just had some problems with old Ko before. Dole's outfit at this time, except that he did not bring ball, was plain clothes, carrying a bow, and dressed like a standard hunter. If he said he was a blacksmith, people would definitely not believe it. After Harley said that, the old man nodded immediately and said, "Call me Uncle Hong." Come on. He stood up and walked outside. Hello, Uncle Hong. Dole followed suit, greeted Harley, and walked outside. Mondo's smithy is slightly larger than Lao Ku's. There are clanging noises outside, and it looks like there are a lot of orders. Uncle Hong said casually as he walked, since you were introduced by Ha, I won't test you. We have 3 more forges here, and there are also apprentices left. You just need to choose a place, and help them make various tools. Now that there are mines on the mountain, various tools for mining are urgently needed. Dole took a look outside, and it was true. Even those second-level blacksmiths were bored and working on ordinary tools such as pickaxes, hoes, and rakes. This shows how great the demand is. They came to the forge in front, and Dole randomly chose one. Uncle Hong called a young worker over. He was a little older than Dole. Anderson, are you following this guy? My name is Lin Rui. Follow Lin Rui and help him. He is a first-class blacksmith. Anderson nodded. He could follow anyone. As long as he had money, it would be fine. He looked at Lin Rui in a strange way. He was younger than himself, but he was already a first-class blacksmith. He looked envious. First-class blacksmiths are contracted blacksmiths. They have the lowest salary, at least silver coins, which is much better than these small workers. Hello, Lin Rui. Hello, Anderson. Let's get started. Everyone seems to be busy. Dole was not friendly, and was ready to get started. He and Anderson started to get busy next to the forge, packing tools, starting fires, selecting materials. Everything was in order, and it looked like they had been doing it for many years. Seeing this, Uncle Hong was relieved. This was indeed a veteran, not a novice. After making the arrangements, he turned around and walked to the back. He was only responsible for arranging people, and the specific things were still done by Ha, the general manager. There was no impact on the blacksmith shop because everyone was busy and had no time to pay attention to this side. Occasionally, a few people saw this side and just looked at it casually and asked who this person was. That's all. Uncle Hong came to the back. Ha Gu had poured himself some water and sat on a comfortable stool, more comfortable than him. Ha Gu, how long have you not been here? Uncle Hong said unhappily. Harley smacked his lips and laughed. Don't you have me here? Why should I come here? I just need to collect money. Uncle Hong snorted twice and sat next to Ha Gu, obviously a little dissatisfied. This time, Link's sons all went out to fight for the share of the mining. How much did you get? Harley drank water and glanced at Uncle Hong casually, saying, this was all decided in advance. The Ability Society was very stubborn, and there was another first-level wizard. Neither the Link family nor the other two dared to go too far, so the share was very even, and we only got 10%. Uncle Hong chuckled, that's not bad. 10% is also tens of thousands of gold coins. That's right. Everyone in the Ability Society is rich. It's a waste not to make this money. Yes, in terms of wealth, the wizards are really rich. But you have to look at what kind of wizard it is. Wild wizards are so poor that they almost have to sell their pants. Uncle Hong laughed. These days, wild wizards are rare. They are either incorporated or go far away to other empires. They dare not be presumptuous in our northern kingdom. Chapter 44. At the door of the police station, Carmen led his men and hurried out of the police station, jumped on the carriage, and rushed to the East District. According to the report from the Bianchi mine, Otto and his son had been dead at home for more than 13 hours, most of the day. Because they didn't see the father and son in the morning, they couldn't do anything they needed, so they came to find them, only to find that their whole family had died. The strange thing was that no one reported the case, and the 2 slaves who were originally in the family also disappeared completely at this time, without any trace. Carmen had not seen the scene, so he could only make a hasty analysis based on what he knew so far. Is it revenge by the slaves? Or is there any other reason? But everything can only be said after seeing the scene. He brought police officers and forensic doctors to investigate the scene. A moment later, they came to Sam's house. He knew Sam's house. This guy was the manager of the Bianchi mine. He could usually make a lot of money, and bought a big and beautiful house. The house was deserted, and there was no peculiar smell. This was Carmen's first impression. "Where are the people?" Carmen asked. The man said, "The strange thing is here. They were all in their rooms and slept well, but they died suddenly." Carmen was stunned and went in from the front yard. Soon, he investigated the scene and made a record. It was indeed not a burglary or attempted murder. Although the family's finances were looted, it should have been done by slaves because they took away the money without causing much damage. This was the performance of their own people working. There was no doubt, and Carmen had the 3 bodies placed in the living room. The vestments quickly checked their bodies, and came to 2 conclusions. 2 died of excitement, with blood vessels bursting due to the violent beating of the heart, and 1 was frightened to death, with liver and gallbladder broken, without any external force. The vestments only made a preliminary observation, and quickly came to a conclusion. They took a lot of hallucinogenic drugs, which may be a strong drug. This drug is not new to the upper class. Many nobles like to use it as a condiment after meals. Carmen thought for a while, and said, "Is it impossible to be murdered?" The forensic doctor shook his head and said, "Detective Carmen, this kind of thing is very rare. Only a few people have some, and it is also very expensive. This guy must not know where to get it back from, and he took too much. I will take them back, and do a more detailed forensic identification to see what kind of drug it is." Carmen relaxed. If it was not murder, it would be fine. If it was murder, he would have to guard against whether it was done by someone who had offended him before for helping this guy. Okay, then take them back. It took several hours to investigate and record the scene, and then Carmen returned to the police station in a relatively happy mood. The death of a man who had some unpleasant dealings with him made him feel a little relieved. The death of this guy's family of 3 saved him a lot of trouble. As for the financial matters, it was lost, and it was not a big deal. As for the slaves escaping, I believe they will be caught soon. The slaves have marks on their bodies, and they can't run far. In the afternoon, Dole was forging a hammer. Ha-gu came back from outside, and came to the forge where he was. He stood beside him, looking at Dole with complicated eyes and a little deep meaning. He was shocked when he got the news just now, but he soon realized that Dole had taken action, and he came back this time for revenge. At this time, Dole was sweating profusely. Seeing Ha-gu coming in, he chatted casually while forging iron. "Ha-gu, aren't you busy today?" Ha-gu looked at Dole with a serious expression. He sighed and said, "Lin Rui, I know what you want to do, but remember to be safe." The inexplicable death of Otto and his son, plus Dole's return, these 2 things are not related. He would never believe it. Dole was strange before, and now he is even more mysterious. He always feels that this little guy has become different from before. Dole raised his hand and glanced at Ha-gu. His eyes were calm, and he smiled faintly. "There is only one life, so you must pay attention to safety. I haven't lived enough." Seeing Dole's eyes, which were calm and firm, Ha-ji's heart sank. He guessed that Dole might have suffered something bad at the police station, otherwise he would not have taken the path of murder and revenge. Thinking of his injuries, Ha-gu was a little entangled. "I don't know whether I feel sorry for Dole, a young child, or sad for the 3 dead people." After a long time he sighed, "Okay, then just work hard. When you reach the intermediate level, save money and buy fighting skills. You are still young and have no family burden. It is easy to save money, and you can practice fighting skills quickly." Dole nodded solemnly. He had this plan. Naoyi's book only had methods to reach the first level, but there were no fighting skills above the first level. He still needed to find the skills himself. The blacksmith shop was a good choice. Of course, he had a better choice, which was to find Ball. As a 7th level giant, he must have many fierce and domineering skills. However, Ball asked him to take the path of a wizard, and even if he provided him with fighting skills, he probably wouldn't take it too seriously. Ha-gu came with the wind and left with the wind. Anderson looked at the direction where Ha-gu left, his eyes full of admiration. "Lin Rui, You and Ge have a good relationship. Dole didn't have a bad temper. They became familiar with each other in just one day. Dole smiled. That was Ge taking care of me. He helped me get the fire tongs. Dole touched the sweat on his head and continued to lift the iron. Okay. He is now very strong. He can hold a 10-kilogram hammer in his hand like playing. He estimates that his strength has reached about 60 kilograms. After taking strength potions and agility potions, it is estimated that it is not difficult for his strength to increase to 100 kilograms at the same time. Generally speaking, 80 kilograms is the standard for intermediate warriors. They can start to forge bones and hammer internal organs. At this time, they need some potion assistance. Without potion assistance, it is very difficult at this stage. The same is true for ordinary warriors, who are promoted to the next level, which is almost the same as that of blacksmiths. This is why almost no one dares to cause trouble at the blacksmith. They are all professionals here, so who dares to cause trouble? At night, he lived in an ordinary 3-bedroom house in the East District as he wished. Ge's property did not sign a contract, and a key was enough for him. Living in a residential house, there are city guards patrolling every day, which is much safer than the slums. Moreover, Ball can be a little more comfortable here, but it is a little far from the city gate, which is not convenient for Ball to move. However, with its strength, this distance does not matter. A man and a dog walked into the yard. The first thing to do was to clean up the front and back, and clean out the rooms, a kitchen, and 3 ordinary rooms. He planned to use one as a laboratory, and the other 2 rooms, he and Ball each had one. The bathroom is in the yard. After finishing all this, it was completely dark. In fact, it was still early, and Dole couldn't sleep at all. He just thought about it, took out a bottle of strength potion and agility potion, poured them into his mouth, and waited quietly for the potion to ferment. After a while, he felt a surge of power flowing into his limbs, his blood circulation accelerated, and his muscles began to swell, especially his lower limbs, legs and feet, and the hips were more obvious, as if the strength and agility potions worked together. Chapter 45. The potions in the magic potion are developed for various professions, covering a wide range, such as mental potions, strength potions, agility potions, concentration potions, anti-poison potions, etc. They are made to make various professions simply and roughly improve, but the cost is also very high, that is, gold coins, a lot of gold coins. It is relatively cost-effective for Dole to exchange mental potions for strength potions and agility potions. If he uses the money from collecting medicine to buy these potions, he will probably be exhausted to death on the mountain. This bottle of potion costs more than 1 gold coin, and he can only exchange a few bottles in a round trip. While the effect of the medicine is taking effect, he picked up the hatchet and played basic swordsmanship in the yard. He only knows basic swordsmanship now, the simplest basic movements such as stabbing, chopping, splitting, and picking, but these are not important. Every day in the blacksmith shop, he practices basic hammering at any time. A 10-kilogram hammer must be swung tens of thousands of times every day. It is much more training than basic swordsmanship, enough to improve his strength. Ball lay at the door of the house, watching Dole practicing basic boxing and swordsmanship. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he recalled his childhood. It was a world full of darkness. From the day he was born, he had to fight with his brothers for food. When he grew up a little, he had to go out to fight and catch food for himself. When he grew up a little more, he had to fight with more powerful monsters. He was hovering between life and death almost every day. It was really difficult. Now seeing that Dole had not experienced the test of life and death, it was already rare. At least he learned how to kill. In fact, it is very interesting to watch Dole grow up. There is nothing fun in Duming City, not even advanced meditation and advanced fighting skills, otherwise he would have rushed to watch. But now it seems that even if there is nothing advanced, Dole's talent is also suitable for the path of a wizard. When he enters the first level wizard, he will leave here and go to a wider world. Ball has already planned Dole's future path. His injuries seem to recover very quickly, but the later he recovers, the slower he will recover. It is estimated that it will take several years. During this time, he will follow Dole and see what this world looks like. Just treat it as training. Ball is very stable in his heart. Dole practiced for a while, and felt the heat in his body slowly subsided, and then he slowly stopped. He could clearly feel the growth of blood and chi, and the muscles on his body were expanding. The effect of strength potion and agility potion was very huge. He circulated his blood and chi a little, and felt that his body was full of strength. The muscles of his limbs bulged, and a sense of strength that he had never had before came naturally. At this stage, he knew that he had basically reached the stage of a mid-level warrior when it came to forging bones and practicing the internal organs. Next, according to what the book said, he should eat more meat to supplement the nutrients needed for internal organs and bones, and at the same time assist with a large amount of medicinal herbs to practice the internal organs and exercise the inner body. The physical fitness of a primary warrior is about twice that of an ordinary person. When it comes to a mid-level warrior, it will reach about 3 times, and when it comes to a high-level warrior, it will surpass an ordinary person in all aspects at least 4 times. There is not much difference between high-level warriors and mid-level warriors. The main thing is that when you are at the high level, you need to train your body to perfection, and then practice fighting spirit on this basis. After you have trained fighting spirit, you will be a first-level warrior. Fighting spirit is a sign of becoming a super warrior. However, in this world, whether it is fighting spirit or meditation, it is controlled by the powerful, and it is difficult to obtain it. So the streets are full of mid-level and high-level warriors, and there are very few formal super warriors. Even if there are, most of them are from the powerful and noble, and it is basically difficult for ordinary people to turn over. Most people will choose to rely on the nobles and lean on the big tree. Therefore, the nobles will become stronger and stronger, while ordinary people will become weaker and weaker. After Dole figured this out, he felt a little heavy in his heart. These high-level people are really black-hearted ghosts. In order to control ordinary people, they will do anything. But he doesn't need to think about these. It's still too early. After killing Odo and his son, the next is Farrer, Carmen, and Dis, the hypocritical bastard. After returning to the room, making the bed, and drinking a bottle of mental potion, Dole quickly entered the meditation stage. Headquarters of the Supernatural Society. Mossad sat on it, carefully looking at the information provided by Beach, frowning a little. "Are you sure these things are real and effective?" Beach said softly, "There are 5 intermediate wizard apprentices with me. We looked at it together, so we shouldn't be wrong. There is another wild wizard in the mountains outside. We found the traces he left behind and the utensils he used. Although they are all broken, it can be seen that he should know potions. If Dole was here, he would be extremely shocked. He had just left and someone found him. What kind of efficiency is this?" They were in the vast mountains. Mossad nodded and closed the information carelessly. "From what you analyzed, the things left by the other party showed that they were no more than intermediate wizard apprentices. It's nothing big. But you guessed that they were the same as the people who stayed at the magic crystal mine before. Do you have any basis?" Beachy shook his head and said, "No, it's just intuition." Mossad chuckled and said, "Then this matter is left to you." Beachy nodded. Mossad glanced at the others. "What is the current progress of the construction site? Where is the road repaired?" "The people in charge of this matter are Mike, Tina, and Lungza." Mike walked out first and handed the information in his hand to Mossad respectfully. "It's all here. It will take about 2 months to reach the foot of the magic crystal mountain. I can guarantee it with the honor of my family." Mossad nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. If you can also go to help. Although the magic crystals are not of major use to you, they are still good as spell-casting materials. The distribution will be based on the merits at that time." The 6 people's eyes lit up when they heard this. Usually, they make spell-casting materials, and there are only a small amount of magic crystals. If they are given a share now, then in the future, they can throw materials at any time and cast the same magic as the teacher. Thinking of this, they were all moved. "Okay, teacher, we will work hard." Mossad smiled faintly. "We have a relatively small output of magic crystals here, and it all depends on the transportation from Chris County. This magic crystal mine is the key to the rise of our Duming City Superpower Society. I hope you can seize this opportunity. If there is one more wizard, then you and your family can imagine it." He threw out a very tempting topic. Dole didn't know that his position had been exposed. After a few days of hard work, he gradually adapted to his strength, and could use the number 3 hammer freely, which meant that he was about to become a second-level blacksmith. Of course, it was not enough to just use strength. He needed skills. He needed to make a second-level ironware, whether it was a sword, a gun, or armor or other things to prove his strength. As a mid-level warrior apprentice, he became a blacksmith. In addition, Dole had the advantage of mental strength. Every time he hammered, he controlled his strength accurately. It was not an exaggeration for him to become a second-level blacksmith at such a young age, but others did not know this. After learning to control his surging strength, Dole went out to hang out in his spare time after work. The purpose of hanging out was self-evident. Chapter 46. Feeler is affiliated with the military office, and is a subordinate of the city defense. He is a squad leader, and is also an intermediate warrior apprentice. His strength is relatively strong. Moreover, Filer does not always guard the city gate. He rotates every few days, one day at a time, which greatly limits Dole's reconnaissance. However, he soon found their pattern. Filer and others rotate every 3 days, and guard for 3 days. Filer's residence at night is the military camp, but he can go home after 10 o'clock every night. Team leaders like them have this privilege. This is also the feature of the military camp, which is to motivate them to make progress, and those who can serve in the army basically have backgrounds. Dole came to this conclusion 10 days later, and 10 days later, it was his second time to take strength potions and agility potions. A month passed slowly, and Dole's strength had greatly improved. He had completely surpassed the primary stage of the intermediate warrior. At this time, he was a head taller than last year. He used to be thin and weak, looking like a tall monkey, but now he was strong and looked like a teenager of 18 or 19 years old. He was also a senior among many blacksmiths. The blacksmith shop was still very busy, with clanging, and everyone was doing their own things. Dole was also busy. He was making a broadsword. He looked up and saw someone coming. The man in black, Kadia. Kadia was looking at him at this time, and seemed to feel very strange. Dole was also a little surprised. How did he meet this guy? His serious expression could not help but change a little. Kadia was even more surprised. He could see the disguise on Dole's face. As a senior professional, he had a lot of experience. Is this Dole? Has he changed so much? He looked at Dole calmly, with a smile on his face. What should I call you? Brother Blacksmith. Hearing this, Dole knew that Kadia recognized him, so he showed his signature silly smile. My name is Len Rui. Is there anything I can do for you, sir? Hearing the voice, Kadia confirmed Dole's identity. He looked at Dole's figure, and was a little shocked. This guy has improved a little fast. It seems that he has reached the stage of an intermediate warrior apprentice. Kadia showed the sword on his waist and said, It's broken. Can it be repaired? Dole blinked his eyes. Isn't this sword usually repaired by Virik? He was a little confused. Kadia naturally couldn't say that Virik had a cold today, and didn't come. Others didn't have this confidence. The price of the 3rd level blacksmith was too expensive, so he could only come to Mondo blacksmith shop. Anyway, both blacksmiths were the property of the Link family. The Orn family also has its own blacksmith, but the craftsmanship can only be considered average. Can it be repaired? Kadia asked again in a bad mood. Dole laughed and said, It can be repaired, but it requires some other materials, such as black copper. In principle, this sword is just an ordinary sword, made of a mixture of fine steel and black copper, which guarantees hardness and toughness. At this time, he saw that the sword was full of pits and cracks, and it was not enough to repair it with fine steel alone. Kadia was a little surprised. Dole is so powerful now, and a 2nd level sword can also be repaired? But when he thought of the weirdness of this guy, he was also relieved. Okay, I go find Uncle Hong, Kadia said happily. Obviously, he and Uncle Hong were also very familiar. Soon, he took out some iron ore and black copper. It was not difficult to repair the sword. It took a little time to finish the sword. It was almost time to get off work. Cuddy took the sword back from Anderson, checked it carefully, and nodded secretly in his heart. It was almost perfect. This skill was basically equivalent to that of a 2nd level blacksmith. No wonder he said he could do it. Now that it's done, do you want to have a drink? Cuddy looked at Dole and said with interest. Dole sent the apprentice away, packed up, and said, Okay, I go to the back to change clothes first. Cuddy nodded. Soon Dole, dressed in fresh clothes, came out from the back. The two walked into the city together, and soon came to a tavern. Cuddy was a frequent visitor here. He went directly to the private room. The waiter didn't even ask and quickly brought some wine. Dole rarely drank. First, there was no environment. Second, he spent all his money on eating. Where would he get the money to drink? He also didn't like the smell of alcohol. It was the smell of drunks on the street. Kadia poured himself a cup, and when he was pouring a cup for Dole, he was stopped by him. Dole, I looked for you for a while, and I thought you had already, but I didn't expect that the instigator died inexplicably a few days ago. Kadia said with a hint of meaning. Sitting opposite Kadia, Dole was not moved by his words. The person was dead, what else could he say? Lord Kadia came to me, I'm afraid it's not about these things. I think I'm a small person, and can't get such attention from you. He smiled faintly. Dole knew Kadia's identity a long time ago. He was the #1 sword-fighting master of the Orn family, an extraordinary swordsman, and he had a high degree of freedom. He could accept disciples and establish a school in this city where there was no one to live. But so far, he still went alone and only accepted the sword-fighting requests of the Orn family. This is very unreasonable. Everyone speculates that Kadia must have another identity. This is what the blacksmith said when they were free, and Dole just heard it. Kadia looked at Dole at this time and smiled. Any profession that reaches the intermediate stage needs a lot of meat and medicine to assist. I believe you also know this. You should be very short of money now. Dole was stunned. What does Kadia mean by this? Is he going to give himself money to spend? He thought about it and said, besides being a blacksmith, I can't do anything else. The monthly salary is not bad now. I plan to save it up, and buy fighting skills in the future. If there is no medicine, there is no medicine. Just go slowly. This is the biggest pain of all civilian fighters. Without resources, you can only rely on time to grind, and then slowly, you will pass the age when your blood and chi are the most vigorous, and finally you can only end up sadly, and you will never be able to transcend the extraordinary for the rest of your life. Cartier's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Dole carefully, and said, No, you have another way to make money. At least you did a great job on the Sam family. It was a perfect assassination. After he said this, the enthusiasm in his eyes was obvious. Dole felt a little cold in his heart. Who is this guy? Cartier looked at Dole and said, Do you want to make more money? Dole thought, Here it comes, this guy's trump card is about to be revealed. He narrowed his eyes, and said without hesitation, Of course I am willing. Cartier picked up the wine glass, smiled, and said, Come with me to a place later. Half an hour later, it was completely dark. The two walked out of the bar, and soon entered the night. They moved slowly, and soon came to the northwest district. On the way, Cartier asked him to change his face, and he quickly changed into another face, wearing a hood to hide himself. Dole naturally followed suit. He could see that Cartier's second job was probably not a good job. This is also a bar, called Wing Bar. The entrance is a very inconspicuous small hole on the street. The light is very dim when you enter the door. As soon as he entered the bar, Dole felt something was wrong, because it was summer, and it was still a little cold to enter the bar. It was not the kind of coldness in temperature, but a kind of coldness from the spirit. He was a magician, and was very sensitive to the surrounding environment. The facilities of the bar were also very simple. You could see the long bar when you entered. The surrounding environment was a uniform dark tone. The light was very dark. You could only see the surrounding environment, that's all. Surrounding the bar, there were a few wine tables, and each wine table was far away from another wine table. Chapter 47. The bar was empty. There were no people at this time. There were only two people, one on the left and one on the right, sitting in an empty corner, drinking by themselves without any communication. At the bar, a fat middle-aged man sat there, sitting on a high stool, holding a book in his hand, reading quietly. Dole and Cartier walked in, and the fat middle-aged man turned his head. He glanced at Cartier, then at Dole, and a professional smile appeared on his face. A newcomer is here. The smile was too fake. Dole complained in his heart, thinking that he was also using a mask, and it seemed unnecessary to laugh at others. Moreover, the breath on this person was a little strange. His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous, so he didn't dare to speak. Cartier walked slowly and sat opposite the fat middle-aged man, saying, Well, Doug, bring a newcomer to recognize the way. Doug looked at Dole, and just by looking at him, he knew that this guy was disguised, and he seemed to be using a disguise potion. Huh? He immediately became interested. This guy is at least a junior wizard apprentice. He smiled, took out a notebook, handed it to Carta, and said, This is all the tasks, from high to low. The surrounding environment, the strange place. If Dole doesn't know what this place is now, he is too stupid. He was extremely shocked. This small tavern was actually the base of the Assassin's Guild in Duming City. His heart was suffocating. This is the underground world, the biggest behemoth, the Assassin's Guild. Every profession has a union, except wizards. Blacksmiths have blacksmith unions, warriors have warrior unions, hunters have hunter unions, and knights have knight unions. Some of these unions are semi-official, and some are purely official. For example, the Warriors Guild is a purely official union. Everything is borne by the Empire, and the Hunters Union is a semi-official organization. In addition to reporting the situation every month, it is responsible for its own profits and losses. Dole knows all these. The Assassin's Guild is a pure underground organization, the leader of the dark world, and Cartier's second identity is actually a killer. Dole was a little suffocated, and his eyes turned different when he looked at Cartier. This guy is very dangerous. Cartier took the notebook, looked at it, and then shook his head, handed the notebook to Dole, and said with a strange look, "These are not suitable for me. There should be something you are interested in." Watching Dole take the notebook, Cartier leaned on the bar, still smiling calmly. "You should have guessed that this is the Assassin's Guild. This is the place I mentioned to you to make money. Based on what you did last time, this is where you can use your ability." Doug glanced at Dole and Cartier, wondering what this guy was talking about. What big things did this kid do that he didn't know? The Assassin's Guild is also an intelligence union, and it seems that nothing big has happened recently. Just a few people who are not very outstanding have died. Dole took the notebook in his hand at this time, looked at it carefully, and felt a little heavy in his heart. Shocking. In this small notebook, each line is a task, and each task requires at least one life. Some tasks require killing all the people. On just one piece of paper, there are at least more than 30 lives, with prices clearly marked in the form of silver or gold coins. Is this the underground world? Dole's heart trembled slightly, and soon, he read 10 lines at a glance, and soon understood what Kadia meant just now. A reward of 2 gold coins for the captain of the city gate guard, feller. He made up his mind instantly, raised his head, looked at Doug, and said carefully, "I want to take this task." Doug tilted his head, and glanced at the task on the notebook. It was a bit strange. Generally, few people would assassinate official figures, because assassinating official figures would be very troublesome. They would rather assassinate some downtrodden nobles or professionals. However, as a killer, he didn't think too much. He took the notebook from Dole and said, "Do you have information about feller?" Dole shook his head and said, "No, but I will investigate it myself." He actually did have it, but he didn't dare to tell the truth. In this place, he needed to keep a few eyes. In the quiet tavern, Doug laughed and said to Kadia, "The little brother you brought is very interesting." Kadia was still in a lazy state. He ignored Doug and said to Dole, who was a little vigilant, "The killer union also provides information. You can buy it. The information of a small captain usually does not exceed 1 gold coin." Dole was stunned when he heard this. Doug continued what Cartier said, looking at Dole. His professional face showed an inquiring look. "Our purpose is to provide all services for the killers. The information about feller is not worth a gold coin. 50 silver coins are enough. He is just a small person with some luck." Dole was silent at this time. Is this guy hinting something to him? He thought about it and said, "Thank you very much. The task of 2 gold coins. The information took a quarter. The killer business is really profitable." After exchanging things with Doug and paying the money, there was no second sound in the quiet tavern. The silence was a little scary. Dole looked around and felt that this place was too depressing, as if this kind of atmosphere was deliberately created, making people feel terrified. As a person with spiritual expertise, he could feel that there was something inexplicable in the world around him, suppressing something, and his heart felt a little heavy. He saw it today, that human life can also be sold for money. With a little heavy in his heart, he and Khadija quickly left the tavern. As soon as he left the tavern, Khadija's lazy demeanor disappeared, and he became cold and solemn again. They quickly left the avenue, and turned to another street. At this time, Khadija restored his original appearance, while Dole still maintained his new appearance. Khadija was somewhat shocked by Dole's level of disguise, and had a lot of guesses about Dole's methods. After entering the main road, Khadija walked while whispering, "There are many services in the killer union, such as money laundering, such as slave trafficking, and providing various fighting skills, as well as some wizard meditation methods. As long as you have money, you can buy it. If you need something, you can buy it inside, but remember to be careful, and don't show off your wealth." Dole nodded. Khadija patted his shoulder and laughed, "I'm very optimistic about you. In fact, wherever I take you, there will be an introduction fee, so you don't have to worry about what I want from you. In the future, when your strength improves, we can still form a team. I'm just training teammates in advance." Dole naturally didn't believe him, just nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Lord Khadija." The two soon parted ways. Dole walked towards the East District. The streets were very quiet, and few people came out at night. Walking along the way, almost no one could be seen. Only occasionally could the shadows of the security patrol team pass by. Although Duming City is not chaotic, few people walk at night. In the dark corners and complex sewers, there may be several corpses lying at any time. It's terrible. No one wants to die inexplicably outside. Dole walked back to his alley carefully. As soon as he turned a corner, he heard a team of security team members coming from a distance, as if they were about to meet. His expression remained unchanged as he walked towards the patrol. He had changed into a new outfit, wearing ordinary clothes that fit closely to the skin, leaving his head exposed. As expected, he was questioned. Chapter 48. Dole answered honestly where he lived, where he worked, and how old he was, and then the patrol let him go. Back in the yard, in the dark night, it was silent. Ball's figure came from the door. His shadow was dim in the dark night. I just found out that you went to the Assassin's Union. Dole turned his head, looked at Ball and nodded, saying, a man named Katie led me there. Ball tilted his head, thought about who this person was, and then smiled. This person is the swordsman of the Deputy City Lord, known as the first swordsman in Duming City, but I didn't expect him to be a killer. Dole nodded, his heart heavy. The water in this city is much deeper than I thought. I accepted the task of assassinating Feller, and have obtained his intelligence. I will implement it soon. Ball shook his head and said, you can do it yourself. He slowly came to the door, whooshed up to the wall above the door, and then quickly disappeared into the night. Watching Ball disappear, Dole slowly walked into the room, took out a bottle of strength potion and agility potion, and poured them into his mouth. While waiting for the potion to slowly dissipate, he practiced basic boxing in the yard. Basic swordsmanship. Although there was no serious actual combat, practicing more, fixing the movements, and forming a fixed boxing and swordsmanship frame would be very beneficial for the future. What he was thinking now was whether he should buy a set of ordinary martial arts to learn when he handed in the task next time. There was really nothing to learn about basic swordsmanship, and he didn't have any serious swordsmanship or boxing skills. After practicing for 2 hours, until midnight, Dole finally digested some of his strength. His muscles were bulging, his skin was tight, and the potion was quite effective. These 2 bottles of potion were his last 2 bottles, and then there were no more. 1 bottle of potion cost 1 gold coin, and these 8 bottles of potion were 8 gold coins, which was quite luxurious. However, feeling the power he had increased, Dole felt that it was worth it. Entering the room, he took out another bottle of primary mental potion, drank it, and began to meditate. The effect of the primary mental potion was not so obvious, but it was better than nothing, and it was much stronger than simply practicing on his own. Now he had visualized almost 30 coins. As time went on, the efficiency of visualization became lower, and it was also a problem to maintain a large number of hardness. The sea of consciousness is huge and boundless, but it is still rare to have 30 hard coins in the sea of consciousness without letting it collapse. He must keep the shape of the coin at all times. In fact, it has trained his mental strength and willpower to another extent. Dole felt that it was getting harder and harder, and once thought that he had gone astray. But Bar said it was okay, he could only continue to practice. A night passed quickly. The blacksmith shop during the day, and hanging out in the afternoon. According to the information, Dole quickly determined the general whereabouts of Feller. This guy usually has 3 places to go at night: the soldier bar, a bar opened by the military office itself, and the military camp, which also serves as a part-time training ground. He will practice here for a while, and will take the military office's special carriage to go home at about 12 o'clock in the evening. The place where they live is also very safe. It is in the Northwest District, where the nobles are located. There are a lot of security patrols, and because of their status, they also have a certain amount of guards. Although Feller is not a noble, he is indeed a descendant of the nobles, and has a small nest there. There are nobles all around him, and the difficulty of lurking is greatly increased. Dole then remembered that most of the people on the assassination list were nobles, but they were still alive, and well, because the security conditions here were too good. If he had the speed of Ball, he could sneak over, kill people and leave, which would not be a big deal, but he was not Ball. So this requires some thinking. Bar, military camp, home. Dole thought for several days, before preparing to start on the way to the bar. Feller actually didn't like drinking, he just liked the atmosphere. According to intelligence, the bar was for the entertainment of the military office, providing a lot of things: women, strong liquor, and some strange things, such as various drugs that make people intoxicated, and some drugs that improve sexual performance. As a squad leader, Feller was prohibited from playing with women. He just drank some wine occasionally, and then took some small things back to have intense activities with several wives at home. This was his hobby. Dole could start in this regard. As for food and water, Dole had also considered it, because they were all supplied by special people, and it was difficult to start, unless he could lurk in the water bureau or lurk in his home. Dole had considered all these, but in the end, It was still a failure because it was easy to be exposed. Military bar. Dole ordered several glasses of wine and sat at a table drinking boredly. Several women passed by him, but he rejected them all. Although he was 13 years old this year, his physical growth was almost close to that of a normal person, but after all, he was not an adult, and there were some things he could not do at all. As the saying goes, the hair has not grown yet, which refers to this stage. But it did not prevent Dole from drinking. Although the military bar restricted soldiers from entering, Dole could enter with a little makeup, provided that he had money. He had money, so he entered. The military bar was very chaotic, with people drinking and making trouble after getting drunk. These were all self-made. As long as no one was killed, it was fine. If things were broken, it was broken. Anyway, someone would pay for it. Dole only worked for a while, and 2 such incidents occurred. One was because he got drunk and made trouble, and the other was because of a woman. The woman was actually quite beautiful, with very white skin, obviously different from the locals. She had a slender figure, with the right curves and the right curves. A tight dress better set off her beautiful figure, and the 2 officers fought for it. The woman herself had no will, even like a puppet, with no life in her eyes, but this did not affect her appearance. This was a pitiful woman, Dole defined it. He drank for a while, inadvertently looked at the door, then his eyes lit up slightly, and then turned his head away and stopped paying attention. Farrer came. Feeler and his colleagues got off work together. Without changing their clothes, they came straight here. After shouting a few times at the bar and asking for wine for their brothers, they greeted several acquaintances warmly, then took them to a table and started drinking. Dole observed for a while, and soon found that he asked for something from a waiter, and put it casually in his chest pocket. Dole saw everything. Even the location of the medicine was clear. Future pharmacy. Lamy personally met Dole, still in that ordinary pharmacy. Dole didn't say much nonsense, took out 10 bottles of primary mental potion, smiled lightly. I need 4 bottles of primary strength potion, 4 bottles of agility potion, and the rest will be exchanged for materials and money. Lamy nodded. This was not the first time they traded, and the transaction was very smooth, but he found that Dole's medicine this time was mixed with a lot of strange materials. But he didn't ask. There were many slightly taboo things in the wizard system. As long as it was medicinal material, whether it was poison or ordinary medicinal material, he could sell it. Chapter 49. The herbs are packed, and there are 4 gold coins left. Lamy's face was happy after the deal was concluded. He could earn at least 2 gold coins from this deal. For a wizard, 2 gold coins might not be a big deal, but for him, 2 gold coins were also a good deal. Dole hummed, wrapped up the things, put them behind his back, and said, I come once a month in the future. Hearing this, Lamy breathed a sigh of relief and became more enthusiastic. It's an honor. Your mental potion is very good and pure. Customers like it very much. Dole shook the bag and said, the strength potion is also good, but the agility potion is not so good. If I didn't have the relevant formula, I wouldn't use them. In fact, Dole did have it, just to hide his shortcomings. Lamy nodded. Many apprentices are only proficient in one kind, and it is very difficult to learn another kind, but they can be exchanged, which is pretty good. The deal was completed. Dole left the pharmacy, quickly returned to the room, entered the alchemy room, and prepared to make a special potion for Feller. He also bought some of that drug and prepared to add some ingredients to it. He calmed down and thought. He still remembered the situation when Feller came. He was so high and mighty that he could decide life and death. His eyes looked like he was looking at a dead person. Dole didn't like that look very much. It had become his nightmare when he went to bed at night. For a magician, mental clarity is very important, and Feller, Carmen, and Dis are like mountains, standing in front of him, making him resentful and angry, which led to a slow improvement in mental strength. So they must die. Odo and his son are dead. Dole's mental power is clear once, and he has 2 more copper coins that night. If these 3 people die, Dole's strength should be greatly improved. Whether it is because of nightmares or because of the mind, these 3 scums must die. When they treat themselves as ants, don't blame me for treating them as ants. It took a little time to integrate the poison into the drugs, and everything was ready. He was not panicked at all, but very calm. Time came to the 4th night. Dole changed his face this time, and came to the military office tavern to drink while Farrer was on duty. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Feller still didn't come. Dole secretly thanked his luck. He quietly came to the North District, and found that this guy was not at home either. Where did he go? Dole decided to stay there. The density of security patrols in the North District was quite high. Dole spent most of his family's property to buy a set of expensive clothes so that he would not be questioned when walking on the street. If he was an ordinary civilian wearing ordinary clothes, he would probably be questioned immediately, or arrested and beaten. He now has some shadows about the police station. At night, he hid in a tree outside, motionless, and even the circulation of chi and blood was completely reduced. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a sound of horse hooves came from a distance, and soon reached the entrance of the alley. In fact, there are many families living in this alley, and Dole didn't know who came back. Soon, he saw that an exquisite carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley, and two people came down from it. They got off first, and then dragged a drunk figure down. In the dark night, it was hard to see who it was, but the man was drunk and was talking nonsense all the way. Dole heard from the voice that this was the person he was waiting for, feller. Looking at the three people, Dole felt neither sad nor happy. It seemed that there was no hope tonight. He was motionless, staring at the three people coming from the alley. The two people walked and laughed while dragging Feller, and soon arrived at the door of Feller's house. They put the person at the door casually, just knocked on the door lightly, and turned around and left directly, as if they were unwilling to stay. As they walked, they discussed whose daughter was beautiful, whose woman had a big butt, and whose daughter-in-law had big breasts. There was no serious word in their mouths, and their faces were lewd. Dole watched the two people leave, and then looked at Feller lying at the door of his house, a little confused. Soon, the two people got on the carriage and disappeared at the alley. At this time, Feller's house was still dark, and it seemed that no one heard someone open the door. Dole's eyes slowly lit up, and his heart beat quickly. Is this the chance God has given me? Knowing the importance of opportunity, he quietly slipped down from the tree, then touched the door, pricked up his ears, and waited quietly for a few seconds. There was no movement inside the door. Dole lowered his head, and took a deep look at Feller at his feet. He fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. In the dark night, his face was not clear. This empire's termite. Dole put on gloves without thinking, turned Feller over, and then took out the potion from his arms, unscrewed the bottle, and put the cork in his pocket. After some thought, he pried Feller's mouth open, and Dole poured all the potion in expressionlessly. Feller took it all without leaving a drop, and after drinking it, he muttered, "Another cup." Dole sneered, his eyes full of satisfaction, thinking, there is no next cup. He gently put down Feller, then knocked hard on the door, quickly left, and stood in the darkness in the distance. A moment later, the light came on inside, the door opened, and a beautiful woman came out in disheveled clothes and took Feller in. Seeing this, Dole quietly left. He felt that his mind had been cleared up again, and his spirit was much more active. Leaving the alley, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. He straightened his clothes, then pretended to be nothing, and slowly left the North District. Next were Carmen and Dis. Only these two people were left. Dis sat in the director's office, listening to the report from the military office, with a helpless look on his face. A captain of the city guard died in his wife's belly. What is there to investigate? Aren't those damn corrupt guards all the same? I hope the police station can take over this matter. After all, solving the case is not the scope of our military station. Although Feller's death was not glorious, the police station also needs to investigate. The military station itself is higher than the police station, and the people who come here naturally speak more firmly. Feller's death was too shameful, so the military station decided to change a decent way to end Feller's sin. Moreno, the police inspector of the police station, nodded and said, "Don't worry, Gray, we will do a good job on this matter." Gray shrugged and nodded, saying, "Then I trouble you." Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Gray left quickly. Only Dis and Inspector Moreno were left in the office. Dis looked at Moreno expressionlessly and said, "Inspector, what should we do?" Hades curled his lips, "Do as usual." Hades' face twitched slightly. "I do it right away." He slowly stood up and walked out of the office. Do as usual means finding a scapegoat and making him murdered. Give Farrer's family a pension, otherwise the military office will have objections. Nobles are all about face, especially the military office, where corruption is rampant and still needs face, damn face. But it has to be done. Dis returned to his office and called Carmen over. "The higher-ups have assigned the task, you can do it." He threw the information to Carmen. Carmen was confused, just glanced at it, and knew what was going on, and laughed, "Leave it to me." 2 days later, Dole disguised himself and quietly came to the door of the Assassin's Guild's bar. Looking at the deep black hole, he was a little scared, but he still walked in. Although 2 gold coins were few, a mosquito leg was still meat, and he would have to deal with them frequently in the future. When his strength improved, it would not be difficult to take 30 to 50 gold coins, or even hundreds of gold coins for one task. Entering the bar, it was still dim inside. Under the dim light, a few people were sitting around. He glanced at those people, who were also looking at him, and then he walked to the front desk as if nothing had happened. Chapter 50. Doug also saw Dole. He recognized Duofeng and was a little surprised. This little guy introduced by Cartier had some tricks. Feller was dead. The official announcement was that he was killed by someone else. The criminal was caught. He was a thief and was executed. But only Doug and other people in the Assassin Guild knew that Feller was killed. I didn't expect that this kid was really a killer. He killed people silently and didn't need to take responsibility. Looking at Dole, who was coming over, he gave a thumbs up and said, "You did a great job. Even I can't help but congratulate you." Sitting in front of Doug, Dole had a blank expression on his face. "You're welcome. It's my job. I do the task." Doug looked at Dole, took out 2 gold coins, and then remembered something. He took one of the gold coins back and took out 80 silver coins, saying, "As an introducer, Cartier will get a commission of 20 silver coins until you complete 3 tasks. The commission ends." Dole blinked. The introducer also gets a commission, but he didn't ask, put the money away, and said, "Let me see if there are any other tasks." Doug took out the notebook and handed it to Dole, saying, "These are all first-level tasks. According to the point system, you have to complete more than 3 first-level tasks before you can get access to second-level tasks. Assassinating Feller is a first-level task?" Dole opened his eyes wide. Doug nodded calmly yes. The rewards for the first-level tasks all start with gold coins. What about the second-level tasks? Dole didn't say anything, but stared at Doug, then lowered his head and started looking. At this moment, Dole felt someone standing behind him, and the fragrance of orchids penetrated into his nostrils. It was a woman. "I have a second-level mission. Can you help me?" A hoarse and magnetic female voice came from behind. Dole turned his head and saw a person wearing a cloak, covered in a layer of black clothes, and his face could not be seen clearly. He turned his head and looked at Doug. Doug shrugged and looked at the black-clothed person. He naturally knew who this person was, and what mission she had taken. If you trust others, you can also invite them to do it together, but the distribution of rewards needs to be negotiated by you. Our killer guild allows team formation. Dole's doubts were solved. He glanced at Doug, put down the book in his hand, and then said to the woman, "Let's talk first." Although the woman's voice was disguised as vicissitudes and hoarse, she sounded young, and Dole thought she could learn more. The woman said, "Okay." Dole followed the woman and walked to a corner, and soon sat at a table. At this time, Dole found that there was a strange force near the table that could block the sound from coming out. This killer guild has some tricks. The woman opposite took off her cloak, revealing a girl of 18 or 19 years old, with a very ordinary appearance, but with bright eyes and fair skin. She didn't look like a warrior. Could she be another profession? Or was she a wizard like herself? Dole became more alert. Who knows if this person was sent by the Empire ability to test the Assassin's Guild? Although he had never experienced such a thing, he had seen similar plots in Naoyi's novels. People's hearts are complicated and unpredictable, so it's good to be more careful. The woman looked at Dole, and also looked at him, but she soon found that she had never seen him before. She raised her hand, put it to her mouth, and coughed lightly. Her voice returned to normal, and she spoke in a clear voice. "I have a task here. I can't complete it alone. I want to invite you to do it together. The reward is 10 gold coins, 5 for each of you." "What task is worth 10 gold coins?" Dole was a little surprised. "You know, ordinary people don't earn so much money in their lifetime. Converted into copper coins, this is 100,000? The woman pursed her lips lightly and said, "Kill a downtrodden noble." Dole frowned. Feller is an ordinary person living near the noble district. It is already difficult to kill him, let alone kill a real noble that can be committed near the northwest district. He thought for a while and said, "Do you have detailed information?" The woman looked at Dole with a sharp look in her eyes. "Yes, but you must be sure to team up with me before I can share it with you." Dole felt that this was meaningless. Killing a noble was no joke. What is a noble? In this world, a noble is someone born noble. Every month, the Empire will receive a monthly salary. Although it is not much, it is much more than the poor. The nobles are qualified to participate in politics, to put people in the military and police stations, to place their own people, spies, etc., and most importantly, the nobles have the right to recruit soldiers, can have private guards, and are protected by law. The final destination of many warriors is to be a guard in the hands of the nobles. Dole's mouth twitched slightly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. I won't do anything I'm not sure of, so you can find someone else. The woman bit her lip. She had paid a lot of money to buy this information. If Dole saw it, and he went to kill the nobles himself, wouldn't it be a waste of time? After being in the Assassin's Guild for so long, she still understood some things. But Dole's request was not wrong. He needed to judge the gains and losses. The situation between the two was obviously a paradox. Dole saw that the woman would not compromise, apologized, left his seat, and went to the counter. At this time, a burly man stood up at another counter and invited Dole with a bad look. Boy, join my team. I will give you 20% of the mission reward. Although his face was exposed, his whole body was still under a black robe, and his body shape could not be seen clearly. However, Dole didn't like his face when he saw it, so he shook his head. The man's face suddenly turned ugly. You don't know what's good for you. Dole narrowed his eyes and looked at the man as if he was looking at a dead man. Say it again? At this time, Dole had already taken several lives, and naturally exuded a murderous aura and killing intent. In addition, his mental power was far greater than that of ordinary people, and the killing intent rushed over, and the man was immediately shocked. The man was shocked, and he didn't dare to underestimate Dole. He closed his mouth and sat down angrily. Doug felt very interesting when he saw this. The boy introduced by Cardo was very interesting, a wizard, he. In the corner, the woman looked at the conflict between Dole and the man and bit her lip. This guy is quite powerful. He actually made Black Dog compromise. If she is not mistaken, this guy should be a wizard apprentice, just like herself, but what's wrong with the murderous aura on him? It seems that he has killed more than one person. The Assassin's Guild, although the name is loud, most of the assassins will die before they can survive more than 3 or 4 missions. The ones we usually see are basically newcomers. Newcomers who can achieve this level are already very powerful. She gritted her teeth, got up from her seat, and took a breath before Dole arrived at the bar. She said, I am willing to share information with you. This time, she used a hoarse voice again. Dole pouted and said, I am not interested. You can find someone else. He could see that the girl was worried and did not trust him. Such a person could not be a teammate. He continued to walk slowly towards the bar. At this moment, he felt something in his hand, soft and warm, as if he was electrocuted. He turned around and found that the woman reached out and held his hand. Dole was a little confused. Chapter 51. The woman looked at Dole without blinking. I'm sincere this time. Dole's parents passed away a few years ago. For so many years, he came here alone. Being held by someone's hand, that feeling really reminded him of many things. He let go of his hand without leaving a trace, leaving the warm palm, and narrowed his eyes. Okay. The girl's changing voice reminded him that this was also a kind of disguise, and he could do the same. The two returned to the corner again, and the girl's tone returned to normal, and she said hurriedly, the noble we want to kill is a down-and-out noble with only one guard, who also acts as a housekeeper. This is the information. She took out a few pieces of paper, and put them in front of Dole. Looking for teammates, she didn't do it on a whim, but she had been here for several days, and she had seen other people, and they were all not good people. When she saw Dole, her eyes lit up. The old killer had a complicated mind, and she couldn't believe it at all. Dole looked at the woman's face for a moment, then took out the information, moved his eyes to the paper, and read it carefully. The target they wanted to assassinate was a minor noble named Bondi. He had a hobby of abusing maids, and had tortured several of them to death. The elder brother of one of the maids was a captain in the military office. When they found out, the two families became enemies. Bondi was a noble, and the maid's elder brother was just a civilian. Under the dual pressure of the military office and the nobles, the elder brother had to compromise. But he was so angry that he saved up for many years, and spent all the gold coins on him to put a bounty on Bundy's head. The girl took this task because Bondi was guilty, and was simply the common enemy of all women. Bondi's address, family size, and daily activities were clearly marked on it. Dole just glanced at it and frowned. I have something to do during the day, so I can only move at night. Although there is a lot of intelligence, I need to investigate it myself. Let's share the task first. I won't act alone. The risk of assassinating a noble is too great, and he doesn't want to act alone. Hearing about the shared task, the woman relaxed and said, okay, I can go with you then. You can call me Lily. Dole said without thinking, you can call me Adu. Neither of them said their real names. Then, Lily handed Dole a note with an address on it, and the two agreed to meet there when they were ready. Dole took a look and put the note in his pocket. Coming out of the Assassins' Union, Dole quickly disappeared into the darkness. As a wizard, Dole could feel several eyes on him, and then as he moved, those eyes disappeared. Killer Guild. Dole knew that Carta had no good intentions in inviting him to join the Killer Guild, but he had no good way to refuse. There were too many things he needed in the Killer Guild, such as magic, fighting spirit, and various intelligence. After completing a task, Dole automatically became a one-star killer, but he knew too well what the Killer Guild was. There were killers in it, and they were all willing to sacrifice their lives for money. He needed to be careful at all times, and could not trust anyone. Dole was not excited about the reward of more than 1 gold coin. It was just a one-star task. For a wizard, this reward was still relatively shabby, far less than what he could get by refining mental potions. Alchemy was a strong foundation that a wizard should master, because it was a legitimate way to make money, although it was also shabby. But fortunately, he still knew Lamy. Not long after Dole arrived at the blacksmith shop, he quickly became a celebrity. He entered the intermediate warrior apprenticeship early, and soon started to use the number 4 hammer. The huge hammer, waving in his hand, gave people a huge sense of oppression. Of course, under normal conditions, it is still easier to use the number 3 hammer. Most of the second-level blacksmiths use the number 3 hammer, and the number 4 hammer is commonly used by the third-level blacksmiths. Dole's promotion to the second-level blacksmith so quickly was still very shocking in the Mondo blacksmith shop. Even Harley, who knew the details, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. How did this guy practice? Where did he buy the medicine? This progress of practice was obviously not that of an ordinary person, and was even faster than that of aristocrats. But he also knew that Dole was not a bad person, and he didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to live a quiet life, so he let him go. Even if he made trouble, as long as he didn't cause trouble in the blacksmith shop, he would let him go. After being promoted to the second-level blacksmith, Dole forged iron every day, feeling full of strength, and his blood and chi surged. Under the influence of his body, his bones gradually became dense and tough, and he slowly moved towards a high-level warrior apprentice. Speaking of which, there is also a small regret. With the growth of his blood and chi, and the vigorous body functions, it is difficult to enter meditation every night. The blood and chi are too strong, and every time the heart beats, the whole body feels a tremor, which makes Dole a little confused. Because in Nalyu's biography, he seems to have never had such concerns, and it seems that everything is going smoothly. Dole didn't care so much, and tried his best to suppress the blood and chi rhythm of his body with mental power. At the beginning, it was okay, but later, as the blood and chi became more and more vigorous, this method did not work, and Dole could only stop the strength potion and agility potion. According to Ball, it was more appropriate for him to follow the path of a wizard, and he should put aside his fighting spirit. Soon, half a month passed. The mountain city in July was still not hot, and the evening breeze blew through, and it was still a little chilly. There were few people on the street at night, only 1 or 2 pedestrians hurriedly passing by. Dole put on his clothes, a black robe, and slowly walked towards the slums. Soon, he came to the slums, and almost without looking, he came to the door of a small house, and knocked gently 5 times. The small door creaked open, which was obviously quite harsh in the silent night. Dole felt a little heavy in his heart, and walked into the small door. There was nothing in the house, and the ground was full of garbage. A black figure stood at the door. It was covered in black clothes, and a cloak, and black hat on its head. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Here it comes." A crisp female voice sounded. Dole nodded. He lifted the hood on his head, revealing Hotter's face, and said, "I'm ready. When shall we go to investigate, or shall we investigate separately?" Lily glanced at Dole through a layer of gauze. She gently removed the cloak on her head, revealing an ordinary face, the same one she had seen in the Assassin's Guild last time. Dole smelled a smell at this time, the smell of the disguise potion. Lily looked at Dole and said affirmatively, "Are you a wizard apprentice?" Dole, "Huh, you smelled it too?" Lily sighed and said, "Yes, I am also a wizard apprentice. We may cooperate for a long time in the future. Let me talk about my own things first. There was a wizard in my ancestor. I became a wizard when I was looking through the relics of my ancestors. It's just that it's too difficult for wizards to advance, so I took the risk to come out. What about you?" She looked at Dole with bright eyes. Dole's expression remained unchanged. He had long suspected that the woman was a wizard apprentice, because no matter if she was a hunter, assassin, or warrior, it was impossible for her to have such weak blood. He felt it in the Assassin's Guild that day. He thought for a while and said, I picked up a book that had a way to become a wizard, but it only told me how to become a first-level wizard. So, I have to find a way to become a first-level wizard in the future. The two of them were frank and honest, and explained a little about themselves, which laid the foundation for mutual trust. Lily didn't say anything. She had a way to become a first-level wizard, but it was too expensive. She couldn't afford it, and so far, she had no other source of funds except the Assassin's Guild. However, everyone was a wizard, and they couldn't see the light. Lily relaxed instead. Wizards could only trust wizards, and they couldn't trust others. Since we are all wizards, can I ask you how you got promoted? Chapter 52. Dole rolled his eyes. Are you a novice? How can you ask such a question? Then he shook his head and said softly, It is difficult for wizard apprentices to advance, even more difficult than the warrior profession. You and I both know this. What I can do, you may not be able to do. My method may not be suitable for you. I don't want to ask about your method. Besides, this is only the second time we meet. There is no basis for cooperation. He pointed out the key point directly. Lily sighed, nodded, and said, Then let's not talk about it. There will be plenty of time in the future. Let's talk about Bondi's matter first. Starting from today, I have time every night this month. Should we investigate together or separately? Dole didn't like to cooperate with others, and immediately said, Let's investigate separately based on the existing intelligence. After 5 days, no matter how much we know, we will meet here and discuss the next thing. They are all wizards, and their brains react very quickly. Lily nodded directly. She had thought so. There was no basis for trust between the two. It's better to do it bit by bit. Dole saw her nod and said, That's good, let's leave first, meet here at number 10. He turned and was about to leave. Just then, Lily reached out and held Dole's hand, and he felt the familiar warm and soft feeling again. Dole stopped, not knowing why. She seemed to like holding his hand very much. Lily said embarrassedly, I don't have much disguise potion. Can you sell me some? I will give you money. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Dole pinched it lightly without leaving a trace, sneered. I thought you were going to do something. The disguise potion is very easy to make. I give you 2 bottles. He searched in his arms, took out 2 bottles, put them in the girl's hand, then let go and left quietly. Others can find him, and he has the ability, which is the first step of trust. Disguise potion is actually ointment, wrapped in a small jar. This thing is very easy to refine, but the medicinal materials are hard to find, especially for people living in the city. Lily held the disguise ointment in her hand, looked at Dole's back, and sighed in her heart. She really planned to buy it, but she didn't expect that he would give it to her directly. She owed him a favor, and at the same time she also knew a truth, that is, the other party could refine potions. It was difficult to refine the disguise ointment by herself, but the other party said that he would give it to her, so he gave it to her. Obviously, he has a talent in potion. Seeing that he is so young and promoted so quickly, he should also be able to refine mental potions, but I don't know where the herbs come from. If he can refine mental potions, can I buy some from him? When I thought of the price of mental potions, Lily felt trembling all over. The money earned from completing a second-level task can only buy 5 bottles. Wizards are too expensive. She has no talent for practicing potions, otherwise, she wouldn't have to worry about it if she had the basic knowledge of ordinary pharmacy from her ancestors. After Dole went out, he changed into a set of clothes in another place. This was a high-end item he bought with a gold coin. It was different from ordinary linen clothes. It was real silk clothes. It was cool and refreshing to wear, and it felt great on the skin. With this set of clothes, he could run around in the North District without fear of strict inspection. Ordinary people can't afford this kind of clothes. Only the rich and powerful can afford it. This is common sense for every class. After changing his clothes, Dole pretended to be a noble, and soon came to a wide avenue. There were nobles' homes on both sides of the avenue. Unlike the narrow alleys in the East District, each alley here can accommodate at least 4 or 5 carriages side by side, which is similar to the main road of Duming Avenue. Coming to the mansion of the Bondi nobles, Dole hid in the darkness and observed carefully, while checking the intelligence and verifying the information. The nobles have the right to recruit soldiers, and there will be many guards in the mansion. With the keenness of the wizard, it is easy to feel the huge blood wandering around, so he dare not get too close for fear of being discovered. At this time, he envied Nalyi a little. He got a cloak with strong concealment ability early, plus the shadow talent, he can hide at any time. It would be great if I had the shadow talent or concealment equipment. Dole complained in his heart. He has the elementary magic rune learning given to him by Dole. As long as he is willing to study hard, he will be able to make his own concealment equipment after he becomes a senior wizard apprentice. However, he is only an intermediate apprentice now. His mental power cannot be extended outside the body, and even extending it to the magic rune pen is a problem. He can't use magic rune learning at all. Dole didn't dare to stay here with the nobles for long. After confirming twice, it was basically consistent with the intelligence, and then he began to investigate the nearby terrain. It must be said that the public security here in the nobles is too good. The patrol officers of the police station are layered one after another. It is too difficult to kill someone here. Dole felt extremely difficult. As an intermediate wizard, and not an agile hunter or assassin, even reconnaissance was difficult, not to mention killing. 5 days passed quickly. On the night of July 10th, Dole came to the slums in ordinary clothes and soon saw Lily. She did not wear clothes that wrapped herself tightly today, but used another face. If it were not for Dole's sharp mental power, he would have suddenly stabbed him with a sword. In the slums, Lily looked at Dole's side and said, "I investigated from another channel, and the information is indeed true, but the patrols in the North District are too dense, so it is not easy to kill." Dole also nodded and said, "If we are all high-level warrior apprentices, there may be a way, but now the strength is too weak." Lily was a little surprised. Dole said that he was a mid-level warrior apprentice in disguise, exposing his foundation, but this guy, with beautiful muscles and bronze all over his body, can be seen at a glance that he is a warrior profession. Who would have thought that he is a wizard? She thought for a moment and said, "It's too difficult to be a high-level wizard. I have been practicing for 3 years, and I am only a high-level wizard. It is said that only the wizards of the nobility can be promoted quickly, but after becoming a high-level wizard apprentice, the promotion is also very slow, and it is even more difficult to be promoted to a formal wizard." Dole didn't care. He could refine mental potions by himself, and he had good talent. It was not difficult to be promoted to a high level. The difficult part was not to be discovered. The most difficult thing for wild wizards was not to be discovered as wizards. No need to talk about this. What we are discussing now is how to kill Bondi. If we can't kill him at their home, we can kill him outside and start from his activity route. Don't nobles have territories? We can start on the road. Dole changed his mind quickly. It can only be this way. Bondi works for the Rescue Association and has a fixed route to get off work every day. Occasionally, he will be invited to queue up for other nobles. We can only try our luck, Lily said. Although she was a killer, she didn't use her brain much. The main government departments of Duming City are basically in the central area of the city. It only takes a short time to get back to the noble northern area from the central area, and the road in the middle is very wide. It is difficult to ambush them on the road, so Dole thought of waiting until he went to the territory before taking action. The nobles all have territories. Although Duming City is a mountain city, there are still many small towns outside the city, which are under the management of Duming City. At this time, Lily said, "I have a way to scare animals. I used this method to cause chaos in the previous few times, and then secretly killed the opponent." Chapter 53. In the darkness, Dole looked at Lily with some surprise. She has this trick? If he can really do it, he can plan it. In the apprentice stage, wizards, except for senior wizard apprentices, basically have no means to fight against the enemy. They can only rely on wisdom and various potions. Even alchemy can only be made after senior apprentices. Dole can't think of anything that Lily can do to affect livestock. She probably uses some potions. Whether it is ordinary livestock, horses pulling carriages, or other camels with high endurance and high physical strength, their structures and physiology are different from humans. Their sense of smell, taste, and hearing are easily affected. Lily probably starts from these aspects. As a wizard, thinking is the first priority, so Dole has a lot of guesses. If this can be used as a means, we can plan something. Whether it causes large-scale chaos or small-scale riots, we can carry out close-range assassinations. I will try to get a crossbow and some poison. This may work. Dole quickly formed a concept of assassination in his mind. Lily was a little surprised to hear this. "Can you get a crossbow?" Dole nodded and said, "Yes, but the crossbow is not convenient to carry. We can only act at night." Lily sighed and said, "If I had known that you could get a crossbow, I could have killed him a few days ago, that human scum. So since there is a crossbow, we can do this. As a noble, Bondi's travel plans are generally not fixed, but nobles have many activities and opportunities. Intermediate apprentices have no long-range attack methods. This is the key to Lily's mission being delayed. Ordinary killers are unwilling to take such a big risk to assassinate a noble, and more advanced killers are unwilling to take risks and look down on this little money. Only the 2 middle-level wizard apprentices, who were short of money, were willing to do this. The crossbow was a compulsory controlled item, which was usually strictly controlled. Even the nobles could not own it. Only the military department was qualified to own it, not the police department. Dole was able to get the crossbow because he was a blacksmith and had repaired countless crossbows. He could assemble one by himself with the discarded parts, so it was not difficult to get a crossbow. What he cared about most was the intelligence issue. Lily had no long-range means. The two of them thought that as long as there was a crossbow, this matter was not difficult to accomplish. After all, Bondi had many opportunities to travel, and there were more opportunities to kill him. Time passed slowly. After a few days, Dole got the crossbow and quietly took it away from the blacksmith. He found a few empty places with no one to practice several times at night. After confirming the accuracy, he notified Lily to prepare for action. As a middle-level warrior apprentice, Dole's strength was enough to control the crossbow. Bondi was a relatively fat middle-aged man with 2 narrowed eyes. When he smiled, he gave people a sinister feeling. He was a lord recognized by the empire. Although he was only a baron of the lowest rank, he was also a nobleman. He had a fixed salary every month and the right to recruit 5 private soldiers. Even a baron of the lowest rank had a small territory, which was a small town on the road to Chris County. He could collect more than 50% of taxes from the town every month. Of the more than 50% of taxes, 40% needed to be paid to the city lord, and the other 10% was for himself. Therefore, Bondi raised the tax to 70%. However, he seldom went to the town, but only received a fixed amount of money every month. Whether the territory was good or bad, it had nothing to do with him. Eating and drinking every month, being able to mingle with other nobles, and being able to play with women, this was the life of an ordinary noble. July 20th was the birthday of a viscount of the Lake family, and he was invited to go. Although his statement was notorious, he liked to play with servants, and even offended many people, but after all, he was a noble, and he would still receive the invitations he deserved. The Lake family was the 3rd family in Dormont City, ranking below the City Lord Link family and the Deputy City Lord Orn family. It had strong funds and power, and controlled a lot of resources. Mines, furs, medicinal materials, and other businesses occupied a lot of shares. Therefore, he still had to go to the Lake family's invitation. If he could get close to this guy, his life would change a lot. In addition to the fact that the Lake family was relatively powerful, there was another important factor, that is, many beautiful ladies could be seen at the banquet, and it would be great if he could hook up with a few of them. This is the key to why Bondi wants to go. No matter who he is with, or whose daughter he stays with for a few nights, it is the most wonderful thing in life. The banquet started at 6 p.m. and ended at 10 p.m. After a few hours, Bondi did not get what he wanted, but he was favored by several noble ladies, and was slightly satisfied. After the banquet, everyone left slowly. Bondi did not leave late. There were even other carriages behind him. He had a strange smile on his face. It can be seen that he was having a lot of fun. After greeting other nobles, Bondi got on the carriage and quickly entered the avenue. Lying comfortably in the carriage, he took out his hand, put it next to his nose, and took a deep breath. That was the smell of Bohemia, belonging to a viscount lady, so fragrant. The coachman who drove the carriage knew Bondi's temper. The carriage was not fast, but very slow. Another word for slow is steady. The carriage slowly entered the avenue, drove slowly, walked to the main avenue, and soon arrived in the Northwest District, passing several avenues and driving into the small road. The coachman was familiar with the road, and the horses did not command so much, and automatically walked into the alley at the door of their own house. The carriage slowly entered the alley. At this time, the leading horse suddenly got startled, stood up, and then ran forward like a wild horse, and on the other 2 sides of the carriage, the other 3 horses were affected by the first horse and ran forward like crazy. The coachman pulled the harness hard, but it was useless. The 4 horses rushed along the avenue frantically. Bondi was awakened from his deep sleep by the sudden vibration. He was slightly drunk, and sweat came out of his head. At this time, the carriage accelerated wildly, and he fell backwards suddenly, hitting his head on the wood behind him. "Damn it, driving like this, stop quickly, stop quickly," Bondi shouted immediately. The coachman was also panicked at this time. "Sir, no, the horse is frightened and can't be controlled, you jump down quickly." Bondi heard this, and immediately understood what was going on. The horse was frightened, and there was no way a frightened horse would run to. He was also an intermediate warrior. Although he didn't exercise often, his skills were still there. He tried to control his body, and got his head out of the carriage. He saw that the 4 horses that were usually well fed were like crazy at this time, and they were out of control at all. He cursed inwardly, tried to control his body, came to the side of the shaft, and immediately jumped on a flat ground. After rolling on the ground for a few times, Bondi controlled his body. At this time, the horse pulled the driver into the darkness with a cry of surprise. Damn it, this is what happened. Bondi cursed a few times, and was knocked unconscious. At this time, the patrol teams around also discovered the situation here, and ran towards the carriage. An out-of-control carriage was shaking on the street, and it could get into trouble at any time. One of them came to Bondi, and said cautiously, "Master Bondi, are you okay?" Bondi ignored himself, and immediately shouted loudly, "I'm fine, hurry up and chase the carriage." The carriage was a lot of investment. If it broke down, he could only ride in another shabby carriage, which he couldn't bear. Chapter 54. Nobles value face the most. If a person's carriage is not good and cannot be driven in front of others, and is pointed at by others, it is not only a loss of face, but also a loss of dignity. Seeing the patrol teams around him chasing him, Bondi relaxed. He shook his head vigorously, sobered up, and slowly rushed home. It was just eating and drinking, but I didn't expect this to happen. It's really unlucky. In the dark corner, Dole looked at the scene in the dark and felt a little surprised. Lily's trick was good. It was just in the plan. The two of them split into 2 groups, one at the end of the road and the other in the middle of the road. Everything was planned. He really jumped out of the car. Dole was lying in ambush in the middle of the road, wearing a gray coat. He couldn't be seen in the dark without careful observation. He was hiding in the ditch on the side of the road. At this time, he slowly raised his head. In the dark night, a pair of eyes showed a cold light. Bondi was still a long way away, and he needed to come slowly. Dole was not in a hurry. Dole quietly ambushed and moved slowly forward. After a while, Bondi slowly came to the center of the road. He walked twisting and turning, as if he had broken his leg. At this moment, Dole was not far behind Bondi, only about 10 meters away. He breathed a sigh of relief, quietly took out the crossbow from behind, aimed, and pulled the trigger. In the dark night, a subtle sound was heard, and Bondi in front suddenly paused, then fell to the ground, without saying a word. Seeing this, Dole quickly got up from the stinky ditch, and ran towards Bondi with his body close to the ground. As he ran, he disassembled the crossbow, hung it on his body, put on gloves, and took out the dagger from his waist. He quickly came to Bondi, squatted down, and looked over. The guy was indeed down, with a shot through his neck, one hand covering his neck, and his eyes wide open. In just 10 seconds he died. You got it for free. Dole quickly pulled out the crossbow, then gestured at the position of the crossbow, and stabbed the dagger hard to break the wound. After doing all this, he searched his body roughly to create traces of robbery. About 20 seconds later, Dole quickly fled back to the stinking ditch, and then slowly walked towards the intersection along the stinking ditch. In the dark night, it was silent, as if nothing had happened here, only the neighing of horses, and the shouting of people in the distance were unusually clear. Not long after, 2 figures appeared at the intersection of the slums one after the other, gestured to each other, and quickly disappeared. Everything went well. After changing clothes, and putting on makeup in the slums, Dole quickly returned to his house. At this time, Ball had been waiting at the door for a long time. He stretched out his claws, and greeted Dole. A faint voice sounded, "You are more like a killer than a real killer. The scene is perfect. Even I can't think that you can do this at this stage." Dole knew that it was easy for Ball to monitor him. He waved his hand, and walked into the yard casually. He took out the crossbow from under his clothes and said, 10 gold coins and 10 bottles of medicine, don't waste them. Forging the scene, isn't this the basic principle of a killer? Ball looked at Dole unexpectedly. Oh, you really think you are a killer? There are very few real wizards who want to be killers. It's too cheap. It shook its head and said, it's much better for a wizard to make a few kinds of medicine and some energy items than to kill people. Dole shrugged his shoulders, his face not looking good. If I go out and tell people that I can make magic potions, I guess I won't be treated as a guest of honor, but will be miserable. Bear also knew this truth, so he didn't argue with Dole. You kid, you have a flexible brain. He thought for a while and said, I go to the Assassin's Guild and look for books like self-cultivation for assassins. Dole smiled and said, thank you very much, but don't get caught. Bear sneered, hee hee. In the night, Diz touched his forehead and had a headache. Bundy's death had nothing to do with him. That defense zone was under the charge of another person, and he was a noble. However, they, the civilian police chiefs, could intimidate civilians, but they couldn't do anything about these nobles, so they were directly drafted into the army. These parasites are not good at solving cases, but they can collect money as many as several. Dis was not happy to be pulled out of bed. Bundy's body was in the middle of the road. Although they said that this was a long-planned robbery, and a knife was stabbed into the neck, Dis could not believe it. Not to mention that civilians did not dare to rob nobles. Even if they did, it would not be so coincidental. How come those patrolling the street did not find any suspicious people? He came from a distance with his men, and soon came to the body. A sheriff in a gorgeous uniform had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Dis, he frowned and said, "Dis, you are our detective. Can you help me see what's going on? I always feel something is strange." Although he used words of request, his tone was very arrogant. The corner of Dis's mouth twitched, and he looked at the other party without saying anything. He lowered his head, put on gloves, and began to examine the body. It was difficult to see clearly in the dark night, and he had to observe carefully. Carmen lit a torch for him at the side, and soon, he frowned. Indeed, it was almost the same as he imagined. It was not a close combat, or even a sneak attack. Even if it was a sneak attack, Bondi, a small noble, would have time to react. He clearly had no reaction, and died in an instant. Moreover, the body had been manipulated, and it was unknown from which direction the attack came, and where the enemy came from. He carefully observed the wound, but unfortunately, he could not see anything on the wound, but it was certain that the wound was wrong. It looked like a dagger, but there was a dagger in this posture. This was not a method of assassination, and it was not in line with the assassin's method, or even the method of any profession. He pondered for a while, and said his conclusion. There was peace all around. Bondi's death caused a great stir among the nobles. After all, Bondi was also a noble, recognized by the empire, and a superior person. Unlike the deaths of Feller, Odo and others, Bondi's death caused a great sensation. Being robbed and killed was a big event in Duming City. Therefore, the police station, the military station, and the public security station were dispatched at the same time to conduct a large-scale search of Duming City. It was a great success. For a time, Duming City was in a state of panic. However, this search was destined to be meaningless. At most, it would catch some inconspicuous petty thieves. Dole still went to work and got off work as usual during the day, forged iron, and exercised strength. However, he has now restrained the intensity of his exercise, because he has found that the huge amount of chi and blood affects the wizard's meditation. Bar has long warned him that his warrior talent is very average, and the wizard talent is stronger. Unless the wizard is advancing to the next level, the warrior side should not be trained first. After becoming a second-level blacksmith, Dole was relatively relaxed, and no longer as busy as before. According to the rules of blacksmiths, he started saving money to buy Dochi Ju. This is just appearance. However, Dole still attracted a lot of attention. Such a young blacksmith is still very eye-catching. He usually receives a lot of attention, and even makes a lot of promises to poach him. Even Uncle Hong praised Dole and taught him some other skills, such as observation, vibration, checking the quality of the embryo, and some technical techniques of vibration, intermediate hammering, and so on. Half a month later, in mid-August, the weather was a little sultry. After get off work in the afternoon, Dole habitually glanced at a corner on the roadside. I don't know when there was a mark. Seeing this, he pretended to be fine and walked towards the slums. Soon, he came to the door of another marked house, and knocked on the door, knocking 5 times. The door opened quickly and Dole got in. When Lily saw Dole, she breathed a sigh of relief. She took out her purse from her waist, poured out 10 gold coins, and handed them to Dole. Chapter 55. Dole didn't even count them, and handed the gold coins over. He looked at Lily, and got to know this girl. Although they had only been on a mission, they worked well together, and had a foundation of trust. Lily looked at Dole, and took out 2 more gold coins. I want a spirit potion. Although he used a question, he used a positive tone. Dole didn't know why Lily knew that she could make a spirit potion, and looked at her. Why do you say that? Lily bit her lip and said, I wasn't sure at first, but when you said that, I believed it. Dole was silent. This big sister would cheat. He thought about it, took out a bottle of spirit potion, and said, okay, but I can only make spirit potions. I can't make other potions. I don't have the ingredients. He admitted in disguise that he knew potion science, which was also the basis of trust. Looking at the spiritual potion in Dole's hand, Lily picked it up with some excitement. After practicing for several years, she finally saw the potion, and had hope of becoming a senior wizard apprentice. Her voice became hoarse with excitement, and she said, "I can provide herbs, but I need you to help me refine them. I only need 1/3 of the finished product." Dole's eyes lit up. "Can you find herbs?" Lily sighed and said, "Yes, I am a maid in a noble family. They are in the medicinal materials business, and I can usually contact drug dealers." Dole had a question mark on his face, and then he said with certainty and doubt, "Are you in the Lake family?" Lily sighed, nodded, and said, "The Lake family controls some drug dealers and drug dealers. They have always traded with the Superpower Society. I secretly wrote down the formula of the spiritual potion, but later found that I had no talent for refining medicine, so I had to give up. Originally, I wanted to exchange the formula of the spiritual potion with you for the disguise ointment, just to trick you, but I didn't expect you already had it." The corner of Dole's mouth twitched. He had some understanding of the wisdom of this woman. He was still too young and naive. Thinking of this, he said lightly, "I also inherited the legacy of a down-and-out wizard. As for potions, I only know how to make mental potions. Mental potions are not difficult to make. I don't know if I have the talent. If you can get other herbs and recipes, I can also try it." Lily's eyes suddenly brightened up, and she said, "Okay, I can try it. If you have the talent for refining medicine, I will provide the herbs, and you can help me refine more advanced mental potions. If there is a potion, I can be promoted to a senior wizard apprentice in about half a year." Dole was immediately surprised, and looked Lily up and down. The mental power of an intermediate wizard apprentice is very small, and it cannot even extend to the surface of the body. If it is promoted to a high level, it can break through this limitation and use spellcasting materials to release zero-level witchcraft and magic tricks. Although it is just a magic trick, it means that it can form a preliminary combat power, and is no longer so weak. For any profession, wizards who can use magic are the most terrifying. For nobles, being able to use magic tricks means strong combat power, and an existence that cannot be provoked. For the ability association, senior wizard apprentices mean that they need to be monitored at all times. If they do evil, they can be cleaned up at any time. Wizards are synonymous with mass destruction. Any uncontrolled wizards need to be restricted. In the Northern Kingdom, the situation of wild wizards is so miserable. However, misery does not mean anything. Senior wizard apprentices are also synonymous with strength. Dole knew his situation, and had been using mental potions. His mental power grew very fast, but not quickly. On the one hand, it was because he was still young and inexperienced, and on the other hand, it was because his potential had not yet been fully developed. After all, he was only 13 years old this year. If he was Lily's age, he would have been a senior wizard apprentice, or even a first-level wizard. But she was still a little envious. After all, the other party could cast spells very quickly, and wizards who could cast spells were considered wizards. He thought about it and said, "Okay, but you need to be careful to hide, and not expose yourself. The supernatural power will strictly control wild wizards." Lily nodded solemnly to express her approval. The two then left the dark slum. Back in his room, Dole glanced at Ball and breathed a sigh of relief. Only in this place did he feel safe. Tonight, he did not practice basic boxing, etc., but went back to the room directly to make potions. It was almost time to trade with Lao Mi. In addition to ensuring the most basic transaction, what he needs to think about now is how to kill Carmen and Dis. These two people are from the police station. Both of them are warriors, and their vigilance is very high. It is not easy to kill these two people, but Dole is not in a hurry. 3 days later, he came to the pharmacy in a dusty state, with a bulging bag on his back, looking like a herbal farmer. Lao Mi personally received him, and soon they met up at the back. Entering the room, Lao Mi and Dole traded the contents. The backpack was empty. There was nothing, only a little bit of medicinal materials outside to cover it. This was to prevent being seen, and there were a total of 10 bottles of mental potion. Lao Mi showed a happy expression on his face, but he was calm and composed at the same time. Dole's output is not much, but he can earn several gold coins every month, which was unimaginable before. However, this time, to his surprise, Dole did not need strength potion and agility potion. He saw that the other party's body seemed to be very well trained. Why not train? But he didn't ask. After the transaction was completed, Dole took the mental power medicine, other medicines, and a few glassware, and put them into his backpack. He did not leave, but stopped and asked, "Will there be any contact between the pharmacy and the police station in the future?" Lao Mi didn't know why Dole asked this, thought about it, and said, "Our pharmacy is under the jurisdiction of the Lake family, and the police station is under the jurisdiction of the Orn family, so there is no relationship." Dole immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Are there many wizards in the Lake family?" He subconsciously thought that those mental power potions were supplied to the Lake family. Laomi coughed and said some information that ordinary people didn't know, saying, "The Supernatural Society recruits apprentices in Duming City, and only accepts the descendants of merchants and nobles. The three major families, and those rich people have talents to enter, and our Lake family naturally has some. These potions are not actually supplied to their own family members, but sold to those scattered wizards of the nobles, otherwise how can he make money?" When Dole heard this, he understood a lot. He laughed and said, "I come to you next month." Laomi stretched out his hand and said, "Please." After leaving the future pharmacy, Dole strolled outside, quietly changed his clothes on the road, and then returned home. Next, it's time to capture Carmen. Carmen is a detective. Detectives are responsible for areas. They follow the security every day and patrol outside. If there is a murder or a dispute, they need to go to the door to deal with it. The area they are responsible for is a small part of the East District. There are not many things, so they don't wander around outside, but drink in a fixed place. Sometimes, drinking can also get things done. The bar has always been a place where light and darkness coexist, and it is also a place with the most complicated personnel and relatively chaotic. Whoever can occupy the bar can obtain more information, whether it is official forces or the underworld, it is the same, except for the Assassin's Guild. Dole soon learned that Carmen likes to go to a bar called Firefly, which is also under the jurisdiction of an underground force called the Butcher Organization. Carmen and this underground force jointly manage the area in the East District. Chapter 56. In this area, the daytime is official, and the nighttime is the butcher's. This has become a rule. What is the underworld? Collecting protection fees, bullying the weak, trafficking in people, and doing all kinds of evil, but as long as they are not discovered, these things will never be known to others, and they are legal. Dole sat in the corner, drinking the unpalatable wine without meaning to, while observing the surroundings, listening to the news with his ears erect. The bar is indeed a good place to get news. His keen hearing can easily let him hear a lot of things, such as what the noble did today, who beat whom, or killed whom, and where he was thrown, and who went out today and did what. Although it is very noisy here, Dole wants to listen carefully, and he can still perceive it with his strong perception. After drinking for a while, he saw Carmen coming in from outside. He was very alert when he came in. After saying hello to the gangsters around him, he found a seat and sat down casually. Not long after the doorman sat down, a dark-skinned man sat opposite him, and the two of them talked quietly. Dole had been here for a few days, and he knew that this man was an important person to the butcher. The two of them were exchanging information here. Carmen gave the butcher some information, and the butcher gave Carmen some information to increase Carmen's rate of solving cases, and Carmen also gave the butcher shelter. This is how the collusion between officials and bandits came about. Dole saw this and had a plan. He originally wanted to poison here directly, but Carmen didn't take drugs, so he had no choice. If they were in close contact, it would be easy for the keen detective to sense it, so he gave up this plan early. The two talked for a while, and the dark man left the table, leaving Carmen alone. Dole sat for a while, and left first. When he came to the door, he did not leave too far, but stood in the distance, waiting until Carmen came out. Note the time point, and then follow from a distance. After a few days, he had figured out Carmen's movements and information. He knew Carmen's address, which was still in the East District. Although Carmen was a detective, she was born a civilian. There was a woman, a slave, and 2 sons of 5 or 6 years old in the family. Seeing this, his heart sank. But soon his eyes flashed fiercely. He wanted to die first, and the life and death of his son and woman was none of his business. Even if they starved to death in the future, it would be his own fault. He was going to repeat the same trick and quietly poison Carmen. First understand his hobbies, then focus on taking care of him, and try to avoid other people. He poisoned Otto's family, because there was nothing good in that family. In this world, the lives of ordinary people are the least valuable. The lives of nobles are the most valuable. Killing a Bondi is worth 20 gold coins, but killing an ordinary person is estimated to be more than 10 silver coins. Killing a detective may be a little risky, but it is not impossible. Quietly returning home at night, Dole calmed down and began to refine mental potions. Mental potions are no longer difficult for him. With the continuous improvement of mental power, the perception of materials is becoming more and more refined. The failure rate is basically very low. It has to be refined several times a month, and the success rate has almost increased to 60%. This is only a first-level mental potion, which is only useful for junior and intermediate apprentices. It is not so easy to refine a second-level mental potion, which requires the mental power of a senior apprentice. Dole drinks 1 bottle every 5 days, and his mental power grows very fast. In a month, he can accumulate almost 30 bottles of mental potion, and this is not including the ones for Lamy and Lily. The remaining ones are just enough for himself, and he cannot reveal his production. It would be great if there were other channels to sell these things. The Killer Union is a good channel, but you can't easily expose yourself. There are cold-blooded killers who eat people without spitting bones. If you expose this information, you may be kidnapped in a minute and become a tool for refining medicine. When Dole thought of this result, he was a little scared. It takes a long time to go from an intermediate wizard to a high-level wizard. From 27 coins, it takes about 80 coins to reach the threshold of a high-level wizard. After a few months, he has accumulated 40 coins, which is very fast. With the assistance of a large number of mental potions, Dole's cultivation is not slow. According to Nalyu's book, it took Nalyu, a legendary figure, 1 month to go from elementary to intermediate level, but it took him almost half a year to go from intermediate to advanced level. It seems reasonable that he took a little longer. Cartier came to Mondo's blacksmith shop and saw Dole sitting there reading a book, with the book covering his entire face. This guy is very leisurely now. He has come here many times, and the blacksmiths and apprentices around know that the big man Cartier is familiar with Dole, and no one asks much. Little guy, you are very leisurely. He looked at Dole. Dole is now more than a head taller than he was 6 months ago. His muscles are bulging, and his skin is dark and shiny from the fire. He is a standard blacksmith. Dole put down the book, smiled naively, and said, "Lord Kadia, what are you doing here today?" Kadia joked, "I won't look for you if there's nothing else. Come, fix it." He took out his sword, the same one he used last time. Dory is no longer a rookie. He has a clear understanding of the warrior profession. Kadia is a first-level warrior with great strength and fighting spirit. Logically, this ordinary iron sword without special effects should have been out of use. However, he didn't ask, just looked at it, and asked Anderson next to him to get some iron ore and refined copper. Kadia lay in front of the forge and smiled. "Are you surprised that I'm using an ordinary iron sword?" "I didn't ask." Dole naturally didn't admit it. Kadia smiled. "Swordsman, most of the battles are about fighting skills, not using special powers, fighting purely with skills. If it's a serious battle, I have other weapons to use." Dole had never seen anyone else fighting with swords, so he naturally didn't know about this. He was unfamiliar with the warrior and wizard professions. He nodded and said with a little sarcasm, "You fight frequently. You come to repair it every few days. In a year, the investment in our Mondo blacksmith shop alone is a lot of money." Cartier showed a mysterious look. "Then do you know how much I pay for a sword fight?" Dole thought about it. Given the nature of the nobles, could it be a lot of money for one fight? He guessed, 10 gold coins? Cartier vomited blood. "I worked so hard to earn 10 gold coins." When Dole heard this, he immediately realized that swordsmen were in danger of their lives, especially for Cartier, who was considered the top swordsman in Mondo City. So he said, "It seems that the minimum starting price is not less than 50 gold coins. This is also the normal annual salary of a first-level warrior in Duming City plus pension." Kadia was a little surprised. This little guy has a very vicious mind. He nodded, coughed, and said with shining eyes, "Do you want to learn sword fighting from me?" Hearing this, the blacksmiths around were shocked. Dole was also a little surprised. "I am working here as a blacksmith. I earn 30 silver coins a month as a minimum living allowance, and I also get commissions. Why should I learn sword fighting from you?" He shook his head like a rattle. "I don't like fighting with people, so forget it." Kadia almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "You don't like fighting, but you have killed several people, okay?" Chapter 57. This kid is a bit evil, but it is true that if no one provokes him, he can stay here forever. He thought for a while, and said, "You are almost a mid-level warrior now. The breathing method required by high-level warriors, and the slightly better quality ones require more than 50 gold coins. Don't you have any thoughts?" Dole looked at Kadia. "Can you have some idea in your mind?" "Slowly save up. With my current ability, I should be able to save up for a year or two." At this time, Anderson came out from the back, handed him the materials, and prepared to light the fire. Dole took the materials, flipped through them, looked at the quality, and then gave Anderson some instructions, and Anderson began to prepare. Fire, crucible, water, etc., all these need to be taken care of by the apprentice, and the blacksmith only needs to worry about how to make things well. Kadia stopped talking when he saw Dole moving. After watching for a moment, he nodded secretly. It must be said that this boy has a craftsman style when forging iron, with serious eyes, serious expression, neat movements, and steady strength. He is a good blacksmith. Although Dole has been forging iron for less than half a year, he has a high mental power and control over tools and embryos. His ability is better than that of ordinary second-level blacksmiths. After all, strictly speaking, they can only be regarded as ordinary intermediate warriors, while Dole has both intermediate wizard and intermediate warrior levels. Naturally, they cannot be compared, especially wizards have super high spiritual blessing, and the induction of embryos is very accurate, so there is no need to worry about the material problem. With the blessing of both, he has such a fast speed, even Uncle Hong and Harley praised him. Mental strength helps to make accurate judgments. Although iron making may seem rough, it actually has the same requirements for accuracy. The materials, embryos, iron making process, and the amount of force used are all very strict, so this is the key to Dole's rapid improvement. Dole was ironing over there, very methodical, and Kadia nodded continuously. If this child learns swordsmanship, he will definitely be a great swordsman in the future. Unfortunately, as he said, he doesn't like fighting. Soon, after a while, the sword was repaired. Dole asked Anderson to polish it, and then gave it to Kadia. Just when the transaction was going on, Kadia winked at him. Dole didn't know why, and then he felt something more in his hand. He took the thing calmly, and thought of something, so he said, "Sword fighting requires a tough sword body and a smooth sword tip. It is mainly for fighting, and killing is secondary. If Lord Cartier is willing, you can use fine iron and fine steel to make it. Ordinary iron is still a bit weak." Cartier naturally understood this truth. He shrugged and said, "This thing is a consumable in my hands. There is nothing special about it. Thank you." After saying that, he gave him a look and turned away. He needed to pay at the front desk. Dole nodded, then greeted Anderson, and continued to lie on the chair and read. The content of the book is called The Real Blacksmith. Under the pretext of reading a book, he took out the thing Cartier gave him and placed it in front of the book. It was a note with a lot of things written in small words on it. Just at the first glance, his eyes lit up. This is Carmen's information. In addition to what he had discovered in the past few days, there was a lot of other information about Carmen on it, such as this guy went out every 5 days to visit a mistress, who was a concubine of a small nobleman, and he often went to a certain place to eat with Dis and other colleagues. The information on the note was very important. In this world, human life is worthless, but as long as you stand in different positions, life is still very important, but standing at a certain height, for a little money, you can disregard other people's lives. This behavior is enough to make Dole hate it. Whether it is Carmen or Dis, they are all in Dole's hands. His eyes narrowed slightly, full of murderous intent. Anderson also sat next to him, inexplicably feeling a little cold. It was obviously summer now, and there was obviously a forge next to him. In the afternoon, he walked out of the blacksmith shop slowly, and before he took a step forward, he saw a familiar place, a small mark. He thought about it, and walked into the city. Soon, he changed his clothes and walked into the slums. Soon he saw Lily. Lily was taller than Dole, wearing servant clothes, with a scarf wrapped around her head. In her arms, she had a large bag. Seeing Dole come in, he handed the bag to Dole and whispered, "I need more than 5 bottles." Dole took the bag and looked at Lily, a little surprised. This woman is quite capable, and it's only been a few days. Lily doesn't have much time on weekdays. She has a lot of work to do, and can only come out at fixed times, so time is precious. Dole didn't say anything, just said, "Give me the information in 5 days, I go back to get it, and then come to trade. I may ask you to wait a while." Lily nodded in agreement. The two of them spoke very little. After trading, they left. When wizard apprentices are at the intermediate level, they are the same as ordinary people. There is no difference. If Dole does not know potion learning, he will be exactly the same as ordinary people. Therefore, his most urgent need now is to enter the advanced apprenticeship. Advanced apprenticeship is useful. Magic pattern learning, potion learning, material learning, these things can be studied, which are all subjects in alchemy. To become a wizard, alchemy is inevitable, and the study of various magics also requires alchemy assistance. Dole is very clear about these. After eating something outside and bringing some back to Ball, Dole locked himself in the laboratory and began to refine mental potions. The first level mental potion is no longer difficult for Dole. He can even refine it at one time and refine many bottles in one night. The medicinal materials Lily gave him are of good quality and old enough. The mental potion refined is very effective. But unfortunately, Dole has drunk enough now, and the primary mental potion has no effect. He can only practice slowly by himself, or refine the secondary mental potion. The secondary mental potion is the same as the primary mental potion. A small amount of magic crystal will be added to the secondary mental potion, and the magic crystal will have energy fluctuations. As long as Dole refines the mental potion, it will inevitably cause energy fluctuations, which will be detected by the supernatural power. Therefore, without the means to cover up the energy fluctuations, he dare not refine it, and other potions are similar. This is the current dilemma. But Dole is not in a hurry. After finishing these, he began to prepare another ordinary potion, the hallucinogenic potion, with added ingredients. There are two ways to use hallucinogenic potions. The first is to take it by yourself, and the second is to use it as a drug to induce hallucinations on others. According to the information Dole obtained, Carmen often comes out alone when she comes out of her mistress, which gives Dole many opportunities at this time. He still didn't plan to fight head-on. First, he had never fought with others and lacked experience. Second, he didn't want to be known and leave traces. At least on the surface, he still wanted to live an honest life. This matter had to be done in secret. Chapter 58. The hallucinogenic potion is used by wizards, and at least only intermediate apprentices can use it on themselves. It can cause hallucinations on mental power. The effect is very strong, and it is more effective for warriors with low mental power. Dole only needs a little bit to knock Carmen down. Originally, Dole had many opportunities, but it was not easy to take action on ordinary roads. If it is said that it is easy to solve with a crossbow, but if it misses once, there may not be a next time, so this matter has to be done slowly. It took 3 days to investigate the route and consider the retreat route, and Dole was ready to act. Cartier walked slowly on the road. The route he took was different from the usual shopping route. Instead, he went to the police station first. When he arrived at the door, he happened to see Carmen, who was leaving get off work, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After giving Dole so much information, that guy should go out. Calculated, today is the day when Carmen and his mistress are dating. According to Dole's cautious habit, he would only take action at this time. What method would that guy use? Cartier was even looking forward to it. He was strolling on the street. Along the way, many people greeted him. Cartier responded one by one. He was also a celebrity. Soon, it was dark. Cartier turned several circles on the road and finally entered a small alley. After changing into a black suit, Cartier jumped lightly and landed on the wall next to the alley. Taking advantage of the night, he floated away along the roof. His purpose was very clear. He turned around and around, bypassed relatively dangerous places, and soon arrived at the place where Carmen was dating, waiting quietly. At this time, Dole encountered a little trouble. After watching Carmen enter the alley, he prepared to lurk in the alley, but he didn't expect an accident. When investigating at the entrance of the alley, he actually met Lily, who had returned. He was using the face of a Dew at this time, so it was not easy to leave. The two faced each other and looked at each other. "Why are you here?" Lily asked strangely at this time. Dole was also a little confused and asked back, "Why are you here too?" Lily looked at Dole, not knowing what he was thinking. "I live near here." Dole's expression was clear at this time. His eyebrows raised, looked around, and said expressionlessly, "Do you have anything to do? If not, we will talk later. I am in a hurry now." Lily's heart moved. The last time she saw this guy with this expression, he was about to kill someone. What is he doing? She gently approached Dole, got close to him, and whispered, "Do you have a mission here? If you have a mission, why didn't you call me?" The two were very close, and Dole even smelled the smell of Lily, which was very fragrant. He took a step back, shook his head, and said, "This is my personal matter, not related to the mission. We will talk about it later." After that, he walked away from Lily and disappeared into the darkness. Lily's heart trembled, wondering who Dole was going to kill. But she didn't think much about it, took a few steps, and soon entered a house. At the corner, Dole secretly looked over here, and saw Lily entering a house, and Dole breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, she and Carmen were in the same alley. Life is really amazing. This box has been scouted for several days, and soon came to the predetermined location, put a bottle of medicine on the eaves extending from the roadside, laid the bottle flat, connected the bottle mouth with a line, and carefully spread the rope down and led it to the side. After everything last night, he pulled the cork open. As long as he gently pulled the rope, the bottle mouth would turn downward, and the hallucinogenic potion with added ingredients would flow out and spread into the surrounding air. This potion has a strong hallucinogenic effect on intermediate wizard apprentices, and it is even more hallucinogenic for ordinary warriors, not to mention that he added ingredients. After doing all this, he pulled a rope and entered the darkness on the roadside. The alley was quiet, with no one. As night fell, this area became even more terrifyingly quiet. Cartier stood on the roof of the room and watched a good show quietly. Carmen, this guy, found a mistress who looked pretty good. She was a concubine of an official, with a thin waist and legs, and a good chest, but her face was a little worse. The two twisted and turned on the bed, like two flesh worms. He didn't appreciate other people's hand-to-hand combat too much. After a few glances, he looked elsewhere. He was still thinking, if he was Dole, how would he kill this guy? The best way is to sneak in and poison the mistress and Carmen together. This is not the first time Dole has done this, but Dole didn't come, so he definitely didn't want to hurt innocent people by mistake. Where would he do it? Outside the alley? He looked outside, his figure flashed, and he quietly jumped from the roof and went to the alley. Soon, after scanning the alley, Cartier frowned. It was too dark, he couldn't see anything at all. Even if he was sensing chi and blood, he couldn't detect anything. As he moved, he soon found a strange chi and blood fluctuation at the entrance of the alley, hiding on the side of the road. Found you. At this time, Kadia also felt strange, because Dole's blood was very low, which was not like his at all. After all, the blood of a mid-level warrior apprentice was almost so low that he could not sense it. This was unimaginable. This guy really had someone behind him. He didn't even have this kind of restraint? He didn't think much about it, and hid on the roof and waited, ready to watch the show. At night, it was quiet, except for the barking of dogs from an unknown distance. There was no other sound. About an hour later, when there was no sound in the world around, Carmen's figure walked out of the alley, walking quietly on the road alone. His steps were a little shaky, but he walked very fast. In the dark night, he could vaguely see him in a police uniform, walking on the road swaggeringly, very conspicuous. He quickly walked to the door of the alley. At this moment, he suddenly shook his body, and then fell to the ground, and fell directly to the ground. On the roof, Kadia was stunned. What method did Dole use? At this time, he saw an almost invisible black shadow rushing out from the side. He quickly came to Carmen's side, took out a short sword from his waist, and stabbed Carmen twice in a row, one in the neck and one in the lower body, and stirred it below. Then, he saw this guy put away something on the side of the road and quickly disappeared into the night. Kadia was a little shocked. Carmen was stabbed twice, and it was in the vital parts. She lay on the ground without any reaction. What kind of medicine is this? So powerful, he didn't rush over. Who knows what method Dole used there? If he fell down, he probably couldn't clear himself. He just thought about it, and then quickly disappeared on the roof. Dole walked quietly on the road, but soon found that someone was following him, and the person following him was not hiding. He stopped and looked back, but saw that it was Lily. He frowned, then relaxed, walked to the side of the road, found a dark place, and waved to Lily. Lily walked over carefully from a distance. So the person you want to kill is him, Detective Carmen. Although he has no power, he is a member of the police station after all. You have to be careful next time. Lily's house is nearby, so she saw the general process. Dole looked at Lily with a blank expression, not knowing what to say. She now knew her secret. However, as a wizard apprentice, Dole was not afraid that the other party would report her. Besides, she didn't know her specific identity, and she had never even seen her true appearance. Lily also put on makeup, but this outfit was for daily use, which meant that she couldn't easily lose this identity, which was an advantage for her. He slowly let out a breath, relaxed his expression, looked around, and said softly, I have a grudge against this person. In addition to this person, there is another person named Dis. Lily's eyes widened immediately, and she exclaimed softly, Dis is the sheriff in charge of this area. Although he is not powerful, he is known by people in both the black and white worlds. It would be difficult for you to kill him, and now that Carmen is dead, Dis will probably be very alert. Dole looked at her and said, So, do you want to help me? Lily suddenly regretted following Dole. She swallowed and said, I can help you, but I have to wait until I become a senior apprentice. Dole just wanted to test her, and didn't mean to let him follow her. After hearing the definite answer, his expression became more relaxed. Okay, we talk about this later. Now you go back quickly, and don't let anyone suspect. Chapter 59. About half an hour later, the patrol team found Carmen's body. Half an hour later, Dis hurried to the scene. Looking at Carmen lying on the ground with 2 large pools of blood under her body, his face was extremely gloomy. He knew where this place was, and he also knew who Carmen came to see. Looking at the wound, Dis couldn't help but put his imagination on the woman's husband. A downtrodden nobleman. Recently, things have been really bad. People have died one after another, and now death has come to his own people. He thought of many things: love killing, revenge killing, jealousy, and even theft. Suddenly, he thought of a person, and his heart suddenly became alert. These people who died recently, Otto and his son, Ferrer, Carmen, Bondi, XX, Otto is dead, Ferrer is dead, and Carmen is dead now. Everyone who is related to that little bastard is dead. This matter is strange. He turned around and asked, "Did you find anything around?" An agent said, "Sheriff, no one found anything. It's a pity for Carmen." "Oh. Whoever found this place first, call him over and ask him. Also, call the medical examiner to take the body away. I need accurate information." He saw that Carmen's death was very clean and neat, and she didn't even struggle. This was abnormal, but whether anything was found at the scene could only be determined by the medical examiner. He still suspected that Carmen's death was related to the deaths of Otto and his son, as well as Ferrer. There were drug residues on the 2 of them. He wanted to know if Carmen had the same problem. If so, someone might have come back for revenge. This is trouble, damn Otto. Dis regretted collecting the money. If it was really him, he needed to find a friend from the Supernatural Club to take a look. When Dole quietly slipped back to the house, it was already midnight. There were too many patrols on the road, and he finally got back. After washing his face in the yard, Ball jumped in from outside. Ball's low voice sounded, "That Kadia found you." Dole was startled and had a question mark on his face. Ball staggered towards the door of the room. As he walked, he said casually, "But he didn't follow me. Just wanted to see if you would do it, and how you would do it." Dole was a little shocked. He knew that this guy had no good intentions in giving him information. He wanted to see how he killed people? Was he trying to use him? In fact, up to now, he couldn't see what Kadia wanted him to do. He introduced him to the Assassin's Guild, and secretly gave him information. If he said he was idle, Dole would definitely not believe it. This person must have some intentions. Thinking of this, he thought of what he had exposed in the past few times. Poison, hallucinogenic potion. Did he want a poison? He had to use it every time. Did he doubt himself? Dole closed his eyes and thought for a long time. He admitted that his identity as a wizard apprentice had been discovered. After killing Carmen, he actually felt much more relaxed and cheerful. He felt that he could visualize an extra copper coin at night. Although this was just a feeling, he knew that wizards had a very intuitive feeling about themselves, and practicing at night would definitely help them visualize an extra copper coin. If there is one more copper coin, then he will have 43 copper coins. As he reached the late stage of the intermediate wizard apprentice, his mental power improved more and more slowly, and he could not hold on any longer and wanted to take hallucinogenic drugs. Supernatural Society. Mossad sat behind his desk, holding a manual in his hand, looking at the report of his subordinates, and nodded. Although the road has not yet been built to the foot of the mountain of the magic crystal mine, it has crossed the most difficult mountain. With the help of the magicians of the Supernatural Society, the construction can be built a little faster. There was a lot of rain during the period of summer, which led to a slow progress. Every time it rained, it took several days to wait for the water to recede, so this matter could not be rushed. As a first-level wizard, he only needed to sit here. At this time, he frowned, raised his hand, and suddenly there was a note in his hand. The people from Chris County have arrived. The note in his hand was a list, and the leader on the list was Hori, his classmate when he was studying in the Supernatural Society. He smiled slightly, and put the note down. A magic crystal mine was discovered, and a first-level wizard would definitely not be able to defend it. Maybe there would be magic beasts coming out of the mountains to harass, so 2 first-level wizards would be sent. If there were higher-level magic beasts, only second-level wizards would be sent to take charge. The magic crystal mine must be seized. However, they had already checked the surrounding mountains. There were no first-level magic beasts, let alone second-level magic beasts. The energy density here was still a little low, and it was not suitable for the survival of higher-level energy creatures. The wizards, together with the knights and warriors of Duming City, were enough to control the mountainous area of hundreds of miles in radius, and he had already arranged some detection alchemical equipment around the mountain tops. As long as there was a slight disturbance, he would know. This is the biggest advantage of the wizard profession, which is not available in other professions. It takes at least 2 days to come from Chris County by carriage, and he needs to wait patiently. At the door of the Supernatural Society, Dis waited slowly, looking respectfully at the apprentice guarding the door, with a smile of awe on his face. Soon, a figure walked out from inside. He was a tall and thin man wearing a gorgeous suit, the same as the apprentice guarding the door, but the pattern on it was a little more complicated, which made him look more solemn. When the man saw Dis, he said impatiently, "Dis, my time is precious. Tell me, what's the matter?" Dis was helpless. He smiled, but said in a serious tone, "Sir Beaky, I came to you because I encountered a difficult matter. Otherwise, let's find a place and sit down to talk slowly." Beaky was a little curious. What difficult matter? Did you encounter a supernatural power? Dis worked in the police station. He knew that because he was in charge of external affairs, he would occasionally deal with the police station and use their people. Dis smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, sir, there have been many murders recently, all of which are unsolved murders. There are many doubts that our police station cannot find out. Otherwise, I would not dare to come to you." He was much older than Beaky, but at this time, he looked like a junior, without status and dignity. Beaky pondered for a moment, glanced at Dis, and said, "You'd better tell the truth, otherwise, humph." Dis heard this and hurriedly said, "I, Dis, will definitely not dare to deceive you, sir." Beachy returned to the Supernatural Club and called 2 more apprentices out. The 3 of them left the Supernatural Club with Dis, went into the mountain path, and soon entered the city. The Supernatural Club is still a little far from the city, which is why he didn't want to come out. It would take too long. As a senior apprentice, he has a lot of things to do, the business of the Supernatural Club, and his own experiments, so he is so busy that he doesn't have much time in a day. However, if it involves the police station, and the police station can't handle it, it is naturally related to the supernatural and wizards, so they have to act cautiously. The Supernatural Club has relevant collaborative responsibilities in this regard. And the senior wizard apprentice, Beaky, is specifically responsible for this business. Among the several senior apprentices, only 2 were of commoner origin, and the others were descendants of aristocrats. They were the ones who worked harder just to earn some money to do experiments and buy materials. Chapter 60. Police Station, in the autopsy room next to the underground cold storage, in a spacious and empty room. Under the command of Dis, the bodies of Otto's family of 3, Fair's body, and Carmen's body were placed in a row by the police officers in the morgue, with an autopsy report in front of each body. Seeing these 5 bodies, Beachy had a blank expression. He had a project to study corpses, and he would usually take a few back from the police station, so he didn't feel anything new, and behind him, the 2 intermediate wizard apprentices naturally didn't feel anything. Beachy waved his hand, asked 2 men to check, and came to Carmen's side. He picked up the autopsy report and looked at it, and soon frowned, then put it down, took off his gloves, and put a finger on Carmen's head. He closed his eyes. Soon, his face looked a little strange. "Is it a hallucinogen?" "No, it's much stronger than a hallucinogen." "What is it?" He quickly opened his eyes, and said to Dis beside him, "Get a hacksaw and a scalpel. I want to do an autopsy." Dis immediately became excited. Master Bick must have discovered something. The other 2 intermediate apprentices came to Bick and began to assist. Soon, Bick dissected Carmen's body. He focused on the lungs, the nerves of the cervical spine, and the brain cells. After checking these, Bick directed the other 2 to sew the body back together, and his face became strange. Carmen was poisoned by a very strong hallucinogen. It's not the kind that we wizards usually use, but a very strong hallucinogen. He fell down after just a little bit of it. The fatal wound is the wound on the neck. The wound below is to cover up the truth. He thought for a while, and said, he must have offended a wild wizard, or someone bought the wizard's medicine, but this medicine is very powerful. If you take a little bit, you will be hallucinated, but the person who releases the medicine will usually be affected. If the other party is fine, it must be the wild wizard who took action personally. It seems that Dormont City is not safe. Dis's heart trembled immediately. Beaky frowned and continued, in Dormont City, there are actually many wild wizards, but most of them are concentrated among the nobles, and there are very few among the civilians. Even if ordinary poor people have inherited the wizard's inheritance, they generally do not exceed the intermediate level. Not to mention the magic potion, it is difficult for me to refine it myself, let alone ordinary poor people. Carmen must have offended a noble wizard. Dis's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, it shouldn't be. Our usual security area is in the slum area. We can't contact the nobles at all? Beaky pointed to the wound on Carmen's lower body. Then what does this mean? Dis was embarrassed and stopped talking. Carmen had a noble mistress, and now almost everyone knew it. Beachy looked at the other bodies again and frowned. The Odo family was poisoned to death. The drugs on their bodies had evaporated long ago, and it was hard to tell what poisoned them. The Feller family was also poisoned to death. What did this guy mean by bringing out these 5 bodies? Are these 5 bodies related to you? Beachy suddenly asked. Dis shook his head and said, No, sir, 4 of these 5 people have committed the same crime at the same time, and that person has disappeared now. Dis had no choice but to tell the whole story, including that he had received money, was looking for trouble, and that the child was almost beaten to death. After listening to this, Beaky looked at Dis, somewhat speechless. It felt like he had caused this, and the other person just came back for revenge. If it was in the professional world, this kind of revenge was actually allowed, but it involved the police station, and their supernatural powers would help to coordinate the handling. Dis took a step back at this time, not daring to say more. Beaky thought for a while and asked, Are you sure he disappeared out of thin air? Dis's face was bitter, and he said, I asked everyone below, and no one knew how he left. Beaky sighed and said somewhat teasingly, If this is the case, then it is possible that this person did it, a wild wizard, and he was almost beaten to death by you. This is a big grudge. Oh, by the way, you are also among the perpetrators, so you have to be careful. I don't want to see that the corpse in my research that day is you. Dis's mouth became dry. Is there any way to deal with him? It's not easy to deal with him. First, he didn't cause large-scale casualties. Second, revenge is allowed in the professional world. Third, we haven't found him yet. So it's up to you. I arranged people to keep an eye on you. Dis immediately felt a chill in his heart. Dole was going to be quiet for a while. Only Dis was left. The other party must have noticed something, and might ask for help from the Ability Association. Maybe they are looking for me all over the world now. It's better to be quiet for a while. Anyway, there is still some time before I can become a senior wizard apprentice. Dis is not a problem now. Instead, there is a problem with Cartier. What that guy wants to do is the key. After he confirms his identity, whether he wants to work for him is the most important thing. This guy has many identities in private. I don't know what he wants to do. If he was short of money, this guy was not rich. He could live a stable life by taking some killing jobs and relying on the Orn family. It was actually quite comfortable. If he was not short of money, what would he do? Just to help himself? This is impossible. Dole lived a 2.1-line life again. He went to home, the blacksmith, and occasionally went to Laumy's pharmacy, but he was also disguised. He also disguised himself when meeting Lily, using the appearance of a Dew. After meeting Lily several times, Lily's temperament began to change slowly. Although he was disguised, Dole also found that this guy seemed to have been promoted. Time quickly came to October. The mountain city in October had a hint of late autumn, the sky was blue, the clouds were high, and there was a hint of coolness in the air. The trees on the mountain began to slowly alternate between autumn and winter, the leaves turned yellow and red, and the mountains were red, green, and yellow, which was very beautiful. At the beginning of October, Dole stood at the door of the blacksmith shop and saw a commotion at the city gate. A small group of soldiers rushed in from outside and headed towards the city lord's mansion, shouting as they ran, "The road is open! The road is open!" The people around him were immediately excited. After more than half a year of hard work, the road was finally open. Dole stood up from the stool and looked at the figure of the man going away. His eyes narrowed slightly. The magic crystal mine in Duming City can be officially mined. The magic crystal mine is of great significance to all professionals, and even more so to wizards. With magic crystals, wizards can let go and learn all kinds of magic and witchcraft. With magic crystals, they can refine all kinds of alchemical equipment, as long as they know how to do it. Dole closed his eyes and entered his own sea of consciousness. He saw a full 60 copper coins hanging in it, not interfering with each other, but restraining each other, and there was no sadness or joy in his heart. In order to maintain these 60 copper coins, he spent a lot of effort. Although there were only 60 of them, he felt that his mental power had improved a lot with each additional one. Although the space in the sea of consciousness was large enough to allow these copper coins to hang in the air, it was not easy to avoid collisions. Moreover, 60 copper coins meant that 60 consciousnesses had to be divided to control each one, which was quite difficult. He once asked Ball if this was right. Ball looked at him strangely, and then said, "As long as you can persist for more than 100, you can get a very powerful ability." Dole didn't say anything, and then continued to persist, although he didn't know what kind of ability he would get, and Nalyu's path was not the way he was now. However, he felt that the more copper coins he had, the more energy he would consume, But with each additional copper coin, his mental power would improve rapidly, and he felt relieved. Chapter 61. According to this calculation, it would take less than 100 copper coins, but about 70 copper coins, to become a senior wizard apprentice. He had been looking forward to this day for too long. He started to recite the science of potions, magic patterns, materials, and even biology that Bar had recently found, just to prepare for becoming a senior wizard apprentice. In addition to meditation, all these subjects of wizards are collectively called alchemy. For wizards, the biggest role of alchemy is to analyze various witchcraft and develop various alchemical equipment. A wizard may not know witchcraft because he cannot buy a spell model, but he must know alchemy. At least he must be proficient in one of them, otherwise he may not even have enough food. Wizards are very expensive, but where does the money come from? It comes from alchemy. By refining various things and selling them to other wizards, warriors, and nobles, this is the basic way to get money. And those wizards who don't know any alchemy, how much money can they make by working for others and learning real alchemy? Dole has been looking forward to this day for a long time. In mid-October, one day, Harley came to Mondo blacksmith's shop in a hurry. He didn't stay outside for long, but went directly to the back. Recently, with the opening of the mountain road, the demand for various tools has decreased. In addition, in autumn, the demand for weapons from both the military and police stations has gradually decreased, and everyone has become idle. As soon as Harley came in, they paid close attention to him. After all, he was the boss of all of them. Soon, he came out again, followed by Uncle Hong. Uncle Hong said a few words to Dole, and asked him to follow Harley to do something. Dole followed Harley without saying a word. At this point, Dole understood that Harley was here to find him. Why didn't he come directly to him? It was because he was afraid of exposing something. He felt vaguely that Harley had something to say to him, but why didn't he say it at night, but had to say it during the day? He packed up a little, without even changing his clothes, and walked out of the blacksmith's shop with Harley. When they came to the street, the two walked side by side. Harley whispered to Dole, "You are in trouble. The Superpower Association has been secretly investigating the name Dole recently, and has found me. Dole is now known as Lin Rui, and he is very different from the previous Dole. His appearance, personality, etc. have all changed." Harley told him these things just to remind him. As soon as he said this, Dole's heart moved, and he began to sense and check whether there was anyone following him around. Magicians are often very sensitive. At this time, Harley whispered, "It's been a month since this happened, and I didn't dare to come to you. Now they are not following me anymore, don't worry. I asked you to come here today because I really have something to bother you with, but I just want to talk about this matter." Dole's heart trembled. It's been a month? He just killed Carmen a month ago. Could it be that Dis is so alert? Tell the Ability Society directly. He knows the methods of wizards, especially those above the first level, who have many mysterious methods. I'm afraid this matter will not end so easily. He thought for a while and said, "Brother Ha, what do you want me to do?" He said he knew about this matter. Brother Ha's face was calm. "It's nothing. Just help me go to the city lord's mansion and repair a piece of equipment for someone." He whispered again, "Just remember what I told you. Don't show your hand." Dole nodded, indicating that he understood, and his expression gradually became a little nervous. He quickly said, "Don't you need tools to repair things? There is no second-level blacksmith in the city lord's mansion?" Harley looked at him as he walked away, a little speechless. "This is just an excuse. You really take it seriously. Let's go out for a walk and come back later." Dole was speechless. "If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't be so nervous. I have never been to the city lord's mansion." Harley wanted to take care of Dole's talent because he cherished his talent, but Dole was restless. It has only been a few months, and those guys have died one after another. Harley is a little headache. Although it seems that they have nothing to do with Dole, it seems that there are reasons, but a series of deaths will no wonder arouse Dis's vigilance. Not only Dis, even Harley, who knew that Dole was not dead, suspected him. "You should be careful recently. Don't put anything secret at home. I'm afraid they will secretly find it." Harley whispered again. Dole is not afraid of this. With Ball at home, who dares to go there and seek death? He nodded solemnly. "I will pay attention." He planned to rent a house secretly, a house that ordinary people don't know about, on the edge of the East District, so he can escape at any time. Dole used to work in Lauku's blacksmith shop, and he had a good relationship with everyone. Harley was even busy after Dole disappeared. Someone must pay attention to him, and then pay attention to everyone around him. Dole will definitely come into the sight of some people, so he must be prepared at this time. The two walked through the street, and soon came to the central district. Just as Harley said, they did enter the city lord's mansion and met a few people, but they left after a few words, and didn't even stay for long. It was also the first time for Dole to enter the city lord's mansion. He was not attracted by the luxury of the city lord's mansion, and he didn't even look at it. In his eyes, what good places are there in this remote place? How can it be as rich as what is described in Nalyu's book? When he walked out of the city lord's mansion, he decided to get a library card for himself, borrow more books, and expand his knowledge. After returning from the city lord's mansion, the two separated. Walking on the road, Dole did not look sideways, but he soon found that there were two familiar marks on the roadside. One mark was Lily's, and the other mark was Laomi's. Dole has been very low-key recently, and even forgot to trade with these two parties. He patted his head, and did not go to work again, but returned home. At this time, he suddenly felt a slight numbness behind his head, as if someone was staring at him. He immediately became alert. It seems that Butler Harley is not alert enough. Are these people in the supernatural society really powerful? He pretended not to know, and walked straight all the way. He soon entered the avenue, and then entered the clothes shop next to him. The feeling of being monitored disappeared immediately. Dole bought a set of clothes and walked out. The feeling of being monitored immediately appeared again. He pretended to look at the road and glanced at the crowd. Soon he found several abnormal people in the crowd. Why several people, not one person, because Dole was not sure which one it was. As an intermediate wizard apprentice, his mental power was still a little poor. Following the avenue, passing Duming Street, and returning to the blacksmith shop, he turned his head and looked a few times, and confirmed one of them. A teenager wearing noble clothes, about 18 or 19 years old. Dole ignored him, and spent an afternoon in the blacksmith shop. Reading books, forging iron, occasionally talking to Anderson and other blacksmiths, did not do the third action. Everything was the same as usual, without any difference. He didn't even look outside. The more it was at this time, the more he couldn't do anything wrong, couldn't get out of other people's sight, and couldn't show any abnormality. If he suddenly disappeared under the other party's nose, no matter how, there must be something fishy. Before the sun set, Mondo Blacksmith's shop got off work. Dole took his new clothes through the alley, and returned to his little nest in the East District. He never came out again. Bitch naturally couldn't follow Dole himself, but sent his subordinate, a mid-level wizard apprentice named Kane, who was following Harley, and learned some information about Harley. He followed him today, and saw Dole, who was brought out by him. Chapter 62. Dole pretended to be in his 20s, much older than his actual age. At this age, he should not be suspected. He just thought that Dole was a little suspicious, so he followed him. Along the way, Dole seemed to know nothing, socializing normally, going to work and leaving get off work normally. 3 days passed quickly, and Kane let go. Dole used to work in Lauku's blacksmith shop. They contacted everyone, and no one found that anyone had contact with the suspect, especially Harley and Virek. Their usual paths and people they contacted were almost turned upside down. Kane and several other low-level and middle-level apprentices of the Superpower Association took turns to monitor, and a month passed without any gains. They quickly reported to Beachy one by one. Beachy made portraits of all the people and pasted them on wooden boards to make continuous pictures. Through the reported situation, they ruled out one by one, including Virek, Santos, Mole, and others. Their lives were very regular, and they took fixed routes to and from get off work every day, so it was impossible for them to contact the so-called suspect Dole. But Harley was still under surveillance, because if the suspect Dole returned to the city, there would be a lot of contact with Harley. This was a suspect of several lives, and he could not be careless. They also found out the identity of Lin Rui, but after 3 days of surveillance on Dole, this person was just like everyone else, going to get off work and going home, without any abnormality. If there was anything unusual, it was that this person didn't know where he came from, and he was a first-class blacksmith. So Lin Rui, the incarnation of Dole, was still very suspicious. Kane focused on introducing Lin Rui's life trajectory, and then said, he is just like everyone else, going to work in the morning and leaving get off work in the afternoon. There is no difference. If there is a difference, it is that he seems to have a library card and likes to read books. The corners of the other people's mouths twitched. What kind of abnormality is this? A blacksmith can't read books. Beachy thought for a while and said, find a way to find out what books he saw when he applied for a library card, and who he knows. Kane took the order and left. Dole naturally didn't know that he was being watched. On the 4th day, he went out, and no one was watching him. He breathed a sigh of relief and immediately found a fixed place and remarked the mark. The last time he saw the marks of Laomi and Lily, he was so scared that he didn't move. Now, while no one was paying attention, he quickly remarked it. There was nothing new at work. If there was anything new, it was that a team of wizards walked in from the city gate and passed through the city leisurely. These wizards were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, exuding a strange wave from their bodies. They looked very powerful. Even the gatekeeper saw them and trembled, and dared not look at them more. One of them exuded a strong mental pressure. Dole just took a look and immediately lowered his head. His spirit was shocked for a moment, and his whole brain went blank. He immediately reacted and his heart trembled. He quickly lowered his head and gathered all his mental power. This is a formal wizard. Unexpectedly, for the magic crystal mine, Chris County actually sent another first-level wizard? Dole naturally didn't believe it. He came here to go shopping. There was only one possibility, which was related to the magic crystal mine. Now the road to the magic crystal mine has been almost repaired, and only the last stage is left. There is only one first-level wizard in Duming City, so it is naturally impossible to shock others. 2 first-level wizards can make do. During this period, the news that Duming City discovered a small magic crystal mine has long been spread to all directions, and I don't know how much attention it has attracted. But whether it is a mage, a warrior, or other professions, they all know that no matter who gets the magic crystal mine, it needs to be mined. Before mining, it is useless for anyone to occupy it. They still have to cooperate with local forces. In the Northern Kingdom, the Supernatural Association is the real local snake. Any individual or force who wants to monopolize the magic crystal mine will be sanctioned by the Supernatural Association. According to Dole's idea, even if someone pays attention to the magic crystal mine, they will only take the way of robbing the finished product, and will not directly occupy the magic crystal mine. If you occupy it yourself, you still need to dig it yourself. This method is simply stupid. So it is still calm now, but many people have come to this mountain city from outside. There are a lot of people on the street. It takes a lot of manpower to dig the magic crystal mine. The surrounding mines have attracted a large number of workers. Now that the magic crystal mine is about to start, even people from the outside town have come to the city to find work. Digging magic crystal mines is much more profitable than digging other mines, so Duming City has been a little chaotic recently. In fact, Dole only occasionally heard people say that he himself did not care about such things. What he was concerned about now was his own strength. As autumn approached, he felt that the speed of cultivation was getting slower and slower. He could condense a copper coin in 3 or 4 days before, but now it often took a week to condense one. The speed was so slow that he couldn't help but want to take hallucinogens. Taking hallucinogens would be a huge risk, and he didn't know whether he should take it. Hallucinogens are mental toxins. Taking hallucinogens is to use mental power to fight against mental toxins. As long as you can successfully pass through it, your mental power will be greatly improved. If you can't pass it, you will fall into an illusion. At the least, your mental power will be damaged, and at the worst, your mental power will be severely damaged, and some people will even die. Therefore, it is crucial to grasp the right degree. Under normal circumstances, there is a standard amount of hallucinogens, 10 milliliters. When taking it for the first time, it should not exceed 5 milliliters. Then, according to your own situation, you can take a little more each time, but you cannot exceed the range that you cannot bear. Otherwise, it will cause an overdose of the drug and fall into a fantasy. Now Yi also experienced this kind of thing when he took hallucinogens for the first time. In his memory, it didn't seem to be very good, and he got through it easily. However, he has a very good advantage, that he always remembers his original intention and sticks to his spirit. Hallucinogens can't do anything to him, and become a tool for progress. Dole is not Yi. Instead, he has some concerns, so he has never taken it. He knows that his mental will is strong, but hallucinogens are too powerful, and he has no way to confirm whether he is strong enough. After trading with Laomi and Lily, Dole entered a regular life, forging iron and reading books every day. Time soon came to the end of autumn, October. In this month, he only gained 2 copper coins. Although he felt that his mental strength had greatly increased, he was no longer satisfied with this improvement. With so many enemies around him, this improvement was still too little. He needed to have enough self-protection ability. So one day at the end of October, after get off work at night, after hesitating for a long time, he still took out the hallucinogenic potion, used another test tube, poured out half of it, and prepared to try it. Anyway, half of the hallucinogenic potion should be fine. The Hellhound Ball has rarely gone out recently. He just eats and sleeps all day, and his life is very comfortable. Occasionally, he goes out to eat in the mountains outside, but he doesn't have too many thoughts. There is indeed no other magic crystal mine within 100 miles around, only the one deep in the Bianchi mine. His eyes penetrated the wall, and saw Dole take out the hallucinogenic potion, so he shook his tail, got up from the bed, and quickly came to Dole's room. "You want to take hallucinogenic potion?" Ball asked as soon as he came in. Dole looked at Ball at the door and said, "Yes, the progress is too slow." Ball shook his buttocks, and the door of the room closed automatically. He said, "Then you take it, I watch you." Then he staggered to the head of Dole's bed, and lay down comfortably. Chapter 63. After taking a look at Ball, Dole felt relieved. The hallucinogenic potion was green, with countless white lights shining inside, as if there were stars in the potion. He took the hallucinogenic potion in his hand, calmed down, then raised his hand, put the potion to his mouth, and drank it all. He closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the sea of consciousness. The volatility of the hallucinogenic potion was very strong. He just closed his eyes, and the silent sea of consciousness suddenly began to shake. The whole person began to become drowsy, as if there was a mysterious force pulling his spirit and shaking his sea of consciousness. A strange force shook all the copper coins. This force was very powerful, with incomprehensible power, using various methods to interfere with his mind. Dole said inwardly, "Here it comes," and hurriedly kept his mind. He put all his mental power on the copper coins, trying to maintain the integrity of each copper coin, and try not to shake it. At this time, he heard a series of calling voices, which seemed to come from his ears, and seemed to hit his soul directly. The voice was very warm and pleasant, just like his mother's voice. Hearing this voice, Dole was stunned. He did not indulge in the voice, and he never forgot what he was doing or what was happening in his heart, but he felt strange about the source of the voice. This hallucinogenic drug has some tricks. The voice became louder and stronger, and he only felt that his whole body was covered by the sound. The voice became warmer and warmer, as if it surrounded him. It reminded him of his mother and father, but he knew clearly that his parents were gone. Dole tried to maintain himself. At this time, he found that mists were generated from nowhere and entered his sea of consciousness, slowly infiltrating all the copper coins. His face remained unchanged, and he remained himself. The voices continued and shook Dole's heart. Soon, seeing that Dole was not affected, the voices changed from warm calls to terrifying voices. Rumbling sounds seemed to be thunder bursting the sky and earth, just like thunder. Thunder is the most frightening thing. This kind of terror is more terrible than warmth. Dole felt that his heart was greatly hit at the first time. His whole heart was blank and his brain was buzzing. For a moment, he seemed to have returned to the thunder when it rained before. The biggest and most terrifying sound between heaven and earth seemed to hit the depths of his heart. Dole was unmoved. The sound soon turned into the roar of a terrifying monster, and the sound hit his heart. Dole seemed to have what he feared in his heart. Deafening sound after deafening sound hit his heart fiercely. The edges of the copper coins that had been held together with great difficulty were instantly penetrated by the mist and then quickly collapsed. Dole was dazed by the sound and terrified, but he did not forget what he was doing at this time. He was being tested and under the influence of hallucinogenic drugs. He had to keep his heart and maintain himself. The sound became louder and louder, and Dole was suffering and maintaining his heart. As the copper coins on the periphery collapsed one by one, Dole's remaining sanity became less and less. However, he still insisted on maintaining the last bit of sanity. I don't know how long it took, but the terrifying sound suddenly disappeared, as if the power that shook the world slowly faded away. Dole was finally able to take a breath. He tried hard to gather his mental power, gather all his strength, and recondense his strength. At this time, he found that as the sound faded, his mental power became more active after he survived. Copper coins were quickly condensed, and his spirit was restored. He soon found that he had 5 more copper coins, and now he had 67 copper coins, and it seemed that he could continue to condense. Soon, he climbed to 70 copper coins in one breath. At this time, he felt a spirit he had never had before. He tried to spread it outward, and could clearly feel his skull and scalp. He was immediately happy and continued to go down, along the neck, to the torso, and to the arm. Soon, he felt his internal organs and successfully entered the so-called inner vision of the wizard realm. At this step, it is considered to be a high-level wizard apprentice. Next, he tried to enter the arm, unimpeded, extending to the fingers, unimpeded. He suddenly opened his eyes, his mental power flowed through his body, and he felt extremely happy. He is now a high-level wizard apprentice. Without entering the sea of consciousness, He can control his body and let his mental power flow through his body. This is the symbol of a high-level wizard apprentice. Dole's face suddenly lit up. He has become a high-level wizard apprentice. He finally has his own self-protection power and can use various materials to perform witchcraft. At this stage, it is not suitable to stay in the city, at least not under the eyes of the supernatural society. Whether it is potion science, magic pattern science, or material science, it will change to a certain extent and become more advanced. The synonym of more advanced is that it will cause changes in the surrounding energy, that is, magic fluctuations, so that it will be caught by the supernatural society. Learning magic or practicing potion science privately, without official approval, will be strongly attacked or even surrounded and killed, that's for sure. However, this still can't stop Dole's joy. He didn't expect that he would gain so much from using hallucinogenic potions for the first time and become a senior wizard apprentice. It turns out that 70 copper coins are enough. At this moment, he heard a voice in his ear. It's quite fast, only an hour. I thought you needed a whole night to get rid of the harassment of the illusion. This is Baal's voice. Dole was stunned for a moment. He just paid attention to his own changes and didn't perceive the changes in the outside world. Now he saw that it was still dark. Only an hour had passed, and it seemed like a century had passed. Every second of breaking free from the illusion seemed to be torture. A trace of cold sweat broke out on his head at this time. This hallucinogenic potion is too powerful. That kind of terrifying sound is simply hitting people's souls. He almost couldn't bear it. But the harvest is also full, directly entering a small realm. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, I've reached the advanced level. In the darkness, Baal nodded and said, I see. Next, we should leave the city and find a town without wizards to live in. Try to improve yourself, and put revenge aside for the time being. Dole sighed and said, it can only be like this. Being watched by the superpowers, I can't do anything. But he was a little unwilling. Dis was not dead yet. How could he leave this place easily? In the darkness, he slowly opened his eyes, and his mental power flowed through his body, sensing every organ of his body. The feeling was very wonderful. He seemed to be able to control every muscle and every heartbeat in his body. This was a high-level wizard apprentice. He recovered quickly and did not deliberately control his body, leaving it to instinct. The human spirit is actually not as weak as it was at the beginning. Most of the spirit needs to control the body's instincts, muscles, internal organs, blood, digestive system, and immune system. If Dole's mental power was only 1 coin when he first practiced, then there were at least 20 copper coins of mental power in his subconscious mind controlling the body. Now the main consciousness is completely superior to the subconscious, and it slowly flows to the surface. The main consciousness can perceive everything in the subconscious and control everything in the body. However, the subconscious is the subconscious. It controls every part of the human body and cannot be replaced, unless Dole does not want to live. After understanding this, Dole had enlightenment in his heart. Chapter 64. After entering the Advanced Wizard Apprenticeship, you can start studying the second-level potion science. Whether it is material science, potion science, or magic pattern science, after entering the second level, learning any of them will involve the flow of energy, which is commonly known as magic fluctuations. It is difficult to find relevant materials in the city, let alone do experiments. Moreover, magic fluctuations will attract the attention of the supernatural society. If you can avoid doing experiments in the city, try not to do experiments in the city. Regarding materials, the only place Dole currently knows is the Assassin Guild. Other places, he really doesn't know where to find the materials he needs. He now needs to find a place to study the elementary magic pattern science, because there is a way to make magic circles in magic pattern science. Magic circles can isolate magic fluctuations. As long as they can isolate magic fluctuations, they can continue to survive in the city. He now needs to take a leave, needs to go out to avoid, and buy and study related materials. Entering the Advanced Wizard Apprenticeship is equivalent to entering a new world. He made a plan for himself. First, he went to the Assassin's Guild. Senior wizard apprentices wanted to do research or cast spells, and casting materials were the first step. After becoming a senior apprentice, in addition to the surge in mental power that could extend to all parts of the body, the mental power became more acute and had better control over himself. Dole believed that if he went to make potions now, the failure rate would be very low. Rest for a night, get up early, and go to work. In late October, the weather was a little cold. Older people even wore thick clothes, and there were fewer pedestrians on the street. Dole walked out of the alley slowly, and walked slowly towards the blacksmith shop. After he left, 2 strangers entered the quiet alley one after another. Their purpose was very clear, and they soon arrived at Dole's door. Ball, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes, moved his dog head, and looked outside. People from the Superpower Club? There was a faint mental fluctuation on these two people. Although it was not strong, it was many times stronger than ordinary people. They quickly came to the door, and they opened the door easily with some tools, and then walked in. The two did not speak, and after making a gesture, they prepared to search the room separately. At this time, Ball's eyes in the room turned completely black, and a faint mental fluctuation emanated. The movements of the two people were instantly deformed, and they walked around in the yard. I don't know what they were doing. Soon, they met in the middle again, and then quickly locked the door and left. Ball's eyes returned to normal, and he lowered his head and continued to sleep. The two walked out of the room, and soon came to a mansion in the Northwest District. There was only Bai Chi in the room, and the two reported respectfully. Report to Lord Biki, everything is normal inside, nothing was found? Yes, it's just an ordinary house. Biki looked at the two people and touched his chin. It doesn't make sense. Could it be him? After following for a long time, their suspicion of Lin Rui has risen to a certain level. This person is too regular, so regular that it's like he is acting with them. Ordinary young people don't act like this. The only flaw is that he is the only blacksmith in the whole city of Duming who likes to read books. Isn't it him? He waved his hand and said, leave one person to monitor, and the other person can go and do his own thing. The two nodded. He now suspected that the deaths of those people were not related to the so-called Dole. Dis lied about military intelligence, and he was just scared. This bunch of rubbish detectives, the people's parasites. Bitch's face was gloomy. He put the matter on the other side, and then his face became even gloomier. Now that the mine has been mined, the teacher has decided that after the mine is mined, 50% will be handed over to the Chris County branch, 20% will be divided equally between the two first-level wizards, and the remaining 30% will be shared by all apprentices and all forces. 30% seems to be a lot, it seems like a lot, but it is divided equally among various forces and wizard apprentices, and each person can only get a little bit. Although it is only a little bit, he feels very happy because he didn't have it before. What makes him unhappy is that the apprentices of the nobles can get more, while they, the civilian apprentices, will get less. Obviously, they do more things. Why? So Bitch's mentality has been very bad recently. In terms of talent, Bai Chi is not worse than other senior apprentices. He just has no money and no resources. Otherwise, he thought of Mike, Tina, and Long Zhe, and felt very uncomfortable. Closing his eyes and suppressing his resentment, Bai Chi quietly packed up and prepared to leave the mansion. This place is not his, but just a temporary place. He is going out now to see the progress of the magic crystal mine. Dole didn't know that someone had been to his home once. If there is any place in the world that is safe, then there is no place safer than Ball, so he was relieved and came to the blacksmith shop, went to work, and then went home. After get off work, I went to the slums, disguised myself, and slowly headed to the North District after dark. There were not many people in the killer bar, even fewer than last time, with only one man in black sitting quietly in the corner. Dole just took a look and went straight to the bar. A glass of wine. Doug glanced at Dole, and there was no change on his face. You haven't been here for a long time. He poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of Dole. Dole raised his head and whispered, I got into trouble recently and was being tracked. Doug was stunned, looking at Dole, thinking a little. A lot of people died in the city some time ago, including nobles and police officers. The death of nobles was indeed very serious, and the whole city was strictly investigated. Even those gangsters didn't dare to mess around. Dole was indeed the murderer, and he should be more careful. But so much time has passed, who would monitor him? He thought for a moment and smiled nonchalantly. Do you need help? As long as you are willing to pay, we can help you through the difficulties. He then said, the relationship in our assassin guild is very complicated, and we should be able to help you. Dole naturally knew that the assassin guild was complicated. Even Cartier was their thug. What else was impossible? However, he did not want the assassin guild to know his specific information, so he shook his head and said, no, I will handle it myself. I came here this time to buy some special things. I wonder if the Assassin's Guild has it? Doug thought for a moment, and wondered what Dole wanted to buy. Was it potions, alchemy, or equipment? So he smiled and said, although we are just an Assassin's Guild, not a trading place, some low-level skills can be bought and sold. That is a benefit for our own people. Other things are not so complete. If you want to trade, I can introduce you to a black market for trading. It depends on whether you dare to go. Don't worry, you are all our wealth, and we will not let you die casually. Dole's mouth twitched. Doug was really straightforward. What he needed was all kinds of materials, so when Doug said that, he wanted to know, so he looked into Doug's eyes and said, "Please speak." Doug stretched out his hand, rubbed his fingers and index fingers, and looked down at him. "This is also news, and the news costs 2 gold coins. Dole was a little helpless. He took out 2 gold coins and carefully placed them on the table. Doug looked at Dole and said, "No matter what you want to buy, the black market is the black market. You must always pay attention to safety." Dole nodded. He naturally knew what the black market was. Black means no rules, and market means market. The two words together mean a dark and chaotic market. Chapter 65. Doug didn't say it directly. He looked under the counter, took out a piece of paper and a pen, wrote a note, turned it over with his finger, and put it in front of Dole, still pressing his finger. Dole lowered his head and saw the address. At this time, Doug took the note back, rubbed it gently with his hand, and the note became shredded paper. He casually threw the shredded paper into the trash can next to him. Seeing this, Dole's heart trembled. This Doug, the strength of the warrior profession is not low. He didn't say anything and turned around to leave. At this time, Doug said softly, "Since everyone is here, don't you plan to take a task? You have done a first-level task and a second-level task. Now you have been promoted to a second-level killer and can take a second-level task." Dole didn't want to take a first-level task at all. When he heard that he could take a second-level task, he stopped immediately, turned around, and said with interest, "Take it out and have a look." Doug smiled slightly and took out another notebook. This notebook is not thick, and there are only 2 or 3 pages. Dole took the book in his hand and flipped through it carefully from front to back. The second-level task is much more difficult than the first-level task. The first-level task is just to kill ordinary people like Feller. The highest is the middle-level apprentice, and most of them are civilians. The second-level task is a bit more difficult. Most of the targets are senior apprentices, or downtrodden nobles, or even truly powerful nobles. This target is not easy to choose. The death of 1 or 2 civilians, or even ordinary officials, is nothing, but the death of a noble, even a downtrodden noble, will cause a backlash from the entire noble group, which is not a fun thing. The last time Bundy's death caused a citywide purge. He read the contents, then shook his head and said, "I need to do some research and then decide which mission to choose." Doug nodded and smiled. "No problem, safety first." Dole quickly left the bar, and quickly blended into the night. He did not go directly to the place on the note, because it was not just one place, but many places, rotating every month, and the opening of the black market was time-limited, requiring patience. Dole was not in a hurry. In the next few days, he could adapt to the abilities of senior apprentices and strengthen his own methods. The biggest difference between senior apprentices and intermediate apprentices is that the mental power is so strong that it can extend to all parts of the body, and can extend to the surface of the body, so that it can contact objects through mental power, and use spellcasting materials to perform zero-level tricks, the most famous of which is the burning hand. The burning hand can make the whole hand burn through the casting materials, burn, and hurt the enemy, greatly enhancing the offensive ability. It can also be attached to weapons that are not afraid of high temperatures to kill the enemy with flames, which is comparable to the first-level warrior's fighting spirit attachment attack. It is very powerful. There are only 7 or 8 first-level warriors in the entire Duming city. This shows the power of advanced apprentices. Among many professions, the lethality of the wizard profession is the first. After reading the biography of Nalyui, Dole was very jealous of this very cool zero-level magic. Another zero-level magic that must be learned is the very famous zero-level magic, the wizard's hand. Its biggest function is not to hurt the enemy, but to make alchemical equipment. In addition to zero-level magic, there are some small tricks of mental power. For example, he can put the hallucinogenic potion in his hand, and then surround it with mental power. When it is time to use it, he can release it with mental power, and release it to the surrounding environment. He can also use contact to use hallucinogenic potions to hallucinate others. This is the same as the way of using drugs, but there are more choices, and it is more concealed. Soon he returned to the slums, changed his clothes, quietly came to the street, and walked towards his home. No one followed him today. He returned home, went to the room, lit a candle, took out Nalyu's biography, and began to check it. Magic hand, there is no material, put it down first, and look at the burning hand first. There are 3 kinds of alchemical materials for the burning hand. white phosphorus, sulfur, and charcoal. You need to add hallucinogenic potion, mix them according to a certain proportion, and after drying, form a white powdery object, which can be released in your hand. The process of releasing magic can be divided into 3 types. One is to release by chanting spells, the second is to release by building a mental power spell model, and the third is to release by using complex gestures. In the wizard system, witchcraft or magic is not immutable, and there is not only a fixed routine. The difference lies in the materials for casting magic, or the construction of the magic spell model. There are many techniques for casting spells, and many of them are introduced in the book. After reading all the information, I found that there are also some unique techniques in magic runes or potions, which made Dole a little confused. In the end, he had to ask Ball for advice. As a creature above level 7, Ball definitely has a strong advantage in this regard. When Dole asked Ball, Ball tilted his head, as if he was laughing at him. You can ask me, which means you don't have a clear concept of wizards. Indeed, you don't have a teacher, and no one shows you the way forward. Dole had a blank expression and contempt in his eyes. Why would he need you if he had a teacher? Ball lazily lay on the ground, his head resting on his 2 paws, and his dog face showed a strange smile. If you want to become a great magician, you must abandon the 2 methods of spells and gestures, and learn to release by building a spell model. Spells and gestures are for mediocre people. Whether it is a spell or a gesture, it takes a very long time to prepare. During this period, you have no defense at all. A real magician casts spells in a thought, and casts spells in an instant. Dole was thoughtful. Constructing a spell model is the most difficult of all spells, because if the mental power is not stable enough at the beginning, if there are dozens or hundreds of nodes in the magic pattern, it is impossible to construct it in an instant, unless you wait until you are strong. However, he looked at the magic pattern of the burning hand, and it seemed that there were only dozens of nodes, which seemed easy. In this respect, magic pattern learning is similar to spells, both of which use strange patterns and spell nodes, and even the refining scrolls and magic pattern learning, and even the magic spell model is sealed in the scroll, and it can be torn open and used as magic. In the wizard world, the 2 concepts of witchcraft and magic are universal, but witchcraft is the name given by wizards themselves, and magic is a general term for the people. After getting this clear concept, Dole focused on magic pattern learning. To construct a spell model, it is naturally necessary to use mental power to construct it. After the construction is successful, the energy is absorbed, and then the witchcraft is completed. At the advanced apprentice stage, the mental power cannot be separated from the body and cannot contact the external energy, so the casting materials that can contact the body become the key factor. It turns out that the 0-level trick is like this. Dole instantly understood the important meaning of the casting materials. This thing only plays a role of contact energy, and the real role is the mental power itself. After realizing this, Dole knew what to do. Magic patterns and spell models are fixed pattern shapes. Although they are fixed patterns, they also have changes and are adjusted according to each person's understanding of witchcraft. The magic pattern of the burning hand is like a spoon-type pattern, with a total of 36 mental nodes. Seeing this pattern, Dole felt that it seemed to be no difficulty. Chapter 66. The node condensation of the spell model is also very particular. After studying it for a while, Dole quickly closed his eyes, and formed a spiral spell node in the sea of consciousness. Why is it spiral? Because it is easy to condense when the spiral rotates. This is a technique given in the book. If you have enough mental power, you can condense a spell node into a variety of shapes, such as triangles, cubes, etc. Each different pattern can accommodate different energies and cause different effects, but the overall pattern cannot be changed. It must follow certain pattern rules. Dole's book introduces it in detail, so he did not give up building a spell model because of the difficulty. After a node condensed successfully, Dole quickly condensed another node, connected the 2 nodes in the middle, and then condensed the 3rd node. In the sea of consciousness, the mental energy of a copper coin quickly disappeared. After feeling this, Dole immediately understood the amount of spiritual energy required for this spell. He was good at controlling a large number of copper coins, so it was not difficult to apply a large number of nodes. Soon, he completed the construction of the spell nodes and connected them all, forming a burning hand pattern in the sea of consciousness. It doesn't seem to be difficult. He was a little self-satisfied, and then moved the magic pattern out of the sea of consciousness, stretched his body, and moved it to his hand. If there is the material of the burning hand in his hand at this time, then this spell is considered to be successfully cultivated. Ball, who was standing next to him, raised his head at this time. He naturally felt the spiritual power fluctuations in Dole's hand. Although it was very weak for him, it was very clear. This guy, how much time has it taken to form a complete spell model? This is too exaggerated, right? At this time, he saw Dole open his eyes. His expression was somewhat happy. He looked at Dole and said in a heavy voice, "When can you complete a spell model in one thought? It will be considered successful. You have spent almost 10 minutes. If you were chanting a spell, I don't know how many times you have released it by now." Ball hit him hard. Dole naturally understood this truth. He was not hit by Ball, but just smiled and said, "This is my first time. It's very good. I will continue to practice and strive to cast spells quickly. At the very least, it must be less than the 8 seconds of chanting a spell." He took a long breath, re-entered the sea of consciousness, dispersed the model of the burning hand, and continued to condense it again. The model dispersed, and the used mental power returned to the sea of consciousness and condensed into copper coins again, with a slight loss, almost a copper coin of mental energy. One copper coin can form about 4 nodes, not counting the energy channel in the middle. 36 nodes require about 9 copper coins. With his current total mental power, he can cast about 8 burning hands. Dole calculated carefully and felt a little happy. When Naoyi first entered the Advanced Wizard Apprenticeship, his number was about the same. His talent was basically the same as his. Naoyi was a magic warrior, and he was doing both the warrior and wizard professions. Dole was tied with him in wizard, which was already quite backward. Dole thought happily in his heart, and then began to calm down and started the second round of concentration. Soon, 2 hours passed. He was a little tired, and he had consumed more than 20 copper coins, but he only compressed the time within 1 minute. For a battle, this time was still too long. In the second half of the night, meditation. After becoming an advanced apprentice, the progress of mental meditation can be stabilized a little. In one night, about half a copper coin is formed. Dole is still satisfied with this. This is without the use of mental potions. If there are mental potions, I am afraid that the total amount of mental power can be fully formed into a copper coin. But there is no rush. He is still young and has plenty of time. In the blacksmith shop, Kadia staggered to the door. He went directly to the forging room and stood in front of Dole's furnace. He saw Dole reading again. A blacksmith, reading every day, interesting. Dole also felt that someone was looking at him, put down the book, and saw that it was Kadia. He closed the book, put it aside, stood up, and said, "Lord Kadia, do you want to repair the sword?" Kadia nodded. He took out the sword hanging from his waist, held it in both hands, and gave it to Dole. Seeing it, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The sword was covered with dense sword marks, scars, and even a crack. This sword was almost unusable. He carefully checked it up and down, shook his head, and said, "It has been recast too many times. It can't be used. It needs to be remade." Kadia was a little stunned. This sword was quite easy to use. How could it be unusable so soon? He sighed and said, "Then remake it. The structure is the same as this one." Dole nodded, turned back and said to Anderson, "Go get the materials." He reported the materials. Kadia didn't have high requirements for ordinary swords. It just needed to be tough and strong. He had a lot of experience with this Dole. Watching Anderson leave, Dole was the only one left in the forging room. Kadia jumped lightly and came to the forging room, standing next to Dole, almost next to Dole. Dole was startled at this moment. This guy was standing too close. "Make me a bottle of poison. I have a prescription, and I will prepare the materials myself," Kadia whispered. Dole was stunned and said, "Lord Kadia, what are you talking about?" Kadia smiled and showed a sinister and threatening look on his face. "I know you can make it. I only need one." His expression disappeared quickly. Dole looked at Kadia and was not panicked at all. If the other party needed him, he would not be afraid. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Lord Kadia, are you sure you know what you are talking about now?" Kadia was a little surprised. Dole was a little too calm. Where did this guy get the courage? He frowned and said, "Lin Rui, help me with this, and I will provide you with information about this." Dole narrowed his eyes even more. He lowered his head and thought carefully. He killed his opponent with poison twice, and he followed him and watched him kill Carmen. Obviously, he knew his situation. He actually used this as information to exchange with me. What was he going to do? To refine this so-called, is it necessary? And what did he need this medicine for? Cartier had already raised his head at this time, looking around, his eyes looking at the various tools in the forging room. After a long time, Dole raised his head and looked at Cartier saying, "Deal, But I don't need this information. Just give me money. I need money recently. After being promoted to a senior level, what he lacks now is spellcasting materials, and spellcasting materials are extremely expensive. After saving for half a year, plus the transactions with Laomi and Lily, he has about 30 gold coins on him. Normally speaking, 30 gold coins are already quite a lot, basically equivalent to the entire fortune of a down-and-out noble, but it is hard to say how many copies he can buy for spellcasting materials. Cartier thought for a while, then nodded, and said, I will give you the information as usual, and the money is 10 gold coins. Dole did not have any expression. Soon Anderson came out from the back, and came to the forge. Cartier came out consciously at this time, but his expression was a little more serious. His eyes were looking at an unknown place, and his thoughts were drifting to who knows where. Dole didn't think too much, and after taking the materials, he began to forge iron slowly. Chapter 67. At night, Dole had just got off work, and soon saw Cartier hiding on the roadside. He walked over silently, and the two met again. Cartier said nothing, handed him a bundle, and then left silently. Dole didn't think too much, put away the package, and turned around and left. He had to hurry this afternoon, go to the library, return the book, and then borrow another one before closing. Recently, he has been reading various biographies, which he finds quite interesting. Reading is a habit. As you read, you will like it. The stories of the characters in the book, the love and hatred in the book, and the cunning and insidiousness in the book are all useful to Dole, and he can learn a lot of lessons from it. This world is complicated, and he needs to understand its complexity and learn from the experience of his predecessors in order to survive in this complicated world and many dangers. This is Dole's understanding of books. In addition, he could also learn from others' ways of dealing with people, smoothness and accidents. Although he can't say that he can learn everything, at least he must understand the relevant routines so that he won't suffer any loss. After borrowing 2 books, Dole returned home. It was already dark, so he lit a candle, sat cross-legged on the bed, took out a book, and read it with relish. After being promoted to a senior wizard apprentice, he was no longer in a hurry to improve, and relaxed his mind and body. He read until 10 o'clock in the evening, then put down the book, picked up Cartier's package, and went to the next door. When he opened the package, there were all kinds of medicinal materials, and a book inside. Dole was a little surprised. He was just practicing a poison, but why did he get a book? He looked at it, and found that the book actually had only a few pages, and there were methods for refining 3 kinds of poisons. The first kind of poison, colorless and tasteless, was called white cicada. I don't know why it was named this way. The second kind of poison was black cicada, and the third kind of poison was flower cicada. Seeing these 3 names, Dole's mouth twitched. This was definitely designed by one person. What a bad taste. There was also a small note in the book, indicating that the first kind of poison, white cicada, was to be refined. Dole looked at the introduction of the 3 kinds of poisons. The first kind of poison was white cicada. White cicada was colorless and tasteless, killing people invisibly, and was effective for any profession below level 2. The second kind of poison, black cicada, was a mass-killing poison that could be dissolved in water. 100 grams could kill dozens of people. It was extremely powerful, and had lethality to people below level 2. The third kind of flower cicada was the most powerful, and could volatilize and dissolve in the air. 1 kilogram of flower cicada placed in the upwind vent could easily poison half of the people in the village. It was extremely powerful, and was also effective for all people, and all professions below level 2. Seeing this, Dole was shocked. Who designed such a powerful poison? The first one is fine, but the second and third ones are aimed at extinction, too vicious. He flipped through the book and found no signature, so he didn't know who designed it. What shocked Dole the most was that this poison only required an intermediate wizard to make it, which was very easy. No wonder the number of wild wizards must be controlled. Wizards are too scary for ordinary people, and professionals will suffer if they are not careful. Shocked, Dole put down the book, thought for a while, and then decided to help Cartier make it. He carefully checked the herbs, a total of 10. Cartier only needs 1 portion, so make 1 for him. If you make too much, it will be easy to lose control. Dole didn't know what Cartier was going to do, but it was definitely not a joke. Making 1 for him would at most kill 1 person, but making too much would easily cause trouble. Thinking of this, he pondered for a breath and began to spread out the materials, divided them into portions, and then boiled, extracted, and quenched them separately, and finally put them into test tubes and beakers and mixed them carefully. This poison is a contact poison. Dole even prepared masks and gloves, and he needed to be very careful. At this time, the power of the senior wizard apprentice was reflected. Under the strong mental power, the control power was greatly enhanced. There were almost no mistakes. The poison was extracted in one go, and it was exactly the same as what was said in the book. The poison was knocked into the bottle, and the stopper was plugged. A tube of very powerful poison was formed. Looking at the remaining herbs, Dole pondered for a while, and decided to put it aside. This thing might be used on Dis. He thought for a while, put the potion aside, took off his mask and gloves, packed up everything, and returned to his room. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and he began to meditate. For a senior apprentice, adding half a copper coin a night seems a lot, but it is not much. His total number of copper coins is 73 now. Adding one will only increase it by 1/73, which is pitifully small. Basically, there is no increase. Moreover, the total amount of mental power in the wizard stage is unknown how many times that of the advanced stage. It is still unclear now. To be honest, this progress is not a little slow. Therefore, a wild wizard without resources may never be promoted to a first-level wizard in his lifetime, because he can't see the end at all. Dole is not in a hurry. He has no lack of ability and magic potion technology. As long as he finds a stable place, many things can be solved. He thought that after killing Dis, he would leave here and move to another place, and still live a happy life. The next morning, Kadia came very early. He originally just wanted to build relationships, but he didn't expect Dole to give him something in person. Kadia glanced at Dole, and quietly put away the potion. I owe you a favor. I will try my best to find out other information about Dis, but the Superpower Association is in the police station recently, so it is not convenient for me to collect it. Please wait patiently. He calmed down and said quietly. Dole curled his lips and said, It's not difficult to make this potion. You can find any intermediate apprentice to make it. You don't have to thank me so much. Cartia said in a long tone, Even so, it's not so easy to find an intermediate apprentice who has a good relationship and is not easily exposed. Dole was stunned. Hey, it seems to be like this. Except for the Supernatural Society, the wizard apprentice dared to reveal his identity, which was simply seeking death. Even if he was trained by the Orn family, he didn't dare to show his identity openly. Dole thought for a while and whispered, I don't care who you want to kill, try to protect yourself. I know you are a killer. Cartia nodded slightly, and quickly disappeared in the blacksmith shop. Soon, a day passed quickly. Time slowly came to mid-November. The whole city of Duming had entered the world of winter. The mountains began to become bare, and the air slowly became dry. As soon as he walked out of the blacksmith shop, Dole saw two marks not far away. He slowly returned home, took his things, and walked out to the slums. This transaction was different from the last time. He asked Lily to bring him some spell materials, and of course he paid for it. As a senior wizard apprentice, Lily had access to more resources than himself. If she could get some resources, Dole would not hesitate to ask for them directly. The transaction was still carried out in the slums. Seeing Dole, Lily obviously felt that Dole was a little different, and was a little stunned. You also became a senior wizard apprentice. Dole admitted generously and whispered, I have to go out for a while recently to learn magic tricks, but our deal remains unchanged. I will go to the city once a month. Lily was a little moved. Dole became a senior apprentice, wouldn't that be? She immediately said, Can you refine the second-level mental potion? If you can, I can get some herbs. She also knew that it couldn't be refined in the city, but it wouldn't affect if she went outside the city. Dole had already made preparations. Dole looked at Lily with some surprise. He could also touch this thing? The second-level mental potion requires magic crystals. Lily whispered, I can get some magic crystal residues. The effect should be universal. You just need to get other herbs. Chapter 68. Dory was immediately moved. Then you help me get some magic crystal residues. I have channels for herbs. How about we trade 3 bottles a month? He also needs a second-level mental potion now, and the primary mental potion is no longer very effective. Lily immediately replied, Okay, no problem. After trading the things in their hands, they agreed to meet in 5 days. Having come and gone in a hurry, Dory took the empty bag and turned to the future pharmacy. Of course, he did not forget to disguise himself again. When he saw Lily, he used Adu's disguise, and when he saw Laomi, he used Linrui's disguise, and the two could not conflict. These days, he has always felt that someone is monitoring him, so he switched back and forth between several identities, and the person who was monitoring him had long been thrown away. In winter, there are fewer pedestrians on the street, and the number of people in the future pharmacy is gradually decreasing. Sitting on the counter, Laomi saw Dory coming in, waved to him calmly, and walked to the back. Dole understood, and the two of them quickly came to the pharmacy at the back. Sitting in front of the table, Dole took out 15 bottles of primary mental potion, put them on the table, and said, "I need herbs for the second-level mental potion." Laomi was very confident in the quality of Dole's potion, and those customers were also very satisfied. Hearing this, his hands trembled instantly, and he looked up at Dole in surprise. This guy was promoted to a senior apprentice so fast? No problem, but we don't have magic crystals here. If there were second-level mental potions, Laomi would want to attract more senior apprentices. The wizard group is not open in the Northern Kingdom, and every transaction must be conducted privately. If there were second-level mental potions, he could see more senior apprentices, bring more resources, and make enough money. A bottle of level 2 spiritual potion costs about 10 gold coins, and the profit is 3 gold coins. If there are 3 or 4 bottles a month, then you could earn more than 10 gold coins from Dole in a month. Laomi is full of expectations for this wealth flow. Dole did not notice Laomi's expression, but nodded coldly. "I have other channels for magic crystals, you don't have to worry about these. In addition, can you get the materials for casting spells here?" Laomi breathed a sigh of relief and became excited. He got rich. However, there was no extra expression on his face, and he nodded calmly. "I can get anything related to medicinal materials here, but those that are not medicinal materials are not allowed." Dole reported the materials for the burning hand, and Laomi thought about it carefully. It seems that there is only white phosphorus. Dole's eyes lit up. White phosphorus is enough. Sulfur and charcoal are not difficult to find. In fact, they are available in the blacksmith shop. Thinking of this, Dole was a little excited. He finally had magic to release. Having powerful magic is the real foundation for his life. Magicians are not allowed to see the light of day, but at least they have means. Whether it is the magic that is not allowed to see the light of day, or the cross-fist technique, they can be used to save lives. Dole can tolerate the life of a small person, but he can't stand being bullied by others. It's too bad that he can't fight back. White phosphorus is occasionally used in pharmacies. This kind of thing needs to be stored at low temperatures. It is easy to burn at high temperatures, so Laomi made some ice cubes for him. Dole thanked Laomi from the bottom of his heart. Even though he knew that Laomi's ideas of using him accounted for most of the time, it couldn't be considered as using him. Both sides just won. After leaving the pharmacy, it was completely dark outside. Dole dragged a bag of ice and various herbs, and quickly returned to the alley. Although white phosphorus is easy to burn, there is a standard value. It is winter now, and the temperature outside is only 4 or 5 degrees, and even below zero at night, so he is not afraid of white phosphorus burning. After putting the white phosphorus away, Dole felt neither sad nor happy. He continued to practice at night, and the growth rate was still half a copper coin, which was very slow. There are 3 kinds of fire materials in the blacksmith shop: charcoal, coke, and wood. Coke is not easy to ignite, but the temperature is high when it is ignited, almost reaching a high temperature of 1000 degrees. The lowest temperature is wood, and charcoal is better, and charcoal has no smoke, but the method of making charcoal is a bit troublesome. As for sulfur, there is some in the warehouse. Some metals need to be soaked in sulfur. Dole took some out, and picked up some charcoal by the stove. The materials for the burning hand are enough. It looks quite simple, but the premise is that there is white phosphorus. White phosphorus itself is also an alchemical product. The extraction process is relatively complicated, and belongs to the field of materials science. Dole has no raw materials, and no other materials for extracting white phosphorus, so he can't extract it himself. If he has materials, he can actually make it himself. Unfortunately, these things are controlled items, and are not easy to get. So, he can only settle for the second best and talk about extraction in the future. As a senior wizard apprentice, extracting spellcasting materials is the first step. If you can't find spellcasting materials, you can't talk about spellcasting at all. This is a false proposition. With the materials for the burning hand, the next step is Lily's magic crystal. There is no rush for this matter. Dole was actually a little excited. After practicing for more than half a year, he could finally see the results. How could he not be excited? However, although he was excited, Dole never showed it. Even when he was at work, he had a normal face, neither happy nor sad. Soon, another 2 days passed. On the 3rd day, Anderson came from the back and told Dole that Uncle Hong was looking for him. Dole didn't understand, so he put down the book and came to the back. He saw Uncle Hong and Harley sitting together. He was a little surprised. He was a little fascinated by reading a book and didn't know when Brother Harley came in. He said respectfully, "Uncle Hong, Brother Ha?" Brother Ha smiled, nodded, and said, "I'm here to tell you something today. Have you passed the blacksmith certificate exam?" Dole shook his head. "That thing is useless. What's the point of taking the exam?" Uncle Hong glared at him and said, "How can it be useless? Unless you are prepared to be an unknown second-level blacksmith all your life." Dole immediately became embarrassed. It's not that he didn't plan to be a second-level blacksmith for life, but he didn't plan to make iron for a lifetime. Harley knew something about Dole, waved his hand, stopped Uncle Hong from speaking, and said, "Do you have any ideas?" Dole had a lot of ideas, but it was hard to say them out at this time. So he lowered his head, thought for a while, and said, "Let's just stay like this for now, and we talk about the future later. Oh, by the way, while you're all here, I need to go out for a while recently, probably a few months, so I let you know first." Harley was a little surprised. He was thinking that the annual blacksmith conference was about to start, and he wanted Dole to take a certificate, but now it seems that there is no hope. Uncle Hong didn't know where Dole came from, and said earnestly, "After entering the blacksmith door, it is necessary to take a certificate. You now have the strength of the second level. Go and take a second-level blacksmith certificate. In the future, even if you don't work in Armando blacksmith shop, you can take the certificate to other blacksmith shops, or even go out and go to big cities. You can't do it without a certificate." Dole shook his head and said, "Let's talk about the future later." He also knew about the recent events of the blacksmith union, and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Uncle Hong said, "What a pity. If you had taken the exam, you would have been the youngest second-level blacksmith." It was not a big deal for Dole to leave. There was nothing to do in winter. He could just leave for a few months. It was nothing. Chapter 69. Dole chatted with them for a while. Knowing that they were here for the blacksmith guild, he didn't want to take the exam, and they didn't force him. After talking for a while, Uncle Hong finally said, "I know you want to learn advanced hammering. I teach you when you come back." Dole's eyes lit up and he smiled, "Thank you, Uncle Hong, in advance." Leaving from the back, Dole returned to the front. Just as he sat down, he looked up and saw Kadia, who was dressed in a swordsman's outfit, coming out. He had a calm face, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. He walked over so briskly, and then came to Dole's forge, threw a small bag over, and then turned around and left without staying for long. Dole caught the small bag and looked at Kadia's back. He was a little puzzled. What happened to this guy today? He picked up the bag and opened it to take a look, and his heart was immediately shocked. The small bag was full of shiny white crystals. He had seen these crystals before. They were actually magic crystal residues. He had seen the magic crystal residue. It was the magic crystal residue that he picked up in the Bianchi mine and was eaten by the dog Odo. He didn't know it was so precious at the time, so he didn't keep it. Now he regrets it. What does Cartier mean by giving him the magic crystal residue? But Dole still felt a little excited. It's really like someone sends a pillow when you are sleepy. At this time, he saw a pair of patrol soldiers running out of the city in an orderly manner, frantically searching for something on the street, checking everyone, very strictly, and then he saw a team of city guards coming out from nowhere and starting to wander around the street, as if looking for someone. The streets were in a mess. Pedestrians were frightened by the guards, and hid on the roadside, trembling. They didn't know what had happened. These soldiers were all over the street, and quickly rushed out into the slums. Usually they disdained to come to this place, but today they stepped into the mud, and went directly into the slums. At the same time, several people in robes walked out of the city, holding disc-like things in their hands, and searching on the street. This scene was something that Dole had never seen in his more than 10 years of life. It seemed that something extraordinary had happened. Even the last time the Bondi noble died, it was not so exaggerated. Everyone in the blacksmith shop stood at the door, and looked out, not knowing what had happened. At this time, Brother Ha and Uncle Hong also walked out. They were both people of status. They quickly came to the street, and asked the patrolling soldiers casually, and then the two were shocked. The third master of the Orn family died. Soon the news reached Dole's ears, and his mind suddenly buzzed. He finally understood why Cardo wanted him to make poison. This guy, Cardo, was too bold, even daring to kill the powerful person in the family he was loyal to. He suddenly felt that the magic crystal residue in his hand was a little hot. This guy was simply lawless. But he didn't doubt whether Cardo was exposed or not. He knew the efficacy of the refined medicine best, and he didn't suspect him at all. But why did this guy do this? This made Dole suspicious. The matter was serious. The death of a viscount was a big deal in Duming City. Dole estimated that in this situation, the city would be sealed off at least, and everyone from top to bottom would be checked together. At the critical moment, when the magic crystal mine was about to produce finished products, this was a big deal. He soon saw that the city gate in the distance was quickly closed, and then every pedestrian on the street was checked, and the situation was chaotic. No matter where in the Northern Kingdom, nobles and civilians were different. No matter how many civilians died, they would follow the rules and regulations of the police station. It would be best if the murderer could be found, but it didn't matter if they couldn't be found. The nobles were different. The nobles were the real upper class. There were a certain number of nobles in the empire. The death of a noble was a big deal, and there were countless interests involved. Dole thought in his heart, and then he was shocked. It would be fine if this Cartier didn't make trouble, but once he did, it would be a big deal. The head of a viscount was probably around the third-level task. He was thinking in a mess, and a team of soldiers came to the door of the blacksmith shop, broke in directly, and surrounded the entire blacksmith shop. These soldiers were all elite soldiers, with sufficient blood and vigor. Each of them was comparable to a second-level blacksmith, who often forged iron. In addition, they were carrying weapons, so all of them retreated, not daring to take advantage of the situation. What did this group of soldiers mean by coming to the blacksmith shop? Soon, one of them walked out from the soldiers, looked around, and shouted coldly, "Who is the person in charge?" At this time, a voice came, "Oh, Master Fengsua is so powerful that I can't even see him." Fengsua frowned when he heard the voice, as if it was familiar. They were here to cause trouble, so who dared to pick on them? He turned around suddenly, and saw a familiar figure, and was stunned. Brother Ha? He immediately dispersed his momentum and laughed. So Brother Ha is in charge here? He raised his head, and glanced at the name of the blacksmith shop, muttering in his heart, when did this Mondo blacksmith shop become the property of the city lord's mansion? Harley waved his hand and said impatiently, "Just say what you want to say, I have all these people here. Ask whatever you want to ask, and get out of here." Fengsua lowered his head, and did not dare to act rashly. The soldiers behind him also felt the boss's retreat, put away their weapons, and contracted their blood. Hey, the third son of the deputy city lord is dead. The city lord and the deputy city lord are furious. They sent us out to maintain the situation. Ask if there are any strangers coming in recently? Harley shook his head, waved his hand, pointed at everyone, and said, "These are all old people for several years. If they are not old, they will not stay here all the time. Go look for them somewhere else. By the way, is that guy really dead?" Fengsua's eyes followed Haji's hand around, and finally stopped on Dole for a while, and then heard his last words. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Dead is dead, there is no real or fake. He died of poisoning, so this matter may involve a lot of things, and it is very likely to involve wizards. You should pay attention here." Harley was shocked. He did not dare to look at Dole, and countless thoughts turned in his mind. Dole killed Odo and his son, and killed Ferrer and Carmen, all with poison. He is very likely a wizard. Dole knows Carta of the Orn family. The two have a good relationship. Carta and the third brother have a grudge. Could it be him who did it? As a high-level official, he has many information channels, and naturally knows the tricks. This matter is serious. Didn't Dole say that he would take a leave? Hurry up, and let him leave this place temporarily. While feeling a little shocked, Harley made up his mind and prepared to ignore it. He sighed pretentiously. Although the third brother is not a big deal, it's a pity that he died like this. Captain Fengsua nodded, and didn't dare to answer. It's not his turn as a small captain to judge the internal affairs of the Orn family. As the chief steward of all the blacksmith shops in the city, Harley must be fine with him here. He turned around and shouted, "Collect the team." The group left again. The group came and went quickly, and soon they arrived at the next store, and rushed in aggressively, as if they were robbing. Seeing this, Harley glanced at Dole. But Dole did not notice Harley, but lowered his head, looking at the 3 inches in front of him, and began to speculate wildly. Chapter 70. Harley looked at Dole, and sighed in his heart. This guy has so many things to do. Forget it. It doesn't matter if he doesn't take the blacksmith exam. He can work as long as he can. Since he is a wizard, he will definitely play high-end alchemy in the future. He won't do such a vulgar job as a blacksmith. He turned his head and coughed. His voice was low and majestic. Don't run around these days. The big man of the Orn family has died. There will be a strict investigation in the next few days. Don't let these people catch the handle. It won't be worth it to go to jail when the time comes. Yes, Brother Ha. Everyone said respectfully in unison. These blacksmiths are ordinary people. Brother Ha is very majestic. Everyone listens to what he says. Harley said a few words to Uncle Hung, then rushed into the street and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Looking at Haji's departing back, Uncle Hung sighed, and then said to everyone, "Don't look, do what you need to do. If you have nothing to do, go to the side and rest, be careful of being found." The group of people dispersed, and did what they needed to do. After this incident, Dole naturally didn't dare to meet Lily easily. The streets were full of people from the police station and the military station. If he was caught doing a deal at this time, it would not be fun. After work, Dole quietly made a mark of the transaction after the work was completed and hurried back to the room. At this time, in a very quaint manner, in a very gorgeously decorated room, Inspector Moreno stood in the middle, with an ugly face following the bigwigs of the Orne family, with drops of sweat on his head and his clothes fidgeting. The sheriffs around him were looking for any clues around. Because the police station itself is under the jurisdiction of the Deputy City Lord Orne Howard, the position of police inspector is not held by the Orne family for the purpose of avoiding suspicion, but most of the police chiefs and police officers are. The Orne family is involved in a wide range of affairs, and basically has a hand in the mines, caravans, metals, and medicinal materials in Dormont City. At this moment, the third brother in charge of medicinal materials has died, and the mood of the Deputy City Lord Howard can be imagined. In addition to the police station, although the people from the military station participated in the search, there were no people from the military station in the manor, but there were many people from the Supernatural Society, including Beach and Tina, and several intermediate apprentices. Although Beach is a senior wizard apprentice, and usually thinks he is superior to others, he still dares not act rashly when there are many first-level swordsmen in the Orne family, and he and Tina honestly checked the body on the side. The body died of poisoning, there is no doubt about it. As for what kind of poison it was, it needs to be taken back and carefully checked. He raised his head and exchanged glances with Tina. Tina was also clueless at this time, because the two of them had tried many methods, but still couldn't find out what kind of poison he had been poisoned with. Beachy gave her a look, and she knew what it meant. In terms of business, she was not as proficient as Beachy. Beachy had no way, so she naturally had no way. Tina raised her head, slowly walked to Howard, lowered her head, and said, "Grandpa, the poison Uncle was poisoned with is very rare. Neither of us knows what the poison is. Therefore, the person needs to be taken back for careful testing to find out. However, we can be sure that it must have been done by one of our own people, because only one of our own people would poison so unconsciously. Uncle is a first-level extraordinary person, who has cultivated fighting spirit, and has sharp blood and chi. Only those who are not on guard can be easily killed." Howard didn't speak. His gloomy face and not-so-tall figure gave people a feeling of a volcano. The volcano didn't erupt at this time, but everyone knew what kind of power it would produce after the eruption, so the yard was quiet, and no one dared to speak. After Tina spoke, Howard's thoughtful eyes suddenly focused on Tina. Tina's mental power shrank sharply, as if she had encountered a natural enemy. Howard glanced at Tina, then turned his head and looked at Beachy. Beachy's spirits lifted, and he also lowered his head, not daring to look at the Deputy City Lord, and his heart was extremely vigilant. Howard's expression was neither sad nor happy. No one knew what he was thinking or what he was going to do, but it felt very depressing here. Howard lowered his head, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he turned and walked out of the room and walked outside, and the people around him breathed a sigh of relief. Tina glanced at Beach, then at Moreno, and said in a heavy tone, "My third uncle is dead. Please do your best. If you find anything, please inform us in time." Moreno wiped the sweat from his head and forced a smile. Of course. This is the duty of our police station. I have notified everyone to investigate all the people in this mansion, and catch the murderer as soon as possible. If it was done by one of our own people, then it can only be someone in the mansion, or someone from the Orne family. How can we investigate it? What the hell is there to investigate? If we really investigate it, will I still be alive? Moreno complained in his heart. Beach shook his head. "I do my best. This matter is not my authority." Howard left, and he was relieved. His duty in the Ability Club is to be responsible for foreign affairs, mainly to search for traces of black wizards and solve cases, which is not his job. If the third son of the Orne family was not poisoned, he would not even come. Tina looked at Beachy with an unhappy look on her face. Beachy glanced at Tina with a blank expression. "I can help you with the test, but I can't help you with anything else." After saying this, he turned around and left with his men. Tina was a little surprised. She didn't expect Beachy to let her down, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. But she had no choice. Usually, she suppressed Beachy in the ability club. Now she asked him for help, so it's no wonder that he would be disrespectful. For 5 consecutive days, the whole city was only allowed to enter, not to leave. Almost no gangs or organizations dared to show their heads. Because of the involvement of poison, all drugstores were checked, all kinds of illegal things were found, and a large number of people were dealt with. The whole city of Duming was in a panic, fearing that someone would find them and take them to the police station. As long as they entered the police station, no one would come out without injuries, which was the biggest reason why ordinary people were afraid. Dole went to work honestly for 5 consecutive days, did nothing, and did not even dare to refine the materials of the burning hand. He came back every day, made cross fists in the yard, and meditated at night. He was as honest as he could be. He knew that the superpowers would be involved, and he was their observation object. If he was not honest at this time, it would prove that there was something fishy. If he was caught in the police station again. Dole's face was a little gloomy. 5 days later, in the early morning, the city gates slowly opened. At this time, many people heard the news and went out of the city. The city gate was very lively. 5 days later, Dole didn't know how far the matter had developed, but he could also think that they probably couldn't find out anything. Khadija wanted to kill someone, and he specifically found the colorless and odorless white cicada poison he made. It must be foolproof. No matter who died, it was destined to be in vain. 5 days have passed, and they have not found anything so far. This is an example. Dole also breathed a sigh of relief. He planned to work for another 2 days, and then proposed to go out to hide. He needed to study the methods of senior wizard apprentices. Superpower meeting. Beaky wore very tightly wrapped clothes, covering his whole body in it. He held the test tube in his gloved hand, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he looked at the transparent solution inside and his face became a little strange. Chapter 71. He put down the test tube, plugged it, and walked out of the laboratory. He walked through the long corridor and came to another room full of books. He searched inside and soon found a thin book. He flipped through the contents and suddenly closed the book. This guy is really amazing. He can find this kind of poison, and he can find a wizard apprentice willing to help him refine it. The third son of the Orn family really deserves to die. I wonder who that guy offended and was targeted like this. White cicada, a very interesting poison. Bitch himself is not proficient in potion science. He is good at material science, but this does not prevent him from studying it. After figuring out what it is, he returned to his room and casually summoned a mid-level apprentice and asked him to summon Tina. Soon, Tina came to the office in a hurry. Beaky pushed the book he had just received in front of Tina and said, "The first one in this book must be made by a wizard. No matter who killed your uncle, it is related to the wizard. You can check the medicines on it and see who has used it recently. It is very likely related to the death of your uncle." Tina took the book and flipped through it with a serious expression. She suddenly closed the book and said to Beaky seriously, "I owe you a favor." Beaky's mouth cracked, revealing a disdainful expression. "Favors? You nobles still have favors? It's better to exchange them for some money." Tina bit her lip. "Beaky, I know we are not good to you, but don't forget where the convenience of practicing comes from. If it weren't for the support of us nobles, how could the supernatural power be what it is today?" This time, Beachy showed a sarcastic expression. "Don't be so sentimental, you are just doing it for yourselves. Okay, you can leave." Tina looked at Beachy with a gloomy face. After a long time, she left quickly and prepared to start from investigating drugs. Looking at Tina leaving, Beachy quickly put away his expression and thought a little, but he only thought a little and then looked elsewhere. Such internal affairs of the noble family should be left to them to worry about. It would be troublesome for outsiders to manage. Cartier followed Howard step by step, and his expression was as calm as usual, without any ripples. With the death of that person, the power struggle within the Orn family was vying for the power vacancy left by the death of that person, which made Howard, the head of the family, very headache. Howard is already in his 70s this year, and his granddaughter is in her 20s. His energy is no longer as good as before. If it weren't for the strength of a second-level warrior, he would probably have died long ago. He did nothing these days. Just like usual, he would go to fight with others when he had nothing to do. His life was very comfortable. Howard walked through the hall and came to the office. There were several people here, including Tina. As soon as he walked in, Tina said loudly, "Grandpa, I have analyzed the poison that killed Uncle Sam. It was by Chan. Hearing this, everyone looked at Tina, including Carda. Howard frowned and looked at Tina with dignity. A low and heavy voice sounded by Chan. Tina handed a note to Howard. 3 days later, Dole greeted Uncle Hong and Harley, and met Lily quietly. Lily was indeed very resourceful. She got him a lot of materials, of which the magic crystal residue was the main part, and the medicinal materials were secondary. After Dole got the things, he agreed to meet at a time, and then quickly left the city. He was different from Lily. Lily only needed to simply pile up her mental power, and did not need to study witchcraft for the time being, but he was different. He needed to quickly improve his combat effectiveness to prevent sudden crisis. There were too many things on his body, and he could not help but worry. After leaving the city, he walked forward along the official road. There was only one way out of Duming City, which went directly to Chris County. There were several towns on the way. Although Dole had never been there, he knew that people from the town often came to the blacksmith shop to buy farm tools, hatchets, etc. After leaving the Duming blacksmith shop, Dole took Ball and walked out of the city. It was officially winter. On the mountain outside the city, except for the various pine and cypress trees that were green all year round, all other leaves had fallen off, revealing bare branches. The mountain also turned yellow as the main color, which looked a bit depressed at first glance. There were not many people on the main road, because in winter, there was less food in the mountains, and wild beasts often came to the official road, waiting for an opportunity to attack passers-by. Winter was dangerous for the entire Duming city. Dole walked forward along the official road, with a long sword hanging on his waist and a crossbow hidden under his clothes. He could take out the hallucinogenic drugs with additives at any time, and even made several doses of poison. So many things made him a little bloated under his clothes. Going down from Duming City, it was basically a downhill road. 5 kilometers outside the city, after turning a corner, Duming City could no longer be seen, and he officially entered the uninhabited mountainous area. The first town is 10 kilometers outside the city, surrounded by the intersection of several small rivers. There is a large flat land in the middle. There are hundreds of households living sparsely, including hunters, farmers, and even patrol teams. It is too close to the city, so Dole did not plan to stay here. Dole continued to move forward, past several bends, and came to the second town. It was far enough away from Duming City, and he planned to stay here. The geographical environment is similar to the town just now. It is also the intersection of several small rivers. The two ridges are slightly wider and merge into one place to form a highland. Below is the river channel of Duming River. Even in winter, the water flow of Duming River is very abundant, making a gurgling sound. The villagers in the town live very concentratedly, living on the opposite ridge, surrounded by fences to prevent wild beasts in the forest. There are also several tall watchtowers on the mountain, located in front of the town, behind the town, and above and below the river. People are standing in the watchtowers at this time. He looked around and decided to stay here for the winter. To get over the pipeline, you have to pass a small bridge, which is also guarded by someone. As soon as you walk near the bridge, 4 or 5 villagers who were guarding the door surrounded you and asked you questions. "What do you do, kid?" Dole walked to the fence and had already thought of an excuse. Looking at the simple and strong villagers, he put down his things and slowly introduced himself. His father's parents died, and he couldn't live in the city. He came to the village to make a living. His requirements were not high, just a place to live. His father was a doctor and could treat some diseases. He planned to make a living by collecting herbs. When the villagers heard that Dole was the descendant of a doctor, their eyes lit up, and someone immediately shouted, "Wait, I go back to find the mayor." As soon as he left, the villagers who were on edge became friendly, and even opened the fence and surrounded him with a smile. The profession of doctor is popular everywhere, especially in villages and towns, where the medical conditions are quite poor. No one would stop him from sneaking in as a doctor, and Dole was indeed planning to make a living by collecting herbs and refining some medicines. He was ready to learn the courses of potion science, material science, and magic pattern science, and he didn't want to give up any of them. The villagers saw Ball at this time, and some people started to tease the dog, but Ball ignored him. Not long after, a young man in very thin clothes came out. He was very young, with a broadsword hanging on his waist, and walked step by step, like a dragon and a tiger. Chapter 72. Dole saw this man, and this man also saw Dole. Both of them had tan skin, which was very dark. When the man came over, he was like a moon surrounded by stars. Many people came around him. When he came over, they were a little confused. "You said you are a doctor, what proof do you have?" How can this man be a doctor? This skin and this body are clearly a warrior. Dole took out the small box from his back without any hurry. Inside were his experimental instruments. He opened it and let the man take a look, saying, "This is my tool for refining medicine. There are some other medicines in the city because there is no carriage. I will go to get them in a few days." There were some finished medicines in the small box, and he let the young man take a look. The young man's face lit up immediately, and said, Okay, the village is in need of a doctor. Come in. What kind of accommodation do you want? I can arrange 1 or 2 for you. Dole raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, he is so easy to talk to, he is still prepared to make more arguments. It's okay to be quiet and secluded. Don't worry about safety. I can take care of myself. He rolled up his sleeves and showed his strong arms. The men around were surprised when they saw this. The young man nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that this young doctor would have some excessive demands. It turned out to be this. He just thought about it for a while, and said, "How about the small bamboo house by the river? The only secluded house we have now is the small bamboo house. But don't worry, the small bamboo house is not damp inside. It is about 2 meters above the ground. It was used to observe the river water before, but it is not used in winter now." Dole thought about it and nodded. No matter what he did, he would move in first, so he nodded. The men around him started to make a noise, and surrounded Dole and walked into the village. At this time, someone shouted, "Little doctor, can dog bites be cured?" The young man thought of a person, turned his head and approached Dole. Dole nodded and said, "Yes. As a wizard, ordinary pharmacology is not a problem at all, and dog bites are naturally one of them. Ordinary people's diseases are nothing more than injuries, wound inflammation, fractures, dislocations, colds, etc. These are all introduced in books, and it's just right to practice with these people." A few people were left at the entrance of the village, and then 1 person and 1 dog were surrounded by villagers, crossed the small bridge, and walked towards the town. The town is not big, with about 300 households distributed below the ridge, and some crops are planted on both sides of the river, but these people are obviously not good at growing crops. Along the way, I saw a lot of wild animal furs and herbs at the doors of many villagers. Obviously, their main way of survival is fur and herbs. Fur and herbs are also the other 2 major industries in Duming City besides minerals, which are controlled by the deputy city lord and the Lake family respectively. Duokan walked while looking at the animal furs and herbs drying on the roadside, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he came to the right place in the town. Many of these herbs are useful to him. Soon, they came to the door of a hunter. Before they reached the door, they heard crazy barking from inside. Standing at the door, the young man was a little embarrassed. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Victor, the mayor of the town, and a senior warrior apprentice. This family was bitten by their own dog. The wound has become inflamed and festered. There was a doctor in our town, but he couldn't see him, so he could only wait for death at home." He sighed deeply. Dole raised his head, looked at Victor, and smiled faintly. "The simplest way is to burn the dog hair that bit people and apply it to the wound." Victor shook his head. "I tried it, but it didn't work." The group began to knock on the door, and the dog inside bit even harder. At this moment, Ball, who was following Dole, suddenly roared softly. Although the sound was not loud, the sound inside stopped immediately. Seeing this, the people around were stunned, and they all looked at the dirty Ball with incredible expressions on their faces. "Little doctor, your dog is amazing. Little York's dog is the most fierce in the village. Since his father died, no one has been able to cure it. You cured your dog with just 1 roar?" Dole smiled and said, "My dog is called Ball. It was also left by my father. He has some blood of the fierce wolf." The people around looked at Ball differently, full of awe and fear, and some even stepped back. The fierce wolf is also a wolf, but it is much more fierce than a wolf. 1 fierce wolf can beat 3 wolves. Dole shook his head and said, "Bar is very safe. Unless you are looking for trouble, Bar will not bite you." At this time, the person inside came out. It was a burly and fierce-looking woman, but she was a little haggard at this time, with tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. She didn't look fierce at all, but rather pitiful. When she opened the door, she didn't expect that there were so many people outside, including the mayor, and she didn't know what to say. Victor said, "This is the new little doctor in the village who is treating your York." The woman immediately widened her eyes and looked at Dole. She knelt down with a plop. She didn't say anything, but kept kowtowed, and dirty sounds came out of her mouth. The people around sighed when they saw this. Victor sighed and said, "She is dumb and can't speak, but she can understand." "No more words, go in quickly." At this time, someone helped the shrew up. Dole glanced at her and felt a little sympathetic. The man is the backbone of the family. The man is hopeless, and she is still dumb. It's hard. After entering the door, there is a small courtyard with many vegetables planted. No one has managed it for a long time, and weeds are overgrown. There is a small shed on the left side of the yard. There is a wooden fence under the shed, and 3 hungry dogs are locked inside. Behind the yard are 3 ordinary stone houses, and 2 children are standing at the door of the house in the middle. The group walked in. Dole was naturally the first to take the lead. Looking at the woman's condition, the man seemed to have been sick for a long time, and the disease can't wait. He was the first to walk into the house. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strange smell, which seemed to be the smell of burnt dog hair. He frowned. This method is not effective. There was a table in the room, and the bed at the innermost part. An ordinary man was lying on the bed, unconscious. Dole walked up, sat beside the bed, and carefully looked at the man's condition, pupils, skin, and then looked at the wound. The wound was indeed ulcerated, even inflamed and festering. Half of the leg was covered by the burnt dog hair. It was obvious that the leg could not be saved. The most important thing was that he was still having a fever. He blinked his eyes, carefully recalled the contents recorded in the book, recalled the treatment plan, and asked softly, "How long has it been?" The fierce woman quickly gestured with her hands. Before he finished gesturing, a young man next to him said, "York has been lying here for 10 days. Dole nodded, thought carefully, and said, "When I came here just now, I saw medicinal herbs at the door of each household. Go and prepare them. I need half a pound of yellow flowers and half a pound of digging grass roots. Go and prepare them quickly. His leg can still be saved. In addition, prepare some hot water and a clean door panel." Hearing this, the eyes of the people around him suddenly lit up. His leg is in such a state, can it still be saved? Victor immediately waved his hand and began to give orders. York is a hunter expert in their town and is very strong. If he can be saved, the village will have more strength. He must be saved. He immediately made arrangements loudly. Chapter 73. It must be said that Victor, as the mayor, still has authority and quickly made arrangements. Not long after, a clean door panel was carried in first. Dole nodded and directed people to lift York up, put him on the door panel, and then put him on the table in the middle of the room, so that it would be convenient for him to perform the operation. Open a small box and take out the scalpel, alcohol lamp and other things. These things were prepared temporarily when he came. The scalpel was made by himself, and the quality was absolutely no problem. The wound was festering, and what he had to do now was to cut off the rotten meat, clean the wound, reduce inflammation, and then prepare to make magic potion for treatment. If he didn't use magic potion, this leg would definitely not be saved. Fortunately, the village lacked everything except herbs, so he could use his skills. Use the alcohol lamp to disinfect the knife, and the sharp knife cut off the dead skin in circles, clean the wound, and then disinfect it with alcohol. At this time, all the herbs were brought. Dole asked them to carry the man to his place, and he could not let anyone see him making the potion. Although everyone did not understand, they thought of the only way to save York at this time. Victor waved his hand, and everyone moved quickly, and soon they came to a 2-story bamboo building. When Dole saw this bamboo building, he thought of a word, cold. This place is indeed remote enough, just not far from the Duming River. Places with water are naturally colder than other places. But he could not care so much at this time. He asked someone to clean up the bamboo building and carry the man up. The bamboo building has 2 rooms and a partition. Dole put the man in the room, and the others waited, and then he started to make medicine in the small house next to it. In the science of potions, there are about 100 kinds of first-level potions, but wizards only use 7 or 8 kinds. The rest are all strange things, some for healing, some for strengthening bones, some for strengthening tendons, and some for promoting blood circulation, with different effects. Dole is very experienced in first-level potions. He has made 2 kinds of medicines. One is called muscle-growing potion, and the other is called trauma potion, which has the same effect as the name suggests. When he finished these, it was already afternoon. When he walked out of the house with 2 test tubes, the people watching nearby couldn't wait any longer. Dole smiled, came to the patient, poured the muscle-growing potion first, covered the wound with a clean cotton cloth, waited for about 10 minutes, then uncovered the cotton cloth, poured the trauma potion, and then covered the wound. He handed the remaining trauma potion to the fierce woman, explained it, and asked someone to carry the patient away. At this time, anyone could see clearly, because after pouring the potion for about a few minutes, the man's face became better, and the skin on his legs was no longer dry, wrinkled and black, but turned tender red, and there was no further inflammation or suppuration. The fierce woman also understood, holding the medicine and kneeling down to Dole. Dole grabbed the fierce woman, shook his head, and told him to go back quickly, because it was cold outside, and the patient couldn't stand the cold. He had to send these people away quickly, and then check the safety and sealing of the bamboo house, and also make modifications. This place was roughly checked just now, and it was pretty good. He didn't plan to change it again. Although it was a bit cold, as long as the magic pattern was made, it wouldn't be a problem to be hot or cold. Dole saved a person as soon as he came, and he took root in the village. Victor asked 2 teenage girls to stay and help pack up, and the others left here soon. Seeing that even a disease like this could be cured, most hunters were delighted, and they would not have to worry about hunting in the future. After leaving the bamboo house, Victor stood outside the door and waited for a while, thinking about some things. He quickly made up his mind to keep the boy in the village, although he felt that this was a bit unrealistic. He was originally from the city, and would definitely return to the city in the future. He would stay longer if possible, but for now, he would provide a good environment first. Thinking of this, he had a headache. After working for a long time, he still didn't know the boy's name. It was really embarrassing, so he called someone over to ask the boy's name. The boy left quickly, and came back quickly. Lenroy. Victor smacked the name, then organized people to cut the reeds in the valley, and prepared to add an extra layer of straw on Lenroy's room to increase warmth. At the same time, he prepared to cut down trees and build a small wooden house. The bamboo house was indeed windy on all sides, and a person could be frozen to death in winter. It was okay for 1 or 2 days, but not for a long time. The enthusiasm of the people in the village increased greatly. Dole stayed for 2 days, and after everything was done and put away, on the 3rd day, the village got a carriage and sent Dole to the city to deliver medicine and bring back his things. Everything went smoothly. After everything was settled, Dole could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next step was to conduct various magic experiments, and strive to use magic tricks as soon as possible. As long as he could apply them skillfully, the next step was to refine medicine, improve his mental strength, and strive to become a formal wizard as soon as possible. If the senior wizard apprentice is the beginning of casting spells, then the first level wizard is truly entering the extraordinary, using human power to pry the energy of heaven and earth and cast various powerful spells. The senior wizard apprentice is at most a glimpse of the door. The people in this town are very simple. When winter comes, there is basically nothing to do. Please get up early, eat, and then practice boxing, bows, swords, various heavy weapons, axes, hammers, etc. in the flat river. Most adults and children, men and women will participate in it. Dole watched for a while, then got busy, preparing various medicines, some for the village, and some for his own needs. Before he finished cleaning up, a little girl came to the door with a basket. This is the meal, Anderson's daughter, Connie, who is very strong. Dole touched her head, took out a bottle of blue potion, and said, "Take this and give it to Aunt York." Connie looked around Dole's room with a lively look, and saw a table full of books. She paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly, took the medicine and ran away. Dole stood at the door, looking at Connie's leaving figure, with no sadness or joy on his face. The name of this town is Sanhiku Town. It is called a town, but it is actually a larger village. Although the town is small, it has everything. There are doctors, teachers, and soldier instructors. The daily activities are morning exercises, swordsmanship, archery, and spearmanship. Some people practice on the river beach, rest at noon, and there are occasional activities in the afternoon. Some people sharpen swords. Some people cut bamboo, make arrows for training. Some people go up the mountain to hunt, and some people form teams to go up the mountain to collect herbs. Because it is close to the mountains, there may be a few wild beasts running out of the mountains to attack the village at any time, so everyone must know martial arts and archery. The whole town is like a sophisticated machine, each responsible for its own operating part. The village has a guard team responsible for lookout, guarding, and scouting around. It is really small but complete. As long as the children in the village are 7 or 8 years old, they need to do things. Although these children are small, they are all smart. Dole himself is only 13 years old. Looking at these children, he is quite envious. After observing the village for a while, and making sure no one was disturbing him, he closed the door, and prepared to start refining the materials for the spell. The first thing he prepared was the materials for the burning hand. White phosphorus, sulfur, charcoal, and some magic crystal powder seemed to be very simple things, but if ordinary people were asked to refine them, they would probably never be able to refine them in their lifetime. Although the four materials have proportions and weighing units, the so-called weighing units are only approximate values, not accurate numbers. In the end, it still depends on mental sensing, the physical properties of the materials, and the energy ratio contained in them. These all have requirements. If you really follow the accurate proportion, it will probably not work. Otherwise, if it is so simple, ordinary people can also handle it. Chapter 74. Put white phosphorus, sulfur, and charcoal separately on clean paper and grind them into fine powder one by one. This requirement is very strict and needs to be very fine, so he specially made a smooth stick and a very smooth steel plate to do this job. After grinding them into powder, Dole mixed them together and stirred them very carefully, then scooped out a spoonful with a special spoon and put it in the palm of his hand. Close your eyes, and the mental power slowly flows down to the palm of your hand. The mental power penetrates the skin and quickly senses the materials in your hand. There is a description in material science that if you sense a gentle flame, it means that the white phosphorus is just right and the charcoal is not enough. If you sense a ball of fire, it means that there is too much charcoal, too little sulfur, and enough white phosphorus. Dole sensed it, and sensed a ball of gentle flame, which means it is just enough. He opened his eyes, and looked at the materials at hand with satisfaction. The materials for the burning hand are just right. Of course, this is only the first step. The second step is to add the magic crystal powder. The second step also requires mental induction. Although the ratios are fixed, the final result depends on the mental induction. He added the magic crystal powder based on 1 spoon. Then he sensed it one by one. The first spoon had too much magic crystal, so he added a little more powder. The magic crystal was not enough, so he added more. He didn't put it down until the induction matched the material science. Then the second spoon, the third spoon. 1 spoon is a standard unit of the burning hand. When it is cast once, the duration of the spell is determined by the node structure of the spell model. The ordinary vortex node can only last for 30 seconds at most. The other structures are different, but each has its own merits. These all need to be developed by Dole in the future. It looks simple, but it took more than half a day just to mix the ingredients. It was not until dusk in the afternoon that it was slowly completed. He packed the materials one by one, put them in a small bag, and carefully put them in his sleeves. Only then did he relax and feel an infinite sense of security. Although the burning hand was only a 0-level witchcraft, it was equally powerful when it was performed, comparable to the fighting spirit attack of a first-level warrior. With this 0-level witchcraft, it was also a guarantee of safety. No matter who came, as long as they were not in the entry-level profession, if they dared to get close, they would be burned to death with a flame palm. Opening the door, Dole found a little person sitting at the door, Connie. Connie held a basket in her hand, and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. It was cold outside, but Connie didn't seem to feel it at all. She lay on the ladder, and looked at the dim sky. Hearing the movement behind her, she immediately stood up and looked back. "Brother Dr. Lin Rui, you are done." Connie was very happy, with a bright smile on her face. Dole nodded, walked down a few steps, and took the basket in his hand. "Come in, I finish eating, you can take it back." Ko and I stood up from the stairs, and followed Dole into the room. She smelled it, and there was a strange smell in the room, which didn't seem to be the smell of medicine. She looked around, and the dog named Bart didn't seem to be there. But she didn't care, and said proudly, "Uncle York stood up. He will come to thank you in person in a few days." Dole shook his head and said, "Tell him to have a good rest, and don't come over. I will go to the mountain in the next few days to find some medicine, and you don't have to come to deliver food." Connie was stunned for a moment. "Brother, if you need any medicine, just ask your uncles and aunts to give it to you. Why go to the mountains? The mountains are very dangerous. The mountains are both the support and the nightmare of the people in the town. The nearby mountains are fine, as they have set up many traps. The stronger beasts dare not come here, but it is not good to go deeper. There are groups of wolves, bears, lynxes, and other ferocious creatures. Every time there is a large-scale hunting, there will always be people injured, and even people will die. Connie is always worried when she sees adults going into the mountains." Dole smiled, pinched her cheeks, and said, "It's okay, I look for it nearby. Brother is not much older than you, but I don't want him to die early." Connie blushed and stopped talking. As the mayor's daughter, her clothes were slightly more gorgeous than other children's clothes. They were made of real cloth, not linen. Dole looked at her red face from the cold, ate the food quickly, and asked Connie to send it back along with the morning basket. Originally, he planned to cook for himself, but the mayor was too enthusiastic, and he couldn't resist, so he asked him to send food. In return, he would ask Connie to send some medicine every few days to the village. Dole likes to make medicine, and people in the town also spontaneously send medicinal materials to exchange for some finished medicines. It's good for everyone. Connie went back quickly, but soon, Dole felt that someone else was coming. It was already late outside. Why would anyone come? He opened the door and found that it was Victor. He was a little stunned. Victor looked serious. I heard Connie say that you are going into the mountains tomorrow. Dole naturally couldn't say that he was going into the mountains to test magic. Yes, I'm going to collect some special things, and I won't go too far. Over the past few days, Victor has been very confident in Dole, treating him as his own, and has exchanged a lot of powerful medicines from Dole, which were not available before. Then let our most powerful hunter escort you. Just kidding, how can I test magic if you escort me? He shook his head like a rattle and said, No, I'm also an intermediate warrior apprentice, no worse than ordinary people, and I'm just looking around. It would be best if I can find it, but forget it if I can't. The first day Victor saw Dole, he knew that he was very powerful. Who has such dark skin, although it looks a little whiter these days. He took out a cylindrical object from his arms, and handed it to Dole. Then you take this with you, and pull the rope behind you when you encounter danger. Dole took a look and shouted, Signal transmitter. He didn't hesitate to accept the thing. If he didn't accept it, this guy would not leave. He asked again, I saw them cutting wood these days. Is there anyone in the village who wants to split up and build a house? Victor chuckled, It's for you. I'm leaving now. See you later. Dole was stunned when he heard this, but Victor had already left the house. Soon there was only a shadow left in the dark night, and it disappeared quickly. He stood at the door, looking outside, with a complicated feeling in his heart. In the dark night, except for the river flowing in the distance, the mountain was very quiet. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. The sky was full of stars, as if there were infinite mysteries hidden in it. What wizards ultimately pursue is the starry sky. The extremely majestic starry sky is the object of all wizards' pursuit. Wizards yearn for knowledge and mystery, and spend their lives exploring. After looking at the sky for a while, Dole tightened his somewhat cold clothes, covered his neck, and then returned to the bamboo house. The outside of the bamboo house has been blocked by a thick layer of grass, and the wind is not so strong. Dole is quite satisfied with it. However, this place is too close to the water, and the cold air in the river is still a bit cold. It is just winter now, and if it is another month or two, I am afraid I will freeze to death. Chapter 75. At night, I meditated all night. After settling down, Dole felt that his mental power was improving very quickly, and it increased more than before in the city. In addition, he had been reading books and doing experiments recently, and his mind was quick. He could increase his mental power by about 1 copper coin a night. According to his speculation, from a high-level wizard to a first-level wizard, it takes about 200 copper coins of mental power. Now it is only 76, which is still a long way off. Even if it increases by 1 copper coin a day, it will take half a year. Take it slowly. Soon a night passed. The next morning, just after dawn, he set off alone with his bag and a sword hanging on his waist. Bale has been wandering around for the past few days, and Dole can't find him at all. In the mountains and forests, it is estimated that no one is Bale's natural enemy. Even in the entire Chris County and the entire Northern Kingdom, there are not many people who are equal to Bale, so there is no need to worry at all. He only needs to worry about himself now. Victor came last night, not only to warn him, but also to bring him a map of the traps. He needed to look carefully, and not fall into the traps. Although his spiritual perception was strong, and he was very sensitive to the changes in the surrounding environment, he still had no way to deal with fixed dead objects like traps. He must pay attention to safety. This was Dole's survival rule. Going up along the river, he walked above the village, past the top watchtower, and Dole entered the ridge. He said hello to the guards, and walked slowly into the mountain alone. His goal today was to test the burning hand, and collect some herbs as a cover. In fact, the experiment can also be carried out in the village, but it is afraid of being discovered by someone, so it is safer in the mountains. The villagers on the watchtower saw Dole entering the mountain, and quickly sent someone to tell Victor, but the man soon came back, and told them not to pay attention. The weather is good today. Although it is a bit cold, the sky is sunny, and there is no wind. Dole went up along the ridge and spent 2 hours to reach the top of the mountain. He stayed for a while and found an open space near the top of the mountain, and then prepared to start the experiment. This place is several kilometers away from the village, and no one should find it. Putting down the things, Dole stood on the ground, took out a standard portion of the burning hand spell material, put it in the palm of his right hand, and then calmed down. Soon, the spell model was outlined. After unremitting hard practice, he was able to complete the construction of the spell model in 2 seconds, and then pushed the spell model, and slowly came to the wrist position. He took a breath, and pushed the spell model into his hand in one breath, penetrating it into the burning hand material in his hand. Boom! A flame burned along the palm of his hand, igniting a flame that instantly spread to the entire hand, and his hand turned into a flaming hand. The temperature of the flame was very high, and it was a little painful on the face, but it had no effect on the palm. Dole was immediately excited, looking at the flame in his hand with excitement. This was a burning hand, and he finally released magic. He looked around and at his feet, grabbed a wooden stick with his left hand, and then put it in his right hand. The flame ignited the wooden stick, and it quickly burned fiercely. Burning hands is a witchcraft, or magic in the eyes of ordinary people. The flame is powerful, about 400 to 600 degrees. It is easy to ignite objects, and the flame has high adhesion. Once burned, it is difficult to extinguish. Quietly feeling the power of magic, Dole's heart was extremely excited. About 20 seconds later, the flame went out, revealing a dark palm, and the materials in the palm had already disappeared, leaving no trace. Dole carefully thought about the principle of burning hands. The spell model, that is, the magic pattern, is the key, and the spellcasting materials only provide the power of magic consumption, nothing more. The most important thing is the construction of the spell model. Burning hands has a total of 36 nodes, each of which has its meaning, and the nodes can also be changed to increase or decrease the power. He used the lowest level vortex node, which can only last for 30 seconds at most. Now it seems that if you want to make the burning hand more powerful and last longer, you need to change the spell model, strengthen the ability of the spell model, and shorten the construction time as much as possible. After figuring this out, Dole knew what to do. Today's goal was to experiment with the burning hand. After returning, he would need to study the magic patterns to enhance his understanding of magic and witchcraft. At the same time, he would also start studying the magic patterns that isolate energy fluctuations, so as to lay the foundation for casting spells in a safe place in the future. This was his goal for the entire winter. Thinking of this, he wanted to waste all the spellcasting materials on hand. It was his first time playing magic, and he had a lot of fun. Next, he tried to cast spells with his left hand, cast spells with both hands, and build 2 spell models at once. Although it was a little difficult, it was still feasible after the test. He could control more than 70 copper coins. Although it was a little difficult to control 2 spell models, it was not impossible to test. Just when he was happy with the test, a figure came from a distance. Dole just took a look and was relieved. It was Ball. Ball walked over slowly. I thought something appeared near the town, so I hurried over. I didn't expect it. He looked at where Dole was playing magic, and he was playing magic with both hands, and he was a little surprised. This little guy's mastery of mental power is too amazing. The idea of visualizing copper coins is really powerful. Controlling dozens of copper coins at a time and multiple casting skills will not be difficult for him in the future. Dole smiled and said, I made some casting materials yesterday, and I couldn't wait to come out and try it today. Now I can use the burning hand as a trick to cheat money when I go out. Ball nodded. That's what a trick is. It's not very powerful, it's just a trick to fool people. When you can become a wizard and learn basic magic, such as small fireballs and wind blades, then you can be considered a real beginner. Dole nodded. At this time, the materials of the burning hand in his hand burned out and disappeared completely. He put down his hands inside. A trick is a trick. It has poor sustainability. After collecting some herbs nearby, Dole pretended to return. When passing by one of the traps, he happened to see 2 rabbits. Dole took them back, reinstalled the trap, and took them back. It was already afternoon when he returned to the village. Before he reached the door, he saw Connie with a basket, as if she was just about to sit at the door. Dole came down from the ridge, past the watchtower, and soon came to the river. Connie saw Dole, stood up, and waved to him vigorously. Magic lines are the same as spell models. They are all patterns with special effects composed of an energy node. The first thing Dole studied was the classic magic line of wizards, the magic line that isolates energy fluctuations. Only after he has mastered this magic line can he do experiments in the room with peace of mind. Otherwise, he has to run out every time, which takes too long and is not conducive to hiding. In fact, he has a lot of ideas waiting for experiments in his heart, and it is not realistic to run out every day. Magic lines are also very particular. Special energy carriers are needed to carry magic lines. It is best to use the skins of various magical beasts, and high-level beast skins are also fine. There are many of these things in the village. He only needs to buy a few pieces. He also needs to refine a wizard-specific pen and special magic pigments. Chapter 76. Dole had studied these things long ago and had prepared some materials when he came. The most difficult one was naturally the magic crystal. Now, he had about 3 pounds of magic crystal residue on hand, which was enough for a while. The wizard's special pen was easy to solve. Bamboo, high-level beast fur, and beast skin were also abundant in the village. The pigment used by wizards needed to be mixed with medicine, which was more troublesome to refine. It was basically the same as refining a new magic potion. Magic crystal, quartz sand, sulfur, crystal, and some wood, special sand, take a certain proportion, grind into extremely fine powder, mix together, and then use mental power to sense whether it is suitable. This alone took Dole several days to complete, wasting a lot of materials. Looking at these things, his heart was bleeding. These are not materials, these are all silver coins. When the weather outside officially entered winter, and a layer of fine ice began to form on the river surface, a strong wind blew from the mountain, and then there were dark clouds all over the sky, and a heavy snow came from the inside of the mountain to the outside. That day, Dole's new house was successfully completed. Victor personally helped to move, and dozens of villagers helped together. It was very lively, especially York. Since he was alive, he was grateful to Dole, and was willing to do anything. Dole saved him, which was equivalent to indirectly saving his family. Dole didn't care. He packed all the secret things and carried them himself. They could move other things. The new house was next to a ridge, a little closer to the town. There was a flat land at the door, and a cliff behind it. The house was made entirely of wood, and even the ground was covered with a layer of wood. It was built very solidly. For this house, Victor put a lot of effort and cut down all the trees that could be cut around. He really wanted to keep Dole in the town. There are 3 rooms in total, 1 big and 2 small. The big house is for living, and Dole can do other things in the small house. It is perfect. There is strength in numbers. Soon, before the heavy snow, all the belongings were moved into the new house. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and some lively villagers became quiet instead, looking at the snowflakes outside. Seeing this situation, Dole was a little confused. At this time, Victor sighed and said to Dole, "Every year when it snows, it is when the wild beasts in the mountains come out to attack the village. When the snow falls in the mountains, the animals will have less food to eat, and they will take the initiative to attack humans. Many people die every winter. Dole has been here for so long that he has some understanding of the population in the town. There are about 400 people in the whole town, and more than 10 children are born every year. However, judging from the number of houses and years around, the total population here has never changed. The consumption is self-evident. Few people in the town will grow old naturally. Most of them die while hunting or collecting herbs." Dole wanted to comfort him, but stopped talking and just said, "If there are any wounded, please send them here as soon as possible. I will try my best to save their lives. This is all I can do." Victor nodded, smiling a little more, and said, "Thank you very much. Don't worry, we will even provide meals for you, a little doctor." He suddenly laughed. Dole touched his nose. Indeed, he had not cooked for himself in such a long time. The villagers left quickly. Dole stood at the door and looked around. He saw many people holding bows and arrows and swords, standing on the observation platform and observing the surroundings. Soon, the whole world was covered with snowflakes. The sky was foggy, and the dark brown land on the ground became less and less, until it was completely covered with snowflakes. The whole world turned into a black and white pattern. So beautiful. Dole looked at it for a while, until his body was covered with snowflakes, and then he slowly returned to his new home. There was a stove in the room, and he needed to light a fire at this time. The weather was getting cold, and even the body of an intermediate warrior apprentice could not withstand the low temperature of -3 or 4 degrees. After finishing the stove, he went to the next door, and took out all the things he needed to use at home, preparing to draw magic patterns. Drawing magic patterns is actually not difficult, just like using mental power to construct a spell model. The difference is that one is in the outside world and will be interfered by many aspects, and the other is in the sea of consciousness, without any interference at all, and the difficulty is geometrically increased. Homemade pins, homemade magic paints, and beast skins, all three are ready, and Dole is ready to start. There are many magic patterns that isolate magic fluctuations. The lowest level is called the primary energy fluctuation suppression pattern. The pattern is a triangle with a circle outside, and there are various patterns inside. There are a total of 72 energy nodes, and there are many intersections of patterns. It is not easy to draw it. Dole made a large box of paint box, which cost him 5 gold coins. He also spent some money to buy more than 30 skins from villagers, retan them, and cut them into palm-sized pieces. There are more than 300 beast skins. In the next few days, he is going to conquer this thing. For this thing, he has invested all his money. When it is used up, he can only go back to the city and buy a new batch of materials, and then come back. Just as he was about to make a move, Ball slapped the door open and walked around the room arrogantly. Dole was confused, not knowing what this guy was doing. Oh, by the way, he didn't tell him about the change of house. Ball didn't care about Dole's change of place, but was relieved. This place is much better, several times better than that broken bamboo building. What are you doing? Are you going to carve a wizard formation? The popular name for magic pattern is magic circle, wizard formation, but he is used to calling it magic pattern. He nodded and said, I need to make a magic pattern that can isolate energy fluctuations as soon as possible. It's too troublesome to run out every time I test magic. Bear nodded and said, yes, I tell you a good news secretly. I found a micro-magic crystal mine with a lot of magic crystals. When you can make explosives or release fireballs, go and collect some. After becoming a high-level wizard, magic crystals will become the biggest shackle for wizards. Most of the magic crystals in the Northern Kingdom are controlled by the government, and there are too few that flow into the public. Dole's eyes lit up when he heard this. Micro-magic crystal mine. What he lacked most now was magic crystals. He hurried over and said, where is it? Bear Dog smiled a little and said, it's very far away. At your current level, it takes half a month just to walk there, so you should speed up your strength. Hearing the 3 words magic crystal mine, Dole was immediately motivated. No matter how far it was, he had to take it. He now fully understood the importance of magic crystals. Ball turned his head, and there was a wicked smile on the dog's face. It was a devil's magic crystal mine. It was snowing outside, so Ball never went out again. He just strolled around the door every day to scare off the dishonest dogs in the village. Since he came, there has been no barking of dogs in the village except when there were accidents or guests, which made the villagers very curious about Ball. Dole practiced magic patterns during the day and practiced at night. Soon, another 10 days passed. This magic pattern is too difficult. Dole was a little frustrated. He failed more than 10 times a day on average, which made him lose his temper. He had never written or held a pen before. When he really picked up a pen, he realized how difficult it was to control this little thing. It was more difficult to control than forging iron. If you are not careful, the strokes will be either light or heavy, which is simply infuriating. Chapter 77. Knowing that he was not good at using a pen, Dole prepared to learn to write, and save the country in a roundabout way. Since he knew where the problem was, he had to find a way to remedy it. This was his consistent principle. However, January was coming soon, and he needed to go to the city to complete the transaction with Laumi and Lily, and buy some paper and pens. He had to study writing hard in order to achieve perfect control of the pen. After talking about this matter, Victor said that he and others also needed to go to the city to sell the furs and medicines accumulated before the snow, and then buy some charcoal, farm tools, and repair damaged bows and swords. Although the village could also repair some, the methods were too rough and not as perfect as the blacksmiths in the city. It was too dangerous to go to the city alone. There were 20 kilometers of mountain roads on the way, and no one knew what would happen. After some discussion, it was decided to set off on the 3rd day, and Dole could only endure for 3 days. On the 4th day, a total of 6 carriages passed the bridge at the entrance of the village and entered the official road. Once the snow fell in the mountains, the roads were basically covered with snow. There were no horses in the village, and only cows were pulling carts. The road was slippery, so the carts were moving very slowly. We set out at dawn in the morning and walked safely to the city gate. It was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. We registered at the city gate, and then did what we had to do. Dole was also ready to do his own thing. He had to see Laumi first. Dole appeared in the future pharmacy in a fur suit. Laomi saw Dole at a glance and invited him to the back. It was still the primary mental potion, and he exchanged some ordinary utensils. In addition, there was money. He saved a lot this time, about 50 gold coins, including the purchase of medicinal materials, and some of the money he spent, and he had 30 gold coins. After the deal with Laomi, Dole let go of his breath and waited for the evening. He and Lily agreed that if they missed the time, they would wait until the evening, she would go home, and they could wait for her on the road. Lily was a servant for the Lake family, and her work was easy. She had recently been promoted to the level of a small steward, and she had a little more time. On the way, he bought a batch of paper, pens, and ink, a lot of them. Soon, it was evening, and he waited quietly at the intersection. Soon, he saw Lily walking alone from the avenue, and the two left together, and soon entered a small alley, and arrived in front of a house. Lily opened the door, and the two went in immediately. Dole took a look. The house was very deserted, and there was no sign of living inside. Obviously, this was just a cover, or another location. Lily opened the door and whispered, "If you don't see my mark in the future, come here. I will do alchemy here at night." Dole was shocked. This guy trusts him so much? Dole nodded and said, "I have 5 bottles of level 2 mental potion, all for you. I need magic crystal residue." It was Lily's turn to be surprised. Dole could refine level 2 mental potion so quickly. If he has mental potion, then wouldn't he be stronger than her? She just glanced at Dole and didn't think too much, but sighed. Dole didn't understand. The two walked through the yard and entered the room. Lily took out a small bag and handed it to Dole. "Although my position has been promoted, I don't have many opportunities to come into contact with magic crystal residue. There are only so many in a month." Dole was a little confused. Cartier gave him some last time, and with what Lily gave him, he could stay quietly in the mountains for more than a month. If the magic crystals were not enough, then he would have to find another way. He subconsciously thought of the black market. Sure enough, just as Ball said, the energy items such as magic crystals were indeed the ones that restricted the apprentices. He frowned and sighed, "Then let's exchange the others for money. I go to the black market in a few days to see if there is anything there." Lily was shocked, but she had no choice. It can only be like this. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Dole shook his head. "Don't expose yourself, and the transaction will proceed normally in the future." Lily nodded. Dole didn't stay for long and was ready to leave. At this time, Lily gave him a pendant. "I made this myself. It has a certain concealment function. Although it is not perfect, you can use it as it is." Dole took the pendant, took a look at it, and then looked at Lily with some surprise. This guy's alchemy level is not bad. Generally, this kind of primary alchemy item will cost at least 15 gold coins. The price is very high, although the effect is average. Dole looked at Lily, looked at her seriously, and said, "Then I will accept your favor." Lily sighed and said, "Wild wizards like us with no background can only rely on ourselves and friends. I am also doing this for myself. Wizards don't have much affection for each other. They all do their own things." Dole also understands this. He didn't dare to talk to Lily for fear of being discovered, and quickly left the yard. "Now that I have bought everything, I will return to the rental house and stay for one night, and go back to the village tomorrow." He now deeply knows that in the Northern Kingdom, the government is indeed the biggest enemy of wild wizards. Therefore, he is now full of endless interest in the miniature magic crystal mine discovered by Ball. As long as there is magic crystal, he can continue to do experiments and improve his shortcomings in wizards. Wizards are a profession that requires a lot of knowledge and practice. No matter how much you remember, you need to evolve into physical objects or practical things in the end to be truly mastered. Back to the rented house, Dole is ready to rest for a night. The key to the house was not returned to Harley, and it was still rented. Anyway, there were only a few silver coins a month. After leaving for a month, I don't know what the situation in the city is like. Dole actually doesn't like the current situation. The news is too closed. Now that the magic crystal mine has officially begun to be mined, the major forces must have compromised. Otherwise, it is difficult for people not to be tempted by the benefits of magic crystals. What he wants to know most now is the dead third master of the Orn family. How is the investigation going now? Just when he was resting, Kadia had received the news and came to the alley outside Dole in the snow. "I got to know this place from Harley, and he would come to take a look every day." Dole did not inform him when he left, so Cartier knew nothing. When he came to the door, he just took a look, and Cartier's eyes lit up. This guy is back. He walked up and knocked on the door quietly. Dole was standing to pack up his things. When he heard the knock on the door, he was immediately happy. Only Harley knew this place, and he thought Harley was here. When he opened the door and saw that it was Cartier, Dole's smile suddenly cooled down. Cartier saw Dole's expression and smiled. "Are you disappointed that Brother Ha didn't come?" Dole made way and said, "Come in." Cartier walked in slowly and looked around. No one had lived here for a long time. He said directly, "How can I find you in the future?" Dole closed the door, glanced at Cartier, and said cautiously, "What do you want to find me for?" What he wanted to say was, "You should stay away from me." Chapter 78. Katia's eyes twitched slightly, but his smile remained unchanged. "You are a wizard, so you need a lot of magic crystals for experiments. I can provide you with some." Dole stared at Katia. "This guy is too mysterious. You don't know what he is going to do." "That's true, but compared to safety, I would rather not have magic crystals." Katia finally couldn't hold back his smile, and his mouth twitched. "Dole, am I so annoying?" Dole didn't look at his expression, and said in a low voice, "You killed a big man quietly, and this poison came from my hand?" Katia's smile slowly faded. He looked at Dole and sighed. In the quiet night, the atmosphere between the two was a little cold. After a long time, when Dole couldn't help but want to go into the house, Cartier's mood suddenly became low, and his voice was a little low and slow. "I tell you a story. Do you want to listen?" Dole frowned. "Come in, it's cold outside." Once upon a time, there was a man with 5 people in his family: parents, a younger brother, and a younger sister. This man's family was very poor, and his father and mother finally had to sell his sister, which made the brother and brother miserable. Many years later, the brother had some success and became a big man, so he looked for his sister everywhere. After an unknown amount of time, he found his sister. The sister was finally sold to a wealthy family as a servant. The brother was very happy, so he went to the door and became a guard to secretly protect his sister. The sister lived a very ordinary life, and was always worried every day. She was often beaten by the master she served. The brother was very angry, so he tried his best to free his sister from her master and put her by his side. The good times didn't last long. The younger sister became more and more beautiful. Soon, she was favored by an old pervert in that family. The brother tried his best to protect his sister. However, due to negligence, his sister was still abused by the old pervert. The brother didn't know about this. He was still trying to improve his life to protect his sister. The good times didn't last long. He found out that his sister was pregnant. This was a real thunderbolt. Later, he found out who did it under his interrogation, but he had no way to find out. When the old pervert saw that his sister was pregnant, he tried to make her abort the child. In the end, the child was aborted and his sister died. This is my story. Cartier's face was extremely gloomy at this time. I tried my best to collect magic crystals and the formula of strange poisons in the world, just to find a wizard to make poison for me, and you happened to be that one. Dole was silent at this time. Unexpectedly, Cartier wanted to kill that person because of this. The hatred of killing his sister was indeed irreconcilable. After Kadia finished speaking, he was completely relieved. He had been holding this matter in his heart for so long, and it was uncomfortable. Now that he spoke it out, he felt relieved. In the silent night, a tear fell from the corner of his eye, which was quietly wiped away by Kadia. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. There was not even a little starlight. Kadia felt extremely complicated. Dole's heart was also extremely complicated at this time. Kadia did use him, but it was not really use. The two of them were at most an exchange. He thought for a while and said, "What are you going to do next?" "That person is dead?" Kadia had recovered at this time, and his tone was calm. "What else can I do? Although my sister's revenge has been avenged, where can I go? At present, the 3 most powerful families in Duming City. It doesn't matter which family you join. Kadia can also mix in the Orn family." Dole nodded. He didn't say anything, but just sighed in his heart. At this time, Kadia continued, "I know you are a wizard. What about your magic crystal? This kind of thing is not easy to find on the market." Dole didn't expect him to ask this question, so he said, "I will go to the black market recently." Kadia nodded, and then whispered, "There is a senior wizard apprentice named Beaky in the Ability Society. It has been tested that the poison in the old guy is white cicada." Then, he gave a general introduction to the wizard power of the Orn family, as well as Beaky's situation. "Be careful when you meet these people in the future, don't get caught." After listening to this, Dole was shocked. The Ability Society is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and they can find such an unpopular poison as white cicada. It's really amazing. Moreover, the number of wizards in the Orn family was quite a lot, which was what surprised him. However, After thinking about it, it was also true that they had controlled the city of Duming for so many years, second only to the Link family. How could they not have any power? With such a huge family business, it was normal to train a few wizards. Maybe there were even more powerful wizards outside. He nodded, and then said, I know, thank you for telling me. Cartier went to Dole to talk about the matter of Beaky. After that, he relaxed a little. With Dole's cautiousness, he would definitely not reveal any clues. He took out a small bag from his arms, which was much smaller than the last bag, and said, I can only get so many magic crystals, and I give them all to you. Dole did not take it directly, but looked at him and said, Why? Kadia's mouth twitched, and he said, No reason, I just like you. Dole's face was gloomy. He took a long breath, forced himself to suppress his desire for the magic crystal, and pointed outside, If you want a fair exchange, we can keep trading. If you want to give it to me, forget it. It's not easy to repay a favor from a big shot like you. He made poison for him once, and it caused such a big trouble. There will definitely be bigger troubles in the future. Kadia's face sank, and he slowly put away the bag. He knew that Dole's character would not change easily. Then let's talk about it later. I will keep these things for you. If there are any medicines for warriors, you can keep them for me. I will buy them when the time comes. In addition, I am a first-level sword fighter, close to a second-level sword fighter. After saying that, he turned and left. Hearing this, Dole was shocked. This guy was silent day by day, but he turned out to be an extraordinary master who entered the level. Thinking of this, he was afraid. If this guy wanted to harm him, it would really be a matter of one sword. There is a world of difference between being upgraded and not being upgraded. After being upgraded, you can beat the same profession that is not upgraded. It is not an exaggeration. Although the wizard profession is powerful, the body is weak. Being approached by a sword fighter is really a disaster. Seeing Kadia leave and quickly disappear in the darkness of the alley, Dole couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, this guy didn't have the intention to kill. After Kadia left, Dole walked to the door, closed the door, and sighed softly. This guy is also a pitiful person. But this guy also got revenge. He may live for himself in the future. What can he do to help him? After a night, he gathered at the door with everyone the next morning. The ox cart carried a large amount of goods, and went out of the city, and soon disappeared in the black and white world. The sky was gloomy, and the light was dim. After leaving the city, and leaving the mining area, they entered the road where there were no people. At this time, everyone also quieted down and looked around with sharp eyes. Dole had a sword hanging on his waist, and had already put his things on the carriage. He walked quietly behind. Chapter 79. The mountains on both sides were very quiet, without even the sound of birds. In this world of ice and snow, apart from the raptors that were still circling in the sky, ordinary birds rarely came out. The road was winding, and soon they passed the first town. After shouting at each other across the Duming River, they continued to move forward. Soon they saw the entrance to the town, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, someone found something wrong. Brother, do you think something happened in our town? There is not even a person at the entrance. Hearing this, everyone looked over. Yes, usually when they come back at this time, there must be many people to greet them. Why is there no one today? Victor immediately thought of something and said, Let 4 people watch the ox cart move slowly, and the others follow me. Maybe there are wild animals coming down the mountain. The villagers often exercise and move quickly. When they heard this, they were immediately anxious. The old and the young were all at home. This was terrible. No one wanted to stay, and finally Victor could only call out names, and force 3 people to stay with Dole beside the ox cart. The others ran forward along the main road, and soon passed the small bridge over the river, entered the town, and disappeared. Do you think there will be any trouble? The 3 people who stayed were all young men. At this time, they drove the cart and talked anxiously. How do I know? My parents and brother are at home. Don't panic, let's go back quickly, we can still help. They subconsciously glanced at Dole, but saw that Dole's eyes were the same as theirs, all falling on the town in the distance, with a solemn expression. Dole's perception was strong, but not strong enough to perceive the village 1 kilometer away, but his eyesight was strong. Although the weather was dim, he still saw 2 or 3 forest wolves on the ridge heading towards the town. These were just ordinary beasts, with a higher combat power than ordinary civilians, but there were more of them. The villagers also came out at this moment. Some were in the village road, some were on the roof, some were holding swords, and some were holding bows. There were several wolf corpses lying on the ground, but there were also several people lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The distance was too far, and Dole only saw these. He did not speak, but was thinking, why was Ball not in the village? Did this guy run into the mountains again? Ball was a level 7 creature, born strong. If he didn't want to, no beast or monster would come to the village, unless he was not there. The 4 people drove the ox cart anxiously, and soon came to the town entrance. At this time, they had seen what was going on, and they didn't care about the ox cart. They picked up their weapons, and rushed over, leaving Dole and the ox cart. The ox in the ox cart was also restless at this time, and did not dare to go up the bridge. It looked at the ridge in the distance with horror, and a thick white breath was spewed from its mouth. Dole stood calmly on the bridge at this time, took out the bow and arrow from behind, and looked at it from a distance. At this time, the forest wolves on the mountain were retreating step by step. When Dole and his men came, the forest wolves had already begun to retreat into the mountain. Not long after, a shout of victory broke out in the village, and at the same time, some people hurried to the bridge. Dr. Linrue, come quickly, many people are injured, Corey is useless, he can only control the injuries. York was the one who ran in the lead, followed by several half-grown children. Corey was the original doctor in the village. He was just an ordinary doctor. Naturally, he didn't have Dole's methods. Dole waved at him and shouted, "Don't come over," asked a few people to watch the carriage, and the rest of you carry the people to my yard. He put down his bow, took his big box and baggage, and quickly rushed to his house. The village was in a mess at this time, and no one cared about him. When Dole came to the yard, Victor had already brought everyone over, neatly placed on the door panel, and placed flat in the snow-covered yard. Dole glanced at it, and saw more than a dozen people lying there. The heaviest one almost had his intestines pierced, and his intestines could be seen wriggling inside. Fortunately, it was winter, and the organs rotted slowly. If it was summer, the person would probably die at this time. He immediately gave orders and said, "Go 2 people, go in and light the stove. The firewood is in the yard. Carry these seriously injured people to my room. Corey, come in and sew them up with me." Corey nodded. He was the saddest. These were his relatives, compatriots, and brothers. As soon as Dole said that, he immediately moved and directly directed the actions of others. The group began to get busy. With the magic potion, it was easy to save these people's lives. They were busy from the afternoon until 12 o'clock in the evening. The 2 lit candles and treated all the wounds. Fortunately, they came back early, found out quickly, and found out that something was wrong as soon as possible and immediately provided support, so none of the injured died. After finishing, Corey was almost exhausted. He was just an ordinary person, not a professional. Although he usually exercises, his body is still a little bit poor. After finishing, Corey looked at Dole and asked, panting, "Brother Linrue, can I learn from you?" Dole looked at him and shook his head. "You can learn, but you may not learn it. You don't have the talent. There is a biotechnology subject in alchemy, and there is a part of it in potion science. Most of them are beasts, and a small part are human bodies." Dole can tell him what the public knows, but there is no way to deal with extraordinary or medicinal materials. Any potion will require the assistance of mental power. Corey is just an ordinary person, and his mental power is not enough, so he can't make it at all. Corey was a little disappointed. The person who had treated the wound was quickly pulled back carefully. Soon, there was nothing else in the room except garbage and blood. He sighed, cleaned up everything in the yard, and then went to sleep. In the following time, there was nothing to do. Dole practiced writing every day, occasionally went to see the wounded, told Corey what to do, and taught him some things that ordinary doctors could not learn at all. Corey was overjoyed. In the past, Dole thought writing was not difficult, but when he really started to practice writing, he felt very difficult. There were so many crooked strokes. Even with his current control, he could not make every word perfect. It took a lot of time to learn to write, plus meditation every night. It was more than 10 days later when he started to prepare to draw magic patterns again. At this time, he had accumulated more than 90 copper coins, and his mental power was growing slowly and steadily. Ball came back several times in the middle, but soon disappeared in the mountains and forests, and his whereabouts were unknown. Dole could only be speechless about this. Dole was ready to draw the magic pattern. This time he was well prepared. Although he was not completely sure, he had more confidence than before. Take out the paint, the animal's skin, the brush, and get ready. Dole was ready to draw. At this time, there was a rustling sound outside, and soon the door opened automatically, and Ball walked in. Seeing the situation in front of Dole, Ball was a little surprised. Are you ready to draw the magic pattern? Dole nodded. This guy was elusive every day, and no one knew where he was. Why did he come back today? Ball saw Dole's doubts, so a dull voice sounded, a new round of wind and snow is coming outside. He came to the room, found a comfortable place, and lay down. Chapter 80. Dole was stunned. Is it going to snow again? But he put the thought aside immediately, closed his eyes, calmed down, and began to draw the magic pattern. This time, his writing was smooth, and his mental power flowed into the animal's skin along the tip of the pen. He had a little meaning. After drawing a magic pattern, he found fewer problems than before, but he still failed. The magic pattern did not light up, and he failed. Dole was not discouraged, but continued to draw. In this way, 3 days passed quickly. The outside world was indeed as Ball said. From the second day, heavy snow fell outside. The last snow had not melted, and it started again this time. A thick layer of snow quickly accumulated on the ground. The snow fell on the ground, making a little subtle sound, which was very pleasant to the ears. Dole's first successful magic pattern was also on the third day. He finally mastered the trick and succeeded at once. However, if he wanted to isolate magic fluctuations, one was not enough, at least 5 were needed, which were pasted on the 4 sides of the house and the roof respectively, so that ordinary people and low-level professionals would not feel it. If he wanted to prevent the entry-level professionals from feeling it, he still needed to work hard and draw the second-level energy isolation magic pattern as soon as possible. But no matter what, it was finally successful, and it was also a good start. With the first finished product, the second finished product was not far away. Dole quickly drew the second, third, fourth, and even the fifth. But at this time, the paint was also used up. With these 5 energy fluctuation isolation magic patterns, Dole could test witchcraft in the room without worrying about running to the mountains. For a simple burning hand, he still has many ideas to do, and then change the way of the spell node of the burning hand, enhance the power of the burning hand, etc. There are many things to do. In addition, he also needs to study other magic, such as the mage's hand, to prepare for material science. Lily can do alchemy by herself, and Dole thinks he should be able to do it. Of course, what restricts him at present is not knowledge or witchcraft, but magic crystal. As the initial carrier of energy, without magic crystal, he, a senior wizard apprentice, can do nothing. The energy fluctuation isolation magic pattern is drawn on the animal's skin. It looks like an extra layer of pattern on the animal's skin. It is not very eye-catching. It consumes the magic power in the pigment and blocks the transmission of energy fluctuations. Once activated, it can last for a long time. Of course, the longest time will not exceed 20 days. When the magic power inside is used up, it must be replaced. This thing is actually a consumable. Dole did not use it directly, but put it aside and began to prepare the second-level mental potion. This thing will use magic crystals. So far, he has only sold it to Lily. He has not used it himself, and does not know how effective it is. He is not in a hurry to improve his mental power now, so he is reluctant to use it. 1 pound of magic crystal residue can refine half a pound of pigment, can refine 10 portions of the burning hand spell material, and can also add 10 bottles of second-level mental potion. After counting these things, the magic crystals on hand are just used up again, and it is impossible to try other things. He still has to go to the city, sell the mental potion, and go to the black market to buy enough magic crystals with gold coins. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. The magic pattern problem was solved, and now he had to do other things. These things have to be done one by one, slowly. After preparing the mental potion, the heavy snow outside had stopped and the sky was getting brighter. When I was in the city before, there were always people sweeping snow in the mines, and I could work every day, so I didn't feel anything. Now that I came to the village, I couldn't do anything when it snowed, but I felt much more relaxed. There was a thick layer of snow on the ground, and even the townspeople didn't come out to practice boxing and swords. Time soon came to mid-December. According to the agreed time, Dole needed to go to the city. He didn't call anyone else, took Ball with him, said a word to Victor, and left the town. Victor didn't agree at first, but Dole was determined, and he had no choice but to watch Dole leave at the entrance of the village. Soon he turned into a black dot in the white world and disappeared on the road. Victor looked at Dole and always felt that this guy was a little mysterious. He was a rough man. Although he sometimes thought a lot, he didn't think much about Dole at all. As long as he was still here, the ordinary villagers in the town could be guaranteed to be sick but not dead. This was the key point. No matter who he is, at least he has never harmed anyone. He once suspected that he was a wizard, but Dole's room was never locked, and anyone could go in and see. Connie went to deliver food every day, and found nothing unusual. If there was anything unusual, it was that the things he used to make medicine looked very advanced and strange. He could always make some incredible medicines, far beyond the scope of ordinary medicines. Thinking of this, he thought of the notice issued by the city a few months ago to collect possible evidence of wizards. Who cares, as long as he is good to us? They knew the black terror of wizards, but there were also good wizards, right? Dole returned to the city, and went to Laumi first to trade 20 primary mental potions. This time he only sold the potions for money, and did not take anything. Although Laumi was surprised, he did not say anything. The next was Lily. She exchanged 5 secondary mental potions for the same amount of magic crystal residue as last time, about 1.5 kilograms. Lily compensated the rest with gold coins. It can be seen that Lily was also very tight on money, and did not give many gold coins. Dole harvested 50 gold coins, plus the remaining gold coins from last time. The number of gold coins on him has reached 80. For ordinary people, this is definitely a huge sum of money, but for wizards, 80 gold coins can only buy a little bit of things. Normal magic crystals, even 1 unit requires about 50 gold coins, and residues also require 10 gold coins per kilogram, not to mention the finished wizard tools, which are even more valuable. Lily told him that he had accepted a mission to assassinate the deputy leader of an underground organization in Duming City, and wanted to invite Dole. Dole refused. He was not at the stage to kill people everywhere. He had the skills, so why did he fight and kill? In fact, he was also wondering why Lily liked to do assassination when she had a foundation in alchemy. He really didn't understand. After the two separated, Dole left the city before the city gate closed and entered the vast world. The black market is not a fixed place. He has several places, and trades once a month in rotation. Dole knows where these places are, and where the trade is this month. He is ready to take a look, so this time he specially called Ball to be his escort. When it comes to cheating, there is absolutely no one more perverted than Ball. Calling Ball can ensure that nothing goes wrong. However, Ball may not take action when testing him, so Dole brought a lot of things, various poisons, hallucinogenic drugs with or without additives, as well as crossbows, swords, more than 10 sets of burning hand materials, animal skins that isolate energy fluctuations, and basically everything he can carry with him to prevent accidents. The two gradually walked into the wind and snow, and soon turned into the mountains by the roadside. That's right, the place for the transaction is in the mountains, in the unknown mountains. Chapter 81. Following the valley, we walked for about 5 or 6 kilometers, and soon saw an open valley. The dark sky suddenly became clear, and a black area appeared in the vast white world. In this black area, there were tents of various colors on the ground. When Dole saw the tent, a figure soon appeared in front of him. The figure was wrapped in a white cloak. If he didn't pay attention, he couldn't see it. He was startled. "Who is it?" The voice of the person in the white cloak came without any emotional fluctuations. "This is the guardian of the black market." Dole lowered his head, and bowed slightly, "The man of the night." At this time, the sky was slightly dark, but not dark yet, and things in the distance could be seen a little clearly. "Who is it is just a command, and the man of the night is also a command." The man in the white cloak nodded and said, "The entrance fee is 1 gold coin. In addition, you are a newcomer, so be careful and leave quickly after the transaction." Dole did not nod, but handed the gold coin to the man, then bowed, and then quickly walked into the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he could clearly see the tents. At this time, he saw that there were words written on each tent here: selling mineral materials in exchange for medicine or finished alchemy, selling various medicines in exchange for special magic patterns, or selling finished alchemy in exchange for medicine, etc. There were some things placed on the opening of the tent, but they were not very expensive. Obviously, expensive things would not be placed at the door. This is a black market that no one manages. There are a total of 8 tents, and people are sitting in the tents, all wrapped in a white cloak, with a vague aura on their bodies, and they are not easy to mess with at first glance. Dole was a little shocked. There were so many wild wizards in this small city of Duming. At the same time, he became alert. Maybe there were spies from the supernatural society among these strong men. There were such plots in many books. What Dole needed was magic crystals. He had no shortage of other things, but these people didn't seem to have many magic crystals. Almost no one wanted to exchange magic crystals. Walking past several stalls, only the last stall said that magic crystals could be exchanged, but the other party needed finished second-level magic potions. Dole just glanced at the sign at the door, then stopped, stood at the door, and looked at the person inside. The man was wrapped in a layer of black robes. The clothes seemed to be not simple. They had the function of energy isolation, and could not sense anything. Seeing Dole stop, the man raised his head, revealing only a pair of eyes, and a hoarse voice sounded, "What do you need?" "I have magic crystals, and various alchemical products here." Dole waved to Ball, asking him to wait, and then glanced at the man. After a moment, he slowly spoke in a false voice, "I need magic crystals, and I will exchange them for level 2 mental potions." His voice was very low, so that only the man could hear it. However, at this time, Dole still felt that the people around him seemed to look at him after he spoke. The man also showed a look of shock, staring at him. "Level 2 mental potion? According to the market price, 1 bottle is worth 30 gold coins, and 5 bottles are 150 gold coins. Do you need to exchange them all for magic crystals?" Dole looked him straight in the eye, and said, "I only need magic crystals or magic crystal residues." "Do you have so much stock?" Hearing this, the people around pricked up their ears. The man's voice sounded low. 150 gold coins can only be exchanged for 3 units of magic crystals, and the magic crystal residue can only be exchanged for 15 kilograms, but I don't have that much, so I only buy 3 bottles. Other fellows will definitely be willing to exchange the other 2 bottles with you." He fiddled with his hands in his sleeves for a while, and took out 2 bags. One bag was very small, and seemed to have nothing in it, while the other bag was bulging with things. Dole took the bag and took a look. One was a unit of magic crystal, a square finished magic crystal the size of a fingernail. Even through the cloth bag, you can feel the rich energy on it, while the other bag was magic crystal residue, which was a piece of broken crystal with extremely low energy density. After weighing it with his hand, Dole nodded, took out 3 bottles of potion and handed them to him. Just as this was over, someone on the other 2 sides shouted, "Hey, new guy, come here, I have magic crystal residue." "Hey, new guy, I have some here too. I can guarantee your safety, that old ghost will definitely pay attention to you." The first person who spoke was immediately furious. "Bullshit, you are the one who wants to pay attention to the little guy, come to me, I can give you more." Dole was a little puzzled. He felt that the second-level mental potion was not difficult to refine. Why did these people seem to be in short supply? He glanced at the 2 tents, and then walked towards the tent of the first person who spoke. The people around saw this, and felt sorry. Dole had just left, and the person who traded with him quietly popped out a small thing, which just stuck to his clothes. He looked away, pretending nothing had happened, and continued to wait calmly. Dole also didn't feel anything and went forward. He soon came to the man, whose tent had a sign for finished alchemical tools and medicines, but it didn't say anything about exchanging for magic crystals. The man was wearing a mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. Seeing Dole coming, he was immediately overjoyed. "I didn't expect that it was a good deal to come here after jumping 50 kilometers. I actually met a master who made magic potions." Dole was silent. "Can you make potions?" It's really funny. But when he thought that these people might not even have the formula, he couldn't laugh. His formula was given by Ball, and where these people's formulas came from was really unknown. He suddenly understood why these people needed mental potions. They might not have the formula at all, or they didn't know how to make them. He nodded and said, "You heard me, I need magic crystals. 2 bottles of level 2 spiritual potion, right?" The man threw out a bag full of magic crystal residues. "I give you a little more, we continue the trade next time." His voice was unpleasant, and full of weirdness. Dole looked at the bag, then took out the remaining 2 bottles, and threw them to the man. "Are there any more? I want to buy some magic crystals with gold coins." After getting the potion, the man immediately lost his enthusiasm and laughed out loud. "Using gold coins to buy magic crystals, you can think of it. If you can tell me your real name, I can tell you how to use magic patterns to refine magic crystal residues." Hearing this, Dole looked straight at the man without saying a word. "Want to know my name and then attack me? You old bad guy." The man looked at Dole indifferently. At this time, the sky had begun to darken, and Dole was ready to go back. It was too scary to walk in the dark in this icy and snowy land. This time, the mission was easier than ever before, and he didn't even spend the gold coins on him. Now he finally understood the general meaning of the black market. Barter, some things can't be bought with money, so accumulating various alchemical items is the right way. When he was about to leave, 4 or 5 people came from the valley entrance, all together, wrapped in white robes, only revealing a pair of eyes. When Dole saw this, his pupils shrank. It seemed that he was the only one who used his face when he came here, and the others didn't let people see it. They all couldn't see the light, but it was a pity that Lousy's land was also a disguise. Chapter 82. Things went smoother than ever before. It was getting dark, and Dole was about to leave. He and his dog walked towards the valley entrance. At this moment, Ball suddenly said, "The first guy you traded with did something to you. Don't go out the way you came. Let's go to the valley next door." Dole was startled, and then he pulled at his clothes, but couldn't find it. He immediately poured out his mental power frantically, penetrating through his skin and into his clothes. Lifting up his clothes, he soon found a strange particle under his cloak, which was not there before. "I thought it was really easy, but it turns out that I still have to fight wits and courage." Dole laughed at himself, and did not throw the thing away. Instead, he took it down with a gloomy face, held it in his hand, looked around, and then strode forward, and soon turned into another ravine. There was no road in the ravine. He moved his feet, used his blood and chi, stepped on the stone tip in the river, and ran up the mountain easily. His body had already entered the advanced warrior apprentice stage without him noticing, and the bone forging and storage training had almost been completed. After the wizard entered the advanced apprentice stage, his mental power was strong and radiated all around all the time. Although he didn't want to exercise, the instinct of survival in his subconscious mind actively affected his blood, tendons, and bones. In addition, the food in the village was not bad, and his blood gradually became vigorous, and he naturally entered a realm. At this time, his strength was about 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. With one foot, he jumped forward a long way. Jumping in the mountains was very physically demanding. Dole ran for half an hour, then stopped, looked around, found a platform, stood on it, and waited slowly. As for Ball, he ran more easily than Dole. He didn't even run, but floated on the snow easily. With a light jump, he jumped forward dozens of meters as if in the air, and there was not even a footprint. It was so enviable. After a while, the sky was completely dark. In the dark night, there was an indescribable silence in the silent snowy valley. There was no sound at all. It was so quiet that only his breathing and heartbeat could be heard. Soon, a series of approaching sounds came from a distance. It was the sound of footsteps gently falling on the snow. The sound was very even and slow. He seemed to be very careful. Soon, he came not far from Dole, and became more careful. Not long after, he suddenly moved and walked up directly from below. The night was like day in his eyes. He saw Dole sitting on the stone with a solemn expression at a glance. At this time, Dole also looked at him, and their eyes met. The man was dressed in a white robe, blending with the surrounding snow. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. At this time, the two saw each other. Dole's heart sank. It was indeed him. He came here without even changing his clothes. The man in white robe also stared at him. He was shocked. The other party was waiting for him here. He said to himself that it was not good, and then quickly retreated. At this time, he felt that he could not move. He was extremely horrified. He had just waited there for a while to poison, but when did he get poisoned? At this time, he saw the other party stand up as if nothing had happened, walked over step by step, and came to him gently. In the dark night, his eyes gradually became turbid, his spirit was completely scattered, and he could not maintain control of his body. He looked a little dazed, and vaguely saw the other party gently lift up his hat, then scratch his face a few times, easily tearing off the disguise on his face, revealing his horrified expression. The white-robed man suddenly felt desperate. At this moment, he heard the man opposite him take a step back, and a slightly low voice sounded. In the city of Duming, there is only one force that is qualified to possess a large number of magic crystals, and that is the Imperial Supernatural Society. Since you can possess so many magic crystals, I can guess that you are from the Supernatural Society. As far as I know, among the 8 senior apprentices of the Supernatural Society, only 2 are of civilian origin and are usually very poor. One is called Beaky, and the other is called Andy. Beaky is responsible for all external affairs, and Andy is responsible for all internal affairs. It seems that you should be Beaky. Beaky was more shocked than anyone else at this moment. What's wrong with this man? How come he knows everyone in their supernatural society? How is this possible? Shocked, at this time, Dole was also grateful for Cuddy's intelligence. If it weren't for Cuddy, he would still be kept in the dark today. When he saw the true face of this person, he thought of Beaky mentioned by Cuddy, and then threatened him with words. Sure enough, when he saw the shocked look on Beaky's face, he was still quite satisfied. This was also a little trick learned from reading books. It was to attack the enemy with words, hit his self-confidence, and break through his psychological defenses. Then it would be much easier to communicate. Dole chuckled. The possibility of a commoner becoming a wizard is very low. First, there are no resources. Second, there are no resources. Third, there are still no resources. So, you have to find a way to participate in the market, and then find a way to obtain resources. This is a good move. Do you think that I can think of this, but others can't think of it? He continued to threaten Beaky with words, but they were all blind guesses. Beaky was really panicked at this time. He had participated in the market more than a dozen times, and felt that he was foolproof. He didn't expect that there were so many flaws in front of outsiders. He actually found that his breathing was smoother, and his throat was a little loose. He should be able to speak, so he said hoarsely, "What are you going to do to me?" Dole sneered, "You did something to me, and you still ask me what to do?" Beaky was immediately disheartened. At this moment, his eyes suddenly went black, and he knew nothing. Dole watched him fall to the ground and sighed in his heart. This man could not be killed for the time being. He robbed him, and let him remember it for a long time. As for suppressing him and making him unconscious, it was not his own means, but Lord Ball's. He was just pretending to be powerful. He was also a little scared. If Ball hadn't followed him this time, he would probably have died directly. The world is dangerous. After searching him, Dole left him one set of clothes, and then took all the other things from him. Don't say it, he is a member of the Supernatural Society. He has a lot of things on him. Dole searched him, and found 5 magic crystals on him. There were not many residues, and there were also a few finished low-level alchemy equipment. Dole didn't look at it carefully, and put them on his body, and then prepared to slip away. It was winter now, and it was dark, and the temperature was very low, but this guy, as a senior wizard apprentice, should not freeze to death. Even if he froze to death, what did it have to do with him? Not killing him on the spot was very face-saving. He went back along the original route. Don't say it, it was still scary to climb the mountain in the dark. It was dark all around, there was no reference, and it was hard to tell the direction. The more he walked, the more panic he felt. He didn't even know where he was. If it weren't for Ball, Dole would even want to find a place to rest. The mountain at night was too scary. Soon, Ball led him out of the mountainous area, and the man and the dog ran toward Senhika town in the night. Bitch opened his eyes, and moved his hands a little, and suddenly a stabbing pain came over his heart. He was a little confused. The other party didn't kill him? But he quickly thought that he had to get up quickly in the ice and snow, otherwise he would be frozen to death. When he moved, severe pain came from all over his body. Chapter 83. Damn it, my hands and feet are frozen. Baichi cursed while trying to get up. At this time, he had already seen that except for his clothes, everything else on his body had been searched clean, and nothing was left. He didn't have the energy to care about these things. He hurriedly used his mental power to cover his whole body, stimulate the heart to supply blood, and bring heat to the whole body. It was the middle of the night, and in the mountains, it was a miracle that he could survive. Not long after, he felt that his hands, feet, and arms could move, and then he limped down the mountain. After walking a short distance, he suddenly turned and came to the river next to him. He touched under a tall stone, took out a bundle, and then took out a few things from it. He quickly put one of them around his neck, and the whole person immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This little thing has no other function. It can form a small stand to resist the surrounding abnormal temperature environment, and can slightly resist the low temperature. That person didn't kill him, so he had no right to resent him. If he could not move easily, then that person was definitely not a force he could contend with. He was lucky not to die. He had always been very cautious, and being cautious now could save his life. He soon came out of the valley. At this time, he thought that he might have been deceived by the other party's words. If he had been discovered earlier, how could he still come out to trade safely? He would have been caught by them earlier. Although those who could come to the black market were not masters, some of them had very strong mental power, almost close to first-level wizards. They were all old foxes among old foxes. It was impossible that they did not catch him when they discovered him. That man should be quite old and a veteran. He was set up by me, and he immediately turned the tables on me. He didn't kill me, which obviously had something to do with his supernatural powers, but I didn't know who it was. He couldn't figure it out at all along the way. Beach was heartbroken, because he lost too many things this time. He had worked for several months in vain. Dole was counting the spoils of this war at the moment. The amount of magic crystals was enough for daily experiments, and at least 3 months of squandering. He didn't have to worry about it for the whole winter. He could concentrate on refining the second-level mental potion, learning magic patterns, and then making some small things. From poverty to ordinary wealth, Dole felt that the world was changing in 1,000 ways. In addition to magic crystals, he also gained a lot of things, materials, etc., but he soon discovered that the 3 bottles of mental potions he traded to Bitch seemed to be missing. That guy is really cunning. He must have left some things outside, and didn't finish robbing. Dole said to Ball in silence. Ball snorted and didn't say anything. Dole continued to count the items. More than a dozen magic pattern skins, 2 finished magic patterns. The specific functions are still unknown. A ring, a pendant, the functions are still unclear and need to be figured out, and a small bronze plate. The magic pattern on it is very familiar. It seems to be to isolate energy fluctuations. This is actually a finished magic weapon, an alchemy product. Basically, these are the things. Dole feels that he has made a fortune. Last month, he was still timid and didn't dare to drink the second-level mental potion he refined. Now that he has become a rich man, he can drink as much as he wants. It's really wonderful. No wonder Nalyi often shouts in the book, killing people and arson, golden belt. The business without capital is really the most cost-effective. However, unless you are strong, it is really difficult to do this kind of thing. You may capsize at any time. If it weren't for Ball, I would be lying in the mountains now. Thinking of this, Dole did not relax too much, but was a little alert. Although I have read so many books, I still feel too naive. When Victor woke up early in the morning, he heard the news that Dole came back late last night, and he was a little surprised. He dared to wander around in the mountains at night. This guy either has special support or thinks he is very strong. After sending away the villagers who reported the news, he thought about it, and decided to follow Connie to see when delivering food. On the ridge in the early morning, above the scattered town, wisps of smoke soon emerged and floated in the air, which was very dreamy and added some embellishment to the surrounding nature. Not long after, Victor and Nicole came to Dole's door together. They saw Dole boxing in the yard, which looked very strange. Dole also saw Victor and his daughter. Thank you very much. How can you come here in person to deliver the food? Dole immediately walked out to the door, took the basket, and touched Connie's head. Connie asked curiously, Brother Linrue, what kind of boxing do you practice? I have never seen it before. Dole glanced at Connie and said softly, it's a basic boxing method called cross-boxing. It can be used to fight against people, but it won't work against beasts. Here, I give you something good. Victor also saw that this was a close-range boxing method, so he shook his head. Basic boxing methods were garbage to him, but he could also see that Dole didn't have any good boxing methods. However, he saw that Dole had a sword, so this guy should also know some swordsmanship. I heard from them that you didn't come back until midnight last night. Victor asked as he followed him in. Dole nodded. I was late when I left the city. I encountered something on the way, and was delayed for a while. Come in. This time when I went to the city, I asked someone to buy a few bottles of good potions, specially for you. Victor was a little surprised. Dole said it was a good potion. What could it be? After entering the house and putting down the food, Dole took out a shiny necklace and 2 bottles of red potions. The necklace was just an ordinary necklace, and he gave it to Connie, while the 2 bottles of fiery red potions cheered Victor up. His eyes widened. Level 2 strength potion? Dole nodded and said, drink it yourself, don't tell others. Victor originally wanted to refuse the necklace Dole gave him, but now looking at the medicine in his hand, the necklace was just rubbish. He was very entangled. This bottle of potion was 10 gold coins. It seems that this guy knows that he has discovered something. He must be a wizard, but I don't know whether he is a junior apprentice or an intermediate apprentice. He gritted his teeth, accepted the potion, and then slowly exhaled. Thank you for your kindness, thank you. I won't be polite. Dole raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, you're welcome. It should be. Thank you for taking care of me for so long. Victor shook his head and said seriously, I kept you just because you are a great doctor, very powerful, and can reduce the casualties in my town. I have no other intentions. It was like this before, and it will be the same in the future. Dole shrugged. How could it be? I am also from an ordinary family. Victor could actually see that Dole lived very cautiously and stingily. It was not because he was in financial difficulty, but just a habit. This habit only existed in children from poor families. He nodded, clenched the potion in his hand, and said, okay, I go then. Although the intermediate strength potion does not improve much for a high-level warrior apprentice, the effect of taking it for the first time is still very large, and it can greatly enhance strength. This is a huge improvement for Victor, who improves a little bit every day. If his strength reaches a higher level, he can learn fighting spirit. Chapter 84. As the head of a town, he had the Dochi technique bestowed by the city lord, but he had never reached the standard for training. After taking these 2 bottles of potions, he would be qualified to practice. When he became a first-level warrior, he would be able to better protect the village. After leaving Dole's small courtyard, he quickly returned home and hid the potion, preparing to drink it during his training at night. With the iron plate-shaped magic weapon, Dole was no longer afraid of being discovered when testing the burning hand, and he was also bold in refining the second-level mental potion. The iron plate was easy to activate. Just put some magic crystal residue on it, and then activate it with mental power. It will automatically absorb the energy in the residue. This kind of low-level magic weapon almost doesn't need to be afraid of being tampered with by others. It's too low-level, and Ball has checked it, and it's really nothing. He now feels that his greatest luck in this life is not any talent, but Ball. Doing good things really pays off. After spending several days to refine a batch of 10 bottles of second-level mental potion, and then refine a batch of materials for the burning hand, Dole planned to practice this witchcraft well, and then consider the matter of the wizard's hand. One trick, eat all the world. This sentence is true everywhere. For more than 10 days, Dole stayed in the yard and didn't come out much. As long as there was no one, he would try to rebuild the spell model of the burning hand. The shape of the spell model of the burning hand is fixed, and what is not fixed is the construction method of the node. Different construction methods contain different mental powers and different mental attributes. There are many kinds of spell nodes. The lowest level of vortex, tetrahedron, polyhedron. From low to high level, the difficulty is also doubled, but correspondingly, the power and controllability of the spell will also be greatly improved. The same spell, practiced once or twice and practiced 10,000 times, the effect is completely different. Just like swinging a sword, swinging a few hundred swords and swinging tens of thousands of swords are 2 different concepts. As a wizard, you have to choose what kind of spells are suitable for you, different environments, and what kind of effects are caused. These are all very valuable to study. For example, if you want to go to an underground passage, you need to use a bright type of witchcraft. Obviously, you need a long duration and brighter witchcraft. If you insist on choosing a powerful but short duration witchcraft, it is definitely not suitable. Not only is it a waste of materials, but it is also inefficient. In the following time, the spell model of the burning hand began to be studied. At the beginning, in order to quickly condense the spell model, it is natural to condense the simplest vortex spell node. With the improvement of mental power and control, after becoming familiar with it, you begin to study other node methods, such as tetrahedral nodes. The nodes of the tetrahedron are slightly stronger than the vortex nodes. The triangle represents stability in the model structure. Any side is the same. The output of mental power can release the same burning hand effect. When Dole only has 70 copper coins, he can control the vortex, and when he has 100, he can replace all the vortex nodes with tetrahedrons. Sometimes, he also tried to mix vortex nodes and tetrahedron nodes. In the end, the experiment concluded that the single node state is more suitable. The vortex is easy to condense, and the speed is fast. It can be completed in 2 seconds or even less than 2 seconds, but the burning time is short and the power is insufficient. The tetrahedron is much stronger in all aspects, but the condensation speed is a bit slow, and the fastest takes 5 seconds. 5 seconds, if the opponent is a long-range shooter, he would have died countless times. However, for high-level wizard apprentices who need 8 seconds to chant, Dole is many times stronger than them. The number of nodes is fixed and cannot be increased or reduced, otherwise it will be another witchcraft, and even the materials are not applicable. If you want to change the nodes and create another witchcraft, that is the scope of wizards above level 1. At least they don't need the casting materials of 0-level tricks to perform it, so they can test on a large scale. Unlike now, Dole will waste a casting material every time he tests, and every time he releases it, he feels like he is dripping blood. Above the tetrahedron is a hexahedron, a rectangular or square node structure. According to the book, the length, width, and height will affect the performance of the burning hand. You can test it many times and choose a form that suits you better. Dole tried many times, but his mental control was insufficient. At most, he could only make a general hexahedron or half a tetrahedron, and the speed of condensing the spell model was as long as 10 seconds. 10 seconds, it's not worth it at all. The biggest advantage of the hexahedron is that it can hold more mental power, and can control the power and duration of the burning hand at will, and can also initially absorb some energy from the air to increase the power, which is what Dole values most. The duration and temperature of burning determine what he can do. Although it is a close-range spell, not as good as the higher-level fireball spell, it is also powerful when combined with martial arts, at least in the apprentice stage. After seeing that it was a problem with mental power, Dole prepared to take the second-level mental power potion to improve it. In the past, because of money, he didn't dare to take it himself, but now that he is not short of money for the time being, he can quickly improve it. After making the decision, he drank a bottle every 5 days for more than a month, and at this time, his mental strength had increased to 130 copper coins. This year's winter felt particularly long. Since the first snow, the snow on the ground has never melted. Except for the mines around Duming City, everything was white, and nothing could be seen. This winter was also particularly difficult. In mid-December, he went into the city with the villagers in the town. At the gate of the city, he saw many soldiers pushing wooden carts, dragging the dead bodies from the slums out, and heading to the mass grave outside the city. The dead bodies in winter did not stink. They were all ragged and their exposed skin looked blue from the cold, which made people feel chilled. Without warm clothes and not enough food, it was normal to starve to death, at least in the slums. After passing the slums and walking into the city, it seemed much more normal. Although it was not so lively, at least it looked much better. After separating from the convoy, Dole went to see Laomi in turn, traded primary mental potion, purchased a batch of medicinal materials, and equipment for refining medicinal materials, and then went to see Lily. Compared with a month ago, Lily was more calm and her temperament had also changed slightly. When she saw Dole, the first thing she asked was whether there was a purification potion. Although Dole was surprised, he shook his head. This thing has too low adaptability, and is very complicated to refine. It is useless. Lily felt a little regretful. If you bring a primary purification potion next time, I will pay 1 gold coin for each bottle. Chapter 85. The market price of the purification potion is only 50 silver coins. This guy paid a gold coin, obviously he paid a high price, and I don't know what he will use it for. The function of the primary purification potion is to purify the impurities in low-energy objects, such as sewage. Although I don't know what you want to do, if you want, I can refine some. Lily breathed a sigh of relief, and then changed from serious to smiling. I changed my job. Although I have less contact with the Tao, I can meet many people. If there is a purification potion, I can go further. Dole shook his head and said, no matter what you want to do, safety is the first priority. If the things purified by the purification potion are seen by other wizards, it is easy to find clues. Lily heard this, her face changed from smiling to thinking. She only thought about practicality, but she didn't expect that others would see it. After a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief and said with difficulty, forget it, safety first, the purification potion is not needed. Dole also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to waste too much time making that thing. The two parted ways quickly, and Dole got a small bag of magic crystal residue, and 15 gold coins. It must be said that Lily is very capable. Ordinary people will never see 15 gold coins in their lifetime, but she can get them in a month. I don't know what she is doing. Ordinary poor nobles can only spend so much money in a year. Although he was a little shocked, Dole was not going to care about him. The two of them were just trading relationships, so why bother so much? But then he became a little worried. Lily was a stable purchase point for magic crystal residue. If she was finished, wouldn't he also be restricted? When he thought of this, he had a headache. He had to think of a way as soon as possible, work hard to improve himself, and go to the micro-magic crystal mine that Ball mentioned as soon as possible. But according to Ball, to go there, you must at least be an entry-level wizard, and it is too early to say this now. It's really painful. So far, I can actually relax. Among the enemies, only Dis is left. Although I have provoked the Superpower Association, they only doubt my existence and have no actual search. It is still safe for now. Dole has not appeared in front of the world for more than half a year. It has always been Lin Rui or Adwa who have appeared in front of everyone. Dole seems to have been forgotten. But Dis will definitely remember that as long as he dies, Dole can disappear from this world. Dole thought of a lot. After resting in the city for a night, he bought a batch of paper, a few clothes, and exchanged a few books in the library the next morning, and met at the city gate at 10 o'clock. Several carriages were now filled with things, food, seasonings, various cloths, and some swords, hammers, axes, etc. Dole also found that there was a small iron felt, a stove, and a mold box on them. Did these people want to make something in the village? At this time, he saw a strange figure in the crowd. It was a dark-skinned young man, with a strong body and a thick right arm. He was very active next to Victor. When Dole came over, Victor excitedly introduced him to Dole. "This is Merkel from our village. He has been learning blacksmithing for several years. Now he is a second-level blacksmith. He is coming back to the village. In the future, we can make ironware ourselves." Dole looked at Merkel and smiled. "Hello?" Merkel came to Dole, bowed slightly, and said, "Hello, I heard Uncle talk about you. You are very powerful." Dole nodded. He didn't intend to say more. Seeing that Dole had no desire to speak, Victor looked around and said, "Let's go. It's more than 10 kilometers of snowy road. We have to walk for several hours. Go back quickly. Don't do it like last time. The village was attacked when we went back last time. It was really scary." Everyone roared in a low voice, and then returned to the ox carts, and the team slowly set off. Dole's things were also placed on one of the ox carts. He stood casually next to the carriage, with a narrow sword hanging on his waist and a bow on his back. The bow is used to deter. He has not shot it many times. If there is something attacking, he must use the sword. In his sleeves, several sewn hidden small bags contain the materials for the burning hand. If he is really defeated, he can just use wizards. With his current witchcraft attainments, nothing should happen. Soon, they left the city, left the bare land, and soon entered the avenue covered with thick snow. The carriage slowly moved on the road, rolling over the snow on the ground, making a creaking sound, which was very harsh on the silent avenue. "Everyone, be alert and prevent any wild animals from coming out," Victor commanded everyone as he walked. After passing the straight road and turning the first bend quickly, the world was only black and white. Dole and Merkel were surrounded by everyone in the middle. Dole wanted to go to the back, but Victor didn't let him, so he could only go to the middle. The middle part was relatively easy, just walking. As they walked, everyone relaxed, discussing martial arts and who had a son or daughter. The atmosphere soon became lively. After walking about 10 kilometers, they arrived outside the first town, Erdo town. At this time, the sharp-eyed hunter in front found that there were several more thick smoke trails on the ridge in the distance. The smoke was thick and billowing. Obviously, this was not a normal smoke trail. He quickly came back to report, and everyone ran to the front of the carriage and watched. Erdo town is larger than Sandhika town, but the geographical location is similar. They are all built on the ridge opposite the river. The difference is that the ridge they occupy is relatively flat and can occupy a larger area, with about 600 households. At this time, thick smoke came out from many places in the mountains, and roaring sounds came from the town. Because the distance was far, it was not clear what happened. All we could see was thick smoke rising into the sky, and the sound of wolves howling and fighting in all directions. After watching for about 10 seconds, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Victor was calm and said immediately, "Erwa, Sandy, you two should report to the city as quickly as possible and ask them to arrange soldiers to come as soon as possible. We will go to help first." Just like last time, it seems to be forest wolves. 2 young people came out of the team. They were carrying bows and arrows. They nodded immediately and turned to run towards the city. They didn't encounter any danger along the way, so it should be fine. After Victor finished speaking, he said, "Dole and Merkel stay, and the others rush forward. Erdokio town is our brother town, and we can't let them fall." In fact, he also meant that if Erdokio town fell, the wolf pack would only grow stronger, and soon flow into their town. He took the lead and ran forward. The group quickly came to the bridge, rushed across the bridge, and ran to the village on the opposite side. Only Merkel and Dole were left beside the ox cart. The 2 of them drove the ox cart slowly forward, looking ahead. All the towns in Duming city were built on the riverside, in the valley, or on the ridge. They all had watchtowers and training grounds. Whether men or women, they were qualified soldiers if they picked up weapons. Living in such a place, you can't live without the ability to protect yourself. Chapter 86. Victor entered the village, and soon saw the real situation. There were more than 100 wolves, and it seemed that they were rushing directly from the ridge. At this time, half of the wolves had entered the village. Victor and a few people beside him hid aside and discussed for a while, and then decided to rush in from the side of the ridge. The people in Erdokio didn't see Victor and his team at this time. The ridge was too big, and they were concentrating on fighting the wolves. No one cared about this side. They had already died 7 or 8 people, and the rest were injured. It was extremely tragic. There were roars, shouts, and cries from all directions. The wolves rushed over when they were eating. In order to deal with these dogs, they didn't have time to take care of the house. They could only kill the wolves first, so the house caught fire. Mayor Moses rushed to the front, blocking, stabbing, and slashing with his broadsword, leading the way and fighting against the most powerful forest wolves. Each of these wolves was very large, and a sword would at most leave a bloody wound, but would not cause any serious injuries. The only threat to them was the archers on the watchtower. But at this time, everyone was busy with their own affairs and could not organize an effective defense. At this time, he saw that the wolf pack in front suddenly became chaotic, so he waved his sword to force back the wolves in front and jumped onto the roof next to him. He saw that several people came from the bottom of the mountain at some point and were attacking the wolf pack from the side. After a closer look, Moses was overjoyed. It was Victor, a senior warrior apprentice. He just chopped down a forest wolf with a sword, and the broadsword in his hand flew, and he directly killed into the wolf pack with great power. When did this guy become so powerful? He must be about to enter the next level. Moses didn't care to mutter in his heart, and immediately shouted to the back, "Brothers from Sanhika town are here. The wolves are in chaos. Archers, take your bows and go up to the roof immediately." When he shouted, the atmosphere on the scene became more tense. Some people dropped their swords, stepped back, and took out their bows, while others desperately opened up space for archers to perform. The sharpshooters in the village immediately had room to perform. Swish, swish, swish. A few sharp arrows were sent down, and immediately a forest wolf fell to the ground. Moses picked up the broadsword, jumped down from the roof, and rushed towards Victor. In order to save his strength just now, he didn't deliberately use his strength. This time, he didn't need to save it. He chopped off the head of a forest wolf with one sword. His muscles bulged, and it was obvious that he used an unknown martial art. He swayed under his feet and chopped around repeatedly. In a short time, he injured 4 or 5 forest wolves in one breath, but his strength was also exhausted. He paused for a moment and gasped heavily. At this time, Victor arrived. He suddenly jumped up and chopped in front of Moses with a sword. A wolf was quickly dismembered. Victor looked at the panting Moses and immediately shouted, "Where is the wolf king?" Moses let out a long breath and pointed in the direction of the ridge, over there. Victor chopped down the forest wolf that wanted to sneak attack him with a sword and looked up the mountain. In the mountains, a mighty forest wolf that was a circle larger than the other forest wolves stood on a high stone in the mountains, looking coldly at the mountain below. He was motionless, as if he was a god, examining the world. The familiar eyes immediately reminded him of the forest wolf that attacked the village last time. This guy. Victor was so angry that his teeth itched, but then he was shocked. He looked at the surrounding forest wolves. There were not so many wolves last time. The wolf pack has grown stronger. It seems that the situation in the mountains this winter is not very good. He jumped up and rushed up the mountain along the ridge. His strength was very great. With one sword, all the forest wolves were broken. The wounds were immediately turned over, revealing bloody fresh meat. The blood on his body was rising, and a circle of blood smoke was almost formed on his body. Moses was stunned when he saw Victor's figure. This guy is really about to enter the level? At the edge of the pipeline, Dole and Merkel had already stopped and stood next to the carriage, looking at the fighting on the other side of the river. Dole knew Victor's strength a long time ago. This guy is worthy of being a character who is about to enter the level. His strength is strong. He can kill ordinary forest wolves with one sword, and his attack is very cruel. For this kind of ordinary wolf pack, the Wolf King is almost a monster that is about to enter the level, just like Victor. He rushed in alone, disrupting the wolf pack, and with the help of the townspeople of Erdokio, the situation quickly stabilized, and they slowly began to organize a counterattack. These were just ordinary wolf packs. As long as 1 or 2 people could stabilize the situation, they could repel them. In winter, the wolf packs in the mountains were also consuming themselves. They had to reduce the number of tribes and maintain the survival of the large tribe, otherwise all the wolves would starve to death. This was the law of survival in the forest. These were all read in books. Not long after, a strong clattering sound rang out on the official road, and hundreds of majestic officers and soldiers came from the official road, marching in unison, full of murderous intent, and headed straight for Erdokio. When passing by, he just glanced at Dole's carriage and rushed into the village. Suddenly, the sound of the second round of fighting came. This time, the battle ended very quickly, and the wolves quickly fled to the mountains. Dole also saw real soldiers. They seemed to fight purely for killing. Their combat effectiveness was much stronger than that of ordinary villagers. The armor on their bodies was not afraid of being bitten by ordinary wolves. The weapons in their hands were even more sophisticated. Ordinary soldiers could also chop down a forest wolf with a few swords. What would happen if he faced the soldiers? Dole thought about it carefully and finally shook his head. He would definitely be killed instantly. Unless he entered the level and occupied the geographical advantage, he could drag such a group of soldiers to death. If possible, he must not be exposed, Dole thought in his heart. Time passed slowly. Not long after, the fire in the town was extinguished, and Victor also walked out from the bridge. Everyone was fine, at most with some injuries. Dole found that Victor's face was not very good, but full of worry. More than an hour had passed since the discovery, and everyone seemed to have been exhausted as if they had spent several days. Victor returned to the ox cart and waved his hand, signaling everyone to set off. Dole also followed behind, moving forward slowly. Not long after, Victor came to his side, with a worried look on his face, and said, "Lin Rue, I know you have extensive knowledge, help me analyze it." At this time, Merkel was also beside him. He pricked up his ears, still wondering in his heart, "Isn't this guy a doctor?" Victor told him about the encounter with the Wolf King just now. Dole lowered his head, thought for a while, and then slowly said, "This winter, the snow is particularly heavy. Under the heavy snow, mice and many bush animals will be covered by the heavy snow, and herbivores will also starve to death in large numbers. Whether it is forest wolves or gray wolves, they will be in a situation where there is no food. They come to attack the village for two reasons. One is to eat. After all, we humans are also their menu. The second is to consume the number of wolves. They grew up in the mountains and can advance and retreat. We will not go deep into the mountains, which gives them many opportunities to take advantage of them." Victor is a rough man. He can understand Dole's words as soon as he hears them, and his face changes slightly. He said, "That's right. The last time our village was attacked, there were only more than 60 wolves. Now their wolf pack has grown to more than 100. It is very likely that they have absorbed other wolf packs. Last time they attacked our town, now they are attacking Erdokio town. It is estimated that they will attack other towns in a few days. After all, the entire mountainous area is their territory." Chapter 87. The number of wolves will also affect other species, such as bears, tigers, and leopards, who are also hunting each other. Dole thought for a while, and said, "There is no way to prevent the formation of wolves. Our strength does not allow us to clear their numbers in the jungle. We can only defend as much as possible, and improve our personal strength. As a wizard, he has many ways to deal with such gregarious creatures, but it does not mean that he will expose his wizard ability. This will soon spread to the city and the ears of the supernatural society, and he will be exposed." Victor frowned, sighed, and said, "Okay, I will clean up the playground when I go back and try to train them. In addition, I will soon enter the level." He looked at Dole with a sharp look. Dole shrugged, then congratulations in advance. "If you feel that you are ready, you can come to me." Victor was immediately refreshed. He knew what Dole meant, and then stopped talking, retreated into the crowd, and communicated with others. It took more than 2 hours, and it was already dark when we were about to reach the village. On the bridge by the river, many people were already looking forward to it. Seeing them come back, everyone started cheering. After pulling the things over, everyone divided them and went back to their houses. After returning home, Dole began to think. Recently, he has been learning to write and learn magic runes. Magic runes contain a lot of content, strange wizard formations, which are what ordinary people call magic circles, and then enchantments, scrolls, and the like. Magic runes are the most difficult part of being a wizard. In fact, potion science and material science are much easier to learn. When Dole was trading last time, he found that people are generally good at material science and magic pattern science, but few people understand potion science. Either the knowledge is blocked or there are other restrictions. However, he can easily make potions, which is incredible. In the room, Bale was lying on the soft wolf skin, lazy like a cat. "Do you smell blood?" Dole shook his head. "No, it's stained with the smell of other people's blood." He told him about the forest wolf attack on Erdo town. Bale's ears drooped. This is the habit of wolves. They consume their own population in this way. It seems that this winter seems to be a bit sad. Dole nodded. He had seen similar records in a book. Ball continued, "Practice quickly and strive to advance. After you advance, you will find that there is another world in this world." Dole sighed, "I want to too. Even if you take medicine, it will take some time." Bear snorted, "Our hellhounds are born at level 3. You humans are really fragile." Dole was choked by this sentence and had nothing to say. Then he immediately retorted, "The highest level of hellhounds is only level 8, but we humans have level 9 strong men. This time it was Ball's turn to be silent. After a long time, he cursed, "You human beings are really strange. The lower limit is so low, and the upper limit is also very high. God is so fair." Dole smiled and said nothing. He sat in the living room, closed his eyes, and started meditating directly. A lot of things happened today, which made people very upset. He needed to be quiet. Merkel returned to his long-lost home, and his father and mother were overjoyed. There was a blacksmith in the village. How could people not be excited? After eating and drinking, Merkel casually asked about Lin Rui. Merkel's parents' faces suddenly changed, and his father slapped him on the back. "No matter who asks in the future, don't reveal a word. Lin Rui is a good boy and saved the lives of several of your uncles." The village also knew that Dole had an unusual origin, but he could enter and leave the city freely. He should not be a bad person, but he had to guard against other people's suspicion. Dole had been here for a few months, but he helped a lot. Merkel was frightened by his parents' attitude and felt wronged. "If you don't let me ask, then don't ask. Why hit me?" The night passed quickly. It was just dawn, and Dole keenly heard the sound of gentle shouting outside. He slowly stood up and looked outside, only to see that Victor had already started to drive people to the river with a whip for driving cattle, and asked them to take swords, hammers, axes, bows and arrows for training. There was still snow on the ground, and those underage children were using tools to clean the snow on the ground. Taking action early in the morning, this Victor is really a man of action. Dole did not go out, but waited for a while, and when the sky got bright, he practiced calligraphy at home. Practicing calligraphy is very helpful for magic pattern learning. A lot of practice, coupled with strong mental power and precise control, has continuously improved his attainments in magic pattern learning. Now he is familiar with drawing energy isolation magic patterns. However, he is no longer satisfied with this kind of magic pattern. Proceed to the next stage of contact. As a wizard, reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance capabilities are a must, which involves several very important detection patterns, feedback patterns, and warning magic arrays composed of these patterns. Large magic arrays are composed of various patterns with various functions. Without exception, the basic use of magic patterns is more important than witchcraft. There are also several types of detection patterns, such as vibration detection, color detection, and energy fluctuation detection. In addition to these array patterns, there are also connection patterns and feedback runes. Connection patterns can practice different patterns to unify their functions, and feedback patterns can be used as receivers to receive information. However, magic patterns are not fun. He studied the vibration detection rune for several days, and the basic feedback pattern for many days. After these two things were studied, he combined the vibration detection and feedback patterns to form the most basic warning array. This basic vibration detection rune can detect all vibrations within a range of 3 meters, and can also feedback the intensity of the vibration, which is very useful. Take this thing, and lay it on the road at the door. As long as someone comes, he will know. After asking Ball to test the function, Dole is quite satisfied, but this is only limited to the case that Ball wants him to know. With its ability, it can come in without anyone noticing. These magic patterns are valid for only 1 month, which is surprisingly short. Dole has no other way. The magic patterns that can spontaneously gather energy must at least wait until he condenses more than 170 silver coins, and his mental power is strong enough to withstand the backlash of the energy of heaven and earth before he dares to draw them. Now, in Ball's words, getting those is courting death. However, Dole is very satisfied with getting these things. He still has the talent to play magic pattern learning. It just takes a little more time. It is written in Nalyu's biography that Nalyu only studies each low-level magic pattern for 1 day at most, while Dole needs to spend several days. This is really incomparable. After all, he is the ultimate boss. However, there is one thing that Dole can be compared with Narui, and that is potions. Chapter 88. In the wizard system, 2 types of people are very popular. The first type, needless to say, is the pharmacist who can refine various medicines, and the second type is the array master. As Dole who can play with potion learning, he feels that he still has some ability. The market demand for potions is very large, especially the higher the level of potions, the higher the price can be sold, especially the parts needed by wizards, which are even more expensive. The price difference between primary mental potions and primary strength potions is generally large, which can be seen from this. The array master is popular because he can manipulate huge arrays. For small forces, 2 or 3 levels of protection arrays can be sold at a high price of hundreds of gold coins, not to mention those level 4, 5, 7 or 8 super magic arrays, which are even more expensive. In addition to these two aspects, the most profitable is enchanting weapons, armor, and special equipment. Dole actually wanted to go the way of enchantment, because he only needed to trade with a single person, not the entire power. Of course, potions were not bad either. With his talent, it would be better to go the way of potion learning. Dole practiced magic patterns while thinking about his future path. Soon, another half a month passed, and it was almost the new year in January. At this time, Dole realized the hard work of high-level wizard apprentices. The later it was, the slower the improvement. Even if he used the second-level mental potion, it took him 3 months to increase the number of mental copper coins to more than 160. At this time, a bottle of mental potion could not even increase 1 copper coin. He drank a bottle of mental potion every few days, and it was still so. It was estimated that those high-level apprentices, who did not have mental potions, would be delayed for 3 or 4 years. No wonder those people in the market were not young, but they were all apprentices, and they were probably not talented. On the morning of December 30th, the village did not organize training today, but prepared for the new year. Although there was no New Year atmosphere in the town, everyone changed into washed clothes, took out various musical instruments, and sang and danced on the slightly vacant ground in the middle of the town, which looked very lively. With Merkel joining, the equipment of the people in the village has been upgraded to a higher level. Several people have silver armor hanging on their bodies, which is very impressive. Armor is a luxury that ordinary people cannot afford. The price of a set of armor is even more expensive than an axe and sword made of fine iron. After all, armor is life-saving. Although Dole is also a second-level blacksmith, he has not systematically learned to make armor, and can only make various weapons. When Merkel was making armor, he also looked at it, and understood it in his heart. The difficulty of armor is higher than that of making weapons, but the craftsmanship is relatively simple. It is a test of people's patience, and understanding of human body structure. After all, it must be tailored and worn on the body. Half a month later, Dole placed 3 sets of self-made warning arrays in front of, and behind the house, so that he could sense whatever was coming. These days, he was conquering the magic pattern that detects sound, which is much more advanced than the rune that detects vibration, and the difficulty of the magic pattern increases exponentially. But today, he did not stay at home, but came to the town at the invitation of Connie to watch them dance. It was still a world of ice and snow, and even the water in the river was completely frozen. If the villagers wanted to get water, they had to break the ice first, which was very difficult, but this was not a difficult task for professionals above the intermediate level. Dole saw Victor in the crowd. He was wearing a rough armor, and leading the dance in the middle of the road. In front of him was his eldest daughter, Annie, who had returned from school in the city. They had picked her up when they came to the city a few days ago. Victor had a relative who lived in the city, and Annie also lived there. Victor gave her living expenses every month. He used his own hunting money instead of the town's taxes. This kind of town was like a small village. There was not even any business, and the taxes were basically zero. At the end of each year, everyone would collect a little and treat it as taxes, and pay it to the city lord. The main tax revenue of Duming city came from the mines, and it was not so harsh on the surrounding towns. They paid as much as they paid. Instead, they were very active in military support, such as the last time in Erdokyo town. The Link family had ruled Duming city for so many years, and the popularity was still there. After Dole thought about these things, he saw that Victor had already left the field, and he was not playing anymore, leaving the field to others. Everyone was in a lively atmosphere, as if preparing for the new year. Connie invited Dole to come on stage, but he didn't know how to dance, so he politely declined. He gently jumped onto the roof next to him, and clapped his hands with a smile. There were various activities held in the city every year, and he would also participate in them, but most of the time he just went to be a spectator and rarely participated in the activities. When the people around saw this, they immediately started to make a fuss. Dole hurriedly shook his head, saying that he couldn't do it. In fact, none of these villagers could really dance. They just danced to the drum beats. From the old men to the children, they would go down and twist a few times. Everyone looked very happy. Dole had a rare break today, so he sat on the roof and admired it. It was difficult to relax at ordinary times. Sitting in the house, he would either read books or study various magic patterns and improve the nodes of the spell model. He could not rest at all. It was nice to be pulled out and relax. After almost 3 months, his skin had returned to its original state. Although his physique was stronger, his skin was closer to that of ordinary people, and even better maintained than that of nobles, with white and rosy skin. For 3 consecutive days, everyone sang and danced together, and this situation continued until the new year. After the new year, Dole was 14 years old. According to this world, even if you are an adult, you can pick up a sword, carry a gun, and serve as a soldier on the battlefield. At the age of 14, people in your family have already started to talk about marriage. You can get married and have children. And what was Dole doing at the age of 14? He was still working hard to get revenge. Although he can take revenge now, he still needs to make some preparations to take revenge without injury. After all, Dis has colluded with the Superpower Association, and the other party has been monitoring him before. Facing the huge imperial organization of the Superpower Association, he cannot be careless. If he is caught, he may end up dead. Ball made it clear that he would not take the initiative to participate, so all matters before and after revenge had to be planned and done by himself. After the warning formation has made a breakthrough, Dole is ready to go back for revenge and kill Dis as soon as possible to fulfill his greatest wish. Although Dole is not conceited, he almost died in the police station, and the hatred in his heart has long risen to the sky. He can't vent his hatred unless he kills all the relevant personnel. A person has only one life, and there is great terror between life and death. Terror makes people perverted, terror makes people strive for strength, and terror makes people psychologically distorted. Dole feels that if he doesn't kill Dis, he will never be at peace in this life. Chapter 89. Marfa Continent, New Civil Calendar Year 325, January 3rd. The villagers sang and danced for 5 days, before they stopped and started to live again. As before, all adults over the age of 12, except for some women, must train in the river every morning, strength, archery, swordsmanship, axes, hammers, etc. Every morning, after eating, Dole would watch at the door for a while, then go back to the room and do research secretly. In the past few days, he has already made some progress. There are many kinds of detection runes, but the lowest level is the detection vibration rune. The slightly more advanced ones can detect sound, energy fluctuations, heat, etc. Dole has now mastered the detection vibration. The second rune he chose is the detection sound. At first, he just wanted to copy it mechanically, but later he put the 2 runes together for comparison. He found that the patterns of the 2 magic patterns are almost identical in appearance. They are both round with an eye in the middle. The difference is that the eye in the middle of the detection vibration is more precise and detailed. He began to think about the truth contained in it. From the perspective of witchcraft, whether it is the vibration of a person walking or the sound, it is transmitted through the vibration of matter. The only difference is the size of the vibration and the duration of the duration. That means that the magic pattern of detecting vibration and detecting sound is essentially the same. The only difference is the level of detecting vibration. Thinking of this, he suddenly became enlightened. Comparing the 2 magic patterns, he had a clearer understanding of the magic pattern. According to the book, the magic pattern is the ultimate principle of heaven and earth. Things with the same principle are naturally similar. As long as you can figure out one, it is enough to continue to evolve the next one. After figuring it out, learning is much faster. In mid-January, the agreed time came. Victor also wanted to go to the city and send his daughter to school. Victor's aura became stronger and stronger. Dole took a look at this guy inside. It was difficult for ordinary people to enter the level. Victor was now 35 or 36 years old, and had just touched the threshold of entering the level. Most ordinary people might not be able to do so in their lifetime. Of course, he also contributed a part of Victor's promotion. If there was no drug stimulation, he might not have been so fast. Still ox carts, still snowy roads. This was the coldest time of the year, and the snow on the ground was very thick. The more it got to this time, the more traffic between Duming City and the outside world was almost cut off. The food in the city depended on the accumulation of a spring, summer, and autumn. The more it got to this time, the more stable the city was, because neither side could withstand fighting. After entering the city, Dole carried a big box and went straight to the library. He returned the books, borrowed some more, and then went to buy paper and pen. Time slowly turned to night. However, along the way, there were a lot of patrolmen and security guards on the street. He was a little overwhelmed. In this situation, who was dead? He slowly walked towards Lily's hiding place, observing the surroundings while walking. He was questioned several times on the road, but he got away smoothly. Fortunately, he went to the library first today and did not trade herbs. If he had traded herbs first, he would have to go home first and put down the things before daring to come out. Lily came out of the Lake Chamber of Commerce and looked around unnoticed. The situation in the city has been very tense recently, and it was all her credit. After entering the Advanced Wizard Apprentice, this was the first time she completed the second-level task alone. The process was perfect, and she did it when no one found out. She came to the street, turned around, and then went to the rest room to take a look. Her eyes narrowed immediately. There was a mark on the door of the room, proving that Dole had come. She walked in, opened the door, and went in. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Lily was delighted, opened the door, and saw Dole as expected. After closing the door, Dole looked at Lily and said, "What's going on outside? Someone died again." Lily nodded slowly. "It's the mission I told you about last time. I poisoned that person to death." Dole raised his eyebrows. This guy has learned the essence of his common tricks. He nodded, without thinking too much about it, and then opened the box on his body and took out the mental power potion from the secret compartment, a total of 5 bottles. Lily looked at the spiritual potion, bit her lip, and said, "Recently, the outflow of magic crystals has been closely watched by the Supernatural Society. I didn't get any. I pay with gold coins." Dole was stunned. "Huh? After the magic crystal mine is mined, there should be a large amount of magic crystals in the city?" Lily sighed. "It's not that simple. This thing rarely flows out, and after they are strictly controlled, there is even less. The Supernatural Society has a senior wizard apprentice named Bai Chi, who is specifically responsible for this matter." Dole suddenly felt a toothache. It turned out that this guy was responsible for it. No wonder. I robbed him, and almost turned over all his wealth. This guy turned his attention to the normal market. He is really talented. So he sighed and said slowly, "Then pay with gold coins. By the way, do you have so many gold coins?" Lily shook her head. "So, I will only take 3 bottles this time. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary wizard can take the second bottle of mental potion in about 7 or 8 days. In a month, it takes about 5 bottles. Lily basically uses it for herself. 1 bottle costs 10 gold coins, and 3 bottles cost 30 gold coins. Ordinary families really can't afford it. Only families like Link, Orn, and Lake can afford it. Ordinary wizards must learn a skill to support themselves, such as Lily's material science." Dole nodded and took out 4 bottles. "I give you 3 bottles, and the other one is a gift. Also, I want to ask, do you know any other wizards?" Lily shook her head. "Except for the wizards from the Lake family, I have met them a few times. I don't know any other wizards. Most wild wizards don't dare to stay in the city, so it's hard to get to know them." Dory agreed with this. Wild wizards have a hard time. They lack knowledge, medicine, materials, magic crystals, and so on. They also have to face official crackdowns. It's not a life for human beings. Wanted criminals live better than them. If Lily can't digest it, Dole will have to find a way to get rid of the excess. He thought for a moment and said, "You often go to the Assassin's Guild. Can you get rid of it through the Assassin's Guild?" Lily's eyes lit up and said, "That's possible, but the premise is that there are no talents among you. If someone sees it, it will probably cause huge trouble." Dole took out 3 more bottles and put them in his hand. "It's not convenient for me to show up with my face. If you help me get rid of it, I will give you an extra bottle each time in the future. I can buy magic crystals from other channels, and don't need yours for the time being." Chapter 90. Dole had expected this day to come. Today, he asked Lily just to verify it, and find another way for himself. Lily looked at the spiritual potion in Dole's hand with a difficult expression. 1 bottle was worth 20 gold coins. If she helped to deal with it, she could save 10 gold coins, which was already quite good. At the rate of 4 bottles of drugs per month, she would reach the critical point of the peak of the advanced apprentice in the next 6 months at most. She gritted her teeth and fought hard for the entry level. Only wizards who have entered the level can be called wizards. If they don't enter the level, they can be called apprentices all their lives. This is a qualitative change. There are so many wizard apprentices in each family. Some people have been preparing for the entry level all their lives. She has been ahead of them for many times. Thinking of this, she took the potion from Dole and said slowly and seriously, "Okay, I help you deal with it." Dole smiled. Seeing Dole's smile, Lily felt that this little boy was not simple. He let her work for him so easily. You know, she is also an important figure in the Lake family. This is the advantage of technical workers. Unfortunately, I don't have potions, and even if I have potions, I may not be able to make it. Lily knows her own shortcomings, and can also play her own strengths. The two left the house one after the other, and quickly disappeared into the night. As usual, they spent a night in the rental house. Dole calculated his current promotion speed. When the first batch of caravans came in from outside, he could return to the city and officially launch his plan to kill Dis. In the darkness, a figure floated down from the house next to Dole's house. After confirming that Dole was in the house, the man quietly slipped away and soon came to the North District. Beaky sat at the back of the office, staring at a piece of paper on the table without saying a word, his brows furrowed. Just then, he raised his head and someone came in quietly. "Report to the Lord, the person you asked to monitor has returned." Beaky nodded and said, "Is there anything wrong with that person?" "No, he comes back at this time every month in the past few months, goes to the pharmacy to sell herbs, and then goes to return books and borrow books. There is nothing unusual." Beaky held his chin and said lightly, then continued to monitor him until he leaves the city. The Superpower Society will not let go of any suspected wizard. Although this person named Lin Rui has never shown the ability of a wizard, he is suspected of being Dole, and one of them is enough for the Superpower Society to monitor seriously. Every wizard is a killer, and junior wizards are no exception. The Empire strictly controls the study of potions because wizards, who can make potions, are too terrifying, and they can easily cause large-scale casualties, so they have to be prevented. Recently, Beaky was robbed, and he was unhappy for a long time, but he didn't show it. However, everyone with a discerning eye could see that this guy had lost all his good things and fell into the behavior of madly making money. Even several major families have complained recently. But Beaky holds great power, and is a senior wizard apprentice, close to entering the apprentice level, so he is not afraid of them at all. The most important thing is that the teacher doesn't care about his little tricks, so even if it is Tina and others, Beaky doesn't care. Tina's third uncle died inexplicably, and the case has not been solved until now. Even the teacher is quite troubled, because although the scope of the spread of the white cicada poison is not large, it is not that no one knows about it. God knows who wants to deal with him. He simply had no clue, and he didn't believe that a small miner would have anything to do with the death of a nobleman. Material science and magic pattern science are still partly circulated outside, but potion science is very deadly outside. Any family or individual who attempts to possess potion science will die, except for the nobles. The things recorded in potion science are too dangerous. He is still wondering where the potion science of the man who robbed him last time came from, but he can't investigate it. It's really hateful. Dole knows when he is being followed, and when he is not being followed. The tracking person has poor skills, and he can easily find the other party's small movements. Therefore, his transaction with Lily has not been discovered yet, and the transaction with Carta, that guy is high and high, and he is a great master who has entered the level, so naturally it will not be discovered. He didn't know the weirdness of potion science outside, but he did clearly sense this fact. However, potion science is indeed extremely dangerous. The various poisons and drugs recorded above are too dangerous to ordinary creatures. If he is in power, he will definitely limit the outflow of such items and fight against them at all costs. In the morning, he met up with everyone at the gate and walked out of the city. The city is still covered with ice and snow. There is no snow on the road. The roads extending from the city gate to the major mines are also swept very clean. The sky and the earth are white, and only the mines have real colors. All mines will not stop throughout the winter, even if there is a major accident. This is the Empire's requirement for Dormont City, and their main way of making money. What does it matter if a few people die? As Dole walked, he looked around. Soon, there was only snow in his eyes. Back in town, Dole continued his research on magic patterns. The burning hand had long been stagnant due to his mental power. Even if he studied it well, he couldn't continue with the various nodes behind. His mental power was not enough, and his mental power control was not strong enough. There was no other way to exercise in the book. He felt that he had reached his limit, so he could only study magic patterns. Magic patterns are much more difficult than magic potions. It looks like a beautiful pattern, but it took him a lot of thought. After 2 months, he made a preliminary warning magic circle. It can only detect vibrations and sounds. The feedback range does not exceed 20 meters. The front and back of the house are already covered with this kind of animal skin. At the same time, each animal's skin is painted with magic patterns that suppress energy fluctuations to prevent being found. Feedback magic pattern is much more difficult and more delicate than detection magic pattern. It is a cylindrical magic pattern filled with various lines. The lowest level feedback magic pattern has a maximum range of 20 meters, and Dole has already achieved the ultimate. The next is the second level feedback magic pattern. The maximum distance of the second level feedback magic pattern is 100 meters, which is his goal. When he goes to hunt down Dis, if something happens in the middle, Dole hopes that he can grasp all the movements within a range of 100 meters to facilitate escape. This is the central idea of current witchcraft research. All purposes are to kill Dis quietly without injury. As long as Dis can be killed and the culprit is eliminated, Dole's mind will be over. From then on, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. At that time, his mental strength will definitely increase again. Wizards obey their hearts the most. If they have obsessions in their hearts, they will naturally fall into magic barriers and hinder their development. Dis has become a headache for him. So he must die. Dole works hard for it. At this moment, he suddenly moved, grabbed the half-painted animal's skin, put it under his buttocks, and casually took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it. About 5 seconds later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." The door of the room opened, and Victor's figure came in from outside. Just passing through a door, Dole seemed to feel a small sun hidden in his body. He seemed to be facing a behemoth, suppressing him from the momentum and blood.